Chapter 321 The fourth level of the Holy Realm is controlled. There is a statue in the martial ancestor hall. Her long hair is flying, and her white clothes are fluttering. He is tall, thin and slender, but does not give people the slightest feeling of being thin. His body seemed to contain world-shaking power. It's like the whole world is trampled under his feet. Standing in front of this statue, Chen Fan suddenly felt his blood boiling. Just a statue, but it made him feel connected by blood. Just a statue, but it made him feel extremely domineering. This is his father, martial ancestor Chen Han. This is what the blind man calls him. A peerless genius. The existence that almost became the human emperor of Tanny realm. Chen Fan's nose suddenly felt a little sore. He had had many dreams, in which he experienced the life of the little skeleton, becoming the king of demons. However, whether it is a dream or a fragment of memory, it still feels a bit illusory after all. From the orphanage to Blue Star in this life, he could never forget the unspeakable loneliness. And from time to time, he would think of his parents whom he had never met. When he was in the Beast Breeders Association of Donghai City, his master Zhang Hai once told him that maybe his parents also came to Blue Star. At that time, Chen Fan didn't say much, but he kept those words firmly in his heart. He imagined that one day, when the name Chen Fan shines in Blue Star, his parents might see it and find him. But he never thought of it. His father turned out to be Chen Han, the martial ancestor who brought hope to Blue Star, and his mother turned out to be the demon king of the fourth heaven. But now, her mother has been taken away by people from the Qin family in Tanny realm. There is no news from my father either. Dad, I'm back, Chen Fan said in his heart. It's like coming home from school as shown on TV. At this moment, Chen Fan suddenly wanted to go to Tanny realm immediately. Wanted so much. But here, there is still much to do. Beside her, Yi Hongyan felt Chen Fan's mood swings, and gently held Chen Fan's hand with her white palm. Chen Fan turned around, glanced at Yi Hongyan, smiled slightly and said, I'm fine. Yi Hongyan pursed her lips and said nothing, but her heart felt tight. In the dream world, Chen Fan has no father or mother, and is just a little skeleton conceived by the devil of heaven and earth. In this life, he had parents, but he never felt their warmth. Fate is so unfair to him. The world is in chaos. A catastrophe is coming. But all the burdens fall on the shoulders of the demon king. Where are people? Where is God? Where is the devil? Ignorant creatures. In the end they need a devil to save them. Yi Hongyan felt a fire in her heart, wanting to curse, roar, or go crazy. She is in a bit of pain. In the dream, she dared to love, hate, scold and laugh. But after coming to Blue Star from Earth, she has experienced loneliness since she was a child. But she has become a bit withdrawn. If she hadn't had so many dreams, if she hadn't met Chen Fan, maybe she wouldn't be able to say a few words for a month. Yi Hongyan was a little jealous of herself in the dream. She doesn't like this situation. She liked the weird version of herself in the dream. Even after becoming the Dutian Empress, she still laughed and cursed freely. But now, holding Chen Fan's hand and resting her head on Chen Fan's shoulder was her limit. There were many words in her mind, but she couldn't say them out. Yi Hongyan felt useless. What kind of demon empress? After all, she is just a little woman. In the dream, she once blocked the gods and demons with her own power. She once told the gods and demons in the heavens that she would destroy the entire clan of anyone who dared to touch Chen Fan. But now, she was silently following Chen Fan, unable to do anything. Obviously, she has also activated the void divine body, but still so weak. Standing under the statue of martial ancestor Chen Han, Yi Hongyan felt a little ashamed of herself for no reason. Martial ancestor Chen Han is just a mortal, but one shoulder carries all the sorrows of the past and present. And she, the empress of the demon clan, was guarding the far north. For a long time, she had no idea of her goal or what to do. No, she knows now. She is waiting for Chen Fan. Wait until Chen Fan and guard him. The sorrow of gods and demons, the pollution of the void. What do they count? She will face it with Chen Fan. She is not lonely. Chen Fan is not alone either. At this moment, Yi Hongyan felt something breaking inside her body. It was like a cocoon binding her. The previously chaotic thoughts suddenly became clear and stable. All negative emotions disappeared instantly. Yi Hongyan closed her eyes and suddenly felt extremely relaxed. At this moment, she felt the warmth of Chen Fan's palm, and her heart suddenly became extremely peaceful. No more worries. No more hesitation. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Your Majesty the Empress? Protectors saw that Yi Hongyan remained motionless and her expression kept changing, and couldn't help but want to remind her. Chen Fan looked at Protector Zhua and shook his head slightly. Guardian Zhua and Chiyoko immediately took 2 steps back at the same time. Chen Fan looked at Yi Hongyan silently. On Yi Hongyan's attribute panel, the materials needed to break through to the 4th level of the Holy Realm are becoming less and less. Finally, all materials disappear without a trace. Is this the legendary epiphany? Chen Fan smiled slightly, placed his palm gently on Yi Hongyan's forehead, and introduced some void energy. A moment later, Yi Hongyan's body shook, and a strong wind centered on her and swept out in all directions. Starlight fell in the sky, and Yi Hongyan opened her eyes. The 4th level of the Holy Realm! Protector Zhua exclaimed. Congratulations to your Majesty the Empress! Chiyoko also hurriedly bowed. Congratulations to your Majesty the Empress! Yi Hongyan turned to look at Chen Fan and pursed her lips with a smile. Did you ask Li Mu and the others to help me find treasures of heaven and earth? It's no use now. Is it? Chen Fan grinned. Those things I had before are no longer needed. I'm going to call the minister and ask him to find other things. Yi Hongyan rolled her eyes at Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan was stunned. Yi Hongyan saw Chen Fan staring at her with wide eyes, and a blush appeared on his face. She tilted her head slightly and said, Haven't you been watching it for thousands of years? Don't you get tired of it? Thousands of years are too short. Chen Fan said. I just want to hold your hand like this until the end of time. Later, Guardian Zhua and Chiyoko looked at each other, both feeling a little helpless. The leader and the Empress began to say something incomprehensible again. How old are you? Just thousands of years. Today's young people are constantly facing the end of the world. Okay, let's go back. Chen Fan held Yi Hongyan's hand and walked out of the martial ancestor hall. As soon as they left the Wuzhu Palace, a strong man from the Yang Kingdom immediately stepped forward and said, Master, Lord Qinglin and Lord Wenqin from the Tang Kingdom are here. Qinglin and Wenqin? Chen Fan frowned. If you didn't tell me, I almost forgot. Why did they come so late? Qinglin is Li Mu's royal beast, the Azure Dragon Python. Wenxian is Zhang Zhang's royal beast, the Flame Wolf King. More than 10 days ago, Li Mu said that he would let them come over. With their level of cultivation, it would not take them even half a day to travel from Tang to Yang. Why did it take more than 10 days to arrive? The strong man from the Yang Kingdom said. The 2 adults were ambushed by the Nightmare Court on the road and were seriously injured. The one who took action was the Demon King of the Nightmare Garden. The Demon King of the Central Region took action and angered Master Zhang Jiang, who was guarding the imperial capital of the Tang Dynasty. Master Zhang Jiang frightened away the Demon King of the Central Region with a sword. Only then did the 2 adults, Qinglin and Wenqin, reach the Yang Kingdom safely. Such a thing happened. Chen Fan frowned. After 3 Demon Kings fell in the Nightmare Court, the other 2 dared to show up and hunt down Qinglin and Wenqin. This was something he did not expect. He originally thought that the Nightmare Court was crazy enough to launch the Demon Blood Project. Unexpected. It seems that after being contaminated by the blood of demons, those guys in the Nightmare Court have probably become very crazy and cannot be understood by ordinary people. Where are they now? It's in that secret base. Good. As soon as he said the good words, Chen Fan and others disappeared at the same time. Then, a group of people appeared out of thin air in the base of the secret realm. Leader! Inoue came forward and said, Master Ziting is in the secret room, healing the injuries of Qinglin and Wenqin. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Take me there. Inoue immediately bowed and led Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan into the secret room. In the secret room, Shinichi Ziting commanded a group of healing beasts and was healing Qinglin and Wenqin. Unfortunately, the combat power level of these healing beasts is far lower than Qinglin and Wenqin. Qinglin and Wenqin were seriously injured, so the treatment effect of this group of healing beasts was not very good. Junior brother! When Zito Shinichi saw Chen Fan coming in, he said worriedly, they were seriously injured. I never imagined that those guys in the Nightmare Garden would be so crazy and dare to ambush them near our country. Yang! Too careless. Chen Fan glanced at Qinglin and Wenqin's attribute panels and frowned. Then, he summoned Jade, who was sleeping in the beast control space. Xiaobai and the others were all frantically killing void demons in the Angel God King realm and other 4 realms. But Chen Fan's beast controlling space must be monitored by someone. So Jade and Xiaobai took turns to rest. Chi. As soon as Jade climbed out of the summoning circle, it immediately flew onto Chen Fan's head. Everyone present. Chen Fan took off Jade, held it in his hand, and then copied the healing beast controlling skills that were healing Qinglin onto Jade. Powerful healing aura. Jade was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously threw a healing halo to Wenxin. Wisteria, Shinichi, and others were stunned for a moment. Slime also has healing skills? What kind of slime is this? However, Jade is only equivalent to the 9th level, and this kind of healing aura seems to be of little use. Chen Fan conveniently copied Jade's healing aura skill to himself, and then copied it to Yi Hongyan. Yi Hongyan laughed. More than 10 days ago, Chen Fan copied Yun Sanhai's moon step onto his body. This kind of getting something for nothing is really addictive. There is no need for her to awaken her skills at all. There is no need to learn certain martial arts. Chen Fan directly added points to Yi Hongyan's powerful healing aura, increasing it to 100 points, and then said, "Come and help them treat them." Yeah. Yi Hongyan nodded slightly. She waved her hand gently and asked a group of healing beasts to retreat. Then, she raised her hands and aimed her palms at Qinglin and Wenxin respectively. 2 powerful healing halos lit up at the same time, falling on Qinglin and Wenxin respectively. Shinichi Wisteria. Others didn't know much about Empress Yi Hongyan, but he knew her very well. Empress Yi Hongyan's true form is Suzaku, but Suzaku does not have such healing skills. And Shinichi Wisteria's eyes widened. Her Majesty, the Empress, has broken through to the 4th level of the Holy Realm? Protectors was said. Just now, Her Majesty the Empress, standing beside the statue of martial ancestor, had some enlightenment and broke through to the 4th level of the Holy Realm. Ha ha ha! Shinichi Ziteng laughed. What a joy! What a joy! It is also a powerful healing halo, which is displayed by a group of healing beasts equivalent to the 9th level, but the effect is far less than that of Yi Hongyan, who is in the 4th level of the Holy Realm. After Yi Hongyan's few healing halos went off, Qinglin and Wenxin's expressions became much better. They both opened their eyes at the same time. Chen Fan's lips curled up slightly. Wisteria! Imprison them! What? Ziteng was stunned for a moment. The next moment, Qinglin and Wenxin flashed, sandwiching Chen Fan on the left and right. Shichi! The palms of the two men were filled with black energy, and they were inserted into Chen Fan's body like knives. The two of them couldn't feel the existence of the physical object at all. The Chen Fan in front of me was like a shadow. Be bold! Ziteng was really furious and appeared between Qinglin and Wenxin like lightning. With a click of his left and right hands, he grabbed Qinglin and Wenxin's shoulders. After all, Qinglin and Wenxin are not at the peak of the Holy Realm, even though they are only one step away from the peak of the Holy Realm. This one step is already a world of difference. Shinichi Wisteria struck out of anger, and the two of them had no power to resist. They were instantly imprisoned and collapsed on the ground. What's going on? Inoue and Protectors were all panicked. Even the Empress Yi Hongyan, who had just broken through to the 4th level of the Holy Realm, might not be able to dodge such a sneak attack. Chen Fan said, They have been contaminated with the blood of demons and turned into demons. Moreover, they are obviously controlled by the Nightmare Court. Damn it! Shido Shinichi was shocked and angry. I felt that there was demonic energy in them, and I thought it was because they were injured by the Demon King of the Central Realm. But I didn't expect it. What's going on? Inoue said. Can the Nightmare Garden control this kind of existence? Chen Fan said. Devil's blood can transform various creatures into demons, and the Nightmare Garden seems to be able to control demons with a strange statue. Yi Hongyan said. So, it was actually the Demon King of the Central Realm who contaminated them with demon blood, then controlled them, and came to Yang Country to stage a bitter flesh plot to assassinate you. Maybe, Chen Fan said, stretched out his palm, spread his fingers, and activated Purify towards Qinglin and Wenxin on the ground. Ah! The two people on the ground screamed at the same time. But soon, the black energy on the two men dissipated completely and disappeared without a trace. What happened? Qinglin struggled for a few times and found that his power was restricted. He frowned and said, Wisteria? Are we already in Yang Country? Wisteria Shinichi looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan said, Unlock their imprisonment. Wisteria Shinichi pointed at Qinglin and Wenxin with a sword, and released the restraints of the two. You encountered the Demon King of the Central Realm on the way, and were demonized by the Demon King of the Central Realm, and then took control of you. Wisteria Shinichi said, You guys came up with a cruel trick and took the opportunity to assassinate Chen Fan. What? Qinglin and Wenxin were shocked and looked at Chen Fan at the same time. You don't have to look anymore, Shinichi Ziteng said. Don't talk about you guys. Even if the demon king of the central realm comes in person, how can he be hurt? Just now, he was the one who helped you purify. So you regained your consciousness. Qinglin and Wenqin looked at Chen Fan with disbelief in their eyes. Before coming, Li Mu and Zhang Jiang praised Chen Fan to the heavens and regarded Chen Fan as a god. When they heard it, they were actually very unconvinced. They were only one step away from reaching the 5th level of the Holy Realm. But they actually came all the way to Yang country to be nurtured by a college student. It was a joke. But Shinichi Wisteria's words completely shocked them. At this time, Wisteria Shinichi looked at Chen Fan with a worried face and said, "The Nightmare Garden can control demons. What should we do?" The demon blood plan has begun to be carried out crazily. Although the Yang Kingdom has good control, the number of demonized strong men is also increasing. Not to mention some other small countries. They cannot prevent it at all. It won't be long before Blue Star may be overrun with demons. Originally, with Chen Fan's antidote, this was not a big problem. Inoue and Kawada became demons. They are no different from ordinary people now. And they are no different from before. But the thing is, the Nightmare Court can control demons. Even beings like Qinglin and Wenqin, who were only one step away from reaching the 5th level of the Holy Realm, were controlled. Doesn't it mean that if the Nightmare Court is willing, beings with cultivation levels like Inoue and Kawada could become puppets of the Nightmare Court in the blink of an eye? I'm afraid it's not that easy to control demons. Chen Fan shook his head and said, "The demons I purified should be beyond their control. But it still needs to be tested. We killed several demon kings before. Didn't they have those kind of statues in their hands? There is. But we don't know how to use it at all." Wisteria Shinichi said, "I have studied it for a while before. But there is no way to get in. Bring it to me and I'll check it," Chen Fan said, taking a look at the attribute panels of Qinglin and Wenqin, and wrote down the materials for their breakthroughs. Then, he said, "You are fine now. Please stay here first. The things being controlled are not your fault. So don't think too much about it." Qinglin and Wenqin nodded slightly, both of them feeling a little depressed. An existence comparable to the 4th level of the Holy Realm was inexplicably demonized, then controlled, and did such a thing. Looking back, I don't know how to explain it to Li Mu and Zhang Jiang. Chen Fan didn't say much. He just tilted his head slightly towards Wisteria Shinichi. Wisteria Shinichi took Chen Fan out of the secret room, and then took out a demon statue from the Sumer ring. That's it. It's so weird. Chapter 322 The Power of Faith. Chen Fan was no stranger to the demon statue that Shinichi Wisteria took out, because he also has this statue. Chen Fan thought, and took out 2 demon statues from the Sumer ring. This is what the 2 holy realms of black and white in the Nightmare Court, and the Demon King of the East brought with them. In the secret realm, after Chen Fan used the Whisper of the Demon King to control the traitor Sun Protector of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and became a demon. The Black Saint Realm once used this statue to control the crazy Protector Sun. Unfortunately, under the control of Whisper of the Demon King, the demon statue in the hands of the Black Saint Realm has no effect at all. Chen Fan put the statue that Shinichi Wisteria took out together with the other 2 statues. There were too many things to be busy with before. After getting the statue, he just glanced at it twice before putting in the Sumer ring. Now that I think about it, this thing should be considered the last resort of the Nightmare Garden. The Nightmare Court implements the Devil's Blood plan, and ultimately relies on this statue to control the devil. The appearance of the 3 statues is different, but above every statue, there is a strange black air lingering, exuding a kind of palpitating aura. Very strange statue. The power contained within it does not seem to be very strong, but he can control demons. Chen Fan hooked his fingers, and the 3 statues flew up at the same time, hovering in front of him. There are 2 powers within every statue, Chen Fan said. A force is the power of gods and demons. But this power is not very strong. The other force is strange. It doesn't seem strong. But I saw endless demons. Wisteria Shinichi was stunned for a moment. I also used my mental power to check, but I didn't see such a sight. Yi Hongyan mobilized her mental power, checked it out, shook her head and said, I can only roughly sense that it is the power of gods and demons. But I also can't see the endless demons. Chen Fan just wanted to speak. A cloud that was released after the system upgrade suddenly began to shine. Chen Fan took a closer look. That is one of the last 3 clouds. A pillar of faith. After the system upgrade, the last 3 cloud groups were also opened. However, because the void energy required is too huge, Chen Fan has not really activated these 3 magical skills until now. Void Chain, Void Confinement, Pillar of Faith. When he looked at the demon statue, The pillar of faith started to flicker? Chen Fan's pupils shrank suddenly. The other power in this demon statue is the power of faith. The power of faith? Shinichi's eating was stunned for a moment. Yi Hongyan said solemnly. In the myths and legends of our earth, many legendary gods and demons must absorb the power of faith. They passed down the Taoist tradition, recruited disciples, and spread Taoism. In a sense, it was to absorb the power of faith. Wisteria Shinichi frowned and said, Is this power very powerful? I don't understand either, Chen Fan said. But the Nightmare Garden can use such a statue to control demons, probably relying on the power of faith within it. Thinking of the Pillar of Faith on the system panel, Chen Fan felt a little itchy. After opening the Pillar of Faith, he can collect the power of faith from all the cultivated beasts and purified demons. Somehow, this Pillar of Faith actually matches the Devil's Blood project of the Nightmare Garden, perfectly matching it. The Nightmare Court wants to transform all the creatures on Blue Star into demons. But Chen Fan's blood can purify all demons. Li Mu was bold and crazy, thinking that Chen Fan was the king of demons. He simply went with the flow and chose to demonize all the people. Then, it won't be long before all the creatures in Blue Star will become the subjects of the Demon King. This is even crazier than Chen Fan's crazy breeding of beasts. By then, how much power of faith can this Pillar of Faith gather? Chen Fan is not sure how strong the power of faith is. But even the gods and demons want to collect the power like crazy. How can it be done easily? Chen Fan looked at the 3 statues in front of him silently. The statues in the hands of the Nightmare Garden are probably from real gods and demons. So, are there actually real gods and demons behind the Demon Clan? Tanny Realm and the Demon Clan have been fighting for so many years. And it has to be said that it is a miracle that the Demon Clan has been blocked. At this time, Yi Hongyan suddenly said, The demon blood and statues in the Nightmare Garden are probably from existences at the level of gods and demons. The existence that spreads the blood of demons probably wants to transform each world into a world of demons, and then control it through this statue, and use this statue to collect the power of faith. Ziting Shinichi was speechless. Not even blind, old man. Them and my master have ever seen a real god. Unexpectedly, these people in Nightmare Court are really crazy. Making a deal with the devil is self-destructive. Suddenly, he looked shocked. The human emperor of Tanny Realm and the others have been fighting the Nightmare Court for tens of thousands of years. But are they actually fighting real gods and demons? This. He was also full of yearning for Tanny Realm. He also once wanted to go to that magical world. But now, Wisteria Shinichi feels that Blue Star is the safest. Master sealed the passage between Blue Star and Tanny Realm. This is the most correct method. It's just that the Demon King of the 6th Heaven came over. And the Demon King of the 6th Heaven and a few of his younger brothers made Blue Star crazy. Over there in Tanny Realm, there is a group of Demon Kings. Scary to think about. Fortunately, I have Chen Fan as my junior brother. Zi Tingjin suddenly broke into a cold sweat. After a moment of silence, Yi Hongyan said, Is there a possibility that your men in the Dark Abyss are causing trouble? Wisteria Shinichi was stunned for a moment. Where is the Dark Abyss? Junior brother subordinates? Except for Li Mu and a few very close people. Few people in this world know that Chen Fan is the king of demons. Chen Fan frowned. I've been too busy during this period. I haven't slept or had any dreams. But in the dreams I had before, it seemed that the vast divine world was not connected to the mortal world. In my feeling, the vast divine world and the current Blue Star, as well as the Earth, are more like 2 different universes, or different planes. Wisteria Shinichi felt like he was listening to a book from heaven. Chen Fan continued. So, how did the demon god of the Dark Abyss come to the lower world? Yi Hongyan said nothing. Sudden, Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan raised their heads at the same time and said in unison, Secret Realm and Restricted Area. More than 2,000 years ago, one night, one crack after another appeared in the void of Blue Star. There are cracks connecting different worlds. Countless monsters poured out of the cracks, almost destroying Blue Star. The same goes for Tanny Realm. Blind Old Man once said that the changes in Tanny Realm preceded Blue Star by many thousands of years. No one knows the reason for this change. But now, Blue Star and Tanny Realm are connected. Blue Star is actually connected to the Earth. But ordinary people can't find the channel. Therefore, the possibility of connecting the vast divine world and the lower world also exists. Didn't the ancient god realm also have cracks? And through the 5th restricted area, it was connected to the demon city of Tang Dynasty? Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan looked at each other, and an urge to go to Tanny Realm arose in their hearts. Go to Tanny Realm and find several demon kings in the Nightmare Court, and you may be able to find the demon behind the Nightmare Court. Finally, maybe we can find the passage to the vast divine world. No. If you go to the God Realm as a mortal, you may die without knowing why. Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan looked at each other again and shook their heads at the same time. At the moment, we still need to become stronger first and solve Blue Star's problem before heading to Tanny Realm. Let's leave matters in the vast divine world to the end. The fact that there are men of the Demon King standing behind the Nightmare Court is just a guess after all. Even if the Demon King of those days unified the Dark Abyss and became the Demon King, it is not necessarily that all the demon gods have already submitted. What's more, how many years have passed since the era of the Demon King? Chen Fan looked intently at the 3 demon statues in front of him. When he touched the power within it, the Pillar of Faith kept shining. If these 3 demon statues have the power of faith, can the Pillar of Faith absorb it? But opening the Pillar of Faith requires billions of void energy, so it has not been opened until now. How to absorb the power of faith without opening the Pillar of Faith? With a thought in his mind, Chen Fan took the 2 demon statues in his hands. Then, his spiritual power condensed on the Pillar of Faith. On the system panel, the light of the Pillar of Faith shines more frequently. There's drama. Chen Fan increased his mental strength. Call! The 2 demon statues in his hands suddenly flashed with light at the same time. 2 streams of light instantly entered Chen Fan's mind, and then merged into the top of the Pillar of Faith. Junior brother! Wisteria Shinichi was startled. Are you okay? What just happened? I felt the surge of power on the 2 statues. Chen Fan said nothing, grabbed the 3rd demon statue, and did the same thing. Another stream of light was absorbed by the Pillar of Faith. But the Pillar of Faith is the same as before, and there has been no change. Chen Fan pondered for a moment, and tried to click on the Pillar of Faith. Does it take 500 million system energy to open the Pillar of Faith? Please click yes, if necessary. 1 billion turned into 500 million? Chen Fan immediately became happy. During this period of time, I was helping Henry Chu and the others copy their skills, and there was a serious lack of void energy. And the void energy required by the last 3 cloud groups is extremely huge. So during this period, he first placed Xiaobai and the others in the Angel God King realm. Then, after helping Chu Xian and the others break through a realm, Chu Xian and Yihao also entered the 4 realms including the Ancient God realm, and began to kill the void demons crazily. At the same time, he was still helping Yonghua outside, frantically cultivating those strong men stained with demon blood. Unexpectedly, the power of faith on the 3 statues directly reduced 500 million void energy. With only 500 million, he can open the Pillar of Faith now. In the past 10 days, these demonized strong men from the Yang Kingdom, as well as Yun Songhai and Xiaobai, have been slaughtered in the Ancient God realm and other 4 realms. But, wait a moment. Chen Fan raised his head. Are there any other statues of demons like this? Wisteria Shinichi thought for a while and said, Ino should have it. You caught Ino outside the Martial Ancestor Hall before and asked Inoue to bring her back. But I didn't have time to interrogate her yet. I'll go over and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Wisteria Shinichi moved and disappeared out of thin air. Yi Hongyan glanced at the secret room. She and Chen Fan were the only ones left in the secret room. Yi Hongyan asked, Have you absorbed the power of faith in those 3 statues? Chen Fan nodded. I just tried it, but I didn't expect it to work. Yi Hongyan was surprised and happy. Can you really absorb the power of faith now? It's not even close, Chen Fan said. There is too little void energy. Please wait a moment. If Wisteria could bring back the devil statue again. Before he finished speaking, Wisteria Shinichi's figure appeared in front. I saw that Shinichi Wisteria was actually holding a demon statue in his hand. Give me! Chen Fan was not polite. He took the statue and absorbed all the power of faith in it. This time, Pillar of Faith only requires 340 million void energy. On the system panel, there are now 1.2 billion void energy. Chen Fan did not hesitate and directly consumed 3.4 void energy to activate the Pillar of Faith. In Chen Fan's mind, a huge Pillar of Faith slowly rose. In the surrounding heaven and earth, waves of fluctuations invisible to ordinary people suddenly appeared. The beasts that were once cultivated by Chen Fan, as well as the demons that were purified with his blood, began to develop the power of faith. The strange power of faith came from all directions and merged into the pillars of faith one by one. Void energy, 955 million. Host, Chen Fan. Level, Saint Realm First Level. Void Divine Power, 598 cards plus. Psychic Power, 41,398 Hz plus. Tiangong Progress, 0.1%. Power of Faith, 1.09 million plus. Void Pollution Degree, 3/100. On the system panel, there is an extra Power of Faith. The numbers behind the Power of Faith are still rising. After Chen Fan glanced at the system panel, his attention turned to the Pillar of Faith in his mind. How to use this Power of Faith? Like Divine Power. Directly invoked? Chen Fan's spiritual power enveloped the Pillar of Faith. When the Pillar of Faith appeared in his mind, he felt an inexplicable connection with the Pillar of Faith. At this time, the spiritual power enveloped the Power of Faith, and the feeling became clearer. A glimmer of realization came to Chen Fan's mind. The Power of Faith is the most direct source of divine power for gods and demons, and can be directly converted into divine power. In addition, there are endless wonderful uses. Chen Fan raised his right hand, palm upward. On his palm, a small soft light group emerged. What's this? Shinichi Wisteria was stunned for a moment. It's strange. As soon as my spiritual power touched this light group, I saw a strange scene. Many people and beasts were worshipping. Yi Hongyan smiled slightly. Is this the Power of Faith? Chen Fan stretched out his hand towards Yi Hongyan and said, You can feel it. It's a very strange power, and it can be directly transformed into divine power. Directly transformed into divine power? Zidongzhen was shocked. Yi Hongyan's hands carefully held up the small ball of light in Chen Fan's hand. Sudden, there was a flash of light on her body, and two colorful sacred stones flew out at the same time, spitting around the Power of Faith. They are urging me to quickly absorb the Power of Faith. Yi Hongyan looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded. You can absorb it and see. The ball of light moved slightly and submerged into Yi Hongyan's body. Next moment, Chen Fan's eyes widened. Under his gaze, the method of breaking through to the 5th level of the Holy Realm changed dramatically on Yi Hongyan's attribute panel. The materials originally needed disappeared quickly. In the end, there were only 2 left. Void Energy. The Power of Faith. 10,000 points of Void Energy. 500,000 points of Power of Faith. Do not know why. Yi Hongyan opened her eyes and said, After I breathed it into my body, I couldn't feel its existence anymore. I feel like I've understood something, but I can't figure out what it is. Chen Fan's eyes showed ecstasy, and with a movement of his palm, a larger light ball appeared. You can absorb this Power of Faith again. Although Yi Hongyan didn't know what Chen Fan wanted to do, she absorbed the power of the second group of faith without hesitation. Chen Fan stretched out his right hand and gently placed it on Yi Hongyan's forehead. Shinichi Wisteria. Oh, think of me as a light bulb. Wisteria Shinichi turned his head. A moment later, Yi Hongyan's whole body bloomed with a vast and unpredictable aura. Boom! Stars were falling all over the sky. Yi Hongyan broke through to the 5th level of the Holy Realm. Wisteria Shinichi looked at Yi Hongyan as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes widened. Not long ago, Inoue came back and said that the Empress had an epiphany in the Martial Ancestor Hall and broke through to the 4th level of the Holy Realm. Why did she break through to the 5th level of the Holy Realm in less than 10 minutes? It's that light group. It's the Power of Faith. Wisteria Shinichi looked at Chen Fan with burning eyes. Chen Fan opened his mouth, but stopped talking. The 2 light groups just given to Yi Hongyan seemed small, but together, they consumed more than 500,000 of the Power of Faith. Although the Power of Faith is still rising, and there are still 1.1 million. But? Wisteria Shinichi said nothing, but looked at Chen Fan pitifully. Don't be anxious first. Chen Fan avoided Wisteria Shinichi's gaze, coughed and said, I'll help my wife break through to the demigod realm first, and then I'll help you. Wife. Yi Hongyan's face turned red instantly. She had never heard this word even in her dreams. No rush. No rush. Wisteria rubbed her hands together, ecstatic. Before, he already knew that Chen Fan had a way to help him break through from the 5th level of the Holy Realm to the demigod realm. But whether it is to directly help him break through, or to help his beast control break through, it is a very troublesome thing. And you need to find some specific materials. It might take months. It might take years. But now, this is just like a dream. Chen Fan has controlled the Power of Faith, and can actually use the Power of Faith to help the strong men in the Holy Realm break through. Yi Hongyan, who had just broken through to the 4th level of the Holy Realm not long ago, had broken through to the 5th level of the Holy Realm in the blink of an eye. Does this mean that Chen Fan might be able to help him? Li Mu and the others break through to the demigod realm in an instant? Wisteria Shinichi said in a hoarse voice. I will inform Li Mu and the others. Let them come to Tang State immediately. Chen Fan nodded. Okay. Wisteria Shinichi swayed, walked out of the secret realm, and dialed Li Mu's phone number. On the virtual screen, Li Mu put his feet on the table with an impatient look on his face. Why are you calling me? Didn't in a way tell me about the Empress breakthrough to the 4th level of the Holy Realm? Wisteria Shinichi took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty the Empress, you have just broken through to the 5th level of the Holy Realm. Li Mu, Wisteria Shinichi said. You, Zhang Jiang, and Han Jiangxue, come to Yang country immediately. Li Mu's face sank. Have you become more capable? Do you dare to order me? Wisteria Shinichi said. Junior brother Chen Fan has a way to help you break through to the demigod realm directly. Call! On the virtual screen, Li Mu, who was originally sitting in the office, instantly appeared in the void. Wait for me in Yang country. If you dare to lie to me, I will beat you to death. Let me inform Zhang Jiang and Jiang Shui first. Chapter 323 A Big Fish. Tang Dynasty. Magic City. The entrance to the #1 martial arts university in Shanghai. Shangwan Songlong sat cross-legged and closed his eyes tightly. Behind, Feng Xiaoxiao, Shangwan Xiu, and Lu Qing were a little speechless. After this kid was stimulated by Henry Chu and the others, he practiced harder and harder during this period. Even if I have to wait for someone at the school gate for such a short time, I still have to meditate and practice. A little ahead, Feng Tianlin, with a livid face, walked over and over, gritting his teeth as he walked. After a while, Shangwan Wulei walked out of the school leisurely. Seeing Shangwan Wulei come out, Feng Tianlin walked over and gritted his teeth and said, Wulei, let me ask you a question. Shangwan Wulei was stunned. What's the problem? Feng Tianlin suppressed his anger and said, Let me ask you, what is the most important thing when you come out to hang out? Shangwan Wulei scratched his head. How loyal? No, Feng Tianlin said. The most important thing is to come out. Come out! Come out! What are you doing? We have been waiting for you outside for an hour. We are going to Yang country now. We're not going to a nightclub. Fortunately, I'm riding a beast now, not a plane. If I were flying, you would have delayed me. Shangwan Wulei. It didn't take long. I peed, washed my face, cooked a bowl of noodles, and brushed my teeth. Feng Tianlin. The water supply in your dormitory is cut off? Shangwan Wulei was stunned for a moment, then grabbed Feng Tianlin's collar and beat him hard. Stop making trouble, Feng Xiaoxiao said with a serious look on his face. Go to Chen Fan's house. My uncle has been waiting there for a long time. As soon as he took a step, Feng Tianlin stopped. Which godfather? Feng Xiaoxiao said. Grandpa Zong. That guard. Captain of the security team of store number 9. What happened? Feng Tianlin's eyes widened. Sister, we are going to Yang country. My uncle's cultivation level is not as high as yours after traveling thousands of miles away. Why should we ask him to escort us? What should I do if I accidentally get wiped out by the group? Pa! Feng Xiaoxiao slapped Feng Tianlin to the ground. You haven't even gone out yet. And you said such unlucky words. Lu Qing said coldly. My grandfather will send us there. Feng Tianlin's eyes widened. Lu Qing's grandfather is Lu Xingyuan. Several of Lu Xingyuan's master beasts broke through one after another with the help of Chen Fan. So a few days ago, Lu Xingyuan also broke through to the Holy Realm in one fell swoop. How could they be so virtuous as to let a strong man from the Holy Realm escort them? Feng Tianlin said timidly. Why do you want us to go to Yang country? I heard that demonization broke out in Yang kingdom. It's very dangerous. The city lord's mansion didn't sell us to Yang country in exchange for any benefits. Right. Feng Xiaoxiao glanced at Feng Tianlin speechlessly and said, Let's talk about it. I won't get much money even if I sell you. Even if I sell you, I can't afford to have Grandpa Lu escort you. Feng Tianlin nodded. Sister, what you said is very unpleasant. But it makes sense. Everyone. Feng Tianlin added. Actually, I don't want to go at all. Why don't I just stay at home and wait for Chen Fan? Why go to Yang country to take risks? Speaking of which, where did Chen Fan and the others die? Suddenly disappeared without a trace. I feel like an abandoned little daughter-in-law. I'm really sad. Shut up. Feng Xiaoxiao kicked Feng Tianlin and said, The more you talk, the more outrageous it becomes. Shangwan Wulei sighed and said, Actually, I don't want to go either. I don't have a good impression of that country at all. And I don't know why I want to go. But my grandpa scolded me bloody. The corners of Lu Qing's mouth curled up slightly. But he didn't speak. Shang Wanxior saw Lu Qing's Mona Lisa-like smile and couldn't help but ask, "Do you know the reason?" Everyone looked at Lu Qing. Lu Qing said calmly, "We are going to Yang country because Chen Fan is in Yang country." "What?" Feng Tianlin almost jumped up. "They all went to Yang country. And they didn't even call me? Bastard." The ancient demon whirled. Boom! Yi Hao slammed down the divine pillar in his hand. Hundreds of void demons were instantly beaten to ashes. On the left and right sides, his orange-red poisonous spiders, as well as the beasts such as the Tianhuang divine ox, were also extremely brave, fighting the void demons until the sky was dark and the earth was dark. But in the cracks everywhere, demons are still crawling out crazily. And they are endless. Killing them endlessly. No, okay. Yi Hao's face turned a little pale, and he turned around and shouted, "Now! Relay!" The 12 wings of the God King behind Shen Tao flashed, and appeared next to Yi Hao out of thin air. He said dissatisfiedly, "What happened? He is already at the 7th level, and the void divine body is open the 1st level. So he waved it. After a few strokes, it's no longer." "Okay. What do you know?" Yi Hao said. "My heaven-reaching divine pillar consumes too much." Shen Tao. "Then you control it. Rampage like a bull. You will die before the devil is dead. Look at Henry Chu over there." The two turned their heads and looked into the distance. Over there, Henry Chu was sitting cross-legged on the huge monument to worship the heaven. Black air surged around the monument, as if it had turned into a black hole. Countless void demons came one after another, and then disappeared into ashes as soon as they reached the black hole. Yi Hao's eyes turned green with jealousy. "I just waved the stick a few times, and all my power was exhausted. He's good. The more he kills, the stronger he becomes." Shen Tao also frowned and said, "I can't help feeling that Henry Chu is just a monster-killing machine. That memorial tablet is really evil." Yi Hao waved his hand in annoyance and shouted, "Xian Chu, ask the Heaven Sacrifice Monument to add something to me." As soon as he finished speaking, a surging and vast power surged in from the void. Yi Hao was overjoyed and immediately floated cross-legged in the air, activating his divine power, and began to channel the power transmitted from the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. When Shen Tao saw this, he shook his head and rushed forward with his dragon blood crazy lion and several other beasts. Ahead, many void demons crawling out of the cracks were already surrounding them in darkness. The other side, Bai Rouge and Fang Qingqing seemed to be competing, sweeping away the void demons in large areas. As for Li Fengxing, it was much easier to kill the void demon than Yi Hao. This guy enlarged the Tianlong Palace and placed it next to the crack. Countless void demons climbed up the cracks, then entered the Tianlong Palace, and were finally refined to death one by one. Although the Heavenly Dragon Palace's refining of void demons was not as good as the Sky Sacrifice Monument, it was still extremely exaggerated and made Yi Hao and Shen Nato jealous to death. Li Fengxing sat at the top of the Tianlong Palace, smiling like a fisherman, waiting for the groups of void demons to fall into the trap. In the distant sky, Cripple was like a bolt of lightning, spinning crazily around a huge bone dragon. The bone dragon was entangled in Shen Hongxiu's chaotic silk and could not break free. But it was still extremely brave. In the void further up, the blind man couldn't help it anymore. "Stop turning. It makes me dizzy. Hold the other end of Chaos Ling. Pull me." The lame man was furious. "I don't dare to touch the red-sleeved Chaos Silk. It's all nonsense like you. An old guy. You insist on fighting. Now it's hard to ride a tiger. Right. We are just clones. We have just broken through to the Holy Realm. 2 Holy Realms. The 1st level are fighting with a bone dragon that is comparable to the Holy Realm's 3rd level. If it weren't for Chaos Ling with red sleeves, we would have been killed by the bone dragon now. Got it! Oops. I almost got burned by its own fire." Behind the blind man, Shen Hongxiu looked red. Although Chaos Ling is very strong, she is only in the 7th level, and it is difficult for her to exert the power of Chaos Ling. The blind man frowned. "If this continues, please call Sifan in. It's so hard to catch such a big fish. It would be a shame if it escaped." The cripple said unhappily. "A bone dragon that is comparable to the 3rd level of the Holy Realm. Ordinary people can't sign a contract." "Right. Sifan and the others are in the Yang Kingdom now. Apart from Shinichi Ziting, are there any strong men in the 3rd level of the Holy Realm in the Yang Kingdom? Hey, why doesn't the clone have space to control the beast? If the clone has the space to control the beast, How cool would it be if I signed the contract directly? The blind man said. Why must it be given to people from Yang Kingdom? Xiao Fan can sign the contract himself. Chen Fan has not signed with the devils during this period. On the one hand, he has been busy. On the other hand, due to the limitations of the cultivation level, the number of demons signed will still be limited. So there will be room for higher level demons. After all, signing a contract with a holy level demon is comparable to cultivating a holy level demon. It's much easier for demons. After Xiaobai and his friends reached the middle to late stage of 9th level, the difficulty of subsequent breakthroughs became much higher. Because all kinds of materials are very difficult to find. Even if it uses most of Blue Star's resources. The cultivation of Li Mu's beast-controlling beasts is even more difficult. Before Yi Hongyan came to Yang State, Tang State, Yang State, and Xing State, under Chen Fan's arrangement, began to collect materials to help her break through. But a few items were missing. Emerald! The blind man shouted. Emerald? Can you hear us? Hurry up and call Xiao Fan in. In the beast-controlling space, Jade blinked her small eyes. Gigi, I know. Immediately, Jade's thoughts were transmitted to Chen Fan. The whirlpool portal opened immediately, and Chen Fan walked in. Blind Grandpa said he caught a big fish? Chen Fan gently patted Jade and entered the ancient demon world. Oh, what a big fish! Chen Fan blurred for a moment and appeared next to the blind man out of thin air. Blind Grandpa, where did this come from? It came out from the crack below, the blind man said. We have searched all over the cracks with a radius of 3,000 miles, and the strongest void demon found is only around the 9th level. As a result, this sleeping bone dragon was found under this crack. Look at its strength, which is comparable to the 3rd level of the Holy Realm. Chen Fan nodded and activated the Whisper of the Demon King. The bone dragon that was originally chasing the lame man suddenly shook and fell quickly like a meteorite. Boom! The huge body of the bone dragon smashed a big hole into the ground. The lame man breathed a sigh of relief and moved next to the blind man. The 4 people slowly fell down. I saw the bone dragon below, crawling on the ground, trembling and not daring to move. The lame man suddenly said, Xiao Fan's move is too powerful. If you think about it, suppress it immediately. This is a void demon comparable to the 3rd level of the Holy Realm. Chen Fan said, This should be my limit now. I can suppress the demons of the 3rd level of the Holy Realm with just one thought. But if the demons are stronger, they will not be able to completely suppress them. With that said, Chen Fan fell in front of the bone dragon. The bone dragon was trembling, as if it wanted to retreat, but it didn't dare to move. The blind man said, You should sign him up. It's hard to find a demon like this from the 3rd level of the Holy Realm. We have been wandering around the 4 realms in the ancient god realm for so long, and we just found one like this. Chen Fan nodded and stretched out his right hand towards the huge bone dragon head. Purify! Roar! The unspeakable pain made the bone dragon roar and struggle violently. But under the suppression of Chen Fan's Dharma body of the Demon King, the bone dragon was like a rabbit struggling in front of a tiger. No matter how hard it struggled, it was all in vain. After a while, after being purified, the bone dragon lay on the ground decadently, motionless, although he has not yet signed a contract with Chen Fan. After the violent void demon was purified, there are no evil thoughts in his body, and he is much purer than many monsters in the outside world. Bone Dragon looked at Chen Fan, wondering what Chen Fan had done to it. It looked at this human being as if it were looking at the devil's master, and it didn't even dare to breathe a sigh of relief. With a thought, Chen Fan summoned a magic circle to trap him and the Bone Dragon in it. Bone Dragon is struggling a bit. The Void Demon, who is comparable to the 3rd heaven of the Holy Realm, has lived for countless years and is considered the king of this large area nearby. How can it be so easy to make it surrender? Chen Fan's eyes flashed with light, and the Demon King's Dharma body was activated to the extreme. In the eyes of the Bone Dragon, the Demon King in front of him became more and more powerful and terrifying, and the body of the Demon King continues to grow, making it difficult for him to look up. At the same time, the rule-like red lines on the Devil King's Dharma body are constantly penetrating into the Bone Dragon's body. The more red lines there are, the weaker the Bone Dragon's resistance becomes. Slowly, the Bone Dragon's consciousness of resistance almost disappeared. Chen Fan didn't even use his mind to communicate with him, and Bone Dragon chose to surrender completely. Signing successful. The Bone Dragon, which had become more docile, became so linked with Chen Fan, and no longer had any aggressive energy in his body. The blind man and the lame man were amazed at what they saw. This was not the first time they had seen Chen Fan sign a contract with the devil. But every time I see it, I can't help but sigh in my heart. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, they always felt like illiterate people standing in front of Chen Fan. At this time, Chen Fan looked at the blind man and said, "Grandpa Blind, I found a way to help the minister and the others break through to the demigod realm." "Ah?" The blind man and the lame man were surprised and happy. Wait a minute, the cripple said. "You mean, you want them to transform into void demons, and then directly help them break through?" At the beginning, Chen Fan's method was to help Li Mu and his beasts break through, and then use the power of the beasts to feed back to them to increase their strength. Some time ago, Blind Man and the others transformed into void demons, and after waiting for a while without finding any problems, everyone also discussed whether to let Li Mu and Zhang Jiang directly transform into demons. After Li Mu and the others transformed into void demons, Chen Fan could directly help them break through like nurturing beasts. Perhaps, the materials to help them break through are very difficult to find. However, it is definitely much better than helping their beast masters to break through, and then assisting them through curves. "It's just a prerequisite," Chen Fan said. "Letting them transform into void demons is only the first condition. I found the power of faith on the statue that controls demons in the Nightmare Garden, and successfully absorbed the power of faith. And the power of faith can replace many natural and earthly treasures, and help them break through." The blind man and the lame man were stunned for a moment. "The power of faith?" Shen Hongxiu also widened her eyes. Chen Fan nodded. "I can obtain the power of faith from all the beasts I have cultivated or the demons purified with my blood. Then, use the power of faith and void energy to help them break through. Yesterday, I helped Hongyan break through to the 5th level of the Holy Realm." "Huh?" The blind man and the lame man were shocked. Isn't the Empress Yi Hongyan the 3rd level of the Holy Realm? In the blink of an eye, it became the 5th level of the Holy Realm? At the beginning, everyone was still thinking that Yi Hongyan would be able to break through as soon as possible after getting the 2 colorful sacred stones. Now the 5-colored divine stone has not helped much. But Chen Fan used the power of faith to help break through. Shen Hongxiu pouted and stamped her feet fiercely. "I originally thought that after getting the Chaos Ling and opening the void divine body, I would slowly catch up with Yi Hongyan. Unexpectedly, the gap was even wider. The blind and lame also have the urge to die. If their true self is in Blue Star, then is it possible for Chen Fan to help them break through from the demigod realm to the legendary god realm? No. We have to solve the Blue Star matter as soon as possible, and then let Chen Fan go to Tanny realm. As long as one of these 4 old guys can break through to the divine realm, maybe the crisis in Tanny realm will be solved." The blind man and the lame Gujing Bubo's heart also began to be turbulent. "Just a little troublesome," Chen Fan said. "Whether it is the energy of the void or the power of faith, there is still too little. I tried it. Helping Hongyan break through from the 4th heaven to the 5th heaven in the Holy Realm consumed a lot of power of faith. To help the minister and the others break through from the 5th level of the Holy Realm to the demigod realm, the power of faith required will definitely be greater," the lame man immediately said. "Then go back quickly. You continue to cultivate those demons in Yang Kingdom. The more, the better. We continue the hunt here." "Wait a minute," the blind man said. "Your power of faith can help the Empress break through from the 4th level of the Holy Realm to the 5th level of the Holy Realm. Then it should also be able to help us old guys break through from the 1st level of the Holy Realm, breaking through to the 2nd heaven." "Right. You didn't directly help us break through. If we kill monsters now, we won't generate void energy." "Right." It didn't take long for the blind man to transform into a void demon. The materials to help them break through have not been found at all, so Chen Fan has not really cultivated them. Without nurturing them, if they kill monsters or demons, they will not generate void energy, nor will they have the power of faith. The cripple laughed loudly. Come on! Come on! Let's see if you can help us break through. If we can help us break through, we old guys, plus this bone dragon that is comparable to the 3rd level of the Holy Realm, we can turn this ancient demon world upside down. And we can definitely make the void energy rise crazily. Chen Fan laughed, nodded and said, Okay, let's give it a try. Chapter 324 Gongzi transformed. Xiaohei became the demon leader. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. In the ancient demon world, the lame man laughed wildly. The 2nd level of the Holy Realm. The 2nd level of the Holy Realm. Next to them, the blind and deaf people were speechless for a while. The blind man said, When you broke through to the demigod realm, I never saw you so happy. the lame man said with joy. Can that be compared with now? What does it mean for Xiaofan to help us break through to the second level of the Holy Realm now? Have you ever dreamed of this kind of thing before? Maybe. When we return to Tanny Realm, this clone will be able to break through to the demigod realm. If a clone of the demigod realm meets the true self of the demigod realm, will it directly break through to the divine realm? The deaf man touched his chin. It's really exciting. The blind man glanced at Qianfan, waved his hand and said, Okay. The deaf man and the mute will go back to the ancient god world and the ancient demon world. The lame man will go to the angel god king world, and I will stay in the ancient demon world. We old guys should also be toolmen for a while. Let go of your hands and feet and kill. Okay, I'll send you there, Qianfan said, and then said to Henry Chu, who was still working on the other side. Do you want to go out and rest? Yi Hao waved his hand from a distance. No, we can still withstand it, Shen Hongxiu sneered and said. You obviously relied on Chu Xian's heaven sacrifice monument to withstand it. Qianfan left the blind man and the bone dragon in the ancient demon world, and then sent the deaf man and the mute to the ancient god world and the ancient demon world respectively. When he took the lame man into the realm of the angel god king, he was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. Xiao Hei's body was seen to have grown much larger, with sharp horns growing out of his head. He was leading a group of void demons to surround and suppress another group of void demons. The demons around it are like its subordinates, all obedient and well-behaved. The lame man was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene. The void demon is more ferocious and terrifying than the demons outside. No one can control it except Qianfan's demon king Dharmakaya. The feeling that the void demon gives people is that, or I eat you. Either you beat me to death. In short, it is a posture of killing and destroying without stopping. Xiao Hei can actually control the void demon? Qianfan glanced at Xiao Hei's attribute panel. Beast name, Demon Commander. Xiao Hei. The second root is the hidden mutation evolution root. Soul-eating bird demonic commander held demon phoenix dark phoenix black golden crow. I see. Xiao Hei actually evolved into a demon leader during this time. Qianfan was a little surprised by this name before. Now I understand. After being purified to the level of demon commander, this guy was able to control void demons of the same level as him. The other side. A demonic ape as big as a mountain waved its huge fist. And with one punch, large swaths of void demons were smashed into pieces, and their bones were shattered into slag, flying all over the sky. Old ape? Name of the beast, ancient demonic ape. Old ape. The third. Hidden mutation evolution root. Red-eyed ape, three-eyed demonic ape, ancient demonic ape, chaos demonic ape. As early as when the old ape reached level 13, he turned into a three-eyed demon ape and had a third eye. But even with the third eye, the old ape is still gentle, courteous and very easy to get along with. Even Xiaobai listens to him. But now it has become an ancient demon ape, with a mountain-like body, releasing a ferocious aura that is truly devastating to the heaven and earth. And almost no void demon dares to approach. A similarly huge void demon seemed to want to compete with the old ape. As a result, as soon as he rushed forward, he was punched to the ground by the old ape. And then, he received 2 more punches. With just 3 punches, the level 40 void demon was smashed into ashes. Look over there! The cripple pointed his finger into the distance. In the direction he pointed, Xiaobai was wrapped in circles of purple thunder and lightning. He was holding Qianfan's sky-breaking demonic sword and quickly shuttled among the hordes of demons. Wherever she passed, every demon turned into ashes. In the past, Qianfan did not dare to hand over the sky-breaking demon sword to Xiaobai, except for Yi Hongyan and Qianfan. Even Chu Xian and others did not dare to touch the sky-breaking demon sword easily. But Qianfan had a dream that day in the secret base. He dreamed that the goddess forged the sky-breaking demon sword, and that Xiaobai became the sky-breaking demon sword weapon spirit. So I plucked up the courage and let Xiaobai try it. Really, Xiaobai can control the sky-breaking demon sword. So during this period, Qianfan handed over the sky-breaking demon sword into Xiaobai's hands. Xiaobai took the sky-breaking demonic sword and killed monsters, just like chopping melons and vegetables. At this time, Xiaobai rushed through, and the demons on both sides fell in pieces. Later, Xiaoqing, who had evolved into a 4-tailed demon fox, tried his best, but seemed to be unable to catch up with Xiaobai's lightning flash. Xiaobai evolved into the purple lightning cat king. Xiaoqing evolved into a 4-tailed demon fox. Speaking of which, Xiaobai was the first to transform, but the evolution of the race was the slowest. The originally fastest Jade evolved into Storm Slime when he was in Donghai City. But after Storm Slime, There has been no new change until now. Chen Fan can control the improvement of racial level, but he really hasn't found a pattern in the evolution of this race. It seems very random. Chen Fan's eyes were directed to the last position. Over there. The little skeleton was carrying a bone knife, leading a few demons such as the Beholder Demon and the Side Demon. And they were also killing them in darkness. Quite strange. The little skeleton's strength has only improved a lot, but it has not evolved. But I don't know since when. Several demons such as the Eye Demon and the Side Demon have become his followers, following him every day. The small stature of the little skeleton formed a sharp contrast with the huge bodies of the Side Demon and others. Strange. Where is Gongzi? Chen Fan looked left and right, but couldn't find Gongzi and was a little puzzled. Gongzi is a fighting maniac. Even a lazy guy like Xiao He was killing with such vigor. There was no reason for Gongzi to be lazy. Sudden, a long roar came from a crack in the distance. Immediately, a mountain-like beholder screamed and was thrown up. When Xiaobai and others saw the scene, they all stopped. In the crack, a young man rose into the air, fell like a meteorite, and stepped on the huge beholder. The beholder's body exploded. Red, white, and yellow, flying in all directions. The beholder who was following the little skeleton to kill the demon was startled when he saw the scene, and hid behind the sickle demon with a cry. Gongzi? Chen Fan laughed dumbly. Gongzi has also transformed? How come he looks a bit like me? The lame man smiled and said, the orange cat transformed into a girl to pick up girls, and it transformed into the image of Henry Chu. Gongzi admires you so much. I must have wanted to look like you when I transformed. Chen Fan. These little guys are getting stronger and stronger. The cripple waved his hand and said through mental power, Xiaobai, Gongzi, take a rest. Xiaobai and the others immediately noticed Chen Fan and Lizzie, and they all stopped. With a flash of lightning, Gongzi rushed to Chen Fan before Xiaobai. He grabbed Chen Fan's sleeve and moved his mouth back and forth. But the words he said were a bit awkward. Hiss. I transform. I know. Chen Fan touched Gongzi's head and said, it's amazing. Gongzi laughed happily. He stood beside Chen Fan, just like Chen Fan's biological brother. Xiaobai, Xiao Qing and others also came over. Chen Fan took out a towel and wiped Xiaobai's sweat. Ever since he learned that killing demons could help Chen Fan increase his energy in the void, Xiaobai had been a bit desperate during this period, becoming more of a fighting maniac than Gongzi. Rest when you need to. Don't work so hard. Chen Fan pinched Xiaobai's face gently. Xiaobai's face turned slightly red and he nodded. Yeah. Ha ha ha. Xiao Heiji proudly flew over with a group of demon brothers. Call the boss. A group of void demons knelt down and worshipped Chen Fan, mumbling something unknown. Chen Fan. Xiao He smiled proudly. Master, do you think I'm awesome? Chen Fan shook his head. Don't look. Xiao He. I am the second person in this world who can control the void demon besides you. No, you are not. Chen Fan said. You are a bird. Xiao He was furious. I am now the demon leader. And next I will become the fire-hell demon phoenix. Chen Fan nodded. That's still a bird. Xiao He turned to look at Gongzi. Gongzi, your combat power level is the same as mine. Why can you become a human? But I can't. Gongzi scratched his head, thought for a moment, and nodded heavily. Yes. Xiao He was a little helpless. I can't communicate. You said that you have become a human. You are not as smart as a bird like me. Why do you want to become a human? Gongzi was furious and slapped Xiao He on the head. Roar! A group of void demons roared when they saw their boss being beaten. Not to be outdone, Gongzi rolled up his sleeves and wanted to start a fight. Calm down, Xiao He said with a condescending attitude that he didn't deserve a beating. Stop making such a fuss. Everyone was speechless. Gongzi rolled his eyes directly. At this time, the ancient demon ape, which was like a mountain, transformed into a figure of about 1.8 meters, walked over, and stood at the edge obediently. Chen Fan glanced at the old ape and nodded. It has changed a lot. But the old ape is still an old ape. But he is getting more and more powerful. The old ape scratched his head in embarrassment. Little skeleton and side demon also came over to say hello. The little skeleton, who was originally mute and often motionless, now looks more like a cold-blooded killer. He walked over with a bone knife in his hand. Even Xiao He, who had been arrogant and domineering just now, subconsciously avoided him and then flew onto Chen Fan's shoulder. Chen Fan suddenly sighed. It's been a while since I entered the realm of the Angel God King. It feels like it's been a long time. Everyone has worked hard during this period. The lame man said, actually, you are the one who has the hardest time. Next. Let me, this old bone, have a good time. The void demons in these 4 realms can be killed endlessly. I also want to see how many void demons there are here. The fighting spirit of Gongzi and Xiaobai immediately began to rise crazily again. When Chen Fan saw this, he said, let's take a rest for a while, and then go out with me to eat something delicious. Gongzi's eyebrows were beaming, and he nodded repeatedly. Little Black flapped his wings and said, young ones, wait here for me to come back. A group of demons were crawling on the ground, as well behaved as rabbits. Chen Fan left the cripple in the Angel God King realm, and took Xiaobai and the others to return to Yang country. Sudden, a figure in the distance rushed over at extremely fast speed. It's an orange cat. The orange cat rushed and danced. Chen Fan. Help! Help! I can't beat him. Behind the orange cat, a big bird with only bones in its body was chasing after it. Countless bone arrows hit the orange cat overwhelmingly. But the orange cat actually used the lame man's moon step to keep swimming in the gaps and avoid them one by one. Where did this guy attract such a big monster? The cripple laughed and said, fortunately, you copied my moon step to him. Otherwise this guy might not be able to come back. As he spoke, the lame man moved and appeared above the bone bird out of thin air. Before the bone bird could react, the lame man stepped on it with his remaining foot. Boom! The huge bone bird screamed, and its body fell like a meteorite, hitting the ground. With a move of his hand, the lame man collected a crystal core that shone with light and flew back. The orange cat wiped his sweat and said, Chen Fan, this won't work. These guys don't listen to me. I asked the little skeleton to follow me, but he ignored me at all. I asked Gongzi to follow me, and Gongzi jumped directly into the crack. Can you lend me the sky-destroying demon sword? I almost couldn't come back this time. Chen Fan said speechlessly, I dare to hand over the sky-breaking demon sword to you. Do you dare to take it? The orange cat rolled his eyelids. Forget it. But why can Xiaobai get it? This is unscientific. The lame man said. How about you give it a try? Try it or die. Not even Li Mu dared to touch that sky-breaking demon sword. The orange cat glanced at the sky-breaking demonic sword in Xiaobai's hand and sighed. Forget it. It really doesn't work. It's safe for me to ask the Empress for a 5-colored divine stone. The 5-colored divine stone was fine when I took it for hundreds of years. Let's go out and have something to eat. Chen Fan shook his head and took Xiaobai and the others back to the base of the Yang Kingdom's secret realm. As soon as he came out of the beast-controlling space, Inoue and several other guardians from the heavenly demon sect came forward. Leader, what happened? Protectors was subconsciously glanced at Xiaobai and others behind him. It's nothing. Blind Grandpa and the others captured a bone dragon from the 3rd level of the Holy Realm. Chen Fan said calmly, help me make arrangements and get some delicious food to reward Xiaobai and the others. The bone dragon of the 3rd heaven of the Holy Realm. Inoue, Guardianswa and others were stunned for a moment. Immediately, Inoue reacted and said immediately, okay, I will make arrangements immediately. Soon, a group of people appeared in the base and began to set up tables and serve various delicacies. Gongzi and the orange cat pounced on the banquet before it was ready and wolfed it down. Protectors felt very embarrassed. He took a step forward, grabbed the orange cat, and lowered his voice and said, the leader. The child eats like this. There is nothing to say. It's a bit too embarrassing for you to do this. The orange cat was a little annoyed. What face do I want? I am fighting to the death with the void demon. The sky is dark and the earth is dark. What will happen if I eat something? Who dares to talk nonsense? I will twist his head off. Left Guardian. Chen Fan said, do whatever you want. We are all our own people here, so you don't need to worry so much. Inoue has arranged a lot of things. Forget it. I'll go get Henry Chu and the others out. Chen Fan turned around and entered the ancient demon world, calling out Chu Xian and Yi Hao. A group of people held a banquet, which was very lively. At this time, the door opened, and Li Mu and Wisteria Shinichi, as well as Zhang Jiang and Han Jianxue, walked in. Behind the 4 of them were Uncle Qian, Feng Tianlin and others. Chen Fan. When Feng Tianlin saw Chen Fan, he shouted and almost shed tears. We are waiting for you at home. When the world is over and the sea is dry. We didn't expect you to eat so much here. Minister, you are here. Chen Fan put down the king crab in his hand and said to Feng Tianlin, I haven't eaten in a long time. I almost forgot to eat. A group of people gathered around. Feng Tianlin and Shangwan Wulei were milling around Gongzi and the others. Li Mu and 4 other people surrounded Chen Fan, each with glaring eyes. They have been stuck at the peak of the Holy Realm for a long time. Originally, Chen Fan was helping them breed beasts, giving them curve boosts, and wanted to help them break through to the demigod realm. This has made them overjoyed. Never imagined. Even Li Mu and the others who knew Chen Fan best were in disbelief. Chen Fan didn't say anything and asked Li Fengxing to take Li Mu and the 4 of them into the Tianlong Hall, and then directly brought the Tianlong Hall into the ancient god realm. Li Mu and the other 3 looked as usual. But Shinichi Wisteria, who entered Chen Fan's beast-controlling space for the first time and then entered the ancient god realm, was completely shocked. He had seen Chen Fan enter and exit the vortex portal several times before, but the vortex portal was a space portal, which blocked the penetration of his mental power. So he never figured out where Chen Fan went through the whirlpool portal. He only vaguely learned from Yi Hongyan and Blind Man that there seemed to be another world behind the whirlpool portal. Did not expect. Sitting in the Tianlong Palace, Wisteria Shinichi glanced at Li Mu and the others with resentment. These 3 guys never told him such an important thing. So sad. Look what I do. Li Mu glared at Shinichi Wisteria and said, "Don't you know how to ask your junior brother?" Wisteria Shinichi raised his head slightly and wailed, "I've been waiting for you to take the initiative to tell me. If I ask, I'm afraid you'll blame me for being nosy." Li Mu couldn't help but shook his head. Why did Master accept such a fool like you? You watch Chen Fan go in and out of the beast-controlling space every day, but you don't even dare to ask? Wisteria Shinichi fell silent. Han Jiangxue pointed to the tall tower wrapped in chaos silk outside Tianlong Palace and said, "What is suppressing down here? That red ribbon is the red sleeve chaos ribbon?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Yes. The 5-colored sacred stone says that the things suppressed below are more terrifying than the Lord of the 6-eyed abyss." Wisteria Shinichi was startled. "Then what are we doing here? Idiot. Didn't Chen Fan say it before?" Li Mu said, "First transform us into void demons." Wisteria Shinichi blinked. What's the difference between a void demon and a demon? If we want to demonize, shouldn't we use demon blood? Han Jiangxue shook her head and said, "It's different. The void demon is much scarier than the ordinary demon. The 6-eyed abyss lord, who was in the 5th restricted area of the demon city, was the void demon. And he was also in existence at the level of ancient gods and demons. Beside that kind of existence, there will be void pollution. After being polluted, it will become a void demon that only knows how to kill and destroy." Wisteria Shinichi took a deep breath and said, "So, after we become void demons, Chen Fan can help us purify us and then return us to normal? After that, he can help us break through to the demigod realm just like he cultivated those demonized strong men in our Yang kingdom?" Li Mu nodded. "Not bad? Why do you have such a painful expression?" Wisteria Shinichi said, "In the past, all our pressure came from the Nightmare Garden and the sealed 6th Heaven Demon King. When I asked you to come to Yang Country, I felt like a big stone in my heart was finally let go. But now, I'm not happy at all. I always feel like we are stealing from gods and demons now. If you're not careful, you may be in danger." Zhang Jiang, who had been silent all this time, said calmly, "We have no other choice but to become stronger. These gods and demons are not something we can avoid touching if we don't want to. If my junior brother hadn't killed the 6-eyed abyss lord in the 5th restricted area, he might have rushed out of the 5th restricted area and trampled on Blue Star." Han Jiangxue also said, "The sky is full of cracks. Every crack is connected to another world. No one knows whether there are gods and demons in those cracks. Even if it's not in the cracks discovered now, no one can be sure that it won't be in the cracks that will appear in the future." Wisteria Shinichi swallowed hard. "Tisk," Li Mu said, a little dissatisfied. "Did Chen Fan let us come in here to make us sigh? What we need most now is time. When we break through to the demigod realm and leave a clone to guard the demon city, we should also become tool men and go out to wipe out those centaurs and ferocious monsters in Blue Star, and at the same time help Chen Fan to improve void energy. As long as the void energy is enough, maybe he can connect the broken divine bridge that blind old man and the others said was broken, and help us directly break through to the divine realm." Zhang Jiang smiled slightly. "It's worth looking forward to." Han Jiangxue suddenly frowned and said, "I don't know why, but I always feel like I've forgotten something." "Yes," Li Mu said. "You haven't forgotten anything. Right." Katas, who was far away in Star Kingdom, suddenly sneezed. Katas rubbed his nose. "Are Li Mu and the others thinking about me?" As one of the 6 pinnacles of Blue Star Saint Realm, Katas was helpless. Recently, a large number of demons have appeared in Star Kingdom. It made him a little anxious. It's a pity that Shin Fan has been in Yan country. Katas really wanted to have a fight with Shinichi Zitong, and then snatch Shin Fan to the Star Kingdom. I don't know how Li Mu and the others are doing over there. Call and ask. What's going on? No one can get through. Can't even use the message stone? Katas felt abandoned. None of the other people could be contacted. This kind of thing has never happened before. Damn it! Where did you go? Answer the phone! Answer the phone! Chapter 325 Li Mu breaks through to the demigod realm. Star Country. Katas walked up and down the hall with his hands behind his back. The heads of a group of Star Country powerhouses looked like shaking fans as they watched Katas walk over there and back again. It's been half a month. Veins popped up on Katas' forehead and he roared. Look for Tangwa. Tangwa said that Li Mu and the others are in seclusion. Looking for Yangwa. Yangwa said that Zitong is in retreat. Now the entire Blue Star is in chaos. And demonization has spread in large areas. The antidote is not enough. And the pressure can't be suppressed. How can they retreat at this time? A strong man from the Tang Kingdom stepped forward and said, Lord Katas, the minister and the others are probably attacking the demigod realm. After the Demon Blood Project in the Nightmare Court began, Li Mu chose to take advantage of the situation and sent many powerful men from the Tang Kingdom to various parts of the world. Therefore, there are many strong men from the Tang Kingdom here in the Star Kingdom. Demigod realm. Katas was startled. Li Mu and Zhang Jiang broke into the demigod realm. I believe. How could Han Jiangxue and Zitong break into the demigod realm before me? And how can something like attacking the demigod realm happen at the same time? They are in seclusion at this time. If the Demon King of the Central Region and the Demon King of the Western Region come out to cause trouble, who can stop them? The strong man from Tang Kingdom frowned and said nothing. He didn't know much. What's more, even if you know something, you don't dare to say it in front of so many people. The Nightmare Garden is pervasive. Who knows if there are any people from the Nightmare Garden among these powerful people? Damn it! Katas said angrily. I suspect that Li Mu and the others are doing something. And they are only hiding it from me. They abandoned me. A group of strong men turned their heads silently and looked at Katas. The burly Katas always felt like something was wrong when he said such a sentence. Katas sat down depressedly, patted the table and said, How's the situation over there in Phone Country? I'm already very worried here in Xinghua. Why does Li Mu want me to go to Phongwu to help? The strong man from the Tang Kingdom said, A few days ago, the people on our side have suppressed the demonization of the Phone Kingdom. Now it seems chaotic, but it is internally orderly. In order, Katas sneered and said, We clearly have an antidote. Why don't we reveal the antidote and make it known to the world? If the antidote is made public to the world, the Nightmare Court will no longer waste time and energy messing around. The strongman present frowned at the same time. This is also something they can't figure out. The strong man from Tangwa pondered for a moment and said, Maybe it's because the antidote is not enough? Absurd, Katas said. I think Li Mu and the others just want to spread demonization all over the world. And everyone will be demonized. A Star Country powerhouse said hesitantly, Sir, I have never been able to understand. What good will it do to us if all the people are demonized? The Nightmare Garden can control demons. When we all become demons, aren't we afraid of being completely controlled by the Nightmare Garden? Katas stood up again a little irritably and walked back and forth. Li Mu told me this personally. If it were anyone else, I would crush him to death. The strong man from the Tang Kingdom said. Anyway, so far, everything is fine. After taking the antidote, not only can the demons be eradicated, but everyone's strength can be improved a lot. A Star Country powerhouse said in a deep voice. However, not every corner of the world is guarded by strong men. After many places were swept by demonization, countless demons rioted and killed each other, causing great damage. Many people died too. Katas waved his hands feebly and said, I have already controlled it very well, especially since the Tang state released a group of strong men to help in various countries. This has minimized casualties. The Nightmare Court promotes the Demon Blood Project not for the purpose of killing people. They want to turn the entire Blue Star into a world of demons, so that they can control everyone. So, a Star Country powerhouse said, Suppose the Nightmare Court controls your son and lets him assassinate you. How would you choose? Huh? Katas widened his eyes, scanned the crowd, found the speaker, and said viciously, Believe it or not, I'm going to break your leg now? The Star Country powerhouse lowered his head. The other strong men suppressed their laughter and remained expressionless. At this time, a huge roar sounded, like an earthquake. The whole hall shook violently. Demon King of the Central Realm! You are so brave! Katas's eyes turned cold. His aura bloomed. His body swayed, and he moved directly into the void outside the hall. In the main hall, a group of strong men unsheathed their weapons and rushed out. Above the void, a mountain-like demonic shadow slowly appeared. Asshole! The strong man from the Tang Kingdom said. The great formation in the main city of Nuki has been shut down. Who did it? The main city formation was shut down, and the Demon King from the Nightmare Garden appeared over the main city again. For a strong man of this level, the entire main city, except for Katas, is filled with ants, as long as he is willing. With a single thought, he can kill 99% of the people in the main city without a burial place. A group of Star Country powerhouses looked at each other and dispersed at the same time, to various key points of the main city formation to check. In the air, Katas said coldly. You and the Demon King of the Western region are the only ones left in the Nightmare Garden. How dare you wander around in our Star Country? You really don't take me. Katas. Seriously? Katas, the Demon King of the Middle Realm above the void, said lightly. The demonization is unstoppable. Even in the Tang Dynasty, many cities are now in chaos, and countless people have turned into demons. You still can't understand? Katas said nothing. The Demon King of the Central region added. Not only the Tang Kingdom and the Star Kingdom, but also the Demon Clan in the far north. Most of them are now demonized and then controlled by us. What? Katas was shocked. He didn't really care about demonization. After all, there is an antidote, but controlled by the Nightmare Court. Damn it! Katas was a little angry and thought to himself. Why did Yi Hongyan go to Yang Country? Why didn't she go back to the far north after being in Yang Country for so long? She still needs to stop the centaurs in the far north. If all the monsters in the far north are controlled by the Nightmare Court, then the Centaur Legion will probably march straight into the Blue Star. He just thought so. The Demon King of the Central region said. The Demon King of the Western region spent some time to help all the Centaur legions in the restricted area of the far north transform into demons. Bastard! Katas was furious. Demon King of the Central Realm, do you want to force us to fight you to the death? Desperately, the Demon King of the Central Realm laughed and said, You are not qualified. Really? Katas laughed. I'm really looked down upon. As he spoke, two scimitars appeared out of thin air on the left and right sides of Katas. The two scimitars quickly circled around Katas, merged into one, and formed a circle, spinning around in front of Katas. Shinhan Sun Moon Sword? The eyes of the Demon King of the Central region changed. Isn't the Sun Moon Sword in Zhang Zhang's hand? Before the creation of the sky-breaking demonic sword and the five-colored divine stone, martial ancestor Shinhan's Sun Moon Sword was definitely Blue Star's most powerful magical weapon, in the hands of Zhang Jiang, who has practiced the 9 heaven-breaking swords. The two scimitars are like world-destroying artifacts, making the 5 demon kings of the Nightmare Court fearful. You didn't expect that, did you? Katas laughed and said. Li Mu and the others have already guessed that after you set your sights on Xithing. You will definitely find me next. So, Zhang Jiang sent the Sun Moon Sword into my hands. Do you want to try? Can I chop off your big dog's head with the Sun and Moon Sword? The Demon King of the Central Realm smiled slightly. Katas, aren't you afraid that if you and I fight, the entire main city will be wiped out? You? Katas' eyes flashed with anger. The Demon King of the Central Realm threatened him with the whole city. But he really had no choice. The main formation in the main city was destroyed. If the two Peak Saint Realm men fight here, even if it is just the aftermath, they will suffer heavy casualties. What's more, a shameless thing like the Demon King of the Central Realm has no strong demeanor, and it is really possible to attack the main city directly. Katas gritted his teeth and said coldly, What do you want? You came here just to chat with me? I really just want to have a chat with you. The Demon King of the Central Realm said, Katas, those who know the current situation are heroes. If you are willing to join forces with us, we can use the blood of the devil to help you break through to the demigod realm. Katas chuckled. The Demon King of the North and the Demon of the South should have said this to Shinichi. Right. The Demon King of the Central region continued. The Centaur leader in the far north has broken through to the peak of the Holy Realm with our help. Next step. We will use the blood of demons to help him break through to the demigod realm. What did you say? Katas was shocked. Are you crazy? The ferocity of centaurs is no different from that of demons. If he breaks through to the demigod realm, Do you think you, the Nightmare Court, can escape? We don't care. The Demon King of the Central Realm said. We have talked with you and Li Mu many times. We just want to return to Tanny Realm. But Li Mu has the key in his hand. But he still refuses to let us go. After the Centaur leader breaks through to the demigod realm, we will give him the entire blue star and then return to the Tanny Realm. It's that simple. Bastard. Katas roared angrily. You just want to go back to Tanny Realm. But how many blue star cities did you massacre under the leadership of the Sixth Heaven Demon King back then? After the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven was sealed. How many people have you killed over the years? Trampling us like ants. And after trampling on us, he said softly that he just wanted to go back to Tanny Realm? I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. The Demon King of the Central Realm did not speak. After being silent for a while, he said, Katas, I didn't come to you to argue with you. I just want you to understand the situation. If the Centaur leader breaks through to the demigod realm, neither you nor Li Mu can escape. But if you join us, you can avoid this disaster. Katas was furious. The powerful men below who heard these words were also a little angry. Nightmare Court is so crazy. He wants to turn the entire Blue Star into a world of demons. And he also wants to use the Centaur army to threaten Blue Star. Unfortunately, the city defense formation is now closed, and Katas holds the Sun Moon sword. But he still doesn't dare to take action. Sudden. In the distant sky, a beam of light soared into the sky. The indescribable feeling seemed to break through the layers of space and spread over. At this moment, everyone present felt as if a big stone was pressing down on their hearts. And it suddenly became difficult to breathe. That direction is Yang Country. Li Mu. This is Li Mu's aura. The Demon King of the Middle Realm in the Void changed his expression, as if he was mourning his concubine. Li Mu has broken through to the demigod realm? This is impossible. Ha ha ha. Katas laughed wildly. The Demon King of the Central Realm. Li Mu has broken through to the demigod realm. Your doom is coming. If the Demon King of the Central Realm doesn't speak again, he will disappear into the void as soon as his body moves. At this moment, Li Mu's voice broke through the sky and came over. Demon King of the Central Region. You are impatient to live. It's coming so fast. The Demon King of the Central Realm was frightened, and his huge body turned into light and shadow all over the sky, scattering in all directions. However, a big hand seemed to break through the space, appeared out of thin air, and grabbed it suddenly. Boom! The sky was filled with dots of light and shattered instantly. This is the demigod realm. Katas's eyes were full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Back then, their master Chen Han was also in the demigod realm, and he seemed to be a very powerful being in the demigod realm. But they never saw Chen Han take action. Now Li Mu, who had just broken through to the demigod realm, broke through the space and killed the Demon King of the Middle Realm in the 5th level of the Holy Realm with one move, making Mikados and a group of Star Country powerhouses extremely happy. Blue Star, after Wu Zu and his wife left, finally had a demigod. Call. Li Mu's figure appeared out of thin air above the main city of Nuque. Katas, am I not late? Katas wiped his sweat and said, If you don't come, I don't know how it will end. That bastard found a mole, shut down the main city's defense array, and threatened me with the main city. I took even the Sun Moon sword dare not take action. Wait a moment. Did your breath just now come from Yang Country? Did you run away to Yang Country? Li Mu looked towards the north and said calmly, I will tell you about this later. As soon as he felt my breath, the Demon King of the Western region got into the Centaur's restricted area. Katas suddenly changed his expression. The Demon King of the Central region just told me that they have helped the Centaur leader in the restricted area of the far north to break through to the peak of the Holy Realm. Next step. They are going to use the blood of demons to help the Centaur leader break through to the demigod realm. Humph! Li Mu snorted coldly and disappeared out of thin air. Then, his voice sounded in the void. I'm going to the far north. At this speed, Katas wiped cold sweat again. Such a big blue star. For the demigod realm. Feels like a small pool. You can swim here and there again. On one side, Katas fell down and ran to open the city defense formation without speaking to anyone else. Yang Country. In a mysterious secret realm, a strange obelisk is shining with a faint light. Above the 9 heavens, the endless power of thunder gathered into a pillar of light and penetrated into the obelisk. On top of the obelisk, streaks of lightning swirled and crackled. Endless and vast demonic energy rolled out from the bottom of the obelisk, as if it wanted to penetrate the obelisk and escape to the sky. The two forces of yin and evil and yang and gang used this obelisk as a battlefield, constantly fighting and fighting. The silent battle has been going on for many years. Strange formations are clearly arranged around the obelisk, using the power of heaven and earth to continuously consume the terrifying demonic energy. Sudden, deep under the obelisk, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. Demigod realm? Above the obelisk, Chu Qingcheng, whose appearance was similar to that of Chu Xian, also appeared and said lightly, "It's the aura of my senior brother Li Mu. He has broken through to the demigod realm. Demon King of the Sixth Heaven, your death is coming." Chapter 326 Two Demigods. Blue Star ushered in a new era. The far north. The confusion was at its peak. Countless centaurs are like worms, with no end in sight. Their enemies are the demon clan under Yi Hongyan, White Tiger, Qiongqi, Candle Dragon, various mythical beasts that exist in Earth's myths and legends, along with countless monsters, are fighting to the death with the centaurs. But in terms of quantity, there are far more centaurs than demons. But before, the demon king of the western region in the Nightmare Court used his own power to entangle the 10 strongest people of the monster clan, as well as a 4th-level saint from the Tang Kingdom, causing the monster clan to retreat steadily, since Yi Hongyan guarded the far north. This was the first time the demon clan suffered a disastrous defeat. Without Yi Hongyan, the demon clan will have an extremely difficult fight this time. But the moment they spread the information, Li Mu's aura almost swept through the entire Blue Star. Demigod realm? The legendary demigod realm. The aura emanating from Li Mu's breakthrough made the demon king of the western regions frightened, and he immediately entered the centaur restricted area. At this time, the centaur restricted area has been sealed. The centaur outside is blocked. The Centaur Legion, which originally wanted to take back the restricted area, was now in chaos. The only thought in everyone's mind is escape. Under the crazy impact of Qiongqi and other mythical beasts, the centaur army was defeated. Blue Star appears in the demigod realm. Moreover, the breath is approaching crazily, as fierce as a centaur. Every one of them was panicked. Centaurs are brutal and domineering, but not stupid. The demon king of the western region, who was at the pinnacle of the holy realm, fled for his life as soon as he sensed Li Mu's aura. What about other people? The 5 saints of the Centaur Legion no longer cared about the life and death of their men. They went crazy and wanted to escape. But how could the demon clan let them go after being beaten so much? The 10 Saint Realm experts, as well as the 4th-level Saint Realm of Tang Kingdom, no longer had the threat of the demon king of the western regions. They surrounded the 5 Saint Realm centaurs and attacked them to death, beating the 5 people until they vomited blood. The demon clan, which has a much smaller number of people, is now almost overwhelming the centaurs. 10 minutes later, Call! Li Mu's figure appeared out of thin air above the void. The Centaur Legion exploded in an instant. They didn't even care about the chasing monsters. They trampled on each other and fled in all directions. Withdraw! On the side of the demon clan, Zhulong transformed into a man with a white face and no beard, and waved his hand. The demon clan immediately retreated. Even the 10 powerful men who were chasing the 5 centaur saints swayed back. The 5 centaurs moved and immediately divided into 5 directions, escaping like lightning. Can you escape? Li Mu's face darkened, and he shouted coldly. He just flicked his finger. A stream of light fell into the center of the Centaur Legion. Next moment, that stream of light instantly turned into a vortex, spinning crazily. Whether it was the 5 centaur saints or the other centaur warriors, they were suddenly pulled by an unstoppable force, and they gathered crazily towards the center. No matter in the sky or on the earth, everyone is quickly gathering towards that vortex. Many people have been trampled to death by their own race before they were pulled over. Li Mu, you can't kill us! A centaur saint roared angrily. I am the son of the centaur clan leader. If you kill me, my father will kill the entire Blue Star. Trash. Li Mu's eyes turned cold. In an instant, the whirlpool-like tearing force suddenly surged. Ah! Before those weak centaurs could gather in the center of the whirlpool, their bodies were torn into countless pieces. The huge whirlpool crushed the countless centaurs one by one. The overwhelming number of centaur legions began to decrease crazily. The shrill screams resounded through the sky. In the purgatory-like scene, even those powerful demon clansmen who had killed countless people had to look away and did not dare to look again. A figure flashed in the sky. 10 powerful men from the holy realm of the monster clan appeared in front of Li Mu. A group of people bowed to Li Mu and saluted. I have met Mr. Li Mu. The 4th level holy realm from Tang State also came over. Minister, Thank you for arriving in time. Otherwise we would have been in trouble. Li Mu sighed and said apologetically, "It's my fault. I sent your majesty the empress to the Yang kingdom, which almost caused your demon clan to suffer a disaster." Although after letting Yi Hongyan go to the Yang kingdom, Li Mu sent the only 4th level saint in the Tang kingdom to come to the far north, it still almost led to a big mistake. "It's not your fault that the Nightmare Court is too crazy and too bastard," Shulong said in a deep voice. "The demon king of the western regions has demonized all the centaur legions. These centaurs are much stronger and more ferocious than before. Many. And he took action himself. If the demon king of the western regions hadn't personally taken action, even if Her Majesty the Empress was not around, they would never have been able to penetrate our defenses." Li Mu looked at Zhulong, Baihu and the others and bowed. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone." A group of powerful demon clan men quickly returned the favor. The holy realm of the monster clan is indeed much more powerful than the holy realm of the human clan. In the holy realm of ordinary people, let alone 10 people, even if there are more, they may not be able to entangle the demon king of the western region. Only these powerful men who are divine beasts in their true form and cooperate with a 4th level holy realm from the Tang kingdom can block the pinnacle of the holy realm like the demon king of the western regions. Li Mu was also frightened for a while. With one mistake, the demon king of the western region almost killed the demon clan. If something happens to the demon clan, they won't know how to explain it to Yi Hongyan. I don't know how to explain it to my master in the future. The demon clan and the empress Yi Hongyan were brought over from Earth by their master. But something happened to the demon clan, and the centaur army marched in, and the entire Blue Star was afraid that there would be a bloody storm. A moment later, seas of blood flow. The indescribable smell of blood spread, causing a group of originally ferocious monsters to frown. A group of strong demon clan men looked at Li Mu with even more respect. This is the legendary demigod realm. Just moved his fingers. Hundreds of thousands of centaur troops, plus 5 powerful men from the holy realm, had no power to resist and turned into bloody water. The demon clan has been guarding the far north for many years. This battle is the most difficult. However, because of Li Mu's arrival, this battle was won easily and simply. Starting today, Blue Star has a demigod. Starting today, the entire Blue Star situation will completely change. Under the respectful gazes of a group of strong demon clan men, Li Mu stepped out and stood in front of the centaur restricted area. The huge portal in front of me was flashing with light, Shulong said in a deep voice. After the demon king of the western region got in, this restricted area was sealed from the inside. Our power cannot be shaken at all. But with Lord Li Mu's power, we may be able to open it. Li Mu shook his head and said, "If it is opened with brute force from the outside, it may stir up a space storm. The important thing is that this storm may spread from the restricted area to the far north, and it may destroy the entire far north in an instant." Land. A group of powerful demon clan men were shocked. Baihu said angrily, "What should we do?" Li Mu laughed and said, "Just before I came here, I was already in Star Kingdom and crushed the demon king of the central realm to death. The 5 great demon kings of the Nightmare Court. Now only the demon king of the western region who escaped into this restricted area is left." Everyone was overjoyed. Li Mu continued, "The Nightmare Court wants to use the blood of demons to help the leader of the Centaur clan break through to the demigod realm. When the Centaur leaders break through to the demigod realm, they will take the initiative to open the seal and come out on their own." "Ah?" A group of strong demon clan men were shocked. At this time, another beam of light came from Yang Kingdom. The sky is filled with flames, burning brightly over the Yang Kingdom. Under this aura, all the creatures in Blue Star felt like there was a huge mountain pressing on their heads. Countless monsters and beasts were lying on the ground, trembling. "Your Majesty the Empress!" Shulong raised his arms and cheered. "Her Majesty the Empress has broken through to the demigod realm." All the monsters in the far north were stunned for a moment. Although Her Majesty the Empress has 2 colorful sacred stones in her hands, when she left the far north some time ago and went to the Yang Kingdom, she was clearly still in the 3rd level of the Holy Realm. How come more than a month has passed, and he has broken through directly from the 3rd level of the Holy Realm to the demigod realm? You know, Li Mu has been at the peak of the Holy Realm for a long time. But that Suzaku flame, that aura, if it's not Empress Yi Hongyan, who is it? This? Li Mu laughed dumbly and said, the first demigod in Blue Star, didn't even have time to hold a celebration banquet. And Her Majesty the Empress broke through in a hurry, without even leaving any face for me." He just finished speaking. A vortex appeared in the void. Yi Hongyan and Shen Fan walked out. She is also in the demigod realm, but is proficient in space magic, and is obviously much faster than Li Mu. See Her Majesty the Empress, including Zhulong and Baihu. All the powerful demon clan men knelt down on one knee. No need to be polite. Yi Hongyan waved her hand gently, then looked at the sea of blood flowing below and frowned. Li Mu said, "The demon king of the western region has escaped into the Centaur restricted area. They also sealed the door. Looking at the seal on this gate, it should be a seal jointly arranged by the leader of the Centaur clan and the demon king of the western region." Chen Fan said, "Are they planning to wait for the Centaur leader to break through to the demigod realm before opening the seal and coming out?" A group of strong demon clan men frowned. Who is this guy? When a being of this level speaks, can you interrupt? Why did the Empress bring such a stupid young man to the far north? Yi Hongyan turned her head and asked, "What should we do now?" A group of powerful monsters were shocked. Her Majesty the Empress has led the demon clan for so many years. Had they ever seen her look so gentle? Moreover, she didn't ask Li Mu, but directly asked the boy. Chen Fan said, "Let the demon tribe retreat to Tang Kingdom. Don't worry about the far north." Yi Hongyan smiled and nodded. "Okay." A group of powerful monsters. At this time, the maid who appeared at the 7-star mountain in East China Sea City at the same time as Yi Hongyan said a little timidly, "Isn't he the young man who saved the leader of the demon sect?" Yi Hongyan smiled slightly and said, "He is my man." Oops. Everyone present shook their bodies suddenly and almost fell into the void. Even Li Mu almost knelt down. As for Chen Fan, he looked at Yi Hongyan helplessly. He didn't expect that Yi Hongyan, who had been silent all this time, would be shocked as soon as she spoke. Chen Fan nodded slightly. "This is the first time we meet. Please take care of me. My name is Chen Fan." The eyes of a group of strong demon clan men were wide-eyed. After a while, they returned the greeting in a panic. Li Mu smiled and said, "Let me introduce you. Chen Fan is my junior brother and the son of martial ancestor Chen Han. It turns out he is the son of martial ancestor Chen Han." A group of powerful demon clan men stood in awe. The son of martial ancestor Chen Han is indeed worthy of Her Majesty the Empress. Li Mu rolled his eyes and said, "Chen Fan, now you have helped the Empress and I break through to the demigod realm. Are you going to help Zhang Jiang break through? Or are you going to help Jiang Shui break through?" All the powerful demon clan men present were all turned to stone in an instant. What the HL? Did you hear that wrong? Master Li Mu said that it was Chen Fan who helped him and Her Majesty the Empress, who broke through to the demigod realm. How can this be? Even martial ancestor Chen Han probably doesn't have this kind of magical power. Right? Chen Fan said. "I guess we have to wait a little longer. The power of faith required to help you break through is too huge and is no longer enough. But as more and more people are demonized around the world, the power of faith is also increasing. It shouldn't take long." A group of strong men from the demon clan blinked. The power of faith. The monster race from the earth actually knows more than the ordinary people of Blue Star. However, Chen Fan can actually gather the power of faith? Isn't this kind of thing done by the legendary gods and demons? Yi Hongyan pursed her lips slightly and said, "Where can I get demon blood? I want all the demon clan to be demonized." A group of strong demon clan men were startled. Is Her Majesty the Empress crazy? Let the demon clan be demonized? Let all monsters be demonized. All monsters become demons? At this time, the Tang Kingdom's 4th level Holy Realm expert explained. Now that the entire Blue Star has become demonized, it is the Nightmare Court that is carrying out the Devil's Blood plan. But in fact, the minister chose to play by the tricks, because we have the antidote to the demonization. Zhulong said a little depressed. Even if there is an antidote, there is no need for us to demonize it. Your Majesty, please don't misunderstand me. I just don't understand why we want to demonize the demon clan. In order to deal with void pollution. Also to help Chen Fan gather the power of faith. But neither Yi Hongyan nor Chen Fan explained too much. Yi Hongyan said calmly, "Let the monsters be demonized and then purified. After that, you can become stronger. Don't worry. You will know later." A group of strong demon clan men did not dare to question the Empress. But they were still puzzled. Li Mu said, "Demonization spreads very quickly. The reason why it can spread is because demonized people or monsters will infect other people after hurting them, causing other people or monsters to become demonized. The demon's blood itself is the blood of gods and demons. But it must be the blood of gods and demons diluted countless times. Catch a few demonized people and take a few bites, and they will become demonized quickly." A group of powerful demon clan men looked at each other. This demonization is too scary. Right? Can you be infected with just 2 bites? Like the vampires in TV movies? Li Mu said. The demon blood in a demonized person's body is actually very thin. But that blood of unknown existence is very terrifying. It only takes a small amount to arouse evil thoughts and desires in people's hearts. And then it grows crazily. In the end, I lost control and turned into a demon. It doesn't have to be so complicated. Yi Hongyan waved her hand gently and said, if the demon clan wants to become a demon, they must choose to become a demon in the void. Just let them enter the ancient god realm. Li Mu couldn't help but wipe off a cold sweat, transforming into a void demon. So far no problems have been found. From Yun Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang, who were experimenting at the beginning, to the blind man and others in the back, then to him and Zhang Jiang and the others. But with so many monsters transformed into void demons, even Li Mu felt that this choice was a bit crazy. Then choose void demonization, Chen Fan said. But the number of monsters is too large, so it may be a bit time-consuming, Yi Hongyan said. Jiaosan returns to the demon capital of Tang Kingdom. Xulong, you lead the demon clan to the Star Kingdom. Jiaosan is the only 4th level saint in the Tang Kingdom. Jiaosan felt bitter in his mouth after hearing Yi Hongyan's words. Why did you leave me alone? Seeing this, Li Mu patted Jiaosan on the shoulder and said, let Jiaosan also go to Yang country. Now you and I have both broken through to the demigod realm. And you are also proficient in the art of space jumping. If there is a problem anywhere, you and I can support you as quickly as possible. Okay. Yi Hongyan nodded. For the demigod realm, Blue Star is indeed a bit small. There is only 1 step between the semigod realm and the 5th level of the holy realm. But in reality, it's a world of difference. What's more, the Nightmare Court has lost the 5 demon kings. The centaur also cowered in the restricted area and did not dare to move rashly. Who else dares to jump again? The reason why Yuzu and Jiaosan were asked to go to Star Kingdom is because Chen Fan's next step is to go to Star Kingdom and help Star Kingdom cultivate demons. After all, Wisteria cannot take all the benefits. For now, Katas is still in the dark. But Li Mu and Yi Hongyan made breakthroughs in Yang country one after another. And even a fool knew there was a problem. When we turn around, Katas might have a fight with Shinichi Wisteria. So, Yi Hongyan said, I will take Xulong and the others to the Yang Kingdom first. Li Mu, you can lead the demon clan to the Star Kingdom. Li Mu, I am the first demigod in Blue Star. Isn't it too disrespectful for you to order me to work like this? Moreover, why do you have the nerve to let a demigod like me be the bodyguard of the demon clan? But Yi Hongyan smiled slightly and said, Please, Li Mu. After Empress Yi Hongyan and Chen Fan got together, didn't she change too much? A group of powerful demon clan men around were also stunned. Li Mu had no expression on his face and nodded. Don't worry. Yi Hongyan took the initiative to hold Chen Fan's hand. Then, a vortex appeared out of thin air. She and Chen Fan walked in first. Behind, Xulong and other 10 powerful men followed one after another. After jumping 3 times in succession in the void, a group of people appeared at the base of Yang Kingdom's secret realm. In the base, Xiaobai and Jade are having fun. When everyone saw Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan coming in with a group of monsters with horns on their heads and tails behind them, they all showed curiosity and gathered around. The orange cat turned to look at Chen Fan and shouted, Chen Fan, take care of Gongzi. He is running around naked again. I told him, but he didn't listen. Xiaohei laughed loudly and said, Gongzi, I told you a long time ago. How can becoming a human be as good as us? We still have to wear clothes. How troublesome. Everyone. Chen Fan was a little speechless. Gongzi, put on your clothes. Gongzi was reluctant and put on his clothes. If he turned into a 3 or 4-year-old child when he transformed, then it wouldn't be a big problem to have his butt naked. But he's a teenager now. As soon as he rushed into the hall, Shangwan Wule and others screamed. Xiaobai wanted to go over and beat someone up. But when he saw the scene, he was too embarrassed to do it. Chen Fan added, Tianlin, help me bring a gangster and teach him how to behave. Feng Tianlin said with a dark face. Let me do things like babysitting. When are you going to send us there? Chen Fan said. You are too weak. If I send you there now, I'm afraid I will kill you or scare you to death. The there, Feng Tianlin mentioned, was the ancient god world and other 4 realms. The more I talk about it, the more exaggerated it gets. Feng Tianlin said. You said it is very dangerous there. I believe it. But if you say you're scared to death, you're looking down on us. Lu Qing, who had already entered the ancient god realm, walked over and said, To tell you bluntly, Other people may not be scared to death, but you are very likely to be scared to death. Feng Tianlin was a little angry. Senior sister, is it a bit too much for you to insult people like this? Feng Xiaoxiao, who had also entered the ancient god realm, said. Senior sister didn't lie. That place is a bit like the 5th restricted area, but it's hundreds of times scarier than the 5th restricted area. Feng Tianlin. At the beginning, he knew that after his elder sister Feng Xiaoxiao entered the 5th restricted area once, she was frightened and had nightmares for a long time. She rested for a long time before she recovered. Feng Xiaoxiao said that place was like the 5th restricted area, and it was hundreds of times scarier than the 5th restricted area. Feng Tianlin swallowed hard, and then said, no matter what, it can help us become stronger anyway. No matter how scary the place is, I will go. Shangwan Songlong beside him nodded. Okay, Qin Fan said. I just happen to be preparing to help several strong men from the demon clan become void demons. Then you can go in with us. Be careful yourself. You can't even fly. If you have to go in, don't accidentally fall to death. Feng Tianlin was extremely angry, but he didn't dare to refute. Under the leadership of Qin Fan, a group of people entered the ancient god realm one after another. Just entered the ancient god world. Feng Tianlin's face turned extremely pale with just a brush. Others say it thousands of times, but it is not as good as feeling it once. In the void of the 4 realms, including the ancient god realm, there is an indescribable and terrifying pressure. And here, Chaos Ling is still suppressing a mysterious and terrifying existence. It feels like an ant facing a falling mountain. There is no escape. It seems like it could be wiped out at any time. Why does this feel like this? Feng Tianlin said with a sad face. I feel like I am being targeted by something terrible. Shangwan Songlong's face was expressionless. I feel like I am standing in the bloody mouth of a giant beast. If he moves even slightly, I will die without a burial place. Shangwan had no tears and sat down directly. Lu Qing glanced at Feng Tianlin and Shangwan Wulei and couldn't help but shook his head. The 10 powerful demon clan men, as well as Zhao Xin, looked at everything in front of them with fear. Zhao Xin is a little better and knows a little bit, but those powerful monsters had not even been heard of in the ancient god realm before. Now feeling the terrible pressure in the void, everyone's expressions became a little ugly. None of them felt this way when facing the demon king of the western region. Terrible. Why is there such a place? What on earth is this place? Chapter 327 Chu Xian's mother's misunderstanding. The cruelty of the monster world is still a bit difficult for many people who have just come from Earth to understand. The Centaur Legion raging in the far north only exists in legends. Not to mention the far north. Many ordinary people have never left the main city in their entire lives. The desert and the sea can only be seen on TV. Only those beast masters or star warriors who often walk in the wilderness know how terrifying this world is. Just the monsters in the wilderness make people scared. Not to mention those secret areas and restricted areas. Donghai City was almost submerged by the Zerg. And now the people in Donghai City are still frightened when they think of that scene. The Tang State, like the backbone, supports the world. They were the first to build the main city, and the first to seal off secret realms and forbidden areas one after another. Same now. When demonization spread like a plague, the entire Blue Star was once in chaos. However, the Tang State sent countless strong men to various countries to help suppress the demonization. Many people think the end of the world has arrived. The human race, which had been forced to the main city by countless monsters, suddenly encountered such a thing as demonization. Many people feel that they can no longer see the future. Until 2 demigods appeared out of nowhere. As one of the patron saints of the Tang Kingdom, Li Mu was the first to break through to the demigod realm. Immediately afterwards, the demon empress Yi Hongyan also achieved the demigod state. When these 2 demigods appeared, the whole world rejoiced, like the sun rising in the darkness. At this moment, countless people around the world shed tears. The 5 demon kings of the Nightmare Court were killed until only one remained, and they even escaped into the Centaur restricted area. After sensing the aura of the demigod realm, countless monsters shivered and huddled in the wild jungle, no longer daring to move. People finally ushered in a short period of tranquility. Zhang Jiang, Han Jiangxue and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. You no longer have to race as fast as you did before. 2 demigods are enough to change the world for Blue Star. Therefore, they are not in a hurry to break through to the demigod realm. For more than a month, at Zhang Jiang's request, Qin Fan has not helped Zhang Jiang and Han Jiangxue break through to the demigod realm. The reason is simple. Although 1 month has allowed Chen Fan to gather enough faith to help the two of them break through, the risks are also increasing. The risk comes from the sealed demon king of the sixth heaven. The aura of Li Mu and Yi Hongyan's breakthrough to the demigod realm swept across the entire blue star, even penetrating into secret realms and restricted areas. This cannot be hidden from the demon king of the sixth heaven. The seal of the sixth heavenly demon king has long been cracked. When she first woke up, the orange cat had sensed her aura, so she went crazy trying to escape back to Tanny realm. Li Mu and Yi Hongyan's breakthrough must have been a great stimulus to the sixth heaven demon king. If he helps Zhang Jiang, Han Jiangxue and others break through at this time, the demon king of the sixth heaven may attack the seal at all costs. Even if the demon king of the sixth heaven is greatly damaged by then, Blue Star is still not sure that he can block this existence. Just like the difference between the Holy Realm and the peak of the Holy Realm, Yi Hongyan and Li Mu, who have just broken through to the demigod realm, cannot compare with the sixth heaven demon king who was already in the demigod realm hundreds of years ago. Blue Star doesn't dare to take such a risk. They need time. Chen Fan needs more time. With Li Mu and Yi Hongyan stabilizing Blue Star and defeating the Nightmare Garden, if Blue Star is given a little more time, all threats can be easily eliminated. During this time, Chen Fan has been staying in Yan country. After Katas learned the inside story, he actually had a fight with Shinichi Wisteria. This guy didn't dare to fight Li Mu and Zhang Jiang. He only wanted to fight Wisteria Shinichi. Wisteria Shinichi was also very annoyed. After being scolded by Zhang Jiang for a few words in the end, Katas stopped beating and started scolding. He used his spiritual power to transmit messages to Shinichi every day. He used all kinds of curses he learned from the Tang dynasty, which made Shinichi want to vomit blood. In a sense, this is a bit like Chen Fan's Whispers of the Demon King. Both sides are equally powerful, but there is no way to shield them. Who can bear to have an idiot in his head chattering away from morning to night? Wisteria Shinichi had no other choice. And after consulting Chen Fan, he began to ask Katas to send strong men from Star Kingdom to Yan Kingdom. Similarly, the Tang state was also sending people here in batches. After being nurtured by Chen Fan, he returned to his position. No way. After being demonized and purified by Chen Fan's blood, Chen Fan could only receive the power of faith. If you want to receive void energy, you still need to be cultivated by Chen Fan. Chen Fan retains the power of faith and only leaves it to powerful beings such as Zhang Jiang and Han Jiangxue. So cultivating other 8th and 9th grade realms requires a period of time to find materials. Wisteria Shinichi simply asked Inoue to set up a system. First, let the strong men from all over the world come over. Let Chen Fan study it, and then go back immediately. After they find the materials they need to break through, let those people come to Yan country again. This method has made the strong men of various countries miserable, but the strong men on all sides enjoy it. Strong men from many countries also had disputes and fights because they were sent to Yang State earlier or later. In this way, Chen Fan saved a lot of time and effort, and only needed to focus on raising the beast. The dream I once had has finally come true, and it was even more exaggerated than the fantasy dreams of the past. After knowing that breeding beasts would make them stronger, Chen Fan once imagined that one day he could help breed all the beasts in Blue Star. Unexpectedly, now I can not only help cultivate all the beasts in Blue Star, but also help cultivate all the people in Blue Star. Although now the main focus is on cultivating strong people above level 7. But according to this trend and speed, it is not out of reach for the entire Blue Star people and beasts to be cultivated by him. When the situation in Blue Star was excellent, the blind men approached Li Mu and began to discuss matters in the Tanny realm again. Li Mu has always sent people to monitor the seals of Tanny realm and Blue Star channel. The seal has not changed. This shows that the situation in Tanny world is also stable. After the persuasion of Li Mu and others, the blind man and the others felt at ease. They have been waiting for tens of thousands of years, and they don't care about these 2 months. The most important thing is to wait for Chen Fan to grow up. Now that Chen Fan is helping others to break through, he is also helping himself to break through. Xiaobai and the others have already broken through to the Holy Realm. Even Yihao and the others' beast control is already comparable to the 9th level. But this kind of good news is far inferior to Chen Fan's own breakthrough. Chen Fan's own breakthrough is the most important. Even if he could help Li Mu and the others break through to the demigod realm, Li Mu's demigod realm would still be no match for Chen Fan's own breakthrough in cultivation. The blind man and the others were looking forward to the day when the energy of the void was enough and the power of faith was enough. Chen Fan would be able to break through to the legendary divine realm in one fell swoop. They are willing to be tool men. leading strong men from all walks of life into the four realms including the ancient god realm, killing demons like crazy, just like sweeping robots. In the ancient god realm and other four realms, they even built cities one after another as bases. Anyway, after being purified by Chen Fan, even if the void pollution reaches the limit, it will not have much impact on them, so they have nothing to fear. However, the four realms including the ancient god realm are too big. As they continued to advance, more and more powerful void demons appeared. When there were more and more holy level demons in front of them, the team led by the four blind men had to retreat. Compared with the blue star, Tanny realm, the ancient god realm and other four realms, they are actually the places that really make people despair. In these four worlds, there are only void demons. Endless void demons. The four realms are like four prisons, trapping all the void demons. But where are the people who built these four cages? Everyone felt the despair and pressure in the four realms, always feeling a little out of breath. If he didn't know that killing these demons would help Chen Fan collect void energy, who would be willing to fight with demons day and night in a place like this? Even a fighting maniac like Gongzi can't hold on. Resources from the ancient god realm and other four realms are constantly being mined. All kinds of minerals, countless natural materials and treasures, and the void demon crystal cores that contain huge power. Powerful demons from the ancient god realm and other four realms are also being brought out one after another. When strong men from various countries encountered a holy level demon, they were not frightened, but rather excited, because Chen Fan can help them sign a contract with the devil. Teams one by one, like hunting, will send a message to Chen Fan after trapping the demons at the holy level. After Chen Fan purified those demons, he then used the whisper of the Demon King to control them and tried to get them to sign contracts with powerful people from all sides. A strong person at the Holy Realm level can already sign contracts with many beast masters. However, there are very few strong men at the Holy Realm level who sign contracts with beast masters because it is difficult to find suitable beast masters. A strong man at the Holy level can't sign a contract with a level 10 or 20 beast master. Right? There is no use signing the contract, but instead occupying a position as a beast master. But for a strong man at the Holy Realm level to sign a contract with a Holy Realm level beast master, it is a bit of a dream, and it is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Originally, Li Mu wanted to persuade the demon clan to sign a contract with the human clan. If strong men like Shulong from the demon clan could sign a contract with Lu Xingyuan and the others, they would be able to help Lu Xingyuan and the others break through to a higher level in the blink of an eye. But no need now. The powerful monsters themselves are allies, and it would not look good to them if they plunder the power they give back to them to strengthen themselves. With Chen Fan taking action, the powerful men from various countries signed contracts with several holy level void demons with no effort at all. Void demons at the holy level have successfully signed contracts with powerful players from all sides. When people in the outside world only knew about Li Mu and Yi Hongyan, who were in the semi-god realm, the powerful people from all over the world had already regarded Chen Fan as a god and as a human being. Demon King. In the base of Yang Kingdom's secret realm, Chu Xian and Yi Hao, who had been fighting for more than 10 days, are back again. It's only been a little over a month. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao were already in the late 8th stage, and Chu Xian, through the heaven-defying monument, had already broken through to the 9th level. Even the most backward Feng Tianlin is now at the 7th level. Madness fought with a void demon, and with Chen Fan's nurturing, their cultivation strength increased steadily, making a group of seniors jealous. At this time, a group of people in the hall had murderous eyes, drinking and drinking, and it was very lively. Henry Chu, who was sitting next to Chen Fan, suddenly heard his phone ring. After answering the call, on the virtual screen, in addition to people from the Chu family, there were also people from several families such as the Shangwan family and the Feng family. Chu Tianan and others were surprised when they saw the dirty appearance of Henry Chu's group, but they were also very pleased and sighed repeatedly. After greeting each other, Chu Tianan asked, "Xian, have you broken through to the 7th level now?" Before Henry Chu could speak, Orange Cat came over and interjected. "What's the 7th level? He is now at the 3rd level of the 9th level. If his foundation was not unstable and was stopped by the blind old man, he could have rushed to the 4th level of the 9th level." Everyone on the other side was stunned. They all knew that if Chu Xian and Yi Hao followed Chen Fan, they would definitely break through quickly. After all, Chen Fan can help them cultivate beasts. However, Chu Xian and the others have only arrived in Yang country not long ago. Sudden, a woman came out. pointed at the orange cat and said, "Hey, who is that? Come out." The orange cat was stunned. "What?" Henry Chu was also stunned for a moment. "Mom, what's wrong?" Henry Chu's mother had a gloomy face, turned around in the crowd, found Henry Chu's father, and roared, "Tell me clearly what's going on." Henry Chu's father was stunned. The expressions of a group of people from the Chu family were extremely rich. Before, their attention was all on Henry Chu and Chen Fan, so they didn't pay much attention to the orange cat. But now, I saw the orange cat standing next to Henry Chu, as if he was carved from the same mold. Anyone who sees it will probably think that these are a pair of biological brothers. Chen Fan covered his forehead. When the orange cat transformed, it said that Henry Chu was very handsome, and it completely transformed into the appearance of Henry Chu. Now it's causing trouble. I saw Henry Chu's mother pinching the ear of Henry Chu's father with one hand. She didn't care about the face of the head of the Chu family and asked hysterically, "Which vixen did you have this kid with? You're a murderer. You've been lying to me for more than 10 years. Feng Tianlin laughed loudly and was slapped to the ground by Feng Xiaoxiao. Henry Chu couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said, "Mom, this guy has nothing to do with Dad. He is Chen Fan's orange cat." "What?" Henry Chu's mother knew her son very well and knew that her son would not lie, so her expression immediately became much better. The orange cat snorted softly and said, "This is the first time we meet. Let me introduce myself. I am the leader of the demon sect. I am the previous leader of the demon sect. The leader of this generation is Chen Fan." Everyone in the Chu family was shocked. Chu Tianen smiled and shook his head and said, "I can prove that Chen Fan's orange cat is the old leader of the demon sect, because his body was shattered by a strong man from the nightmare court, and his soul was later sealed in an orange cat by Her Majesty the Empress." The orange cat said with a dark face, "Just say, okay, to the first sentence, and you don't need to say the second sentence. It turns out to be the leader." Henry Chu's mother bowed slightly and said, "I just misunderstood. I'm sorry." Henry Chu's father said with a cold face, "You should apologize to me." Everyone laughed. "Ah!" At this moment, Feng Tianlin roared. "Just now, the orange cat leader said that Chu Xian is already at the 3rd level of the 9th level? Why is he so fast? More than a month ago, when we came, he just... Brother Fan, aren't you a bit too kind to one?" Lu Qing sighed. "I told you on the way that we should come earlier. Be kind to your sister." Chen Fan said, "Xian Chu's talent is much better than yours. Not to mention he has more." He still didn't say the name of the memorial tablet, although many powerful people present have already seen the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. Yi Hao also said, "I am also very jealous in my heart. I am so jealous that my eyes are bursting with fire. Why can't my stick swallow up the power?" As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of light flew out of his body and turned into a divine pillar, shining on Yi Hao's head with 3 sticks. Yi Hao wailed and squatted down holding his head. Shen Taotao stood on the side with an expressionless face, looking down at the squatting Yi Hao, and said, "Oh, I have never seen anyone beaten by his magic weapon. Haozi, you are definitely the first person in history." Shen Nato was in a good mood after defeating Yi Hao for the first time, but he also pretended not to care. His eyes were flat. Yi Hao was furious. "How can you, a guy who gets beaten all day long, have the nerve to mock me?" Shen Taotao shook his head. "If I don't become a big brother, I won't be beaten for many years." Everyone was speechless. Chu Tianen said, "The minister sent me a message today, planning to ask our Chu family and several other families to start sending people to Yang country. Over at Donghai City, the Shen family, Yi family, Bai family, and Li family will send people there together. We can't let Yanggu take all the benefits. I just don't understand why everyone wants to go to Yang country. Can't you come back to Tang Kingdom? Those guys from Xianyang Kingdom have lived a pretty good life." In the hall, behind the crowd, Wisteria Shinichi, who originally wanted to come up to say hello, suddenly turned dark. Damn it! This old man from the Chu family speaks so unpleasantly. But having said that, Wisteria Shinichi now feels that he wrongly blamed Li Mu. In the past, he always thought that Li Mu was ostracizing him and looked down upon his junior brother. But now, let Chen Fan stay in Yang Kingdom, and let people from Xing Kingdom and Tang Kingdom come to Yang Kingdom. This really allowed Yanggu to take advantage. Wisteria Shinichi felt a little guilty and wanted to find an opportunity to apologize to Li Mu and say thank you by the way. In fact, He couldn't figure out why Li Mu never let Chen Fan go back to Tang country after letting him come to Yang country. Do not care. Anyway, Chen Fan is in Yang country, and Yang country will benefit greatly. It was Zhang Zhang's talkativeness that prevented Chen Fan from helping them break through to the demigod realm. Otherwise, Wisteria Shinichi would already be in the demigod realm now. Well, the legendary demigod realm. When can we break through to the demigod realm? Shinichi Wisteria, also want to stand on that very top and look at the scenery. After breaking through to the demigod realm, go to Tanny realm to find the master, and take a look at the scenery of Tanny realm. Chapter 328 Choice. 4 months. 4 whole months. In the Centaur restricted area, the leader of the Centaur clan roared at the Demon King of the Western region. You caused heavy casualties to my Centaur clan, and also caused us to huddle in the restricted area and live in fear all day long. If you don't give me an explanation, I will cut you into pieces today. From all directions, powerful men from the Centaur clan surrounded him. The Demon King of the Western regions, who had transformed into a middle-aged man, didn't care. He just said lightly, Li Mu broke through to the demigod realm. This was something neither you nor I expected. Whether I come or not, you Centaurs will want to break out of the restricted area and enter the Blue Star. And you Centaurs and the Far North Demon Clan have been killing you for so many years. And there is absolutely no way Li Mu and the others will let you go. Whether I come to the Far North or not, the result is the same. As he spoke, the Demon King of the Western region moved his palm slightly. A small bottle immediately appeared in his palm. Inside the bottle, there was an ink-like liquid that shone with a faint light. The Demon King of the Western region said, The blood of the devil is here. This is the only remaining bottle of demon blood in Blue Star. It was originally prepared for the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. I told you before. But you didn't dare to use it. The Centaur leader sneered. After being contaminated with the blood of the devil, you will be completely demonized. Why should I believe that you will wake me up instead of turning me into an unconscious killing machine? The Demon King of the Western region did not speak. The leader of the Centaur tribe said again, Even if you can really keep your promise, let me regain consciousness and let me wake up. But your nightmare court can control demons, and I will still be a puppet in your hands. The other strong men of the Centaur tribe all stared at the Demon King of the Western regions with unkind eyes. Many strong men among the Centaurs have tried to use demon blood to demonize, can indeed become stronger. However, the Demon King of the Western region can control the demonized strongman. This is unacceptable to the Centaurs. Therefore, although this bottle of demon blood was a huge temptation for the Centaur leader, he still did not dare to touch it in the past 4 months. No one is sure whether he can break through to the demigod realm. The Demon King of the Western regions is not sure either. But if after being demonized, he is controlled by the Demon King of the Western regions, then the entire Centaur clan would fall into the hands of the Demon King of the Western regions. The Centaurs are cruel and violent, but they are not idiots. Even an idiot cannot reach the level of the peak of the Holy Realm. The Demon King of the Western region glanced at the Centaur leader, sighed and said, So now, what should I do? Li Mu has broken through to the demigod realm. Even if you and I join forces and try our best, we still can't be his opponent. Not to mention Zhang Jiang, Han Jianchua, Wisteria Shinichi, and many other peak saints. We are now working together to seal the gate to the restricted area. Li Mu does not dare to act rashly. But there is a world of difference between the demigod realm and the peak of the holy realm. No one can be sure that if Li Mu is given enough time, he will be able to break open the door and break into the forbidden area without causing a spatial storm. Once he breaks the seal, you and I, as well as the Centaurs, will be dead. The faces of the strong men of the Centaur clan became extremely ugly. The restricted area is the rift that connects the Centaur world to Blue Star. But I can't go back. After they tried their best to rush into the penalty area from the Centaur world, their retreat collapsed. This is why they went crazy and wanted to rush into Blue Star. This restricted area is too small. Although this restricted area has more star power than the original Centaur world, it is too small. In such a big place, the resources are simply not enough to support the consumption of the Centaurs. Even if most of them are killed by Li Mu now. For so many years, the Centaurs have not starved to death in the restricted area, mainly because the Nightmare Court continues to provide them with food. Those who are strong at level 7 or above can go without food or drink for many years. But those below the 7th level realm won't be able to hold on for long. Except for the leader of the Centaur clan. The strength of the Centaur clan is actually far from comparable to that of the Demon clan in the far north. But over the years, The centaurs have tried to break out of the far north at all costs and fight the demons to the death, hoping to survive. If you don't fight, you will die. Now that Li Mu had become a demigod, they were so frightened that they sealed the entrances and exits of the restricted area. How long can this last? Even if it lasts for a few years. So what? Still a dead end. What's more, it is absolutely impossible for Li Mu and the others to keep them going for so long. For months have passed since Li Mu killed the Centaur Vanguard Corps. Who knows when Li Mu will come in? The Centaur leader looked at the demon blood in the hands of the Demon King of the West and fell into deep thought. Already cornered. Do you want to take this risk? The Centaur leader's heart could no longer remain calm. After a long silence, the Centaur leader stretched out his hand. Give me the devil's blood. A smile immediately appeared on the face of the Demon King of the Western region, and he waved his right hand lightly. The bottle of demon blood immediately fell into the hands of the Centaur leader. Clan leader, you must not. If the patriarch becomes demonized and loses consciousness, the end of our Centaur clan will come. You can't believe the words of these demons from the Nightmare Garden. A group of strong men from the Centaur clan surrounded the clan leader and kept persuading him. The leader of the Centaur clan looked at the Demon King of the Western region silently, and then said, "You leave the Centaur restricted area." The Demon King of the Western region suddenly changed his expression. That's impossible. If I leave the restricted area, within a few minutes, I will be found by Li Mu and chopped into pieces. You've seen it before. Li Mugong had just broken through to the demigod realm, and he still couldn't fully grasp his own power. He only used a little time to rush from the Yang Kingdom to the far north. Even 100 peak saints can't fight against one demigod. Besides, if I go out, who will help you get rid of the demon? If the demonization is not lifted, no matter whether you break through to the demigod realm or not, you will fall into madness and kill all the creatures in this restricted area. The Centaur leader gritted his teeth. No matter what, he couldn't think of any solution. Completely manipulated by the Demon King of the Western regions. The question is, does he still have a way out now? Seeing him frowning, the Demon King of the Western region said again, "Clan leader, I made it very clear from the beginning. We, the Nightmare Court, want to cooperate with you Centaurs, not use you. We don't value Blue Star's resources at all. We just want to go back to Tanny realm. Blue Star, we can give them all to you Centaurs. Give it to us? That's easy to say." The leader of the Centaur tribe said, "Now that Li Mu has broken through to the demigod realm, even if I also break through to the demigod realm, how can I be sure that I can definitely kill him?" "At least," said the Demon King of the Western regions, "at least you can lead the Centaur army into Blue Star, occupy the far north, and compete with Li Mu." Seeing that the leader of the Centaur clan had some intention, the Demon King of the Western regions added another fire and said, "The clan leader has been worried that after you become a demon, I will control you. First of all, if you haven't broken through to the demigod realm, what's the use of me controlling you? If I control you in the 5th level of the Holy Realm, can I solve the current crisis? Can I kill Li Mu? Secondly, if you have broken through to the demigod realm, why do you think that I, a 5th level saint, can control the demigod realm? You were still in the restricted area before, but you also saw it. How terrifying is Li Mu in the demigod realm? He didn't even move a hand, and the entire Centaur Vanguard Legion was slaughtered. Among those people, there are many holy realms. Whenever he thinks about it, even the Holy Realm has no power to resist, and he dies without a place to bury him. That's the legendary demigod realm." The leader of the Centaur tribe looked at the devil's blood in his hand, his eyes struggling incomparably. Yon country, secret base, an open square was filled with people. These are strong men from all over Blue Star. It was only after going through the selection many times that I got a quota and was able to enter this place. There are thousands of people. More than 1,000 people have been waiting here for more than 3 hours. But apart from sporadic conversations, the place was very quiet. No one showed impatience, and no one dared to raise a voice. What's the point of waiting 3 hours? Even if they were asked to wait 30 days, no one would be dissatisfied at all. This opportunity for breakthrough is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, especially those strong men who are already stuck at the peak of 7th grade, the peak of 8th grade, and the peak of 9th grade. They have been trapped in this state for a long time. It is even possible to be trapped in this state for life. But now there is this opportunity. There is actually a peerless strongman who can help them break through. It can also help them sign powerful beast masters. This kind of thing is simply unimaginable. On this trip, If I can sign 1 or 2 beast masters who are at the same level as my own, then I can break through to a higher level. Everyone present was excited. Even if they have reached the 8th or 9th level, their hearts are as calm as ancient wells. But in the face of this kind of thing, a group of strong people still feel a little unable to control their emotions. Sudden, Xiaobai took Chen Fan's hand and walked into the square. Behind them, Yi Hao and Shen Taoao were still picking their teeth. Li Fingxing was playing with his mobile phone. Shen Hongxiu, Fang Qingqing, and Bai Rouge carried large and small bags of clothes and were chattering away. At the end, Gongzi is like a general, leading a group of beasts. However, the emerald on his head formed a sharp contrast with his proud expression. Among the group of beasts at the back, many of them have already transformed into human forms. Yi Hao's Holy Moon Morning Glory turned into a beautiful girl with a pair of big eyes. Very cute. Li Fingxing's golden horned dragon from Handan has turned into a young man, but his eyes keep moving around, making people think he has evil intentions. Fang Qingqing's silver moon blue-feathered bird has transformed into a beautiful and aloof woman, walking among a group of royal beasts, standing out from the flock. The only thing that hasn't changed is Fang Qingqing's goblin. Other beasts either transformed into human forms, grew taller or larger, or changed their appearance and skin due to evolution. Only the goblins are still so green and still so short. But the goblin followed Gongzi like a big steward, and he was also majestic. Hey! You can't jump in line! In the square, a man drank softly. It's in English. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Is he talking to me? What did he say? Fang Qingqing said. He said not to jump in line. As soon as he finished speaking, the man who had just spoken, together with 2 other men, stopped in front of Chen Fan and the others. Please, go to the back and line up. Chen Fan. At this time, a shadow flashed quickly, and Inoue appeared in front of everyone. Asshole! Inoue glanced at the people who were talking and said, What are you doing here? You are here just to be baptized by Master Chen Fan. This is Master Chen Fan. The whole place was silent. Baptism. Chen Fan glanced at Inoue speechlessly. This word sounds a bit awkward. Chen Fan waved his hand and said, Don't blame them. They did the right thing, and I hate people who jump in line the most. I remember when I was on Earth, I got into fights with others because they cut in line. Yes. Inoue lowered his head. Several people nearby were extremely frightened. They didn't know Chen Fan, and this was the first time they heard of this name. The top leaders of each country knew about it, but did not spread Chen Fan's name without permission. Now that everyone saw that even Inoue, who was already in the 3rd level of the Holy Realm, was respectful to Chen Fan, they all felt turbulent in their hearts. According to legend, the existence that can help them sign a contract with powerful beast masters, the existence that can help them break through, is this young man in front of them? Inoue-sama will never lie. But, is this too unbelievable? At this time, Chen Fan and Xiaobai walked to the front of the square. Next to them, 4 women in armor came over immediately. 4 women turned on their smartwatches at the same time. Several tables appeared at the same time. Chen Fan nodded slightly. I have been busy for a while. Today I took them out to eat some delicious food and visited the shopping mall. I kept you guys waiting for a long time. There were more than 1,000 powerful people present, and they were flattered. Let's start. Chen Fan made a slight gesture. Immediately, staff began to organize the strong men and stepped forward one by one. The Beast Master summons all the Beast Masters. The Star Warrior stood there alone, looking a little desolate. Name, nationality, level of cultivation, name of the beast. Data is recorded quickly. Chen Fan looked at these powerful men, who had already been demonized, and spoke very fast. He told them, and the beast-controlling materials they needed to break through one by one, and then recorded them. 1,000 people. It won't take long. On the other side, there are thousands of strong men who have collected all the materials and are waiting for food. After these 4 months of demon sweeping, the entire Blue Star has almost become a world of demons. But after being purified, the human race is still the human race. No different from before. It's time to eat. It's time to drink. Joy, anger, sorrow, and joy are no different. However, there are too many people in Blue Star. Let Chen Fan cultivate it alone. Even if Tang and Yang sent a large number of people to assist and fight, the workload would still be huge. Therefore, each country can only select a strong person from the Holy Realm and send them over. After everyone entered the information, they immediately return to their respective countries. Only after collecting all the materials, they will rush to Yang country again as quickly as possible. Day by day, Chen Fan became a little numb. This is more tiring than practicing on his own. However, Chen Fan never tired of it. To purify a demonized person, you can only gain the power of faith. Only by helping them and cultivating their master beasts can they generate void energy after killing monsters. Regardless of the power of faith or the energy of the void, Chen Fan cannot let it go. The more the merrier. Sitting on the chair, Chen Fan quickly scanned the information of a strong man. Suddenly, a woman stood in front of Chen Fan. Not only Chen Fan, but also Yi Hao and Shen Hongxiu were stunned. Especially Shen Taotao, who was picking his teeth, immediately turned to stone when he saw that woman. Haven't seen you for a long time. The woman smiled slightly at Chen Fan. Chapter 329 Acts. The Place of Seal. The first step in Chen Fan's crazy plan is to demonize the entire population. The second step of Chen Fan's crazy plan is for all the people to be cultivated by him. When implementing this plan, it is normal to meet acquaintances. Even if the Lord of East China Sea City by Baiyu appears here, or the Vice President of the First Martial Arts University in Magic City appears here, Chen Fan will not be surprised at all. Only this girl. How could Chen Fan forget her? She is the ex-girlfriend of the friend Shen Taotao once said. She is the girl who has been pestering Shen Taotao, and even went to Chen Fan's house in the Magic City to look for Shen Taotao. That night, Taotao's friend's girlfriend actually called out Taotao's name. That night, Do Yi was possessed by Now. That night, I couldn't argue. That night, 3 people couldn't sleep. Chen Fan didn't know which family she was from. And she was able to get the opportunity to make a breakthrough in Yang country with such a low level of cultivation. But anyway, now, she is standing here. Hello! Chen Fan calmed down, nodded slightly, then turned around and said, Now, come here! Shen Tao walked over with a dark face. Why are you here? Lu Qing also came over. Why are you here? Question mark. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Lu Qing also knows her? The girl lowered her head slightly and said to Lu Qing, Sister. Chen Fan. Shen Hongxiu and others were stunned again. Is this girl from the Lu family? Lu Qing's sister? Why is this world so small? Seeing Chen Fan in a daze, Lu Qing hurriedly said, She is my cousin Lu Xian. And this is my uncle. Hey, Chen Fan said quickly. Let's talk about it ourselves. Maybe I'm younger than him. Lu Qing nodded. Okay, uncle. Chen Fan. When Lu Xingyuan asked Lu Qing to call Chen Fan uncle and grandpa, Lu Qing was furious and tried to make Chen Fan look good at the entrance of the Magic University of Martial Arts. As a result, he was teased by Gengzi and was completely defeated. Later, she was brought to see Chen Fan by Lu Xingyuan. She saw Chen Fan break through with her own eyes and learned that Chen Fan had helped the Dark Moon White Tiger break through before she accepted this title. After arriving in Yang Kingdom, Lu Qing also entered the ancient god realm, transformed into a void demon, and successfully broke through with the help of Chen Fan. At this moment, Lu Qing really admired Chen Fan. Chen Fan said one, but she didn't dare to say two. If someone dares to say something, she will argue like crazy, or even get into a fight. Forehead. Seeing the strange atmosphere on the field, Chen Fan couldn't help but said, I'll record her information first, and you can take her with you. You have to resolve your own matters. Don't delay my work here. Shen Taotao had no expression on his face, and his body was a little stiff. He took Lu Xian to a distant pavilion and sat down. Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xian was here, and they didn't know what to do. The matter between Taotao and Lu Xian is really a bit. However, this doesn't seem to be Lu Xian's fault. People have been fond of nagging for a long time. I didn't cheat on my boyfriend in my last relationship. Isn't it normal for her to keep nagging Shen Tao after she broke up with her ex-boyfriend? The only thing that was abnormal was the night that Taoao told the story. Looking at them, Yi Hao couldn't help but sigh. Women are troublesome, so it's better to be a succubus. A group of women present were furious. When Yi Hao saw this, he ran away. Shen Hongxiu looked at Chen Fan with a dark face. Chen Fan was confused. What do you think I am doing? I haven't done anything, Shen Hongxiu said. You must not imitate Yi Hao. And don't think about finding a succubus. If you sign a contract with a succubus, I will kill the succubus. Chen Fan. Shen Hongxiu continued. If I can't defeat him, I will go find the empress. Chen Fan. Lu Qing next to him blushed a little. Everyone, please stop talking. It will delay my uncle's work. Shen Hongxiu and others looked at Lu Qing. This senior sister has an uncle and grandpa in her mouth. And her screams are so sweet. Everyone else felt something was wrong. But Lu Qing himself felt nothing. Sudden. Bai Rouge grimaced, sighed and said, "Uncle, you won't let me call you grandpa, will you?" Everyone was stunned. Chen Fan was also stunned for a moment. Immediately. Everyone reacted immediately. Chen Fan is the son of martial ancestor Chen Han. Martial ancestor Chen Han had a disciple named Zhang Jiang. Zhang Jiang accepted a disciple named Bai Tianyu. Bai Rouge was Bai Rouge's father. Speaking of which, Chen Fan is definitely a descendant of Bai Rouge's grandfather. He used to be called Uncle Master. And Bai Rouge had cried before. Although I was willing to do so later. But is it time to change the name now? Like Lu Qing. You can actually change your title. Although you do need to be called uncle or grandpa in terms of seniority. The two parties are not actually related by blood or sect. But Bai Rouge's master-sect relationship cannot be put aside. Chen Fan was also a big boy. "Whatever you called me before, I'll call you like me now. No one cares about you. I'm not even married yet. So I feel uncomfortable being called grandpa all day long." Everyone's expressions became even weirder. A group of people around him, who knew a little bit about Chen Fan, listened and wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to laugh. They almost suffered from internal injuries. At this time, Feng Xiaoxiao, who was guarding Chen Fan's beast control space, shouted, "Chen Fan! In the realm of the angel god king, Kimura Reifeng said there was a big discovery." "Big discovery?" Chen Fan immediately said. "Something happened. Let's take a rest first and continue later." With that said, he directly opened the whirlpool portal of the beast control space and walked in. As soon as he entered the angel god king realm, he saw Kimura Reifeng looking very excited. Chen Fan was really surprised. What big discovery could this guy make? Even Blind Lao and his friends, who are running around the four realms in the Holy Realm, haven't found anything strange yet. Even a sealed place similar to Chaos Ling's suppression has not yet been discovered. And Kimura Lingfeng is only at the peak of the 6th rank. "Leader, I found a sealed place," Kimura Reifeng said. "I led a team into a crack." "Damn it!" Chen Fan couldn't help but curse. "You want to die? You are only at the 6th level. How dare you enter the crack?" All void demons crawl out from the cracks. The bone dragon from the 3rd level of the Holy Realm that Blind Lao and the others had captured was also found in the crack. Ordinary strong people. Who dares to enter the crack? Gonzi, a fighting maniac, had his other partners put up a bunch of shields when he first entered the rift. Moreover, Gongzi had already reached the Holy Realm and had powerful skills such as thunder and lightning. This guy Kimura Reifeng. "That's it, Master," Kimura Reifeng said. "I saw a lot of void demons crawling out of a crack. And then, they were killed by Guardians Wa and the others. After that, the devil didn't crawl out of that crack for 7 days. I was just wondering, is there no demon inside?" That night, a spiritual light suddenly emitted from the crack. I felt that there should be a treasure inside. So I led a team in. Chen Fan thought. And a cloud enveloped Kimura Lingfeng. "Stop talking nonsense. Take me to see." "Which direction?" Kimura Lingfeng led the way. And Chen Fan took him to appear above a crack in just a few breaths. Looking from above, the huge crack looks like the mouth of a giant beast, giving people a frightening feeling. Chen Fan only stopped for a moment, and immediately brought Kimura Lingfeng with him, falling like a meteorite. Endless darkness. But in the darkness, there is indeed a little light shining. But even within Chen Fan's induction, the fluctuations in star power were very weak. "This crack is covered by a formation." Chen Fan's expression moved slightly. However, the void demon in the formation has been able to crawl out of the formation, which shows that the formation has been damaged. In other words, this formation is not a seal. It just blocks the breath of the things below. "Right there." Before reaching the bottom, Kimura Lingfeng pointed in a direction. Chen Fan moved his steps and moved over as if teleporting. In the darkness, a huge axe appeared in Chen Fan's sight. The strange thing is that the axe has no handle. The strange axe reminded Chen Fan of Yi Hao's axe in his dream. He remembered that Yi Hao seemed to have gone to the Holy Angel Realm, stole the Qianquan Cauldron from the Angel God clan, and then refined the Qianquan Cauldron into an axe, and fused it with the Tantian Divine Pillar. This thing doesn't belong to Yi Hao. "Right? You wait here," Chen Fan said. "I'll call Haozi in." Before Kimura Lingfeng could react, Chen Fan had already opened the beast control space and walked in. "Leader," Kimura Lingfeng almost cried. "Although the last time I brought the team here, I didn't find any danger. But no matter what, Last time, I came in with a group of people. Now that he is alone in this darkness, Kimura Reifeng feels like there are demons on all sides. It was as if a demon would rush out of the darkness at the next moment and swallow him whole. Kimura Lingfeng held a long knife, and his whole body was trembling. In less than a minute, he felt as if the sea had dried up. When Chen Fan came in with Yi Hao, Kimura Lingfeng's whole body was already soaked with sweat. "Leader," Kimura Lingfeng said in a hoarse voice. "Can you not leave me like this next time?" That resentful look made Yi Hao shudder. Immediately, Yi Hao looked at the huge axe and his eyes suddenly shrank. "Mine! This is mine! I heard it!" Sure enough, Chen Fan also showed a hint of joy in his eyes. It's really Yi Hao's axe. The Tantian Divine Pillar is already very powerful. Get this axe again. It felt like Yi Hao could easily kill even gods and demons. Seeing Yi Hao take out the Divine Pillar of Tantian, he was ecstatic and shook it twice. "Call!" The void seemed to be shaking. An axe came through the air and merged with the Tantian Divine Pillar. Kimura Lingfeng looked at the axe in Yi Hao's hand, and then at the huge axe in the distance. What's the situation? Can an axe give birth to a child? What does Yi Hao mean when he says the axe belongs to him? I obviously discovered this. Kimura Lingfeng was a little annoyed and depressed, and said cautiously, "Master, this is what I discovered." "I know." Chen Fan gently patted Kimura Lingfeng on the shoulder and said, "But the axe does belong to Haozi. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to move it." Kimura Lingfeng squinted his eyes. "At least let me try." "I can't try it," Chen Fan said. "When the minister's 9th level clone touched my sword, it immediately broke into pieces." Kimura Lingfeng was shocked. Chen Fan is the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect, and the son of martial ancestor Chen Han. There is no need to lie in front of him. Kimura Lingfeng looked at the huge axe and swallowed hard. Chen Fan said, "You discovered this axe. You can ask Haozi for the benefits. Whether it's money, treasures, or high-level magic crystals, he won't refuse." Yi Hao smiled happily. "Kimin, you finally did a good thing. If you have any requests, just ask him." Kimura Reifeng, who was originally aggrieved, suddenly felt better. Chen Fan glanced at Kimura Reifeng's attribute panel. This guy's void pollution is almost reaching its limit. However, people or demons who have been purified by him will not lose control even if the void pollution reaches the limit. "Let's go out first," Chen Fan said. "We need to mobilize several holy realms to guard the sealed place." Kimura Lingfeng blinked. "Leader, what does the sealed land mean?" "Literally," Chen Fan said. "Under the axe, there is probably a being at the level of gods and demons suppressed!" Exclamation point. Kimura Lingfeng almost knelt down. Chen Fan said, "Just like the 5th restricted area in the demon city, the 5-colored divine stone and the heavenly dragon palace suppressed the lord of the 6-eyed abyss. If we couldn't kill the 6-eyed abyss lord at that time, maybe Blue Star would have been destroyed by now." Kimura Lingfeng wiped a cold sweat. "The more I think about it, the more I fear. Before, he actually brought a group of 6th-level people to such a place. What if the suppressed demon god wakes up? Their group of people might become food and lose their souls." "Let's go out first," Chen Fan said. "Let Mr. Blind come over and check the formation here to see if there is any damage and whether it can be repaired." After saying that, Chen Fan took Yi Hao and Kimura Lingfeng back to the beast-controlling space. As soon as I arrived at the beast-controlling space, there was a message from the ancient god realm. Blind Lao has broken through to the 5th level of the Holy Realm. A group of powerful men in the ancient god realm were all excited. Without the support of the Beast Master, nor Chen Fan's use of the power of faith, the blind old man actually rushed to the 5th level of the Holy Realm by himself. But Chen Fan felt that this was normal. The 4 blind old people are clones themselves, and their strength is not enough. But the realm is there, likely Mu and Zhangjiang. If they didn't rely on Chen Fan's power of faith and purely wanted to practice on their own and reach the demigod realm, they still don't know how many years and months it would take. Even though Chen Fan helped their Beast Master break through and allowed them to gain a large amount of star power in return, they were still far away from the demigod realm. The 4 blind old men are different. Their true self had reached the demigod realm many years ago. No one knows everything about the demigod realm better than them. Now in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms, the 4 of them have transformed into void demons. And then, they cooperate with each other in fighting to gain enlightenment. Their cultivation realm is really advancing by leaps and bounds. They even used a trace of the divine power after transforming into a void demon, as well as Chen Fan's void divine body, to reach the divine realm as soon as possible. "There is one more person in the 5th level of the Holy Realm," Chen Fan brought the blind man out of the ancient god realm and sent him to the axe-sealed place in the angel god king realm, and then returned to the Yang Kingdom's secret realm base. Yi Hao nodded and said, "There are more and more people in the 5th level of the Holy Realm. Brother Fan, your power of faith is also skyrocketing. When the time comes, we may have to produce demigod realms in batches." The number of the 5th level of the Holy Realm is constantly increasing. But out of caution, Chen Fan never helped Zhang Jiang and others break through to the 5th level of the Holy Realm. Anyway, it won't be long. If the power of faith is sufficient, it is simply a piece of cake to help the 5th level of the Holy Realm cross into the demigod realm. Sudden, Li Feng walked over and said, "Can't we take them to the ancient god realm or break through the beast-controlling space?" Chen Fan looked at Li Fengxing silently. A little depressed? No. Very depressed. Why hadn't he thought of such a thing? Why didn't everyone else think of it? Yi Hao and the others have been killing like crazy during this period. Killing void demons in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms every day. Chen Fan was also too busy and fainted. But why didn't so many people think of such a simple thing? But Li Fengxing did? Everyone looked at Li Fengxing silently. In the past, everyone including Shen Tao felt that IQ could defeat Li Fengxing. But now, I always feel like my IQ has been rubbed against the ground by Li Fengxing. Has this kid been pretending to be stupid all this time? In other words, because of the dream, it enlightened me. Chapter 330 Void Chain. The Ancient Demon World. Inside the Tianlong Hall. Chen Fan is not here, but a group of strong men sat in a circle around the round table. All of them with glaring eyes, including the blind man. A total of 16 people from the 5th level of the Holy Realm. Most of these 16 people, except for the blind man, Zhang Jiang, and Ziding Shinichi, are Li Mu's beast masters. Chen Fan spent more than 5 months and mobilized the resources of the entire Blue Star to help those beast masters break through to the 5th level of the Holy Realm. Li Mu, Zhang Jiang, Han Jiangxue, Ziding Shinichi, and Katas each had 2 beasts that broke through to the 5th level of the Holy Realm, together with several other strong men. The number of the 5th level of the Holy Realm reached 16. This was completely unimaginable before. But now, all the powerful men have begun to preparing to attack the demigod realm with the help of Chen Fan. Li Mu saw that the eyes of a group of people were full of expectations, and he rolled his eyes and said, "Actually, I don't recommend Chen Fan to help you break through now." Han Jiangxue rolled her eyelids. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Li Mu said. "You all know how difficult it is to collect the power of faith. The plan to demonize all people has been in the works for more than 5 months. But we have slowed down because we are worried about causing too much turmoil after demonization, and the chaos and harm to people after demonization. Until now, the progress of demonization of the entire population is only a little over 30%. Yes, I just asked my junior brother, and he said that the power of faith now is enough to help all 16 of you break through to the demigod realm. But the 16 of you have broken through to the demigod realm. It would be better to help me break through from the 1st level of the demigod realm to the 2nd level. Right. If I break through to the 2nd level of the demigod realm, I can crush 16 first-level demigods to death with one move. I guarantee you won't be able to fight back. Get out of here, Uncle!" Han Jiangxue had grabbed a teacup and threw it at Li Mu. The teacup shattered into dust in front of Li Mu. And then the dust quickly gathered and turned into a small ball, which quickly spun on the tip of Li Mu's right index finger. Han Jiangxue said angrily, "I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen you so shameless." The blind man said calmly, "From the perspective of maximizing interests, what Li Mu said is actually correct." Everyone looked at the blind man. His seniority level is such that even Li Mu, who has broken through to the demigod realm, does not dare to be presumptuous at all. The blind man said, "The demon king of the 6th heaven, who was sealed by Chen Fan's parents, is the peak of the 5th heaven of the demigod realm. They are the same as me and lame, although they are a little weaker, but not much weaker. According to Li Mu, Chen Fan's father once severely injured the demon king of the 6th heaven and wanted to kill him. But because of Chen Fan's mother's plea, she only sealed the 6th heaven demon king in the end. So let's take a step back and figure it out. If the current demon king of the 6th heaven has not recovered his strength should be between the 3rd and 4th heavens of the demigod realm. If she really breaks out of the seal, 16 demigods at the 1st level will not be able to stop her." Wisteria Shinichi said a little angrily. "Even if Li Mu breaks through to the 2nd level of the demigod realm, he still can't stop him." Li Mu smiled and said, "But after a while, Chen Fan may help me break through to the 3rd level of the demigod realm. Wisteria Shinichi was choked to death. His face darkened, and he didn't speak for a long time. He had been looking forward to this day for so long. I didn't expect Li Mu to cause trouble again. At this time, the blind man said again, during this period, I didn't let Xiaofan help everyone break through to the demigod realm. It was not just because I was worried about stimulating the sixth heaven demon king in the four realms such as the ancient god realm, or in the beast-controlling space. It was really exciting. Not yet. But, with the seal of the sixth heavenly demon king firmly in place, Zhang Jiang and Shinichi Wisteria are actually not that urgent to break through to the demigod realm. Wisteria Shinichi wanted to say that he was impatient, but seeing that no one said anything, he had to endure it. The blind man continued, because Zhang Jiang and Jiang Shui have been at the pinnacle of the holy realm for many years. Now Xiaofan not only helped them sign contracts with many void demons above the third level of the holy realm, but also helped Wenqin and the others break through to the peak of the holy realm. Asking the heart is Zhang Jiang's beast. Zhang Jiang, Han Jiangxue, and the others now each have 2 royal beasts that have reached the 5th level of the holy realm. The blind man said. Wenqin and the others broke through to the 5th level of the holy realm, which directly increased the power of Zhang Jiang and the others. If Zhang Jiang and Jiang Shui can break through to the demigod realm on their own, they can save a huge amount of faith. Although Xiaofan's power of faith is growing very fast now. Li Mu also said just now that the progress of demonization for all people is only a little over 30%. After helping everyone break through to the demigod realm, the power of faith may be exhausted. So we push again and again. As long as the power of faith is enough, Xiaofan can help everyone reach the demigod realm at any time. So why rush? Zhang Jiang nodded. That's what I mean too. If we can break through our own enlightenment, we can save a lot of power of faith. If we can't break through before the demon king breaks out of the seal on the 6th day, there will be no loss. Because junior brother can help us break through as quickly as possible. Han Jiangxue also nodded. Wisteria Shinichi was like a deflated rubber ball. Come with excitement and return with disappointment. But it seems to make sense. Seeing a group of people nodding, Li Mu immediately laughed again. Just save a little more power of faith first. Maybe you can help me break through to the 3rd level of demigod realm or above in one fell swoop. Everyone stared angrily. This guy deserves a beating. But now I can't beat him. Otherwise, I really want to get together and fight him. The blind man added, using the power of faith is the most direct and fastest way. It's just that it's too difficult to collect the power of faith. It requires a large number of believers, which are demonized people or beasts. We can continue to wait. In addition to the power of faith, don't forget Xiaofan's super divine nurturing beast. As long as there are enough materials, he can help everyone break through to the demigod realm without using the power of faith. Wisteria Shinichi said, the materials required above the holy realm are as difficult as climbing to the sky. From the peak of the holy realm to the demigod realm, it is even more difficult. But it's not impossible, the blind man said. After everyone is transformed into a void demon, haven't you noticed that the materials needed to help Wenxian and their breakthrough are mostly void demon crystal cores above the holy realm, as well as those from the ancient god realm? Wait for the resources from the 4 realms. Although the ancient god realm and other 4 realms are very scary. At present, we have not found any existence in the demigod realm, or even the god realm, or above. So in the past 6 months, we have collected huge resources, and countless spiritual grasses, and fruits, that are not seen in the outside world. Han Jiangxue said, we understand what the blind old man means. Just let us settle down and continue to wait. On the one hand, I will gain enlightenment through my own practice, while looking for materials. Zhang Jiang nodded and said, at the same time, junior brother is still helping our other beast masters to break through. It took Wenqin and the others more than 5 months to break through to the peak of the holy realm. Then in another 5 months, maybe there will be more breakthroughs in beast control. I'm so annoyed, said Katas, who had been silent. Although what you said makes sense. I'm just annoyed. Who wouldn't be annoyed? Who among the powerful people at the pinnacle of the holy realm doesn't want to stand at that pinnacle and see the scenery at the pinnacle? Look at how proudly Mu is with his feet on the table. I really want to press him under the Wuji mountain for 500 years, with his butt facing out. So, Li Mu said, everyone, please return to your respective posts. Katas, Jiang Shui, you continue to help Blind Lao perfect the formation of the axe sealing place. Well, we haven't dealt with the demon king of the 6th heaven yet. So why are we starting to deal with the sealed places of the 4 realms including the ancient god realm? For existences at the level of gods and demons. Shouldn't they be left to the gods and demons to deal with? The blind man said quietly. What if all the gods and demons have fallen? Everyone. Zitingshani said bitterly. Blind old man. What do you mean by this? The blind man didn't say much. Others didn't know. But he knew that Chu Xian and Yi Hao had had this kind of nightmare. Around the heaven sacrifice monument, the corpses of the ancient demons piled up in mountains. At the Tontian divine pillar, Yi Hao said that his father asked him to run away and find Chen Fan. Empress Du Tian was reincarnated and became the empress of the demon clan. The demon king of the dark abyss was reincarnated and became an orphan on earth, in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. Only the void demons were left. And there were no other living beings. Who knows if there is a world of gods now? Who knew that there are no gods or demons in the divine world yet? Nobody knows. In comparison, what is the demon king of the 6th heaven? If you have never seen the ancient god realm and other 4 realms, you may not be under such great pressure. But now everyone often enters and exits the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. I have seen the vicissitudes of life and desolation. The most important thing is that the 4 realms including the ancient god realm are now connected with Chen Fan's beast control space. Somehow, this is an inevitable disaster. Blue Star's calamity was just a small incident. Although the disaster in Tanny realm is tragic, it is still controllable. There are only 4 realms including the ancient god realm. Void pollution. Even gods and demons cannot resist it. In addition to Chen Fan's purification. But now, everyone in Chen Fan are bound together. Who can stay out of it? If the 6-eyed abyss lord from the 5th restricted area comes out, the entire blue star will be polluted by the void. Then, through the cracks in the blue star, the void pollution will spread to countless worlds and even the entire world. Blind people sometimes feel tired. But he knew that Chen Fan was the most tired. Don't look at it now that Li Mu and Yi Hongyan have broken through to the demigod realm and suppressed the entire blue star. But Chen Fan's pressure did not decrease at all. It is precisely because of this that Chu Xian and the others practice crazily and kill crazily. Day and night. The 16 people in front of me have all broken through to the demigod realm. Are they a very powerful force? Yes. But the blind people are actually looking forward to the growth of Henry Chu and the others. Each of these has a big background. Although he has always been around Chen Fan, he is like a trumpet. But back then, they were probably the supreme beings in the world. Can Li Mu, who is in the demigod realm? Bi Chu Xian, who is in the demigod realm? It's out of the question. Even if both sides have void divine bodies. But can Li Mu stop the heaven sacrifice monument? These little guys, who have not yet reached the holy realm, are the hope for the future. Chen Fan is everyone's hope. I figured it out, Ziting Shinichi said. What the blind man said makes sense. I've been waiting for almost half a year anyway. So what if I wait another year or 2? Maybe in a year and a half. With the help of junior brother Chen Fan, we can break through to the demigod realm without consuming the power of faith? In that case, the saved power of faith can create another demigod. Seeing that Shinichi Wisteria had said this, Katas also sighed, shrugged and said, I agree. Even these 2 people agreed. And the others had nothing to say. Ancient God Realm. Chen Fan stood on a hill. Around the hill, countless void demons are climbing up. Sudden, on Chen Fan's body, translucent chains flew out like tentacles like lightning, penetrating each void demon with incomparable accuracy. The demon penetrated by the chain was instantly wiped out, and the power of the void demons was quickly transmitted back to Chen Fan through the chains. These are the void chains in the last 3 clouds on the system panel. Pillar of Faith, Void Chain, Void Imprisonment. Chen Fan has all opened. This was the first time he used Void Chain. The power of Void Chain made Chen Fan frown. This system is better said to be a beast control system than an anti-void system. The entire system is basically built to counter the void, combined with some dream fragments during this period. This should be the system in the previous life. After the goddess created the sky-breaking demon sword, she used it to escape into the void and penetrated the void. The void chain move just now is definitely a super magical skill that can destroy the heaven and the earth. Even demons at the holy level are powerless to resist. You know, even if Chen Fan personally activates the heaven sacrifice monument, it would be impossible to instantly devour a holy level demon. This void chain only takes a blink of an eye. But Chen Fan couldn't be happy at all. The more powerful the ultimate moves, like void chain and void confinement are, the more powerful the enemies you may encounter in the future. What does the Holy Land mean? Whether it is a holy realm or a semi-divine realm, it is still a mortal realm after all. These ultimate moves are all used to kill gods. Moreover, It may be a void god and demon that is even more powerful than the god and demon. What exactly is void? Even the way of heaven is afraid of being polluted by the void. Existences at the level of ancestor gods are unable to resist. Just when Shen Fan was having negative emotions, the chains of void released from his body were cooperating with the void soul and sweeping towards the ancient god realm in all directions. Wherever they passed, void demons were strung together like grasshoppers. The group of strong men behind Shen Fan looked at this scene, and they were both excited and frightened. Even if Mr. Li Mu, who is in the demigod realm, comes over, he probably won't be able to cast such a weird and powerful spell. Right? It's really unimaginable. This is Shen Fan, whom everyone respects as God. His power is far beyond people's knowledge. Let me see where the limit is. With a thought in Shen Fan's mind, his whole person became virtual and entered the virtual soul state. The virtual soul immediately spread in all directions, as if it wanted to cover the entire earth. And wherever the virtual soul passes, chains are like tentacles, extending outward and extending. Shen Fan, who has not yet reached the peak of the holy realm, is already trying things that even gods and demons cannot do. Chapter 331 The leader of the Centaur tribe achieves the demigod state. The far north. Outside the Centaur restricted area, heavy snow was falling. 6 months have passed since the entrance and exit of the Centaur restricted area was sealed. At this time, the far north has changed. All the demon clan evacuated. The Centaur huddled in the restricted area. The heavy snow covered up all the blood and ugliness of the original scene. At first glance, this place looks like a pure holy land. Only those who have been here know that this was once the bloodiest and cruelest place in Blue Star. The demon clan and the Centaur clan have been fighting for many years, blocking the Centaur army so that Blue Star can have a short period of peace. Now the Centaur was so frightened that he fled back to the restricted area, no longer posing a threat. Major countries such as Tang State did not even send anyone to watch the entrances and exits of the restricted area. With demigods like Li Mu and Yi Hongyan standing guard, people no longer have to worry about the threat of centaurs. But many times, people's calculations are not as good as God's calculations. Centaur restricted area. A terrifying vortex formed around the Centaur leader. Even the few remaining saintly warriors of the Centaur did not dare to approach and could only watch from a distance. Boom! The vortex suddenly became smaller quickly. The leader of the Centaur clan appeared in everyone's sight. Next moment, roar! All the centaurs in the restricted area looked up to the sky and roared. Demigod realm. The centaurs finally appeared in the demigod realm. The original despair has disappeared. Hope is rising. The centaur leader floated in the air and glanced condescendingly at the restricted area. The mental power of the demigod realm instantly covered the entire restricted area. He silently looked at a location that was not very noticeable, and said coldly, Demon King of the Western regions, you lied to me. There is not only the last bottle of demon blood. You broke through to the demigod realm earlier than me. He, in the direction where the leader of the Centaur clan was looking. The Demon King of the Western region, who had almost completely transformed into an ordinary person, slowly rose into the sky. He smiled slightly and said calmly, How much demon blood is left is not the point. Whether I broke through to the demigod realm earlier than you, that's not the point. The point is, you have now broken through to the demigod realm, and I helped you get rid of the chaos demonization. I kept my promise. What do you think? The Centaur leader said nothing. There are threats likely moved from the outside world. Falling out with the Nightmare Court is not a good thing. What's more, everyone has just broken through to the demigod realm. So it's unclear who is stronger and who is weaker. Even if you are a little stronger than the opponent, you may not be able to kill the opponent. If they really fight, the Demon King of the Western regions could destroy the entire Centaur Legion with one move, leaving him alone in the end. At this time, the Demon King of the Western region said again, From the beginning, I have emphasized that we have a cooperative relationship and a mutually beneficial relationship. Even if you break through to the demigod realm, you may not win over Li Mu. You and I still need to cooperate sincerely to get rid of Li Mu and then become the absolute overlord of Blue Star. Don't worry. Nightmare Court doesn't look down on Blue Star at all. After taking care of Li Mu and Yi Hongyan, Blue Star will give you the Centaur tribe. I just need you to help me rescue the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. Rescue the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven? The Centaur leader sneered in his heart. Rescue the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven, and then slap me to death? The Centaur leader took a deep breath, nodded slightly, and said, Okay, I hope your Nightmare Court can keep its promise. When the Demon King of the Western region saw this, he laughed and said, So, Are you going to open the seal now? Or are you going to wait for a while? Li Mu has been breaking through to the demigod realm for more than half a year. Zhang Jiang and the others may break through at any time. To avoid long nights and endless dreams, the leader of the Centaur tribe said, "Get out now! You and I join forces to get rid of Li Mu as quickly as possible. And then kill Zhang Jiang, Yi Hongyan and others." The demon king of the western regions raised his lips slightly. What the patriarch said is true. Then, let's kill him until the sky is dark and the earth is dark. The centaur leader waved his hand. Children, follow me out of the restricted area. From today on, Blue Star is ours. Roar! Countless centaurs raised their arms and shouted. The fighting spirit rises. Killing intent rises. Figures with powerful auras rose into the sky. Most of the centaurs were wiped out by Li Mu, but they still gave people a domineering and arrogant aura. Together with the demon king of the western region, the leader of the centaur tribe directly opened the seal of the gate to the restricted area, and then rushed out of the restricted area. Behind, the centaur legions poured out like a tide. Oh, are you finally willing to come out? Li Mu, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, smiled and opened his eyes. On the other side, Yi Hongyan put away the two colorful sacred stones, took a step forward, and disappeared into the whirlpool. At the same time, in the hidden secret realm of Yang Kingdom, under the seal, a great demon-like being raised his head. Both the demon king of the western region and the leader of the centaur tribe have broken through to the demigod realm. Chu Qingcheng, your end has come. In the darkness, the young-looking Chu Qingcheng appeared. Behind him, the figures of four powerful beasts appeared and disappeared, as if they existed in another space. Chu Qingcheng said calmly, "The two clowns cannot be the opponents of my senior brothers and the Empress Yi Hongyan. Demon King of the Sixth Heaven, your fate has already been determined. Whether it's in Blue Star or Tanny World, you can't win. You still don't understand." The Demon King of the Sixth Heaven shook his head and said, "Devil's blood. That is the blood of the legendary demon god, and it contains unimaginable power. The leader of the centaur tribe, who used the blood of demons to break through to the demigod realm, is definitely not comparable to a junior like Li Mu." Chu Qingcheng did not speak, but the light in his eyes flickered. In an instant, the thunder in the seal that suppressed the dark power suddenly increased several times. The terrifying dark power was quickly refined, and like the Yangtze River, it converged towards Chu Qingcheng and several imperial beasts. Chu Qingcheng, the demon king on the sixth day, was furious. "You have been plundering my power in this seal for 18 full years. You shameless person is exactly like your master. I'll make you pay." Chu Qingcheng sighed. "You have said these words over and over again for 18 years. Will you just revise them a little bit? I'm going to kill you." The demon king of the sixth heaven roared. "I'm going to kill you." Chu Qingcheng took out her ears. I know. The far north, Li Mu appeared with a group of strong men and stood in front of the demon king of the western region and the centaur leader. The demon king of the western regions looked very satisfied. He glanced at Zhang Jiang and others who were following Li Mu, laughed and said, "It's pretty good. More than half a year has passed, and 3 more peak saints have appeared. Do you think Zhang Jiang and Zi Tingxin can stop us?" Li Mu waved his arm lightly. Zhang Jiang, Shinichi Ziding and others immediately dispersed and blocked the Centaur Legion from all areas. In a battle at the demigod level, it would be difficult for those at the peak of the Holy Realm to get involved. Zhang Jiang might be able to do it. Even those in the demigod realm wouldn't dare to take Zhang Jiang's 9 sky-breaking swords easily, but it's not necessary. Seeing this, the Demon King of the Western region smiled even more happily. "Li Mu, are you nervous now? You are now 1 against 2. How long do you think you can sustain it?" The centaur leader flipped his wrist and held a spear filled with infinite black energy in his right hand. Li Mu was stunned. "Who told you that I would fight 1 against 2? The Demon King of the Western region and the centaur leader were about to speak. A whirlpool appeared out of thin air, and Empress Yi Hongyan walked out with Chen Fan and Chu Xian. The Demon King of the Western region and the leader of the centaur tribe were slightly startled. At this time, the 5-colored sacred stone on Yi Hongyan's body flashed slightly, lifting the shield. The aura of Yi Hongyan's demigod realm was released, sweeping forward like a wave. The Demon King of the Western region and the centaur leader were shocked. Yi Hongyan also broke through to the demigod realm? How can this be? Even Zhang Jiang and Han Jiangxue had not broken through to the demigod realm. How could Yi Hongyan, who was originally the weakest, become the demigod realm first? Li Mu saw the wonderful expressions on the two people's faces and said with a smile, I forgot to tell you. Just after you sealed the Centaur restricted area, the Empress broke through to the demigod realm. When you came out, you didn't sense her breath. That's because she used the 5-colored sacred stone to shield her breath. The Centaur leader almost turned around and tried to escape. Although it was 2 against 2. Yi Hongyan had 2 colorful sacred stones in her hands. On the Centaur side, there are only a few holy realms left. There is a group of Peak Saint Realm people on Blue Star's side. At this time, Li Mu turned around and said, "Do you need me to take action?" The Demon King of the Western region and the Centaur leader were taken aback. What does this mean? Li Mu is not ready to take action? Yi Hongyan wants to fight 1 against 2? How arrogant! Unexpectedly, Yi Hongyan didn't speak, but Chen Fan said, "You'd better rest." On the other side, Zitingjin said angrily, "That's right. You'd better take a rest. Last time you came here and killed countless centaurs with 1 move. You were so happy. How much food was wasted? Wisteria Shinichi." The Centaur clan leader was furious. Guys like Blue Star are so arrogant. Treat us centaurs as food? This is simply unreasonable. At this time, Chen Fan said, "This evil race is no different from demons, but worse than demons. I'll take these 2 back. Chu Xian, you use the Heaven Sacrifice Monument to deal with the Centaur Legion." The Centaur leader was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he saw Chen Fan, and he had no idea who he was. Before, he thought Li Mu was asking Yi Hongyan for her opinion. Now it seems that even Li Mu wants to listen to this kid? The Demon King of the Western region's eyes changed slightly and said, "Be careful. This person is Chen Fan, the son of martial ancestor Chen Han." Chen Fan? The leader of the Centaur tribe frowned. If martial ancestor Chen Han came, he would definitely turn around and leave. But Chen Han's son. What is it? Sudden crash. 2 chains flew out, like lightning, piercing the chests of the Demon King of the Western region and the Centaur leader. "Can't move. How can it be?" Under the watchful eyes of countless powerful Centaur men, Chen Fan opened the beast control space. Li Mu immediately followed, but was blocked by Yi Hongyan. "Let's save some face." "What is a face?" Li Mu smiled, but did not push in. Yi Hongyan clicked her fingers twice, and Wenqin and Qinglin immediately flew over. One is Li Mu's beast master. One is Zhang Jiang's imperial beast. They are all already in the 5th level of the Holy Realm. In the distance, Shinichi Wisteria said resentfully, "You have excluded me again." Han Jianqua sneered coldly and said, "Shut up! Wenqin and Qinglin have the strongest bodies among all the 5th level saints. Only they can withstand this kind of power." Chen Fan's chains dragged the leader of the Centaur clan and the Demon King of the Western regions, along with Wenqin and Qinglin, into the Tianlong Palace of the ancient God realm. Although Li Fingxing was reluctant in every possible way, his Tianlong Palace has now become the stronghold of the ancient God realm. What kind of place is this? It's so scary. The leader of the Centaur tribe and the Demon King of the Western regions are heartbroken. It would be unimaginable to kill them for such a thing. They are in the demigod realm. Why was he captured without any resistance? After the chains penetrated their bodies, their strength seemed to disappear, and they were completely unable to move. What magic weapon is this? What is this place? "I'm in a hurry, so I won't listen to your last words," Chen Fan said. "Thank you both for your help." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more translucent chains flew out of Chen Fan's body, piercing through the chests of Wenxian and Qinglin. Ah! Although Wenqin and Qinglin were mentally prepared, they still screamed. Next moment, the power of the Centaur leader began to transfer to Wenxian along the chain. The power of the Demon King of the Western regions was transferred to Qinglin along with the chains. Wenqin and Qinglin endured the severe pain, sat down cross-legged, activated their star power, and guided the vast and tidal force. Speaking of which, they were actually not very familiar with Chen Fan, and had only spoken a few words to him. On their way to Yang country, the 2 of them were tricked by the Nightmare Court, and were finally controlled and attacked Chen Fan secretly. But now, Chen Fan has chosen the 2 of them to carry the power of the Centaur leader and the Demon King of the Western region. The reason is simple. Among the current batch of peaks of the 5th level of the Holy Realm, the 2 of them have the highest physical strength because they are ferocious beasts. Shulong and Bai, whose bodies are stronger. But those few are still 1 step away from reaching the 5th level of the Holy Realm. At this time, feeling the power disappearing rapidly, the Centaur leader and the Demon King of the Western region began to scream crazily. "Let me go! I am willing to surrender to you. Lord Chen Fan, please spare my life. I will do whatever you want." We centaurs can be loyal to you and never betray us forever. Chen Fan remained silent. Seeing this, the demon king of the western region knew that there was no way to escape. He could no longer care about anything else and immediately bit his tongue. A drop of blood spit out from its mouth and turned into a demon statue. The demon statue made a loud rumble and turned into a demon holding the sky and stepping on the ground. Terrible power was released from the demon. Its pressure has far exceeded that of the demigod realm. Lord Chen Fan! Wenqin and Qinglin were so shocked that they struggled to stand up regardless of absorbing the power. The power of faith! Chen Fan's eyes flashed. No wonder. No wonder your statues have the power of faith. It turns out that the demon statue is also collecting the power of faith. In the seal of Yang Kingdom's secret realm. On the 6th day, the demon king suddenly paused. At this moment, she suddenly couldn't sense the centaur leader and the demon king of the western region. But she can still sense the auras of Li Mu and Yi Hongyan. What happened? A battle between a strong man and the demigod realm. Even if it lasts for 10 days and a half. Is normal. They are also at the first level of the demigod realm. Why did Li Mu and the others cover up the aura of the centaur leader and the demon king of the western region? No matter what. The demon king of the 6th heaven did not believe that Li Mu and Yi Hongyan had killed the leader of the centaur tribe and the demon king of the western region. No matter how bad those two people are, the two sides will have to fight each other to decide the winner. What's more, the demon king of the western region also controls the most powerful demon statue in the Nightmare Garden. That demon statue gathers the power of faith of all the believers in the Nightmare Garden. What is happening outside? On the 6th day, the demon king had a very ominous premonition. Is Chen Han back? Except for Chen Han and Blind Man. No one can do such a thing. Chapter 332 Reading the Memory of the Demon King of the Western Regions. Chen Fan really didn't expect that what he was doing now had already been done by the Nightmare Court. The Nightmare Court starts with the Star Warriors and uses them to help the Star Warriors sign contracts with demons to attract the Star Warriors to join. After that, use the blood of demons to control Star Warriors and demons. And demonize those who join the Nightmare Court and the Beast Masters. When the members of the Nightmare Court spread throughout the Blue Star, the power of faith generated by those people or beasts who have been demonized by the blood of demons will be absorbed by the statues of the Nightmare Court. However, despite all the calculations in the Nightmare Court, Chen Fan did not expect to be cut off. Under Li Mu's suggestion, Chen Fan followed his plan and implemented the demonization of all people, and then purification of all people, and finally used the Pillar of Faith to collect the power of faith of all the people or beasts he had purified. According to previous speculations, there are most likely gods and demons behind the Nightmare Garden. The blood of demons must come from gods and demons. Statues that can collect the power of faith also come from gods and demons. However, even gods and demons are far from able to compare with Chen Fan's Pillar of Faith in terms of gathering the power of faith. The demon king of the western region and others have been struggling in Blue Star for so long. And the power of faith on the statues is not very much. There is only one statue now. The power of faith in this statue now is hundreds of times stronger than the statue Chen Fan got before. It is estimated that the demon king of the western regions was able to break through to the demigod realm because of this statue. This statue was originally supposed to be reserved for the demon king of the 6th heaven. But the demon king of the western region was at the end of his rope. And after hiding in the centaur restricted area, he no longer cared about so much. At this time, Chen Fan looked at the huge demon that the statue had transformed into, and couldn't help but laugh. Scare the demon king with demons? However, the demons evolved from the power of faith are indeed relatively powerful. The aura it exudes alone far exceeds that of the demon king of the western region and the centaur leader. Maybe the 2nd level of the demigod realm? It may also be the 3rd level of the demigod realm. With a thought in Chen Fan's mind, the chains of void pulled when Xian and Qinglin behind him. The next moment, a void chain flew out like lightning, like a javelin, heading towards the demon hole that the statue turned into. Roar! The demon roared angrily, and with a fierce grab of his huge claws, he grabbed the void chain in front of him. Huh? Chen Fan let out a light sigh. I underestimate you. You can actually see my void chain. Void chain. If Chen Fan is not willing, it is almost impossible for others to see it. The chains that disappeared into the void didn't even have a trace of star power fluctuations. The demon in front of him, perhaps because of the power of faith, is close to the god level, and he can actually sense the existence of the void chain and sees it. Chen Fan's eyes flashed. The chain caught by the demon stretched strangely and quickly, and with a pop, It penetrated the demon's huge body. As soon as it was penetrated by the void chain, the demon immediately let out a shrill scream. Can still move. Chen Fan frowned. Looking at this, the real strength of the demon in front of him is not as simple as the third level of the demigod realm. A chain of void may not be able to suppress it. Blood flashed in Chen Fan's eyes, and the demon king's body rose up behind him, getting bigger and bigger. He looked down at the demon, who was much shorter. Endless red threads were released from the demon king Fa, instantly controlling the demon. The huge demon, under the stunned gaze of the demon king of the western region and the centaur leader, knelt down on one knee and trembled. Impossible. This is impossible. The demon king of the western region showed despair in his eyes and roared hysterically. Why can you do such a thing? Who are you? This is an exotic demon summoned by the power of faith. Even the demon king of the sixth heaven cannot fully control it. Why? Why? The psychological defense of the demon king of the western region was completely broken through at this moment. The scene before him was beyond his knowledge. If he knew that Chen Fan was so terrifying, how could he dare to come out of the centaur restricted area? Unfortunately, there is never any regret medicine in this world. Before the demon king of the western regions could yell any more, Chen Fan directly erased the self-awareness of the demon king of the western regions and the centaur leader. Their eyes were dull, and they were completely unresponsive. Chen Fan opened the beast-controlling space whirlpool portal. After sensing Zhang Jiang's aura, a void chain rushed to Zhang Jiang like a snake. The void chain transformed into Chen Fan and said, Brother, don't resist. I will take you into the beast-controlling space. Okay. Zhang Jiang was stunned. The void chains instantly entangled Zhang Jiang and pulled him into the beast-controlling space. This is... Zhang Jiang was frightened when he saw the huge demon and Chen Fan's demon king body. Chen Fan said, This is a demon transformed from a statue by the demon king of the western regions. You can think of it as an evolution of the power of faith. In other words, this is a collection of power of faith. The power of faith? So huge. Zhang Jiang reacted immediately. Chen Fan nodded and said, The power of faith gathered on this statue is enough to push you to the demigod realm. I'll help you break through first, and then I'll deal with when Xian and Qing Lin's matters. Zhang Jiang nodded. Okay. Breakthrough earlier or later. Zhang Jiang originally didn't care much. He and the blind man and others had discussed this matter before. But now that Chen Fan is helping him reach the demigod realm, Zhang Jiang is still a little excited. Call. The void chain that originally penetrated the demon kneeling on one knee came out from behind the demon and penetrated Zhang Jiang's chest. Zhang Jiang groaned and immediately sat down cross-legged. No blood low. Zhang Jiang closed his eyes directly. Also pierced by the void chain, he was more calm than when Xian and Qing Lin. After just groaning, his expression returned to normal. Chen Fan began to guide the power of faith in the demon to Zhang Jiang. He turned his head and glanced at Zhang Jiang's attribute panel. Really? On the attribute panel, all the materials that broke through to the demigod realm disappeared, leaving only the power of faith and void energy. The progress bar turns into a percentage of the power of faith. This speed is more than 10 times faster than when Xian and Qing Lin behind. When Qing and Qing Lin are devouring the power of the centaur leader and the demon king of the western region. Even if Chen Fan can transfer all the power of the centaur leader and the demon king of the western regions to when Xian and Qing Lin, they may still need some means to break through to the demigod realm. At least, the void energy required on the attribute panels of the two of them far exceeded the void energy needed by Zhang Jiang. Chen Fan looked away. The red thread of the demon king's dharma body instantly penetrated the head of the demon king of the western regions and began to read the memory of the demon king of the western regions. Memories flashed through Chen Fan's mind like a movie. Pity. Not much of value. Chen Fan and Li Mu had long known about the Devil's Blood plan, the rescue of the sixth heavenly demon king, and the plot against the centaur leader, or had guessed it a long time ago. As for the origin of demon blood and statues, the 5 demon kings including the demon king of the western region were just minions before they came to Blue Star. The demon king of the sixth heaven did not come to occupy Blue Star. She came here because the leader of the demon cult mistakenly broke into the Nightmare Garden base, and then pursued and killed the leader of the demon cult into Blue Star. So she only brought a group of minions from that base. In the memory of the demon king of the western region, some information about the origin of the devil's blood and statues also comes from the demon king of the sixth heaven. The demon king of the sixth heaven once said that the demon clan has the help of the demon god and is the master of the mortal world. Thousands of years ago, the heavenly demon clan, under the leadership of the Heavenly Demon Emperor, directly invaded the Tanny realm. However, the Heavenly Demon clan never expected that when the Heavenly Demon Emperor squeezed his true body into the passage of the Heavenly Feather realm, a skeleton staff came through the air, shattered the Heavenly Demon Emperor's physical body, and sent him back to the Heavenly Demon realm. Afterwards, the human Emperor of Tanny realm took the staff that flew from outside that day and sealed the passage. From that time on, the sixth Heavenly Demon King and other powerful men fought fiercely with Tanny realm for thousands of years. That is, more than 200 years ago. On the other side of the demon realm, a powerful being tore open the plain passage and threw the demon's blood and statues over. The Nightmare Garden in Tanny realm was so energetic that it almost launched the demon blood plan directly in Tanny realm. But this plan was blocked by the great Heavenly Demon King. The Great Sky Demon King is worried that the Nightmare Court will not be able to completely control the situation after all the people are demonized. Ultimately, the Demon Blood Project was shelved. The Nightmare Court used the blood of demons and began to recruit powerful people. As the Nightmare Garden continues to grow, the pressure on the four holy lands of Tanny realm is increasing. Because the Old Man Emperor had been holding the skeleton staff for a long time, and used the power of darkness to seal the passage between the Heavenly Demon realm and the Tanny realm. His life force was constantly being devoured by the staff, and it seemed that he could no longer survive for many years. If the strongest man in the Tanny realm, the Old Man Emperor, falls, the Nightmare Court will immediately counterattack, and even directly open a channel to support the Tianmo clan's massive attack on the Tanny realm. As for the fact that the Demon King was trapped on the Blue Star on the sixth day, it's all accidental. Orange Cat took the five-color sacred stone and passed through the passage between Tanny realm and Blue Star. He sensed the breath of another five-colored sacred stone in Blue Star and broke into Blue Star directly. On the sixth day, the Demon King didn't catch the Orange Cat. So how could he miss the colorful sacred stone? After chasing and escaping, both parties entered Blue Star. But the Demon King of the sixth heaven did not expect that Shenhan and his wife, the Demon King of the fourth heaven, had lived in seclusion on Blue Star for many years. Seeing the Demon King of the sixth heaven coming to Blue Star to do evil, Shenhan and his wife were furious and teamed up to beat the Demon King of the sixth heaven and seriously injured him. Shenhan originally wanted to directly kill the Demon King of the sixth heaven and eradicate this scourge. But his wife was the fourth Heavenly Demon King of the Demon Clan and the biological sister of the sixth Heavenly Demon King. So he couldn't bear to kill her. Shenhan had no choice but to seal the sixth Heaven Demon King. The Demon King of the Western region and others were so frightened that they hid in the restricted area and escaped the pursuit of Shenhan and his wife. In the restricted area, the Demon King of the Western regions and others are in panic all day long. In the end, they took the risk to use the demon blood left by the Demon King of the sixth heaven, and forcibly raise the strength of the five of them to the peak of the Holy Realm. But even so, a group of strong men from the Nightmare Court still dared not step out of the restricted area. Until one day, when a Blue Star expert entered the restricted area to explore, they realized that something had happened to Shenhan and his wife, and they had returned to Tanny Realm. The five demon kings who had reached the pinnacle of the Holy Realm immediately rushed out with a group of minions. Then, they used the blood of demons to recruit Blue Star powerhouses to join the Nightmare Court. In the end, it attracted the attention of Li Mu and others, and the two sides fought to the death many times, causing injuries to each other. The Nightmare Court finally chose to lurk, hoping to find the sealed place of the sixth Heavenly Demon King. Later, they discovered that Shenhan had a son. After knowing the news, the Nightmare Court mobilized in full force to snatch Shenhan's son. However, Shenhan's youngest disciple Chu Qingcheng took Shenhan's son away, leaving the Nightmare Court in vain. Soon, Chu Qingcheng came back, joined forces with Li Mu and others, and almost wiped out the Nightmare Court. Several of the five demon kings were maimed. After all, the fifth level of the Holy Realm, which was forcibly promoted through the blood of demons, was still no match for Li Mu and the others. What's more, Li Mu and the others also practiced the unique skills of martial ancestor Shenhan, especially Zhang Zhang's practice of the 9 heaven-breaking swords. With one strike, no one among the 5 demon kings dared to attack him head-on. In desperation, the Nightmare Court retreated into darkness again, searching for the sealing place of the 6th Heavenly Demon King and Shenhan's son. However, for 18 years, nothing has been achieved. The Nightmare Court wondered whether Chu Qingcheng sent Shenhan's son to the earth. But year after year, the Nightmare Garden wanders around the main cities, trying to find a reverse passage to the earth, but has never succeeded. As for the sealed place of the Demon King on the 6th day, Li Mu is really too cunning. Only he and Zhang Jiang knew about the entire sealed place. Even Wisteria Shinichi and Katas don't know. Shinichi Wisteria once complained in front of his apprentice Ino angrily, saying that Li Mu and Zhang Jiang deliberately excluded him. Ino sent the news back to the Nightmare Garden. And the Demon King of the West and others were also very angry. Trying to get the location of the seal from Li Mu and Zhang Jiang is simply harder than climbing to the sky. Unless they can be captured alive. Qin Fan checked the memory of the Demon King of the Western regions and recorded all the strongholds of the Nightmare Garden, hidden restricted areas and secret realms in the Demon King of the Western region's memories. Then, he opened the beast-controlling space portal, and the void chains flew out. Arriving in front of Shinichi Wisteria, the void chain condensed Qin Fan's appearance, and told Wisteria Shinichi all the strongholds in the Nightmare Garden, and the hidden secret realms of the restricted area. Wisteria Shinichi ran to discuss the management with Han Jiangxue. Groups of strong men from the Tang Kingdom, Yang Kingdom, Star Kingdom, and Monster Clan divided into small teams, locked down each area, and began to eliminate demons. Because Li Mu and Yi Hongyan had broken through to the demigod realm, the people in the Nightmare Court were hiding in restricted areas and secret realms trembling. But they didn't know that the memory of the Demon King of the Western region had betrayed them all, and a disaster was imminent. Qin Fan sat in the beast-controlling space, continued to monitor the breakthroughs of Zhang Jiang and the others. Zhang Jiang's progress is very fast. After all, it directly absorbs the power of faith. It is estimated that Qin Lin and Wenqin will take another 10 days and a half, or even longer. Sudden. Over in the ancient demon realm, Cripple sent someone to deliver the news. Bai Ruja's beast-controlling black iron dragon turtle accidentally entered a crack and saw a huge mirror. Lame Man suspected that it was what Qin Fan had said. Bai Ruja's magic weapon in his previous life. The holy mirror of Taishu. Ruja's magical weapon? Qin Fan touched his chin. He had had many dreams, and it was almost certain from his dreams that Bai Ruj was the leader of the Holy Spirit clan in his previous life. And Bai Ruja's magic weapon is the Taishu Holy Mirror. But there was no news about where the Taishu Holy Mirror was before. He was actually found by the honest black iron dragon turtle. Interesting. Chapter 333 The Tomb of the Demon King Qin Fan. Boom! In the beast-controlling space, Zhang Jiang's whole body glowed brightly, forming a pillar of light that rose into the sky. Demigod realm. When Xian and Qin Lin opened their eyes at the same time, their eyes full of ecstasy. The power of faith is indeed a power that even gods and demons covet. After Zhang Jiang absorbed the power of faith from the demon statue, he broke through to the demigod realm within a few minutes. But why does Mr. Qin Fan touch someone's head every time he helps someone break through? Wenqin and Qin Lin glanced at Qin Fan, their eyes full of awe, watching Qin Fan help a strong man to break through. Wenqin and Qin Lin had already regarded Qin Fan as a god. They didn't understand the void divine body yet, but they didn't know that in front of them was Qin Fan, who was already a true god. Junior brother, thank you for your hard work. Zhang Jiang opened his eyes, and the eyes that used to be filled with excitement and gratitude were now full of excitement and gratitude. Brother, you're welcome. Zhang Jiang restrained his aura, stood up, and said, Then, send me to the ancient god realm. It's time for me to stretch my muscles. After breaking through to the demigod realm, he will not return to Blue Star for the time being, mainly because he was worried that the aura of the demigod realm would stimulate the sealed demon king of the sixth heaven. What's more, after breaking through with Qin Fan's help, he has to fulfill his role as a tool man. Before the breakthrough, even if Zhang Jiang killed hundreds of millions of demons, he would not be able to increase Qin Fan's void energy at all. But it's different now. Qin Fan nodded and sent Zhang Jiang into the ancient god realm. At this time, the demon formed by the power of faith had become more than a foot tall. The Nightmare Garden has really absorbed a lot of power of faith over the years. Qin Fan stretched out his hand, and the devil's light flickered, turned into a statue, and fell into his hand. Wenqin and Qin Lin have not yet fully absorbed the power of the centaur leader and the demon king of the western region. When Xian, please come with me to the ancient demon realm, Qin Fan said. Ruja's black iron dragon turtle seems to have discovered a treasure. Wenqin and Qin Lin nodded at the same time. Yes! With a thought in his mind, Qin Fan opened the beast-controlling space portal, and a void chain flew out like lightning, as if crossing the space, and pulled in Bai Rouge and Kimura Lingfeng, who were still fighting the devil in the angel god king realm. Ah! Bai Rushing danced and panicked. On the contrary, Kimura Reifeng looked calm and composed. After seeing Qin Fan's appearance clearly, Bai Rouge immediately blushed and lowered his head. Qin Fan rolled his eyes and said, I thought you had been in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms, and had been killing demons for so long that you would be able to sit back and watch the storm in times of crisis. Kimura is only at the 8th level now, and he can be calm and composed. You? Kimura Lingfeng smiled proudly. Wenqin and Qinglin couldn't help but glance at Kimura Lingfeng one more time. This guy is indeed quite capable. I heard that he was still in the 6th level. So he led a small team into the crack and discovered Lord Yihao's axe. Who would an ordinary person dare to do such a thing? Bai Rouge walked over with his head lowered, took Chen Fan's arm and said, "Then how do I know what's going on? Suddenly I lost control and was caught. I thought I had encountered a powerful demon." When Xian and Qinglin covered their mouths and smiled, Chen Fan said speechlessly, "Even if we encounter a powerful demon, so what? Now that your void divine body has reached the 3rd level, even the Holy Realm demons can no longer pose any threat to you." Bai Rouge pouted and didn't dare to say anything. Chen Fan added, "I'll tell you some good news." Bai Rouge was overjoyed. "Uncle Master, are you going to help me break through to the Holy Realm?" Like Yihao and others, her strength is infinitely close to the Holy Realm. He also signed a contract with several Holy level void demons. Now when she heard the good news, she subconsciously thought that Chen Fan was going to help her break through to the Holy Realm. "No," Chen Fan said. "There is news from Grandpa Lame. In the ancient demon world, your black iron dragon turtle seems to have discovered the Holy Mirror of Taishu." "What is the Holy Mirror of Taishu?" Bai Rouge touched his chin. "I seem to have heard of it somewhere." Boom! Chen Fan tapped Bai Rouge on the head with his finger. "The Holy Mirror of Taishu is the most precious treasure of the Holy Spirit clan in the vast divine world." "Ah? Ah!" Bai Rouge reacted. "Is it the thing you saw in your dream, Uncle? The one I used before?" When Xian and Qinglin were puzzled, Chen Fan nodded. "Maybe, but we can't be sure until we see it." With that said, Chen Fan opened the whirlpool portal in the beast controlling space. "Kimura, you help me monitor the 4 realms and the outside world in the beast control space." Chen Fan said something, and the void chain took Wenqin and Qinglin, as well as the leader of the Centaur clan and the demon king of the western region, into the ancient demon world. "Yes, leader!" Kimura Lingfeng's eyes were full of excitement, and he sat down cross-legged. Sitting in the beast-controlling space and monitoring the 4 realms is not something ordinary people can do. Only the person the leader trusts the most can receive this kind of mission. Kimura Raifeng was elated. The ancient demon world. The strong men from all over Blue Star raised their heads and watched Chen Fan, the tentacle monster, fly by with Xian and Qinglin. This posture. It's really weird to the extreme. A strong man from the demon clan recognized the leader of the Centaur clan and screamed uncontrollably. There were also strong men who recognized the demon king of the western region and were also ecstatic and laughed wildly. While everyone was fighting demons in the ancient demon realm and other 4 realms, Chen Fan had actually killed the leader of the Centaur clan and the demon king of the western region? This, etc. Those 2 people actually exuded an aura that was even more terrifying than the 5th level of the Holy Realm. Could it be that? Are they already in the demigod realm? 2 demigods were destroyed by Chen Fan? In the ancient demon world, a group of strong men were extremely excited and laughed loudly. Someone took out the wine jar directly from the Sumeru ring and drank heavily. Happy! Although Chen Fan did not use all his strength and did not enter the virtual soul state, his speed was still very fast. He and Bai Rouge and the others were like shooting stars, streaking through the void. Soon, a breath rose into the sky from ahead. That's the breath of a cripple. Chen Fan locked his aura and moved towards the huge crack, falling quickly like a meteorite. The light released around him dispelled the darkness of the crack. But the crack is like an endless abyss, bottomless. It is a rare thing for the black iron dragon turtle to find such a place. This reminded Chen Fan of the goddess in his dream, the legendary incarnation of heaven. After Tiandu merged with Xiaobai and became the spirit of the sky-breaking demon sword, Tiandao lost 2/3 of its power. It seems that I don't know how many years ago. It was almost impossible to seal the penetration of void. But it was obvious that fate, or the way of heaven, was still guiding Chen Fan. Otherwise, how could it be possible for Chen Fan and Chu Xian, who have been reincarnated many times, to get together so easily? Before dreaming about the goddess, Chen Fan sometimes felt strange. After living on Earth for 18 years, I never met Henry Chu or the others. As soon as they crossed over, a group of people got together in Donghai City. Without a hand behind this, it would be impossible. Over the past 6 months, Chen Fan would dream about the mysterious existence of the goddess when he slept occasionally. Because many of the dreams I had later were from the era of the goddess, and the elderly version of Henry Chu. In the dream, Qin Fan and Chu Xian were fighting even more fiercely at that time. He looked like he would never give up. But for some reason, Yi Hongyan, the ancestor of the ancient gods, who was originally chasing Qin Fan with the ancient demon lord Chu Xian, suddenly held hands with Qin Fan. Fang Qingqing, the ancestor of the sky demon, also sided with Qin Fan. Shen Hongxiu, the ancestor of the angels, was jealous of those two people. But that didn't stop her from helping Qin Fan. In the end, Henry Chu found himself alone. When everyone, led by Qin Fan, came to hunt down Chu Xian, the goddess appeared. Just when Qin Fan was thinking wildly, light appeared below the abyss. A group of people waved at Qin Fan and others. In addition to the cripple, there is also a group of young people. Standing at the front were Gongzi and the Black Iron Dragon Turtle, wearing jade hats. Bai Rouge's Black Iron Dragon Turtle and Phantom Monitor Lizard and several other beasts had also transformed into a group of first-year high school students. On the contrary, Jade, whose cultivation level is comparable to Gongzi's, and has surpassed the Black Iron Dragon Turtle and a group of beast-controlling beasts, still looks like a slime until now. This kind of thing is also strange. Maybe it has something to do with the idea of controlling the beast itself. Jade is very satisfied with his current appearance and has never thought about turning into a human form. Like her, there is Xiao He. Xiao He's appearance has been changing due to racial evolution, but he has never turned into a human form. He also thinks that becoming a human is very inconvenient, such as not being able to go to the toilet wherever he wants. Therefore, Xiao He's cultivation realm is far beyond that of the Black Iron Dragon Turtle and others. But the same didn't take human form. Except for Xiao He. Void demons such as the Side Demon and the Beholder Demon don't seem to be interested in humans. And they have not turned into human forms. Qin Fan fell down. Gongzi and Jade flew over immediately. The Black Iron Dragon Turtle also smiled honestly and greeted Qin Fan and Bai Rouge. The lame man didn't speak, but pointed forward. Ahead is a small gap that only one person can walk through. Looking over there through the crack, I saw a mirror with a diameter of 100 meters. In such a gloomy and dark environment, such a large mirror stands, which is really weird to the extreme, especially around the mirror. There were flashes of light. It always makes people feel that this is not a mirror, but the entrance to the netherworld. It is indeed the holy mirror of Taishu. Exactly the same as in the dream. Qin Fan looked at Bai Rouge. At this time, Bai Rouge was in a trance, as if he was listening to something. Qin Fan looked at the Black Iron Dragon Turtle and smiled. Did you discover it? The Black Iron Dragon Turtle smiled and scratched his head, and said, I heard a voice inside calling me, so I told Gongzi, and Gongzi took us down to search. Did you hear the summons? Qin Fan was stunned for a moment. The Black Iron Dragon Turtle nodded. Qin Fan couldn't help but touch his chin. The Black Iron Dragon Turtle couldn't be from the Holy Spirit clan, right? Rouge's clansman back then was now reincarnated as her beast master? At this time, Bai Rouge stretched out his right hand and grabbed it gently. The light in the void flickered, and a mirror flew into Bai Rouge's hand. Qin Fan turned his head and glanced at the Taishu holy mirror standing on the other side of the gap, and said, Get out first. The next moment, a whirlwind swept up everyone and rose at a rapid speed. In just a few breaths, Qin Fan brought everyone out of the gap. The lame man stood on the edge of the crack and lightly hooked his fingers. Big rocks flew over immediately and piled up on the edge of the crack, forming the shape of a tall tower. This can be considered a mark, the lame man said. We have to ask the blind man to come over and check the formations around here. Then send some strong men to keep an eye on this place. Qin Fan nodded silently. Discovering the Taishu holy mirror is indeed a great joy. But every time I discover this sealed place, it makes me unhappy. No one knows what kind of existence is suppressed below these magic weapons. Maybe it's the same as the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord. Perhaps far stronger than the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord. Even though Qin Fan has made rapid progress in cultivation over the past 6 months, he can even easily help Li Mu, Zhang Jiang and the others break through to the demigod realm. But after all, the demigod realm just has a nicer name. Compared with the real god realm, it is a world of difference. Sure enough, Qin Fan already had a divine body and could be regarded as a true god. But his power was far inferior to that of the little stone man in the 5th restricted area. That is to say, the void divine body is powerful, and the void chains and void confinement are terrifying. So they can kill enemies across levels. But whether it is the void divine body, void chains or void confinement, they are all based on the powerful void divine power. With a thought, Chen Fan could use the void chain to kill the existence of the first and second levels of the demigod realm. But going up further is very difficult. Input star power? Bai Rouge was still in a trance. As he spoke, he injected a little light into the Taishu Holy Mirror. When the Taishu Holy Mirror was released, a ray of light instantly enveloped Chen Fan and the lame ones. Call! Chen Fan and Lizzie felt that the scene in front of them changed, and they appeared in a strange space. In this space, the mountains stretch endlessly. But all the mountains, from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, are densely packed with tombstones that can't be seen at a glance. In the darkness, there were faint whispers, like crying or complaining, which made people feel hairy all over. Gongzi and the black iron dragon turtle quickly moved to protect Chen Fan. Wenqin and Qinglin also had a thought in their minds, and they sacrificed their magic weapons and stood ready. The lame man frowned. Is this the space inside the Taishu Holy Mirror? I remember you said at the beginning that there is a space inside the Taishu Holy Mirror, where even gods and demons can be imprisoned. Chen Fan nodded and said, the dream is a bit blurry, but it's almost like this. Rouge's control of Taishu Holy Mirror is completely different from my ability to enter and exit the ancient god realm. I can only enter and exit the 4 realms including the ancient god realm, but I cannot control those 4 realms. But this space in the Taishu Holy Mirror has unique rules, and these rules are in the hands of Rouge. Uncle Master? Bai Rouge's voice rang out in the void. Where have you gone? I can hear your voices. Gongzi was furious and shouted. It's in your mirror. Ah! Bai Rouge was surprised. Chen Fan couldn't help but touch his forehead. In his impression, Bai Rouge liked to laugh. Straightforward and simple. But there shouldn't be anyone so stupid and stupid. Right? Ah! I see you! Bai Rouge shouted. I'll let you out. Wait a minute, Chen Fan said. Let me see what's going on here first. As he spoke, Chen Fan glanced around. There was no need to run closer. The words on the tombstones fell into Chen Fan's sight. The text is weird. Lame and Wenqin, they couldn't understand it all. But Chen Fan can understand. Those are the words of the vast divine world. On every tombstone are the words, Holy Spirit Clan. Endless tombstones. They are all holy spirits. Chen Fan thought of the dreams that Chu Xian and Yi Hao had. Countless corpses of the ancient demons were piled up around the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. The Yi clan and Dutian were all dead and injured. And Yi Hao was sent out by his father with all his strength. Chen Fan felt chest tightness and shortness of breath. Holy Spirit Tribe. Suddenly, the eyes of Chen Fan and Cripple fell on a high mountain in the distance. No, that's not a mountain. That is a tomb as huge as a mountain. Chen Fan took the cripples and others, took one step forward, and appeared in front of the huge tombstone as if teleporting. I saw a few big characters written on the tombstone with flying dragons and phoenixes. The Tomb of the Demon King Chen Fan. Chapter 334. On the 6th day, the Demon King is going to attack the seal. Everyone was stunned. Even Cripple, who knew Chen Fan's dream and knew Chen Fan quite well, was petrified when he looked at the huge tombstone. The Holy Mirror of Taishu that Bai Rouge just obtained actually contains Chen Fan's tomb. Demon King Chen Fan. Wenqin and Qinglin looked at each other, and both saw horror in the other's eyes. Gongzi, who usually likes to play, had a solemn expression on his face at this moment. Suddenly, a figure flashed. Bai Rouge's translucent phantom appeared next to Chen Fan. Uncle Master. Bai Rouge looked at the tombstone with red eyes. For so long, she, Henry Chu and others have had some dreams intermittently. However, dreams are too short. Too little information. So the information about her being the leader of the Holy Spirit clan and the divine weapon in her hand being the Taishu Holy Mirror all came from Chen Fan. Relying on Chen Fan's dreams, everyone pieced together many things in the vast divine world into a strange life. They no longer even avoided the pursuit of Chen Fan in their dreams. Instead, they treated these things as jokes, mentioned them from time to time, and then laughed and made fun. But, seeing the countless tombstones of the Holy Spirit clan and the Demon King's tombstone in front of him, Bai Rouge couldn't control his emotions. What happened that year? Ancient vicissitudes. Endless sadness. Standing in the Taishu Holy Mirror, Bai Rouge suddenly felt sad and burst into tears. She obviously didn't have many dreams. He has not even accepted the identity of the leader of the Holy Spirit clan. The Holy Spirit tribe in Chen Fan's dream was still out of reach and very unfamiliar to her. But at this moment, Bai Rouge just couldn't control it. Feeling like I've lost everything. It was as if all the sorrow from the past to the present was weighing on her heart. It was as if Chen Fan really died in front of her. Chen Fan hugged Bai Rouge's phantom into his arms and whispered, "Don't cry! There is no despair. There is only hope. Because I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Chen Fan's voice continued to echo in the Taishu Holy Mirror. Suddenly, phantoms rose up from the cemeteries. It's just a shadow, but it gives people a feeling of oppression that destroys the world. Even the lame man who was already in the 5th level of the Holy Realm shivered when he felt these auras. His eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of smell is this? The legendary divine realm? Can the remnant soul of someone who has been dead for who knows how many years exude this kind of aura? So what kind of terrifying existence were they in their heyday? All the shadows looked at Chen Fan and Bai Rouge silently. A moment later, one after another, figures suddenly knelt down on one knee. Woo! Bai Rouge covered her mouth, as if she was afraid that her crying would disturb them. Everyone. At this moment, Chen Fan seemed to have a soul awakening in his body, and said quietly, I've kept you waiting for so long. Shadows cover their faces and cry. The entire Taishu Holy Mirror is filled with an indescribable sadness. This emotion made Gongzi and the Black Iron Dragon Turtle shed tears. Immediately, after a series of phantoms bowed, they simultaneously took a step back and disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared. Chen Fan stepped forward silently, and gently touched the tombstone that read, The Tomb of the Demon King Chen Fan. Very strange feeling. There is a feeling of flesh and blood connection. The tomb clearly contains an unspeakable terrifying power. Chen Fan stood in front of the tombstone and remained silent for a long time. I don't know how long it took. Chen Fan took a deep breath and said quietly, Let's go out. The group left the Taishu Holy Mirror and returned to the Yang Kingdom's secret realm base. After Cripple spread the information, Yi Hongyan, Chu Xian, and Yi Hao, who were in the far north, also returned to Yang Kingdom's secret realm base. When they came back, Chen Fan was lying on the rocking chair with his eyes closed to relax. Yi Hongyan stopped Yi Hao, who wanted to speak. A group of people looked at Chen Fan worriedly. Chen Fan did not open his eyes, but simply said, Why do you have such an expression? Don't worry about me. In a few days, you will also see your cemetery. Ha ha ha. Yi Hao laughed, dragged a chair and sat down next to Chen Fan. Brother Fan, if you say that, I know you must be fine. Yi Hongyan also sat down beside Chen Fan. Shen Hongxiu kicked Yi Hao and, under Yi Hao's protest, took Yi Hao's position. During this period, I feel like you haven't spoken more than 10 sentences a day. Shen Hongxiu said, This is not the same as you were in Dahai City. Is it because you have more and more dreams, understand more and more things, and feel more and more stressed? Chen Fan opened his eyes and said calmly, Many things are inevitable. People are in the middle of the game and can't help themselves. But with you by my side, I can't find any reason to be unhappy. It still needs a little time. Everyone was silent. Chen Fan had already told them about the dream of forging the sky-breaking demon sword. The elderly version of Henry Chu was ridiculed many times by Yi Hao and Shen Tao Tao. That time, there was a very crucial message. When the sky-breaking demonic sword was being cast, the incarnation of Heavenly Tao once told Chen Fan that because 2/3 of its power had been lost, the remaining power of Heavenly Tao could only block the void for 3 million years. So, how many years has passed now? Has it been 3 million years already? If not, what is going on with the endless void demons in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms? No wonder Chen Fan became reticent. Others only have a few dreams occasionally, and the information in their dreams is extremely small. Bai Rouge never even dreamed about his Taishu Holy Mirror. But Chen Fan has more and more dreams, like countless memory fragments, which can eventually be pieced together into a relatively complete life. The more dreams you have, the greater the stress. The powerful men from Tang and Yang countries are now full of hope. In their view, the demon king of the 6th heaven was no longer a threat at all. But not many people know that Chen Fan has such great pressure in his heart. Who is the demon king of the 6th heaven? The scary thing is those void demons that are more powerful than gods and demons. If a being like the Lord of the 6-eyed abyss escapes, the world may be destroyed. And how many such existences are there in the 4 realms, including the ancient god realm? Does the vast divine world in Chen Fan's dream still exist now? Has it been destroyed? Or has it been completely occupied by the void demon? Nobody knows. Chen Fan bears all the pressure alone. In order to help everyone grow, he is now busier than anyone else. Yi Hongyan rested her head on Chen Fan's shoulder. Shen Hongxiu on the other side saw this scene and imitated him. But Chen Fan pushed his head away. Shen Hongxiu looked at Chen Fan angrily. A meow came, and with a flash of lightning, Xiao Bai had turned into a ragdoll cat and got into Chen Fan's arms. Shen Hongxiu became even more angry. At this time, A breath rose up in a secret realm in Yang Kingdom. Demigod realm? Everyone present was surprised, because the door to this secret realm was not completely sealed. The aura, although weak, was still transmitted into the secret realm base. That breath was very weak, but it is definitely the demigod realm. No doubt. And that breath is very strange. Suddenly, Li Mu's voice came from the outside world. It's Qin Cheng who has broken through to the demigod realm. We're in a bit of trouble. Junior brother, hurry up and help Blind Lao and the others reach the demigod realm. The devil may be desperate on the 6th day. Qin Fan and others were slightly stunned. Chu Xian's second uncle Chu Qincheng broke through to the demigod realm. How does this relate to the 6th Heaven Demon King's desperate struggle? Shouldn't this be a happy event? Chu Qincheng, whom no one had ever seen before, broke through to the demigod realm without Qin Fan's help. This was a great joy. Qin Fan and Yi Hongyan looked at each other. Yi Hongyan nodded slightly, leading Shen Hongxiu and others out of the secret realm in an instant. Qin Fan, on the other hand, rushed into the ancient god realm and other 4 realms at an extremely fast speed, pulling all the 5th heavens of the holy realm into the beast-controlling space. Outside, with the help of Li Mu, Wisteria Shinichi and others from the 5th level of the holy realm are also quickly returning to the secret base. Li Mu. Wisteria Shinichi yelled hysterically. I'm kidding you. While Li Mu was flying through the air with a group of strong men, he said calmly, I don't have an uncle. Shinichi Wisteria almost collapsed. I'll tell you. Why have you refused to tell me for so many years where the demon king of the 6th heaven was sealed? Let me ask you. Why are you so kind-hearted and let junior brother Qin Fan stay in Yang country? It's because the demon king of the 6th heaven is sealed in my country of Yang. I was worried that she might rush out at any time. So I asked junior brother Qin Fan and the others to stay in Yang country. Li Mu picked his ears. Shut up. Can you stop blabbering like a resentful woman? It was Master who sealed the demon king of the 6th heaven. Not me. Wisteria Shinichi yelled. Master sealed it. But the rest is all your fault. I finally understand now. No wonder Chu Qincheng disappeared for so many years. No wonder the seal of the 6th heaven demon king was fine. But suddenly cracks appeared. Did you put Qincheng in the seal and want him to absorb the power of the 6th demon so that he could break through to the demigod realm? Li Mu. You are so smart. You guessed everything. Your uncle. Katas also yelled. Li Mu. You bastard. You are playing with fire. It was because Qincheng absorbed the power of the 6th heaven demon king that she awakened that demon. Now that Qincheng has broken through to the demigod realm, what if the demon king of the 6th heaven attacks the seal at all costs? Li Mu frowned and said, Qin Fan, I think he should be able to block it. Should it? Shinichi Zito yelled angrily. If the demon king of the 6th heaven really rushes out and treats Yang country as a battlefield, Yang country will probably be completely destroyed. What the hell are you doing? That's enough. Han Jianxue, who had been silent, said. Li Mu was also worried that the demon king of the 6th heaven would break out of the seal. So he implemented the plan. No matter what I say now, I will never regret taking the medicine. Fortunately, Xiaofan's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, and he can help us break through to the demigod realm. Things are not as bad as you think. Wisteria Shinichi shut up with a dark face. Soon, Li Mu sent a group of people to the secret base of Yang Kingdom. When Qin Fan helped Wisteria Shinichi and others break through, Li Mu had already rushed towards the seal of the 6th heavenly demon king. After a while, Zhang Jiang, the blind man, the lame man and others also came out. A master of the semi-god realm quickly left the secret realm and chased Li Mu and the others. Chu Qincheng. Within the seal, the demon king of the 6th heaven's eyes were about to burst. You despicable villain. Plunder my power to break through. I will let you die without a burial place. Chu Qincheng scratched his head speechlessly. Oh! After I knew that Pastor Li and his brothers could suppress the cultivation level after their breakthrough, I didn't expect that I would break through accidentally. Don't worry yet. Even if I break through to the demigod realm, I'm still no match for you. Before he finished speaking, the demon king of the 6th heaven below had already started frantically attacking the seal. The auras of Li Mu and others also came from afar. The aura of the demigod is like the sun, and it is very difficult to control the aura. Feeling the aura of Li Mu and the others who were approaching rapidly, the demon king on the 6th day became even more crazy. There are so many demigods in the outside world. If she had known that there were already so many demigods in the outside world, she would have rushed out of the seal immediately even if she risked being knocked down in her cultivation realm. Chu Qincheng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. It's all my fault. Outside the seal, The huge obelisk was shaking crazily, as if it might be overturned at any time. The sound of loud rumbling noises is endless. Yi Hongyan moved her fingers lightly. 2 colorful sacred stones had flown out and landed on the top of the obelisk. 2 rays of light shone down and instantly enveloped the obelisk. The violently shaking obelisk was instantly suppressed, and the amplitude of the shaking became much smaller. The next moment, the sky and the earth darkened, and Li Fengxing's Tianlong Palace had fallen, covering the obelisk and everyone. Chu Xian appeared next to Yi Hongyan and threw out the heaven sacrifice tablet in his hand. The sky sacrifice monument had just swallowed up the power of millions of centaurs in the far north, and it had not even had time to distribute its power to Shinichi Shido and the others. Unexpectedly, it would come in handy at this moment. Beside them, Yi Hao and Shen Taoao looked at each other, speechless for a while. The divine pillar of Tontian and the Qianquan cauldron merged together to form an axe, destroying the heaven and earth. The 12 wings of the God King are also infinitely useful, no weaker than the sky sacrifice monument. But how can these 2 things be used as seals, like the heaven sacrifice steel and the colorful sacred stone? Throwing the axe down might split the obelisk. The 2 of you looked at me and I looked at you, feeling extremely embarrassed. At this time, people flashed on the field, and Chen Fan had already arrived with the blind man and others. Shen Hongxiu thought, and the chaos silk flew out, quickly lengthened, and circled around the obelisk. The obelisk, which had not been shaking much before, returned to normal in an instant. Spread! The blind man shouted softly and organized all the demigods and saints to disperse. As the number 1 formation master in Tanny realm, although the blind man saw this obelisk for the first time, he immediately recognized the sealing formation arranged by martial ancestor Chen Han. Under his command, the powerful men who were originally a little confused immediately dispersed in an orderly manner and stood at key positions. All the strong men worked at the same time, relying on the power of the magic weapons to strengthen the seal. Blind men, it's you! At the top of the obelisk, the shadow of a woman in black robe appeared, but her eyes were only on the blind man and the lame man. They stayed for a moment, and soon fell on Chen Fan. You are my sister's son, the demon king of the 6th heaven murmured. I can't sense the blood of the demon clan in you, but I will never mistake your appearance. Why? You want to help the human race to deal with the demon race. Chapter 335. Secret. Is the heavenly demon clan the original owner of the Tanny realm? Outside the obelisk, more and more powerful people from the holy realm are coming. More than a dozen demigods gathered together. Dozens of Saint Realm powerhouses spread out, under the command of the blind man, to reinforce the seal formation. This day has finally arrived. People have been on tenterhooks for a long time. Always hope to postpone time. Postpone it. But what is coming will still come, and no one can stop it. The only difference is that Chen Fan is here. Therefore, regardless of whether they were in the demigod realm or the holy realm, except for Shinichi Ziting, all the other powerful men did not show any trace of panic. After all, Wisteria Shinichi is the strongest person in Yang Kingdom, so he thinks more about it, because this is the secret realm of Yang Kingdom. Once the demon king of the 6th heaven escapes, Yang Kingdom may be crushed to pieces in an instant. Whether the powerful men can trap the demon king of the 6th heaven is still unknown. But once the battlefield moves to the outside world, Yang Kingdom will never be spared. In fact, in my mind, there is not much difference between the human race and the demon race. Chen Fan said, people are divided into good and bad, and monsters are divided into good and evil. If a person is evil-hearted, he is also a devil. If a demon is dedicated to good, he can also become a beast and assist the human race. The centaurs are not like demons, infected by endless negative emotions, but the centaurs are vicious and want to destroy the blue star overnight. So we slaughtered them and left no one alive. As for the heavenly demon clan, I also have the blood of the heavenly demon clan flowing through my body. But I don't know much about the grudges between the heavenly demon clan and the Tanny realm, so I won't comment. I just want to tell you that no matter what race you are, even if you are a god or a demon, if you want to destroy the human race or destroy the world, I will not agree. In the obelisk, on the 6th day, the devilish body of the demon king appeared. The body like a mountain was chained up by countless chains. Looking miserable, she raised her head, with murderous intent in her eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, the blind man, they don't dare to tell you the truth, do they? Chen Fan remained silent. He had heard a lot about the Tanny realm, but he didn't know much about the grievances between the Tianmo clan and the Tanny realm. The demon tribe wants to invade the Tanny realm. Is there any inside story about this? Just listen to the 6th Heavenly Demon King say. The Qianyu realm originally belongs to our Heavenly Demon clan. The whole place was in an uproar. Even Li Mu, Han Jiangxue and others couldn't help but look at the blind man and the lame man. Before the blind man and the others could speak, the 6th Heavenly Demon King said again. The Heavenly Demon clan are the original masters of the Tanny realm. The human race in Tanny realm is an alien species. They took over our home and drove us into the devil world where it is difficult to survive. Everyone was silent. Even Chu Xian and Shen Hongxiu, who often listen to blind men talk about things in Tanny realm, don't know this kind of inside story. Tianyuji. Are they from the Demon clan? Are the humans in Tanny realm the real invaders? The Demon King of the 6th Heaven laughed. The Demon clan just wants to return to the Tanny realm. I just wanted to return to the Tanny realm after getting the 5-color divine stone. I never thought about letting the Nightmare Court occupy Blue Star. But where am I now? Boy, you tell me about good and bad. Good and evil? In the final analysis, it's just the winner and the loser. Bastard. Han Jiangxue saw Chen Fan frowning and hurriedly shouted. We have no control over the affairs of the Heavenly Demon clan and the Heavenly Feather realm. But after your Nightmare Court came to Blue Star, you destroyed the main city of Blue Star at every turn and killed countless people. If your sister hadn't interceded, Brother Han would have killed you long ago. Brother Han. Chen Fan blinked. At this moment, he also understood why Han Jiangxue refused to let him call her senior sister, and refused to admit that she was his father's apprentice. Han Jiangxue said, the bullshit logic of your demon clan is that you can kill others. But others cannot kill you. You kill someone else and think they deserve it. We sealed and suppressed you. Do you think you have been greatly wronged? The Nightmare Garden made waves, opened the seal of the restricted area, and led the Zerg and Centaurs to attack the main city of Blue Star. How many people were displaced, and how many families were destroyed? If I ask you to pay with your life, even 10,000 deaths will not be enough. Just because you, the Heavenly Demon clan, have a grudge against the Tanny realm. Can you vent your grudges on Blue Star? I'll hack you. Uncle. Li Mu scratched his head. Jiang Shui has said everything I want to say. I don't even have a chance to pretend to be beautiful. Zhang Jiang glanced at Li Mu speechlessly. Ha 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 ha. On the 6th day, the Demon King laughed wildly, and with his huge demon body, he yanked the chain violently. Boom, boom, boom. The huge obelisk shook violently again. The Demon King on the 6th day sneered and said, what a frame up to blame. You humans will always be so shameless. Who did I kill? I just broke into Blue Star. And before I could catch up with the leader of the demon sect, I was seriously injured by Chen Han and my sister. How have I ever destroyed your main city of Blue Star? Han Jiangxue frowned. The Demon King of the 6th Heaven continued. I fought against the 4 holy lands in the Tianyu realm and killed the strong men of the 4 holy lands. It was a confrontation between 2 armies, and each other was injured. But when I entered Blue Star, when did I kill you Blue Star people? After I am sealed, what others do will also be blamed on me. Li Mu spoke. Things done by others? Things done by the Nightmare Garden are not your fault. But whose fault is it? The Nightmare Garden was established by your demon tribe. These leaders of the Nightmare Court in Blue Star are also your subordinates. It was you who brought them into Blue Star. They killed countless people and destroyed every major city. How could you have the nerve to leave them all behind? The Demon King of the 6th Heaven said in a deep voice. Before I was sealed, I restrained my subordinates. On this point, blind man, do you dare to say a fair word? The blind man was silent for a moment and said, that's true. Although the Heavenly Demon clan is at war with the 4 holy lands and the major sects and families in the Tanyu realm, they have not angered innocent people at will. Cripple. Hey, you still spoke for the Demon clan? So what if they didn't kill innocent people wantonly? The Heavenly Demon clan invaded the Tanyu realm, and countless people and beasts turned into demons. In the end, the Tianyu realm was in chaos, and there were countless casualties. Because you didn't kill them yourself, you can get rid of the relationship? What is the logic? You use the blood of demons to transform humans, beasts, or monsters into demons. You have failed many times in the process, turning some humans or beasts into complete demons. In the end, you lost control and rushed into human territory to kill. How dare you selectively remember these things and pretend they don't exist? On the 6th day, the Demon King said coldly, you hypocritical old guys. They occupied the home of our Heavenly Demon clan and drove us into the Heavenly Demon realm. When we fought back to regain our homeland, you said that we had caused heavy casualties to your human race, And you gave us all the good and bad words. Why didn't you say anything when you humans killed us? The demon clan. And we shed rivers of blood? When the lame man saw everyone looking at him, he couldn't help but cough slightly and said, "To be honest, the person who drove the heavenly demon clan into the heavenly demon realm was the founder of the 4 holy lands. Blind Man and I are the 2nd generation. We are not very clear about some of the inside stories of the previous generation. Everyone. It feels like the momentum of the human race has been suppressed by the demon king of the 6th heaven. Can't you even make sense? Are the heavenly demons really the original masters of Tanny realm?" Li Mu sighed and said, "One code is the same. Regarding the matters between the Tianmo clan and the Tanny realm, you can go back to the Tanny realm to discuss the matter. But your nightmare court has turned our blue star upside down. This is an indisputable fact. The nightmare court destroyed 7 main cities on Blue Star. This is also an indisputable fact. Last year, your people almost broke through Tang Dynasty's Dahai city. You said that was done by the demon king of the western region and the others? If you really didn't let them do such a thing, would they dare to do it? If you hadn't brought them to Blue Star, would the people of Blue Star have suffered such a tragedy? Now the demon king of the western region and the others have been killed by us. And you are just sealed. What's wrong with that? Huh? The demon king of the 6th heaven snorted coldly and said, "I've been talking nonsense to you for a long time. In the end, it still depends on who has the strongest fist. Right." The words just fell. On the 6th day, the demon king looked up to the sky and roared, opened his mouth wide, and a beam of light shot straight towards Chu Qingcheng above. Chu Qingcheng, who had remained silent, suddenly moved out of the obelisk with a few beasts. "She's going crazy." As soon as Chu Qingcheng appeared outside the obelisk, he immediately said, "Be careful." Everyone didn't have time to chat with him, so they immediately started taking action. In addition to the blind man who led people to stabilize the sealing formation, other powerful people in the semi-god realm and the holy realm began to channel their power into the heaven sacrifice steel and the colorful sacred stone. With these magical weapons, everyone felt confident. But they were not worried that the demon king of the 6th heaven could really break out. The sealing formation on this obelisk was arranged by martial ancestor Chen Han. It may not be as good as the ancient divine formation in the 5th restricted area, but the demon king of the 6th heaven is far from comparable to the lord of the 6th-eyed abyss. What's more, now there are so many more magic weapons. "Yi Hao! Tao Tao! Come here!" The blind man made a big move. Yi Hao and Shen Tao flew over immediately. "Put the heaven-bearing divine pillar here. Put the 12 wings of the God King in that position." Yi Hao glanced at the axe in his hand, then lightly chopped the axe into the ground. The 12 wings of the God King behind Shen Tao flashed with light and transformed into the appearance of the angel God King realm. Like a huge sculpture, it was nailed to the position mentioned by the blind man. Bai Ruj stood in front of Chen Fan, holding the Taishu Holy Mirror, very nervous. She hasn't learned how to use the Taishu Holy Mirror yet. The deaf people glanced at Chen Fan a little worriedly, seeming to be a little worried that Chen Fan would be disturbed by the words of the 6th heaven demon king. Chen Fan gently grasped the handle of the heaven-breaking demonic sword with his right hand. With a slight call of his left hand, the chaos silk originally wrapped around the obelisk flew directly into his hand. Everyone was surprised. Then Chen Fan took a step forward. His body became invisible, and he was already submerged into the obelisk. "You maintain the seal. I will enter the seal to meet her." His voice still echoes in the air, and people have already entered the seal. The cripples and the others suddenly became a little anxious. In the 5th restricted area, use the seal to suppress the 6-eyed abyss lord. Then use several magical weapons to weaken the 6-eyed abyss lord, and finally kill him. That's because the power of the 5-color sacred stone controls the sealing formation. The 5-colored sacred stone was used by Chen Fan, and Chen Fan took control of the sealing formation, so he could come and go freely in the sealing formation and borrow the power of the sealing formation. But even Li Mu couldn't control the seal formation in front of him, and Chu Qingcheng only has the power to enter and exit the formation, and has no way to control the formation. If Chen Fan enters the seal, he will be suppressed by the seal just like the demon king of the 6th heaven. Just when all the strong men were worried, Chen Fan has entered the seal. Really? Chains penetrated from the void and attacked Chen Fan. Being in the darkness, Chen Fan felt like he was carrying several mountains on his head. This is still the case when the sealing formation is mainly aimed at the demon king of the 6th heaven. Chen Fan's expression moved slightly, and he instantly entered the virtual soul state. All stress disappears instantly. The chains suddenly lost their target and were quickly retracted. "How did you do it?" On the sixth day, the Demon King looked around blankly, trying to find any trace of Chen Fan. Chen Fan's strength is obviously not as good as hers. But the seal couldn't seal Chen Fan. Moreover, now she feels as if Chen Fan is everywhere in the entire seal. Chen Fan's aura permeated the entire seal, as if it had transformed into the void. Should I call you Aunt? Chen Fan's voice rang out from all around. The great catastrophe is coming. At this moment, the country, race, and everything else are no longer important. Staying alive is the most important thing. Auntie, the grudges between the Heavenly Demon Clan and the Heavenly Feather Realm can be put aside. What's the use of fighting? Even if I give Tanny Realm to you, what's the use? On the sixth day, the Demon King raised his head. What do you mean by this? Want to delay? Unfortunately, you can't delay it much longer. I've tried my best to fall through several realms of cultivation. This time I will break out of the seal, and then kill Li Mu and the others. Chen Fan's voice sounded again. Over the years, your resentment has continued to accumulate, and it has become difficult to control the demon's blood. Look at yourself now. You don't look like a human or a ghost. Are you still the Demon King of the sixth heaven? On the sixth day, the Demon King roared. You bastard! You are looking for death! Next moment, a ray of light suddenly fell on the demonized Demon King of the sixth heaven. Purify! Chen Fan directly activated the purification. Ah! On the sixth day, the Demon King screamed and struggled even harder. Boom! 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 The chains that passed through his body were broken by him. The obelisk shook violently. In the darkness, the Chaos Ling suddenly flew out and tightly wrapped around the huge body of the sixth heaven Demon King. What's this? Impossible! Why do I feel the power of gods and demons? The Demon King of the sixth heaven, who had been screaming in agony, suddenly calmed down and was horrified. Although she is in the demigod realm, she has also touched the power of gods and demons. In addition to the power of faith, the demon statues in the Nightmare Garden also have the power of gods and demons. The blind men cultivated their eyes and other parts to the level of gods and demons, and finally gave them all to the Old Man Emperor, who defeated the demon clan. But the power of all those gods and demons is just a trace. A wisp. She could feel it. She could see it. But it was out of reach. But the power on the chaos silk that tied her was surging like a river. This is the power of gods and demons. Chen Fan responded lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, chains of void penetrated the body of the sixth heavenly Demon King. While talking, the Demon King of the sixth heaven was purified and returned to the appearance of a woman. She became much calmer, looking down at the void chains that passed through her body. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Even if she is sealed, she is still in a demigod state. Chen Fan's attack penetrated her body so easily. Even if Chen Han arrives, he can't do such a thing. What is going on? Chapter 336, I am the King of Demons. So what if you have the power of gods and demons? On the sixth day, the Demon King said coldly, your power is not strong enough. You can't kill me. I didn't want to kill you. I guess my mother would be sad too. Chen Fan said quietly, but if I really want to kill you, I should still be able to do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan simply waved his hand. Chu Xian, give me the power of the Heavenly Sacrifice Monument. Hong Yan, give me the 5-colored sacred stone. There was a flash of light in the void, and 2 colorful divine stones came through the air and quickly spun around Chen Fan. And the power swallowed up by the Heaven Sacrifice Monument immediately flowed into Chen Fan's body like a torrent. How can it be? On the sixth day, the Demon King felt Chen Fan's power and was climbing crazily. When he saw the colorful sacred stones spinning around Chen Fan, he felt like 10,000 hacks in his heart. Even if this kid is Chen Han's son, it's impossible to say that he has so many artifacts. Right? Even Chen Han himself does not possess such a powerful artifact. What happened to the outside world while he was sealed? On the sixth day, the Demon King felt threatened and had no time to think about the purification. Just now, he began to activate his power to compete with the Void Chain. But as soon as she activated her power, Chen Fan moved his finger, and a 5-colored sacred stone fell down. Boom! The Demon King of the sixth heaven, who was chained, received a heavy blow on his head. His eyes turned black, and he couldn't help roaring. You bastard! I'm going to kill you! Boom! The 5-colored sacred stone smashed again. Every time he hit it, the aura of the sixth heavenly Demon King dropped a lot. Damn boy! On the sixth day, the devil felt like he was going crazy. But the strange thing is that she didn't fall into demonization like usual. Even though she was angry, her mind was still very clear. But her strength was weakened and her head hurt from being hit, which made her furious. Crash! The 3 chains in the ceiling formation broke apart with a crashing sound. However, the chains of the ceiling formation were broken, and several more of Chen Fan's void chains flew over and penetrated into the body of the 6th heavenly demon king. The void chain combined with the chaos ling, coupled with the suppression of the ceiling formation. The demon king of the 6th heaven was completely unable to break free. The gap in strength is indeed a bit big, Chen Fan sighed and said. It's still a bit difficult to suppress you. On the 6th day, the devil gritted his teeth. Chen Fan continued. Stop struggling and listen to what I have to say. If you continue to struggle, I will have to break your arm first. How dare you? The demon king of the 6th heaven roared. Chen Fan shook his hand and said, in the 5th restricted area of Tang Kingdom's demon city, my sword has killed ancient gods and demons. Between heaven and earth, there is nothing that cannot be killed. When I killed the ancient gods and demons, my cultivation was far from reaching the holy realm. It was 1/10,000th less than it is now. On the 6th day, the devil fell silent. Everything before her eyes made her feel desperate. When she faced Chen Han and the 4th heaven demon king, she had never been so desperate. This kid in front of me is extremely weird. Although his strength is not as good as hers, he still controls the power of gods and demons. And the few magical weapons in his hands almost crushed all the magic weapons and secret weapons she had ever seen in the world. If there had been one of these divine weapons in Tanny realm back then, the demon clan might have been wiped out. Who can resist such a magical weapon in the hands of the blind and the lame? Later, the old emperor used his own power to block the great heavenly demon king and the heavenly demon emperor. And he also relied on a strange staff. The demon king on the 6th day gritted his teeth and said, let me hear a few words from you. What do you want to say? Chen Fan said, I just want to tell you that I am not trying to mediate the grievances between the demon clan and the human race. I just want to tell you that in the face of certain upcoming disasters, the grievances between countries and the differences between races, the hatred between us seems a bit insignificant. Oh, are you telling stories again? The demon king of the 6th heaven sneered and said, you have just said this once. Chen Fan said indifferently, have you ever heard of the void demon? What void demon? The demon king of the 6th heaven was slightly startled. With a thought in Chen Fan's mind, the void chain pulled in the sickle demon outside. The side demon was startled. The demon king of the 6th heaven, who was at the peak of the demigod realm, released a breath that destroyed the world and almost made the side demon turn around and run away in fright. Strangeness. After seeing the side demon on the 6th day, the demon king frowned and said, it feels different from ordinary demons. There seems to be the power of gods and demons in its body. This is the void demon, Chen Fan said. But the void demon has been purified by me. Before purification, it was more terrifying than ordinary demons. It was unscrupulous and had chaotic thinking. There was only destruction and killing in its mind. On the 6th day, the demon king's expression changed slightly. Where did this come from? When I came to Blue Star, I didn't feel this kind of aura in Blue Star. Chen Fan was silent for a moment and said, coming from the ancient god realm. Ancient god realm. The demon king of the 6th heaven was shocked. Have you been to the god realm? Chen Fan said, the ancient god realm is probably a plane even older than the god realm. Unfortunately, on the 6th day, the demon king was shocked. What's the pity? Chen Fan said, unfortunately, being polluted by the void, both gods and demons have been killed and injured, and only the void demon is left. What? The demon king on the 6th day was shocked. Void pollution is what I call the catastrophe of world destruction, Chen Fan said. No matter whether it is a mortal or a god or demon, it can withstand this kind of pollution. Even gods and demons couldn't compete with it. In the end, they were polluted into void demons, only knowing killing and destruction. The demon king on the 6th day frowned. Are you kidding me? Why should I believe what you say? Believe it or not. We'll talk about it later, Chen Fan said. First of all, I just want to tell you that when the gods die and the demons are destroyed, the entire world may be polluted by the void and occupied by void demons. It doesn't matter whether you have been sealed for so many years or whether the demon clan and the human race have been fighting to the death for thousands of years. It is all meaningless in the end. If you want to see the evidence, I can take you to see it. On the 6th day, the demon king's eyes narrowed slightly. Will you take me to see it? Chen Fan nodded. I can take you to the ancient god realm. In addition to the ancient god realm, there is also the angel god king realm. the ancient demon realm, and the ancient demon realm. By the way, the ancient demon in the 5th restricted area mentioned before escaped from the ancient god world. On the 6th day, the Demon King was surprised again. Is the ancient god realm connected with Blue Star? Yes. Chen Fan nodded. But no one can enter through any other channels except me. If the ancient void demon in the 5th restricted area had escaped, Blue Star would have been completely destroyed by now. The next step may be Tanny realm and other worlds. On the 6th day, the Demon King remained silent for a long time. With Chen Fan's current strength and many heaven-defying weapons in hand, there was no need to deceive her with such a story. But all this is really incredible. A few minutes ago, she was thinking about how to break the seal and take revenge on Li Mu and the others. Why are you suddenly talking about the catastrophe of annihilation? Take me to the ancient god realm. After being silent for a while, the 6th heavenly demon king said, if what you said is true, I can put aside my grudges first, and even return to the Tanny realm to convince the heavenly demon clan. If you dare to lie to me, even if you are my sister's son, I will make you lose all limbs. Chen Fan waved his hand, and his voice sounded outside the obelisk. Rouge, give me the holy mirror of Taishu. There was a flash of light in the sky, and the holy mirror of Taishu appeared in Chen Fan's hand. Demon King of the 6th heaven. What's wrong with this world? Why had I never seen such a powerful artifact before? But now it was appearing in front of me one after another? Chen Fan said, before going to the ancient god realm, I will take you here to see it. This is the Taishu Holy Mirror, the legendary supreme treasure of the Holy Spirit clan in the god realm. It's a space of its own. The Demon King on the 6th day frowned. You don't want to trick me, do you? Chen Fan didn't say anything, and threw the sky-breaking demon sword in his hand at will. TSK, TSK, TSK. The sky-breaking demon sword flew by, and the chains that locked the 6th heaven Demon King were cut off like straw. On the 6th day, the Demon King was horrified. She also felt the power of the magic knife in Chen Fan's hand, but she still didn't expect it to be so powerful. She could break the chains that had locked her for many years, but she would have to pay a huge price. Otherwise, it would not be said that after so many years, it is still locked by so many chains. But the knife flew by, and the chains were like straw. If this knife falls on her head, she will never be able to resist it. Chen Fan took back the sky-destroying demon sword and said, I've been talking to you for so long, not only because you are my aunt, but also because you are the 6th demon king of the demon clan and the pinnacle of the demigod realm. Both I and Blind Grandpa and the others are too weak now. Void pollution may arrive at any time. I need to unite all powerful forces, especially those of you who are at the peak of the demigod realm. On the 6th day, the devil did not speak. Chen Fan continued, Are you wondering why so many demigod realms appear out of thin air in the outside world? On the 6th day, the devil's eyes flashed. At this moment, she came back to her senses. Yes. Back then, Li Mu and Yi Hongyan broke through to the demigod realm. But they were just these two people. This time when she hit the seal, why did more than a dozen demigods appear at once? Can it be wholesaled in the demigod realm? Chen Fan said. My senior brother Zhang Jiang and the others were still in the 5th level of the holy realm before today. I helped them break through to the demigod realm. What did you say? The Demon King on the 6th day was shocked. Chen Fan said, Didn't you Nightmare Court do this kind of thing? Collect the power of faith, and use the power of faith to help the strong break through. The power of faith is a power that even gods and demons covet. On the 6th day, the Demon King's breathing became a little rapid. But how did you collect the power of faith? There are not many demon statues in the Nightmare Garden. And if you forcibly plunder the power of faith from the demon statue, it's easy to suffer backlash. I didn't rely on the devil statue. Chen Fan said lightly. I just collected the devil's beliefs because I am the king of demons. Ha ha ha. The Demon King of the 6th heaven laughed wildly. You are the king of demons? Then who do we, the demon clan, count? Chen Fan said indifferently. The king of demons I am talking about is the king of all demons in the god realm. Demon King of the 6th heaven. Chen Fan said calmly. My current power is the divine power of the void. Haven't you already felt it? The Demon King of the 6th heaven was silent for a moment, and suddenly his eyes widened. Are you the demon god? The power I sensed from the demon god was your power? You were talking about the beginning, Chen Fan said. When I killed the 6-eyed abyss lord in the 5th restricted area. Right. With that said, Chen Fan pointed lightly at the Demon King of the 6th heaven. Ah! On the 6th day, the Demon King suddenly screamed. You brat! What are you doing? I'm extracting the demon's blood from you. Following Qinfan's words, blood mist appeared around the sixth heaven demon king, and then quickly gathered into a drop of blood. Qinfan moved his finger, and the drop of blood flew onto his palm. Damn boy! On the sixth day, the demon king shouted angrily, "You are robbing me of my power!" Qinfan was able to extract the demon blood from her body, which was simply unbelievable to the demon king of the sixth heaven. The demon blood that has been integrated into her body. The demon blood that can transform her into a demon. How can it be extracted? This drop of demon blood was extracted, and the demon king on the sixth day suddenly became much weaker. I don't need to take your power away, Qinfan said. I'm just curious. What is the relationship between the heavenly demon god believed in by the demon clan and this drop of demon blood? That is the blood of the heavenly demon god, the sixth heavenly demon king said angrily. The blood of the only great god that the heavenly demon clan and all demons believe in. Why do you ask? Qinfan sighed and said, I just told you that I am the king of demons. To be honest, when I saw demon blood for the first time, I had an extremely familiar feeling. This demon's blood is either the blood of someone I know, or maybe it's my own blood. Demon king of the sixth heaven. Is there anything more absurd than this? The son of Chen Han and Lao Si is the king of demons? The heavenly demon god believed in by the heavenly demon tribe is the son of Chen Han and Lao Si. The demon king on the sixth day wanted to say something sarcastic, but when she looked at Qinfan, she suddenly couldn't say anything. It was pointless for Qinfan to lie to her with these things. She is now a prisoner, and the other party can suppress her or even kill her. She couldn't resist at all. If you have to resist, I'm afraid the price will be heavy. At this time, Qinfan shook the Taishu holy mirror in his hand and said, Want to come with me and take a look? This mirror can be called the cemetery of the gods. What does the cemetery of the gods mean? The demon king of the sixth heaven's expression softened. Qinfan said, The Holy Spirit tribe was once one of the strongest divine tribes in the god realm. But now I don't know what happened back then. This holy mirror of Taishu is the most precious treasure of the Holy Spirit clan. But inside the holy mirror of Taishu are countless tombstones of the Holy Spirit clan. The strongest Protoss? Countless tombstones? The voice of the sixth heaven demon king was a little trembling. Qinfan said, I will take you to the Taishu holy mirror first, and then I will take you to the ancient god realm. After reading all this, if you can let go of your hatred, maybe I can help you break through from the demigod realm to the true god realm. Demon king of the sixth heaven. After being silent for a while, she nodded. Okay. Then, take me to the Taishu holy mirror first. Chapter 337 Shocked. Good. With a thought in his mind, Qinfan took back the Chaos Ling. Immediately, he cut off the demonic sword in his hand and flashed with light. TSK, 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 TSK! The chains in the seal formation were cut off by the sky-breaking demon sword. Outside the obelisk, the blind man and others were shocked. They had been paying attention to the atmosphere inside the obelisk, but they did not hear the conversation between Qinfan and the two. Feeling that the power of the seal was cut off and weakened, everyone suddenly turned pale with panic. But on the sixth day, the demon king did not attack the seal after being released from his restraints. Inside the obelisk, on the sixth day, the demon king stretched his muscles and asked strangely, What did you mean by purify before? I feel that there have been some changes in my body, but I can't tell where the changes have occurred. Purification is a peak magical skill, Qinfan said lightly. It is mainly aimed at demons, and it is aimed at void demons. It can purify any kind of demons. Can any kind of demon be purified? Demon king of the sixth heaven exclaimed, No wonder. After being purified, although there is resentment in my heart, it is no longer as crazy and violent as before. Even the demonic form that was originally difficult to suppress disappeared and returned to its normal form, etc. You just said that you can purify even void demons? Qinfan nodded. Yes. On the sixth day, the demon king's eyes lit up. What will the void demon look like after being purified? Qinfan pointed to the sickle demon next to him and said, That's what it looks like. Before being purified, the void demon was more terrifying than ordinary demons. It was crazy, violent, and murderous. But after being purified, they are much purer than the beasts contracted with the human race. As he spoke, the spiritual power of the sixth heavenly demon king enveloped the side demon. Feeling the terrifying aura, the side demon was a little nervous. After a while, the demon king on the sixth day said in disbelief, As a demon, I don't have any negative emotions. Where did you learn purification? Since there is purification, Why fear the pollution of the void? Chen Fan was silent for a moment, and then said, It should be a magical skill developed by the Demon King in my previous life and the ancestor gods at the cost of their lives. But currently we can only target single demons. It is still difficult to stop the void pollution. The Demon King of the sixth heaven below slowly surfaced and stood in front of Chen Fan. What exactly is void? Where does void pollution come from? I don't know. Chen Fan shook his head and said, I once obtained some memory fragments. The void can be understood as a plane opposite to the existing plane. The universe we are in is positive, and the void is negative. But for some unknown reason, a passage appeared between two planes that did not originally intersect. The power of the void has penetrated into our universe. Even the ancient gods can't resist this kind of power. Like the six-eyed abyss lord, who was sealed in the fifth restricted area of the demon city. His fear is not only his terrifying strength, but also the pollution of the void. That kind of existence, after breaking through the ancient seal, will release void pollution all over its body, once contaminated by its breath. No matter whether they are humans, gods or ghosts, they will be polluted by the void. When void pollution reaches its limit, it will turn into a void demon that only knows killing and destruction, and lose its self-awareness. The Demon King of the sixth heaven was horrified when he heard this. You don't need anything in the blood. You don't need to do anything. You can emit void pollution by yourself and turn other creatures into void demons? Chen Fan nodded. Even gods and demons can't stop it. In the original fifth restricted area, there was actually an ancient god and demon guarding the seal. After the seal was drilled out of the head of the six-eyed abyss lord, the ancient god and demon was also contaminated by the void. On the sixth day, the Demon King was shocked. Ancient gods and demons? Where is he now? Chen Fan shook his head. He has left. I don't know where he went. On the sixth day, the Demon King's breathing became rapid. Is void pollution so terrible? So, in any realm, whether Blue Star or Tanny realm, if such a void demon appears, the whole world will soon become a world of demons. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Not bad. Demon King of the sixth heaven, take me to the Taishu Holy Mirror, and then take me to see the ancient god realm. Chen Fan threw the Taishu Holy Mirror in his hand, and the Taishu Holy Mirror released a ray of light, covering the sixth heavenly Demon King and himself. The two of them were in a trance, and entered the Taishu Holy Mirror at the same time. The Taishu Holy Mirror flew out of the seal, and returned to Bai Rouge's hands. Bai Rouge glanced at the blind man and the others and said, Uncle Master and the Demon King of the sixth heaven have entered the Holy Mirror of Taishu. All the strongmen present subconsciously wiped their hands with cold sweat. Inside the Taishu Holy Mirror, on the sixth day, the Demon King floated in the air, silent. Inside the Taishu Sacred Mirror is the cemetery of the gods. Chen Fan had already told her before coming in. But hearing about it, and seeing it with your own eyes are two different things. Feeling the terrifying aura released from the tombs, the Demon King of the sixth heaven was so frightened that he could not control himself. This is not a fantasy. This is the true cemetery of the gods. Even though it had been dead for thousands of years, or even longer, the aura released from it still shocked her. Who is at the peak of the demigod realm? What is happening in this world? Chen Fan said. God is dead, and the devil is gone. So what is the reason why you and other peak demigods have been frantically trying to hit the legendary god realm for many years? There is no road ahead. Yes, it's just a dead end. Even the legendary powerful gods and demons turned into dust. Is there anything more despairing than this? As Chen Fan said. In comparison, the battles between countries and the hatred between races are nothing at all. There are endless creatures in every world, and they have no idea what kind of threats they face. Perhaps, there are countless powerful beings fighting bloody battles for all sentient beings. But sentient beings don't know. It's ridiculous. Their demon tribe has been fighting the human race for tens of thousands of years. These tens of thousands of years could have been the most beautiful time for the demon clan and the human race. Unfortunately, it's gone forever. Now the void corrosion hangs over the heads of all living beings. No matter the demons, humans, or demons, no living beings can escape. Sudden. On the sixth day, the Demon King's eyes fell on the largest tombstone in the cemetery. She moved and flew to the tombstone. I saw a few big characters written on the tombstone with flying dragons and phoenixes. But she didn't know a word of it. This should be the text of the gods. Among the countless tombstones, this huge tombstone looks completely different. Perhaps this was the most powerful divine race ever. At this time, Chen Fan flew over and said, Don't you recognize these words? Nonsense! The Demon King of the sixth heaven lowered his voice and said, as if he was afraid of waking up the beings in the cemetery. Do you know him? Chen Fan said. The tomb of the Demon King Chen Fan. Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. This is ridiculous. Incredible. But Chen Fan had no need to lie to her about such a thing. Meaningless. Is this kid in front of me? The son of Chen Han and his sister. Really the king of demons? Do you still have past and present lives? On the sixth day, the Demon King's eyes were filled with confusion. Chen Fan raised his palm slightly, and a drop of blood like a gem emerged from his palm. That was the demon blood he had just extracted from the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. On the sixth day, the Demon King was surprised. What do you want to do? Chen Fan didn't say anything. He just retracted his palm. But that drop of blood was still floating in the air. Spinning. Sudden. As if attracted by something. That drop of blood slowly drifted towards the tomb of the Demon King Chen Fan. Soon, the blood blended into the tomb. On the sixth day, the Demon King looked at the scene in front of him, and his hair stood on end. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Chen Fan said, The first time I saw the devil's blood, I had a very strange feeling. On the sixth day, the Demon King subconsciously asked, What does it feel like? I feel like it's my own blood, Chen Fan said. Or, it's the blood of someone I'm very familiar with. Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. Chen Fan sighed. But it is useless to study these now. Let's go. I'll take you to the ancient god realm. After saying that, Chen Fan said softly, Ruge. Send us out. Outside the obelisk. Bai Rouge said with a mournful face. Uncle Master, do you really want to let her out? What if she escapes? What if I can't control her? The words she said were transmitted through the Taishu Holy Mirror. So the Demon King on the sixth day didn't hear it. Chen Fan also said in his mind, I probably tested my strength in the seal before. And after adding the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and Chaos Ling, it was enough to suppress her. So don't worry. Hearing what Chen Fan said, Bai Rouge pursed his lips and released Chen Fan and the Sixth Heaven Demon King, Li Mu, Blind Man and others. A group of strong men felt like they were going crazy. These young people. It's too crazy. Why don't you discuss it with us? Just let it go. A group of demigods, as if facing a formidable enemy, cheered and surrounded the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. Yihao took back the axe, and Shinado took back the 12 wings of the God King. Their momentum soared crazily, and they were ready to fight to the death at any time. Blind Man. Long time no see. On the sixth day, the Demon King looked at the blind man coldly and said, It's a pity that you are just a clone now. Otherwise, I really want to kill you. The blind man said calmly, Back then, I was chasing you all over the place, and you had nowhere to go to heaven and earth. Now, is it unnecessary to say such big words? On the sixth day, the devil was furious. Just when she was about to retort, Chen Fan already said, Go to the ancient god realm. On the sixth day, the Demon King glared at the blind man fiercely and looked at Chen Fan. Your power still binds me. Are you afraid that I will escape? Or are you afraid that I will kill the blind man and the others? Chen Fan smiled slightly and took back the void chain. On the sixth day, the Demon King let out a heavy breath. At this moment, she truly felt free. With a move of Chen Fan's hand, the Tianlong Palace in Li Fengxing's hand flew into his hand. Li Fengxing was a little depressed. Brother Fan, if you can lend me Tianlong Palace, why don't you say something? Before he could finish his words, the eyes of Shen Hongxiu and others were already attacking him like knives. Li Fengxing's body suddenly became much shorter. He lowered his head and did not dare to say anything. Chen Fan said, The ancient god realm and other 4 realms are inaccessible to those above the 9th level. On the 6th day, the Demon King pointed at the blind men and said, None of them have gone in? They have gone in. Chen Fan said, But they can only enter by using this Tianlong Palace. After that, I transformed them into void demons so that they can leave the Tianlong Palace. What? The Demon King of the 6th Heaven was shocked. Just now, she was still in the shock of the Holy Spirit Clan Cemetery and did not notice the strange auras of the blind people. When Chen Fan said this, her mental power enveloped the blind and lame people. Void demon. The blind and lame have all turned into void demons. Not only the blind man and the others, but also the demigods and even the saints present. Except for Chu Qingcheng, who had been monitoring her before. We're all void demons. Everyone's strength attributes have changed. All of them are void demons. The Demon King on the 6th day looked at Chen Fan. Are you too crazy? Before Chen Fan could say anything, the blind man came over and said, It's indeed crazy. But this is all of our own free will. And, so far, there have been no problems. After we transform into void demons, Xiaofan will help us purify them, so that we can resist void pollution. Resist void pollution? The demon king of the sixth heaven was surprised. He just told me that not even gods and demons can resist void pollution. You guys? The cripple laughed loudly and said, it is true that gods and demons cannot resist void pollution. But Xiaofan can. After transforming into a void demon and then being purified by him, we are no longer afraid of void pollution. Even if the void pollution level reaches the limit, it will only be a little more exciting at best. With that said, Cripple glanced at the crowd and pulled Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang over with his mental strength. At this time, Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang were both filled with dark energy, giving people the feeling that a great demon had appeared out of nowhere, in order to help Chen Fan explore the mysteries of the void. The two of them did not let Chen Fan purify the void after the pollution level reached the limit, but maintained this state for several months. At this time, Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang's eyes were extremely blood red, which was a bit scary. However, the two of them were still very rational and showed no signs of losing control. After checking the mental power of the Demon King up and down on the sixth day, he said, the two of them have reached the limit of void pollution now. Have they not fallen into madness? Yuan Sanhai said, have you ever drank coffee? Our current situation is actually a bit like drinking many cups of coffee. Other than that, it's no different than anyone else. Coffee. On the sixth day, the Demon King was stunned and silent. The blind man said, what we know about the void is limited. Void pollution is indeed terrible. In order to deal with you, we had to work hard to become stronger. So we transformed into void demons. Anger flashed in the eyes of the Demon King on the sixth day. What does dealing with me have to do with transforming into a void demon? Sudden, her eyes widened. When he was in the seal before, Chen Fan seemed to have said that he helped those at the peak of the holy realm break through to the demigod realm. Chen Fan also said that he could help her break through from the peak of the demigod realm to the legendary god realm. Really? The blind man said. After we transform into void demons. Firstly, we are no longer afraid of void pollution. Secondly, we can help Xiaofan become stronger. Thirdly, Xiaofan can help us become stronger just like nurturing beasts. Demon King of the sixth heaven. Chen Fan took the Tianlong Palace and said, don't resist. I will take you into the Tianlong Palace. After bringing the sixth heavenly Demon King into the Tianlong Palace, Chen Fan took the blind man and the others into the ancient god realm. Since having the void chain, he only needs to use the void chain to wrap around everyone and bring everyone in directly. In the past, a group of people could only use the shameful posture of holding hands to enter the four realms, including the ancient god realm. Ancient god realm. Standing in the Tianlong Palace, the sixth heavenly Demon King was terrified. At this time, Tianlong Palace was not isolated from the outside world. The sixth heaven Demon King, who felt the terrifying aura of the ancient god realm for the first time, felt as if he was being targeted by a world-destroying demon lord. His hair stood on end and his heart trembled with fear. What kind of world is this? Why is there such a sense of despair and terror? On the sixth day, the Demon King looked at Chen Fan beside him. Chen Fan said, the ancient god realm may be the world where the ancient gods lived before. But now, we have expanded from here to hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and we still haven't found any other creatures. Here, there are only void demons. Ancient god realm. Have all the gods fallen? On the sixth day, an indescribable feeling of despair arose in the Demon King's heart. She is free now. I should be happy and excited. But standing in this Tianlong Palace, the sixth heaven Demon King only had fear and despair in his heart. For so many years, the demon clan and the human clan have been fighting and killing each other. Are they fighting him? Even the gods and demons have all fallen. A group of mortals are still fighting for territory, starting wars and fighting to the death. How ridiculous. What is that? The Demon King of the sixth heaven pointed at the huge tower outside Tianlong Palace. On top of the tower, there is Chaos Ling wrapped around it. She remembered that Chen Fan had used this thing before, and that it had just been handed over to Shen Hongxiu. This kind of place, Chen Fan said. We generally call it the sealed place. In other words, under the seal of the divine weapon, there may be a void demon at the level of a god and demon. What? The Demon King of the sixth heaven was startled. I only felt the terror of the red mass, but I didn't feel any void demon below. The Chaos Ling that sealed her before was less than 1/10,000th of the power of the Chaos Ling in front of her. Using something like this to seal the void demon. How terrifying is the void demon? Honestly, I didn't feel it either, Chen Fan said. Maybe it's the seal that isolates everything. Or maybe that existence is more powerful than the six-eyed abyss lord I killed before. On the sixth day, the Demon King remained silent. Chen Fan pointed at the Tantian divine pillar that seemed not far away but was actually out of reach and said, "Look there. The existence suppressed by the Tantian divine pillar is also extremely powerful and is definitely beyond the reach of us now." On the sixth day, the Demon King looked at the mountain-like divine pillar, and his heart was shocked beyond words. She narrowed her eyes. "Did the magic weapons used to suppress me before, including the knife in your hand, come from here? In addition to the ancient god realm, there are 3 realms," Chen Fan said. "The ancient demon realm, the ancient demon realm, and the angel god king realm. Our magic weapons come from these realms. But our magic weapons are just projection clones of these magic weapons, and their power is only a very small part of these magic weapons." On the sixth day, the devil was silent again. After a while, she said again, "You helped the blind men transform into void demons before. Did you just place them here and let them be polluted by the void?" "That's right," Chen Fan said. "The area around this kind of existence will be polluted by the void. It usually only takes a little more than 2 days. 2 days. On the sixth day, the Demon King's eyes twitched. In 2 days, will he completely transform into a void demon? So, do you want to transform into a void demon? Only by transforming into a void demon and then being purified by Chen Fan can one resist this void pollution. Otherwise, all living beings in the world will be polluted by the void sooner or later. It is better to transform earlier and then be purified than to be contaminated suddenly and then be killed by other void demons. Or kill one's relatives and friends. Right? Is this ancient god realm very big?" On the sixth day, the Demon King didn't know what was going on with him. So he suddenly asked this question. Chen Fan said, "Boundless." After another moment of silence, the Demon King of the sixth heaven suddenly said, "When I was in the seal, I felt the aura of the devil appearing everywhere in Blue Star. Then it should be the Demon King of the western region and the others who have implemented the demon blood plan." "Right. How did you stop this plan? Catch all the demons in front of you and purify them one by one?" "No," Chen Fan said. "It was diluted with my blood to purify the demon." On the sixth day, the Demon King stared at Chen Fan with wide eyes. "Can such a thing be done? Is this guy really the king of demons?" Chen Fan said, "We used a trick and chose to demonize all the people, and then used my blood as an antidote to help purify the demonized people. In this way, I can collect the power of faith from all the purified demons." "What?" The sixth heaven Demon King looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. When he was in the seal, Chen Fan once said that he could gather the power of faith. At that time, the topic quickly turned to the blood of demons. So the Demon King of the sixth heaven had no idea that Chen Fan was using his own blood to collect the power of faith. It's incredible. On the sixth day, after the Demon King's expression changed a few times, he seemed to have made up his mind and said in a deep voice, "Help me transform into a void demon. After that, I will return to Tanny realm with you. In Tanny realm, let them also implement the demon blood plan. The sooner the better." Chapter 338. Let me be the first test subject. The secret base of Yang Kingdom. Shangwan Songlong, Lu Qing and others were sitting in the hall, all of them with serious expressions on their faces. Only Feng Tianlin was walking back and forth, coming and going. "Don't leave." Feng Xiaoxiao let out a soft drink and said, "It's so dazzling that my eyes are dazzled." Feng Tianlin's eyes were red, and he said tremblingly, "Can you still calm down? The end of the world is coming. Then if the Demon King breaks out on the sixth day, the world will be over." Shangwan Songlong said calmly, "It won't happen. Each country has already made preparations. People from each main city have moved into nearby secret realms as soon as possible, and then sealed the entrances and exits of the secret realms." Feng Tianlin said with a pale face, "So, it is possible that we will have to spend our whole lives in this secret realm from now on? We are in the secret realm of the Yang Kingdom, and several members of our family are in the secret realm of the Demon City. We'll never see each other again?" Lu Qing frowned and said, "Shut your crow mouth. As long as my uncle and grandpa are here, the sky will not fall. You can call me grandpa very smoothly." Feng Tianlin said, "Of course Chen Fan is very strong. Very strong. But he is the Demon King of the sixth heaven, the 4 major holy places in the Tanny realm. Blind grandpa and the others. There are so many strong men, but they haven't even been able to deal with her. If Chen Fan is given another 2 or 3 years, I won't be surprised if he can crush the sixth heavenly Demon King to death with just one stretch of his hand. But now, Lu Qing said, didn't you see it a few days ago? The demon king of the western region and the leader of the Centaur clan were in the semi-god state, and they were destroyed by him without holding on even a single move. That was just the early stage of the demigod realm. Feng Tianlin said, the demon king of the sixth heaven reached the peak of the demigod realm, who knows how many years ago. This is not a level at all. Feng Xiaoxiao said lightly, what about the peak of the demigod realm? The six-eyed abyss lord in the fifth restricted area is an ancient demon god. He is countless times more powerful than the demon king of the sixth heaven. Wasn't he hacked to death by Chen Fan? Don't be impatient. In the crowd, Zhong Hao glanced at Feng Xiaoxiao with some dissatisfaction and said, back then in the hall of the fifth restricted area, I heard someone shouting a name. You told me Han Han. In fact, you already knew it was Chen Fan. Bar? Feng Xiaoxiao grinned. To be honest, it was just a guess at the time, and I didn't dare to be completely sure, because before entering the fifth restricted area, the minister asked us to go to Chen Fan's house and pick up something. Blind Grandpa is hiding in that thing. Other than that, those are the resources that the minister and the others collected as quickly as possible in order to send them in to help Chen Fan and the others seal and suppress the demon. Xian Tianji looked at Zhong Hao silently and said, at the gate of the first martial arts university, you actually fought against such a terrifying existence in your life. You can be proud of it. Ha ha ha. Feng Tianlin laughed and said, Lu Qing also fought against him. To be precise, he was beaten up by Gongzi. Ha ha ha. A figure flashed on the field, and Lu Qing appeared behind Feng Tianlin and kicked the latter in the butt. Feng Tianlin flew out with a roar and hit the wall like a missile. Fortunately, there was a barrier on the wall of the hall, so the hall was not destroyed. Feng Tianlin rubbed his butt and stood up. He glanced at Lu Qing resentfully and said, just wait until a 9th level guy bullies an 8th level guy. I'll catch up with you soon. Lu Qing said coldly, well, I'm waiting for you to catch up with me. Everyone shook their heads speechlessly. What time has it been, and we are still making noise? But Feng Tianlin finally stopped making trouble, sat down, held his head and said, I have worked hard for so long and finally reached the 8th level. But in the end, I am not even qualified to watch the show, let alone participate. Oh, it's really shocking. Shang Wanwulei said, when did you try hard? Isn't it Chen Fan who helped you break through? Without Chen Fan, you would be at the 3rd level now. Feng Tianlin wanted to retort, but in the end, he could only sigh. Lu Qing said, a battle of that level is useless at the 8th level? I'm in the middle of 9th grade. Why don't I just sit here and wait for news? Feng Tianlin gritted his teeth. If Chen Fan and the others really lose, we will become the last hope of the world. No matter what. We are going to kill that bitch of the 6th Heaven Demon King and avenge Chen Fan and the others. The words just fell. A figure flashed on the field. Chen Fan. Li Mu and others appeared in the hall. Lu Qing and Feng Xiaoxiao were slightly startled. And then they stood up at the same time. A group of people quickly scanned the faces of Li Mu and others, except for Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan, who were expressionless. Li Mu and Ziding Shinichi were all smiling. Success? So fast. Feng Tianlin rushed to Chen Fan with a quick stride. Brother Fan, did you kill that bitch of the Demon King of the 6th Heaven? Did you reverse the end of the world? A group of other people also gathered around. However, at this moment, the temperature in the hall suddenly dropped rapidly. The 6th Heaven Demon King, who was standing next to Chen Fan, looked at Feng Tianlin silently. Feng Tianlin continued, hurry up. Tell us the specific situation. We are all so anxious. How did you kill that bitch? The Demon King of the 6th Heaven? Before he finished speaking, Yi Hao had already covered his mouth. Shut the hell up. Feng Tianlin couldn't resist Yi Hao, who was in the Holy Realm. He struggled a little and looked at Yi Hao resentfully. Chen Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. The Demon King of the 6th Heaven took a step forward and placed his palm on Feng Tianlin's shoulder. Feng Tianlin was puzzled. This woman is extremely beautiful, but she has 2 horns on her head. Is she a demon from the far north? I don't think you've seen it before. As soon as he thought about it, Feng Tianlin felt his shoulder being held by an iron hand, which caused excruciating pain. Then, I heard the woman say, this is the first time we meet. Let me introduce myself. I am the bitch 6th Heaven Demon King you call me. Feng Tianlin's feet went weak, but his shoulders were held by the Demon King of the 6th Heaven, and he did not collapse to the ground in the end, as if he was hanging limply in the hands of the Demon King of the 6th Heaven. Feng Xiaoxiao, Lu Qing and others on the side had shocked expressions on their faces and backed away continuously. What's the situation? Aren't the two sides mortal enemies? How did Chen Fan and the others bring back the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven? From the looks of it, the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven was not injured at all? So what happened? Don't worry, everyone. Chen Fan smiled and said, she is our ally now, not our enemy. Yi Hao chuckled and said, Brother Fan is here. What is there to worry about? Li Feng walked over and said, Brother Fan can kill even ancient gods and demons. What are you afraid of? Snapped. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped to the ground by the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. Feng Xiaoxiao and others all looked at Li Mu, who shrugged. The catastrophe is over. Everyone can relax more than before. There was silence in the hall for a moment. Immediately, everyone jumped up and cheered. On the sixth day, the Demon King threw Feng Tianlin out, then silently walked to a position and sat down. With a dark face, she patted the table and said, Wisteria Shinichi, I'm hungry and want to eat. I haven't eaten in decades. Wisteria Shinichi wiped his sweat and waved, and someone immediately went out to get ready. Li Mu said, Spread the news to all countries, and everyone will celebrate that we have an ally like the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. This is Blue Star's luck. There's a big banquet today. You won't come home until you're drunk. Zhang Jiang and others couldn't help but glance at Li Mu. This guy actually knows how to pat a horse. Sure enough, the Demon King's eyes softened a lot on the sixth day. Feng Tianlin glanced at the Sixth Heaven Demon King. Isn't this demon as scary as the legend says? But he saw the Demon King on the sixth day looking towards him silently. Feng Tianlin was startled and hurriedly lowered his head. Trembling, the girl transformed into the golden-horned green python of the Phantom King walked up to Feng Tianlin, widened her eyes and said, Does it hurt? Feng Tianlin glared angrily. What are you doing? You're gloating. No. The Phantom King Green Python Goldenhorn said, I mean, if you feel pain, you can sing. Singing can relieve pain. Have you heard of that song? Feng Tianlin was stunned. What song? The Phantom King Green Python Goldenhorn Beast said, You are so good. You are the bird of my best friend. Feng Tianlin was dumbfounded. You should be saying that you are a Dio, and you are a free bird? The Phantom King Green Python Goldenhorn Beast nodded. Yes, that's the one. Feng Tianlin looked at Shen Hongxiu angrily. Shen Hongxiu, take care of her. Don't let her sing. She never sings the lyrics correctly. Shen Hongxiu flattened her lips. You can't sing as well as she does. Feng Tianlin. The entire Blue Star was boiling. No more worries. The centaurs were wiped out. The Nightmare Court was also destroyed. Even the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven has become an ally. There is joy all over the world. Everyone celebrates. People who had been hiding in secret realms and preparing for the worst all came out of the secret realms and returned to the main city. Many people cried with joy. Only Li Mu and Blind Man still felt a lot of pressure. On the surface they were smiling, but deep down they were still a little out of breath. Who is the devil on the sixth day? Void pollution is the most terrifying thing. Although Chen Fan is already a god, even though Chen Fan can purify. But, thinking that the legendary gods and demons might all perish due to void pollution. The Blind Man, Li Mu and others were frightened. This kind of thing should have been left to the legendary gods and demons. Now the gods and demons are gone. But let us mortals face it. Is there anything more despairing than this? In the hall of the Yang Kingdom's secret base, drinking and drinking each other. But on the sixth day, the Demon King, like the Blind Man, did not look relaxed. On the sixth day, after the Demon King swept away all the food on the table, he wiped his mouth, walked to the Blind Man, and sat down. The Blind Man didn't respond. The cripples looked at the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven a little more fearfully. The Demon King of the Sixth Heaven frowned and said, The last step to reach the peak of the demigod realm is to build the divine bridge based on the heavenly palace. Cross the galaxy, and reach the ultimate realm of the heaven. Only by truly casting a complete divine bridge can one become a true god. But all the divine bridges at the peak of the demigod realm are broken. The noise on the field immediately disappeared without a trace. Everyone's ears pricked up. The Demon King of the Sixth Heaven said, How did you old monsters develop your divine power in the first place? When the Tanny world encountered a crisis, the blind man cultivated a pair of eyes into the eyes of God, and the lame man cultivated a leg into the leg of God. The four finally took out a part of their body and handed it to the old man Huang. With this power and the skeleton staff flying from outside the territory, the old man emperor blocked the heavenly demon emperor and the great heavenly demon king from the heavenly demon clan. The blind man sighed and said, It took me tens of thousands of years, and a lot of life to build just a pair of eyes. The four of us have not recast the broken sacred bridge at all. The demon king of the sixth heaven said, the divine bridge itself is broken and cannot be connected at all. So how did the legendary gods and demons succeed in their cultivation? The blind man shook his head. The demon king of the sixth heaven said, I have been thinking about this issue during the time I was sealed. Why is it that regardless of whether it's a human race, a demon race, or any other race, the natural divine bridge is broken? Isn't this a complete end to our path to gods and demons? Everyone looked at each other. Even the blind man and a few old monsters who have lived for tens of thousands of years can't figure it out. How can a group of people who don't even know what Xinxiang knows know the answer? Suddenly, Zhang Jiang said in a deep voice, my master and master's wife may have found the answer. What? The demon king of the sixth heaven's eyes flashed, and he looked at Zhang Jiang. Zhang Jiang said, before you were sealed by my master, did you know how the rest of us broke through to the peak of the holy realm? The demon king on the sixth day frowned. How would I know? Zhang Jiang said. First, Master took us into the Tanny realm and stole the power left to the new generation of human emperors in the four holy lands. The cripples glanced sideways at Zhang Jiang. Zhang Jiang continued. Second, it was Master's wife who chose Sangong and spread the power to us. What? The demon king of the sixth heaven was shocked. My sister has lost her power? Why didn't I know? After sealing you, Li Mu said, Master and Master must have discovered something. So Master chose to practice Sangong again. Just because she lost her power. Your nightmare court and the Qin family took the opportunity and took her away. Rebuilding? The corner of the demon king's eyes on the sixth day twitched. She is willing to do it. After practicing for thousands of years, I finally chose to practice Sangong. How could ordinary people do such a thing? Wait, what did you just say? The demon king on the sixth day was stunned for a moment and said, after my sister lost her power, she was taken away by the nightmare court and the Qin family? Li Mu snorted and said, the Qin family regards my master as a traitor and captured my wife just to blackmail my master. The demon king of the sixth heaven was silent for a moment and said, don't worry. Although the Qin family also has the demigod realm, they are still far from being able to deal with Qin Han. If they really dare to touch my sister, I will destroy the Qin family. Beside him, Chun Fan remained silent. The atmosphere on the field became a little weird. The blind man changed the topic again. Xiao Fan's mother chose to rebuild it. How to rebuild it? After rebuilding, won't the sacred bridge break? Li Mu shook his head. We were in the Holy Land at that time. How could we know about these things? They didn't tell us in detail. Li Fingxing, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, practitioners of all races, the divine bridge is broken. Is this related to void pollution? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. This can also be related to void pollution. Then Li Fingxing said, hypothesis. I just assume that the God realm in Brother Fan's dream has been completely polluted by the void. Just like the ancient God realm and other four realms. Then entering the God realm is a dead end. So will there be powerful gods and demons who will modify the cultivation methods so that all practitioners will eventually be unable to practice and become gods and demons, and therefore unable to enter the divine realm? In this case, does it mean that we are protecting all sentient beings? Everyone stared at Li Fingxing with wide eyes. Even Ni Hao and others who were most familiar with Li Fingxing felt that Li Fingxing was very strange at this time. This guy's mind is really big. The blind man said quietly, it's really possible. Because the skills of Tanny realm are actually probably passed down from the upper realm. Lan Xing's technique was passed down from Tanny realm. On the sixth day, the demon king became a little restless. So, what should we do? If you are not in the divine realm, but at the peak of the semi-god realm, trying to fight against that kind of ancient void demon is just nonsense. The lame man laughed, looked at Qin Fan and said, there's a god sitting here? Why should we worry about not becoming a god? Other gods and demons can't do it. But that doesn't mean Xiao Fan can't do it. The mute voice sounded in everyone's mind. Perhaps Xiao Fan can use the power of faith to connect the broken bridges? Flames immediately burned in the eyes of the demon king on the sixth day. Let me be the first test subject. No. The lame man stood up and said, what you think is too beautiful. On the sixth day, the demon king was furious. So, until now, you still don't believe me? You are all in the early stages of the demigod realm now. And I am the only one at the peak of the demigod realm. I'm not going to be a test subject. Lame. Why don't you do it? Are you qualified for this? Chapter 339. Yi Hao finally found the succubus. The lame man responded tit for tat and sneered. I'm not qualified now. but I will be qualified in a few days. Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. During the time she was sealed, or in the past year, the outside world had changed a lot. The cripple is only at the first level of the demigod realm now, but he believes that in a few days, he will be able to break through to the peak of the demigod realm. It's because of Chen Fan. Even if the Sixth Heaven Demon King was mentally prepared for this kind of thing, it still feels unimaginable. With a huff, a large number of demigods were created, which was scary enough. Chen Fan can also help them break through from the early stage of the demigod realm to the peak of the demigod realm in a short period of time. The Demon King on the sixth day opened his mouth, and after a while, he turned to look at Chen Fan and said, "To help these guys break through from the early stage of the demigod realm to the peak of the demigod realm, why not help me break through from the peak demigod realm to the legend first, the divine realm in it?" The lame man laughed again. Li Mu has also said this kind of selfish and shameless words before. "What does it have to do with me?" Li Mu rolled his eyes. The lame man added, "You don't have to be nagging anymore. You know very well that we can't completely trust you now. Xiao Fan can kill you now, but if you break through to the divine realm, it's hard to say. What if you break through to the divine realm and turn around and shoot us to death?" No one else spoke. This worry has some validity and exists in the hearts of most people. Even if he wants to help the sixth heavenly demon king break through, he should wait until Chen Fan grows up again and reaches the point where he can check and balance, and even kill the powerful gods. "Stop fighting," Chen Fan, who had been silent, said. "Now! You are just arguing about how to spend the 100 million after winning the 100 million bonus. I helped Lame Grandpa and the others break through to the demigod realm before, but the power of faith has almost been exhausted. Don't talk about raising the peak of the demigod realm to the divine realm. Even if you help the peak of the holy realm break through to the demigod realm, it won't be enough." Everyone laughed dumbly. Li Mu said, "Now that there is no threat, and there are so many demigods and saints, let's use the fastest speed to speed up the progress of demonization for all people. It was only 1/3 of the progress before. After the demonization of all people is truly achieved, the power of faith within a few months should be enough to help the peak of the demigod realm break through to the divine realm," Han Jiangxue said with a smile. "In the myths and legends of the earth back then, the gods and Buddhas fought for their believers in order to absorb the power of faith. I didn't expect that we, a group of mortals, would be doing this kind of thing now." Li Fengxing interrupted and said, "Is it because all the gods and demons are dead?" Everyone who was still smiling had their hearts beating suddenly and looked at Li Fengxing angrily. The mood was just a little better, and this guy started to put pressure on everyone again, thinking that the legendary gods and demons have fallen and are as powerful as the demigods. "I feel a little frightened." At this time, the blind man said, "The centaurs have been wiped out, and the sixth heaven demon king is no longer a threat. The only threat to Blue Star is the few Zerg in the restricted area. Leave a few demigods to guard Blue Star and solve the Zerg issue. Other demigod realms should enter the ancient god realm and other 4 realms and continue to clean up the void demons. The energy of the void is as important as the power of faith. At the same time, it can also be regarded as an exploration of the 4 realms including the ancient god realm." Everyone nodded at the same time. The blind man said again, "Sifan, please return to Tang Kingdom in 3 days. First send Qingqing and the 6th Heaven Demon King to Tanny Realm." The Demon King of the 6th Heaven was stunned for a moment. "Who is Qingqing? Why should she be sent to Tanny Realm first?" Fang Qingqing stood up and said timidly, "Hello, I am Fang Qingqing, and I am Chen Fan's classmate." The blind man said, "The original owner of the Human Emperor staff of the Human Emperor of Tanny Realm is Qingqing." "What?" The Demon King of the 6th Heaven was shocked. What a joke. The staff in the hands of the old Emperor of Tanny Realm flew from outside the territory back then, and almost knocked the heavenly demon emperor to death with one staff. Its original owner was the little girl in front of him. The blind man said, "That staff is a divine weapon of the same level as the chaos silk that trapped you and the heaven sacrifice monument. These magical weapons are most likely left behind by the most powerful gods and demons in the past." The Demon King on the 6th day glanced at Chen Fan. Chen Fan is the king of demons. Could it be said that even people like Fang Qingqing have extraordinary origins? Compared with such a being, the Demon King of the Demon Clan seems to be a bit out of the spotlight. The Demon King on the 6th day nodded and said, "Okay, then I will send her to the battlefield outside the territory to find the Human Emperor." Having said this, the 6th Heavenly Demon King frowned. "Won't Chen Fan go to Tanny Realm? The Chen family arrested my sister. I can't swallow this bad breath." The blind man said, "You and Qingqing go over there. Find us Pass the information to us, and we will deal with it. Just stop bothering. You, the sixth demon king of the demon clan, will only make things more complicated and confusing. As for Xiaofan, he can go there at any time. It's just that the demonization of everyone in Blue Star is still continuing. His blood needs to be used as an antidote. He still needs to stay here for a while. The demon king of the sixth heaven snorted lightly, but did not refute. Wisteria Shinichi suddenly said, "During this period, you can stay in Yang country. If you need anything, just ask." Li Mu and Han Jiangxue looked at Wisteria Shinichi with sideways eyes. For more than half a year, Qin Fan and the others stayed in Yang country, and Yang country took advantage of them. In the end, Shinichi Wisteria was still not satisfied. Li Mu looked at Qin Fan. Qin Fan said, "The scenery in Yang kingdom is not bad. I will accompany Xiaobai and the others to play here for 3 more days. And then I will set off back to Tang kingdom, and then send Qingqing to Tanny realm. Now, if any of you want to go to the ancient god realm and other 4 realms, I will send you there first." Li Mu and the blind man quickly discussed it. After Zhang Jiang and Katas were left behind, all the other demigod realms, including the sixth heaven demon king, chose to enter the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. Without the big threat of the sixth heavenly demon king, Blue Star can rest easy with these 2 demigods in charge. On the 6th day, the demon king rolled his eyes and said, "I'm going to the ancient demon realm, and let Chu Qingcheng accompany me there." Chu Qingcheng, "I have been with you for 18 years. The demon king on the 6th day said coldly, "You have been torturing me for 18 years. Aren't you ready to pay a price now?" Chu Qingcheng frowned. "Have I ever tortured you?" The demon king on the 6th day sneered. "You take away my power. Doesn't this count as torturing me?" Chu Qingcheng was silent. Li Mu patted Chu Qingcheng's shoulder and said, "Go ahead. Just think of it as relaxing. Are you afraid she'll eat you?" Chu Qingcheng raised her head and looked out the window silently, with sadness in her eyes. After Li Mu and others arranged everything, Qin Fan opened the beast-controlling space portal and directly used the void chain to send everyone to all realms. Henry Chu also wanted to follow, but was dragged back by Qin Fan. "You have been suppressed for so long. Please relax." Yi Hao came over and said, "Let's go separate ways. The women go shopping. Brother Fan, let's go see the scenery." Snapped. Before he could finish his words, Shin Hongxiu slapped him to the ground. "You think I don't know what you want to do?" Shin Hongxiu stepped on Yi Hao's back and said coldly, "If you dare to teach Qin Fan a bad lesson, I will kill you." Yi Hongyan frowned. "Same aggressive and rude as before. Who are you calling a shrewd one?" Shin Hongxiu turned her head angrily and said, "This brat wants to trick Qin Fan into catching the succubus again." Succubus. In the hall, the temperature dropped sharply. Many people saw that the situation was not good and ran out quickly. Yi Hongyan looked at Qin Fan. Qin Fan looked innocent. "Xiaobai and Gongzi, including you, have been fighting against the void demon in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms during this period. Now that the problem of the 6th heaven demon king has been solved, everyone can relax. It's a lot of fun. I just want to take Gongzi and the others to the amusement park. Where did I think about the succubus?" Yi Hongyan nodded, raised her foot, and kicked Yi Hao away. Yi Hao hissed and flew out like a missile. Soon, there was a loud noise outside. A group of strong men from the Yang kingdom were shocked and rushed to Yi Hao's side to help. But as soon as they heard that the empress had kicked him, a group of strong men from the Yang kingdom threw Yi Hao aside and left expressionlessly. Yi Hao was so angry that he cursed his mother. This world is so cruel. When he was still in the 1st level and 5th level heaven, he wanted to capture a succubus and sign a contract to sleep with him. Now it has become a holy realm, and it is the 3rd level of the void divine body. But I haven't seen the succubus yet. Yi Hao crawled out from the ruins, muttered a few words, and rolled his eyes. "It's just to catch the succubus. Why do you need Brother Fan to take action? I'm in the holy realm. I'm going to catch 8 out of 10 and bring them over. Isn't it okay to let Brother Fan choose?" In the air, the light of the 5-colored sacred stone flickered. A multicolored sacred stone fell towards Yi Hao, like a mountain bearing down on top. "Holy shit!" Yi Hao was startled, and with a flash of light in his hand, he struck the 5-colored sacred stone with the axe. Boom! As if a bomb exploded, a huge mushroom cloud rose up. If Yi Hongyan hadn't set up a barrier with another 5-color sacred stone early, it is estimated that the entire Yang Kingdom secret base would have been completely destroyed by this time. A group of strong men from the Yang Kingdom were furious and wanted to complain to Shinichi Zidong and Li Mu. But Shinichi Wisteria, Li Mu and the others had already entered the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. Yi Hao walked out of the dusty sky with a disgraced face. The Tantian divine pillar and the Qianquan cauldron merged into the Tantian axe, which was indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, he was still in the early stage of the saint realm, but Yi Hongyan was already in the demigod realm, so the strength of both sides could not be calculated. In this duel, his divine body was almost disintegrated. Fortunately, it is already the 3rd level of the void divine body. Even if it is cut into hundreds of pieces, it can be restored quickly, but still very embarrassed. Don't be too arrogant. Yi Hao jumped in anger. When I break through to the demigod realm, I can even split the 5-color sacred stone for you. Before Yi Hongyan could say anything, Yi Hao rushed out of the secret realm with a swipe, as if teleporting. Outside the secret realm, Kimura Lingfeng was patrolling with a group of powerful men from the demon sect. Hey! Stop patrolling. Come here. Yi Hao waved to Kimura Lingfeng. Which secret realm in Yang Kingdom has a succubus? Kimura Lingfeng. Yi Hao Juan. There are countless beauties in our Yang Kingdom. For a strong man like you, with just one word, I don't know how many beauties are willing to throw themselves into my arms. What do you know? Yi Hao said. I just want to find a soulmate. You women from Yang Kingdom are great at making movies. Can you be soulmates? Kimura Lingfeng was so angry, but he couldn't beat Yi Hao at all, so he could only swallow the fire. There are succubi in the 7th secret realm and the 8th secret realm in Kyoto. But, before he finished speaking, Yi Hao had already disappeared. The speed is so fast that anyone in the demigod realm would probably praise him a few times. At this time, Chiyoko came over and said, Senior, I seem to have seen Yi Hao just now. What is he looking for? Isn't he with the leader? Kimura Lingfeng opened his mouth and said after a while, Yi Hao wants to catch the succubus. Chiyoko's face suddenly turned red. Men will be LSP until death. Playground? Gongzi and Xiaobai's eyes shone. They have never been to a place like this. A group of transformed and non-transformed beasts rushed out with a roar. Fortunately, Xiaobai was in charge. Otherwise this group of beast controllers, who had reached the Holy Realm, would have demolished the amusement park with a wave of their hands. Chun Fan sat on the chair, watching Xiaobai and the others playing around, with a long-lost smile on his face. Sometimes, people's happiness is so simple. The ancient god realm and other 4 realms are really too depressing and hopeless. It's rare to be so relaxed. Yi Hongyan turned her head and glanced at Chun Fan, her eyes becoming extremely gentle. Sudden bursts of noise came from not far away from the right side. Chun Fan and others looked in the direction of the noise. I saw a group of people over there surrounding a young man, and they were constantly accusing him. But they were speaking the language of Yang country, and Chun Fan and the others couldn't understand them at all. Only the young man who was surrounded spoke in Chinese. What are you doing? Bullying the minority? Do you know where I come from? Do you know who I am? You guys dare to touch me? Believe it or not, I could demolish your amusement park with just one sentence. Chun Fan's eyes turned to the person next to him. That was a leader of the heavenly demon sect, who was proficient in the languages of Yang Kingdom and several other countries. That day, the leader of the demon cult looked strange and said, Cult leader, those people said that the young man touched a woman's butt, but he refused to admit it and was still threatening everyone. Shen Tao Ao, Fong Qingqing and others looked at each other with anger in their eyes. It's such a disgrace that you've been thrown to Yang country. There will be this kind of garbage everywhere. It existed in Yang State and also in Tang State. But the trash from Tang State came to Yang State to embarrass people, which made everyone even more angry. Chun Fan took a step forward and appeared behind everyone, as if he had shrunk to an inch. The crowd was like water, separated by a force. Chun Fan walked up to the young man. When the young man saw this, he said coldly, Who are you? Let you reputable people from Yang Kingdom speak out. Chun Fan tilted his head and said, I am from the Tang dynasty. The young man was stunned, and immediately said with joy on his face, It turns out that my brother is also from the Tang Kingdom. Look at these stupid pigs from the Yang Kingdom. I touched a woman, and they call. Before he could finish his words, an invisible hand had already pinched his neck and lifted him up. Then, Chun Fan slapped his forehand and backhand several times, not only turning the young man's face into a pig's head, but also knocking out several of his teeth. Seeing this scene, even a group of Yangua people who originally criticized the young man were so frightened that they backed away. Asshole! You dare to hit me? Snapped. Your mother. Snapped. I come from the imperial capital of Tang dynasty. Snapped. Do you know? Snapped. After a few slaps, the young man's face was covered in blood. Chen Fan threw it away casually, and the young man fell to the ground with a bang, making a big hole in the ground and vomiting blood. Let someone check to see which family he is from in the imperial capital, and what he is doing in Yang country, Chen Fan said. If he is sent to Yang country for nurturing, who recommended him here, and who reviewed him? Let the laws of Yang country handle the rest. The leader of the demon cult next to him immediately bowed. Yes, leader. As soon as he finished speaking, the leader of the demon sect turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. The young man on the ground finally reacted at this moment, with a look of horror on his face. Whether in the Tang state or in the Yang state, there was only one person called the leader. The seventh secret realm of Yang Kingdom Kyoto. Yi Hao looked at the succubus in front of him and fell into deep thought. The two succubi are very beautiful and sexy, just like the ones on TV. But 0.8 meters high. What does it mean? Why are all the succubi in the 7th and 8th secret realms so short? Is this a succubus? This is the dwarf race. Wrong. This is a goblin. Kimura Reifeng is a bastard. If I don't beat the shit out of him, it's hard to eliminate the hatred in my heart. Yi Hao turned around and left. From behind, two succubi quickly followed. Sir, won't you sign a contract with us? We sisters are willing to serve adults together. Yi Hao almost cried, and ran out of the secret realm with a sigh. Outside the secret realm, two powerful men from the Yang Kingdom immediately bowed and saluted. One of the strong men who could speak Chinese said, Sir, have you finished your work? Yi Hao's face turned livid. I really doubt that you are mocking me. Don't dare. The strong man from Yang Kingdom wiped his hands with cold sweat. Yi Hao said with a dark face, Is there any other secret realm in the Yang Kingdom that is succubi? I'm talking about normal succubi, as tall as me. Not this kind of dwarf. The strong man from Yang Kingdom shook his head. No more. In the Yang Kingdom, only the 7th secret realm and the 8th secret realm in Kyoto have succubi. And they are all succubi of this size. Yi Hao. Seeing Yi Hao in a daze, the strong man from the Yang Kingdom added, As for height, in fact, the height of the succubus queen in the 7th and 8th secret realms is different from that of ordinary succubi. The succubus queen is about the same height as us humans, about 1.7 meters. Nanny! Yi Hao's eyes sparkled. He turned around and prepared to return to the 7th secret realm. The strong man from the Yang Kingdom stopped him. But we have also seen the two succubus queens. They are both over 70 years old, and their faces are full of wrinkles. Yi Hao. Chapter 340 The Void of Despair. Endless darkness. Endless nothingness. Chen Fan stood in the void holding the heaven-destroying demon sword in his right hand and dragging the heaven sacrifice monument with his left hand. 5 colorful sacred stones slowly rotated around him. Behind him, the originally golden 12 wings of the God King have completely turned into black. All around, there is a demonic figure holding the sky and stepping on the ground. At this moment, Chen Fan had no fear in his heart, only loneliness and sadness. Henry Chu is dead. Yi Hongyan is dead. Shen Tao is dead. Yi Hao is also dead. None of them died in battle. They just wanted Chen Fan to penetrate the void and give all their power to the last demon king in the world. Chen Fan did not feel despair. There is only loneliness and sadness. The partners, who have worked hard with him for so many years, are gone one by one. It seemed like he was the only one left in the world. Only he, the demon king, is left. It's a bit stressful. All you slackers, go to bed and leave everything to me. Isn't it a bit irresponsible? In front of him are a Dark Lord and 5 Void Lords. Chen Fan smiled. Once upon a time, he and several ancestral gods joined forces, and could only barely contend with a Void Lord. But after he forged the sky-breaking demon sword and entered the void to evolve into the void, he would cut one down when the Void Lord came. 13 Void Lords were cut down by him, leaving only the 5 in front of him. Only, the horror of the void world still exceeded his imagination. Above the Void Lord, there is also the Lord of Darkness. The goddess said that it should be the corrupted way of heaven in the void world. Can the way of heaven also be corrupted? There is more than one dark master in the void world. That is the existence that controls the law. Fighting against this kind of existence in the void interface is really despairing. But if they are not blocked here, the vast divine world and billions of small worlds will soon be polluted by the void and completely destroyed. Chen Fan silently looked at the Lord of Darkness in the void. There was no emotion in those eyes. There is only killing and destruction. This is much greater pressure than the Void Lord. Not on the same level at all. Sure enough, the system has not been completely built yet. Even with the sky-breaking demon sword in hand, it is still far from enough to fight against the Dark Lord. However, it is not up to him to choose the time for the life and death showdown. The void tore open a crack and invaded this side of the universe. Even heaven cannot compete with it. If he was given another tens of thousands of years, maybe he could completely perfect the void system. Unfortunately, I can't wait for that day. Chen Fan felt a little tired. He really wanted to find a place to have a good sleep. He could only resist the void pollution with the help of his incomplete void system. But he couldn't resist it for long. The void pollution level has reached 80%. He doesn't have much time left. Sudden, Chen Fan frowned. Just behind him, endless shadows slowly appeared. On the left-hand side, there are bright angels emitting holy light. On the right side is an evil fallen demon with overwhelming demonic aura. Behind them, there are the Dutian god clan and the ancient demon clan. All the gods in the vast god world are here. Chen Fan was a little annoyed. Except for the sky-breaking demon sword that can open the plane passage. Only the Tao of Heaven can send them here. Do it knowing you can't do it. Even though they knew that they would die if they entered the void. Heaven still sent them here. King! A terrifying demon with a body as big as a star took a step forward and said in a deep voice. We asked for it ourselves. King! You have protected us for thousands of years. And it is our turn to protect you. Chen Fan did not turn his head or speak. Behind him, all the gods knelt down on one knee and buried their heads deeply. Many people have shed tears. Next moment, the bodies of all the gods began to fall apart and turned into stars all over the sky. Endless dots of starlight converged towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan closed his eyes. 2 lines of tears fell down. Immediately, he suddenly opened his eyes, with thunder in his eyes, and shouted, Then, let's fight! Countless void chains were suddenly released from his body, piercing through all the void monarchs. But the void chains that were fired at the Lord of Darkness broke apart inch by inch as soon as they reached the body of the Lord of Darkness. I am the nemesis of life, the darkness of the universe, the Lord of Death, the King of Destruction. Chen Fan said coldly, I am the King of Demons. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 colorful sacred stones flew out like lightning, suppressing the 5 void lords on the spot. Snort. The Lord of Darkness snorted softly, and suddenly grabbed Chen Fan with a big hand that could crush the galaxy at will. Ha 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 ha. Chen Fan laughed wildly, and the heaven sacrifice monument in his left hand suddenly flew out, transforming into a figure several times larger than the Dark Lord, and suppressed it towards the Dark Lord. The Chaos Ling also flew out from Chen Fan's body and instantly entangled the Dark Master's big hand. Break. Chen Fan stepped forward in the air and cut the sky with one strike. The huge arm of the Lord of Darkness broke instantly and turned into an unspeakable dark storm. A white light flashed in the sky, and the Tianlong Palace suddenly grew larger, swallowing up the dark storm in an instant. Duantian, the sky-breaking demonic sword flew out, carrying endless thunder, and stabbed the Lord of Darkness in the head. Without waiting for the Dark Master to move, Chen Fan shook his hands, and 4 worlds including the ancient god realm appeared out of thin air. The chaos ribbon huffed and extended indefinitely, entangling the Lord of Darkness and the 5 void lords. Seal. As Chen Fan shouted again, Chaos Ling dragged the Lord of Darkness and the 5 void monarchs into the ancient god realm and other 4 realms respectively. All around, the endless void demons let out shrill screams. Sudden. In the ancient demon world, an arm of the Lord of Darkness broke out of the world and pinched Chen Fan. Boom. Chen Fan's body instantly shattered, leaving only his head. That head was floating in the air and said with a sneer, 30,000 years later, I will come back. As he spoke, he opened his mouth. A black hole formed in an instant. The endless void demons are so frightened that they want to escape. But not long after flying out, the power of the black hole burst out. All the void demons came towards the black hole and were swallowed by Chen Fan. Elder brother. Xiaobai's voice came out from the sky-breaking demon sword. Xiaobai. Seal the void passage. After saying the last sentence, Chen Fan's head exploded with a bang. The terrifying power gathered into 4 great rivers, pouring towards the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. Divine weapons such as the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and the 5-colored divine stone also seemed to have spirits, following the 4 rivers and rushing into the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. Chen Fan's voice echoed in the void. Wait for me to come back. Ah! Xiaobai screamed miserably. The void vibrates. Yang Kingdom Kyoto. In the most prosperous shopping mall in Kyoto, Xiaobai and Shin Hongxiu were shopping. Shopping is really weird. She is as cute as Xiaobai, as queen as Yi Hongyan, and as delicate as Fang Qingqing. Once she goes shopping in the mall, her whole appearance changes. Gonzi, Black Iron Dragon Turtle, and the others followed behind and were drowsy. But Xiaobai, Yi Hongyan, and the others were as if they were drunk and wanted to empty out the entire mall. Clothing, shoes, hats, and cosmetics that women can use should be stuffed into the Sumer precepts. Shin Dao and the others were also very puzzled. They were already in the saint realm, the demigod realm, and all of them had void divine bodies. What kind of cosmetics do they need? As for clothing, shoes and hats, they can appear with just a thought, and you still have to spend money to buy them. One purchase is a big car. If they continue like this, they may have to move Kyoto to Tang State. Shinado turned his head speechlessly and looked at Chen Fan, who was sitting in the rocking chair. At this moment, his body shook and he was stunned. After a while, he gently pulled Xian Chu, who was resting with his eyes closed, and said, Xian Chu, look. Henry Chu opened his eyes and followed Shinao's hand and looked over. I saw Chen Fan sitting on the rocking chair, his eyes closed tightly, 2 lines of tears flowing down his face. He's dreaming again. Henry Chu's heart suddenly tightened, and he sent a message to Yi Hongyan and others. The figures on the field flashed, and Yi Hongyan, Xiaobai and the others all appeared in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fanruo felt something and opened his eyes. Seeing the people in front of him, Chen Fan was suddenly stunned for a moment. Immediately, he laughed. It's great that they are all still alive. Everyone was silent. Yi Hongyan knelt down and gently wiped away Chen Fan's tears in front of a group of people and said, Have you had another nightmare? It's not a nightmare, Chen Fan said. I just dreamed that you all went to sleep and left me alone, which made me feel quite annoyed. Li Fengxing said quietly. Brother Fan means that we are all dead. Everyone glared at Li Fengxing. Chen Fan said, What do people live for in this life? What is death? What is the destination of gods and demons? No one spoke. Chen Fan laughed and said, It's great to be like this now. You can go to the amusement park, go shopping, eat delicious food, and chat with family and friends. You can also fly over mountains and seas. Henry Chu and others wanted to speak, but when they opened their mouths, they didn't know what to say. They also dream, but they had so few dreams that even if all their dreams were put together, they wouldn't be able to piece together a few stories. Only Chen Fan has been dreaming. Dreams are put together one by one, and they become several lives. Without dreaming, there is no real despair. Only Chen Fan is often oppressed by despair. It was as if the whole world was pressing down on him. Call! Henry Chu exhaled a filthy breath and said with a smile, I'm sorry that I didn't accompany you through that journey before. I will not do it again. Everyone nodded at the same time. The people around looked at them strangely, not knowing what was going on. Only some strong men from the demon sect were on guard around to maintain order. Sudden, a figure pushed away the crowd and rushed in front of Chen Fan. He shouted incoherently, Pay the rent! Beat me up! Night guy! Chen Fan looked at the guy in front of him, who was beaten into a pig's head, and blinked. Who are you? The pig head said. I am stupid and can be brave. Impossible, Chen Fan said. How can Kimura Lingfeng be as handsome as you? Before Kimura Lingfeng could speak, the 2 leaders of the demon sect came over from behind. One of the leaders said, Master, Mr. Yi was so angry that he beat up Kimura Lingfeng, and we couldn't stop him. Fart, Kimura Lingfeng said angrily. Where did you stop me? Just watch me being beaten by him. The commander suppressed a smile and said, You can't blame us for this. Young Master Yi, this is the Holy Realm. An axe can easily chop the demons in the Holy Realm into fly ash. Who can stop it? He just beats you up to vent his anger. If you really do something serious, do you think you can run to the leader alive? Kimura Lingfeng stopped talking and just looked at the ceiling of the mall at a 45-degree angle. This world. Are you still being unreasonable? Can you do whatever you want in the Holy Realm? When will I reach the Holy Realm? Alas, even if you reach the Holy Realm, you can't catch that bastard's axe. There is no way to avenge this revenge. Chen Fan looked at Kimura Lingfeng's sad look and said, Why did I hit you? Haozi is also very reasonable. Kimura Reifeng said after a while. I told him that there are succubi in the 7th and 8th secret realms of Kyoto. Boom! Before he finished speaking, Yi Hongyan slapped Kimura Lingfeng away like a missile. Poor Kimura Lingfeng crashed through several walls one after another, leaving several large shops in a mess. A leader of the heavenly demon sect hurriedly walked over to deal with the aftermath. Don't panic. Everyone. It's okay. It's okay. We, the Heavenly Demon Sect, will bear all the losses. Upon hearing the words Tianma cult, the merchants breathed a sigh of relief. Now everyone in Blue Star knows that it was the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect who defeated the 6th Heavenly Demon King. The Demon Sect has gained momentum and fame, and it no longer has to hide its head and show its tail like before. No matter which country they are from. When they hear the words Tianma cult, they all give a thumbs up and praise them fiercely. In ruins, Kimura Lingfeng's eyes were blank. This world is too scary. You'll get beaten if you don't say a word. Might as well be dumb. Chen Fan turned his head and glanced at the people inside who were still trying on clothes. Frowned and said, "Stop beating me. If you beat me again, I'll be crippled." As he spoke, he flashed and appeared next to Kimura Reifeng, helping the unfortunate guy up. "I still don't understand," Chen Fan said. "How's he wants to find the succubus? You told him the 7th secret realm and the 8th secret realm. Why does he still beat you?" At this moment, even Yi Hongyan, Shin Hongxiu and others in the distance on the other side pricked up their ears. Kimura Lingfeng looked sad. "I just said the 7th secret realm and the 8th secret realm. But before I finished speaking, he ran away. I originally wanted to tell him that the succubi in the 7th and 8th secret realms are only 0.8 meters tall. So he should not go there. He ran away without listening to what I said. When he came back, he looked for me all over the world. If he caught me, he would beat me." Chen Fan, the two leaders of the demon sect, grinned. On the other side, even the corners of Yi Hongyan's mouth turned up. Shin Hongxiu laughed even more unscrupulously. Kimura Lingfeng added, "Feng Tianlin told Yi Hao that there is a centaur beauty in the number 12 secret realm in Kyoto. Yi Hao and Feng Tianlin are now going to the number 12 secret realm." All laughter stopped suddenly. Chapter 341 Divine Realm. Tang Dynasty. Magic City. 11 months have passed since the Demon King of the 6th Heaven was born. The first ray of sunlight in the morning fell on Chen Fan, who was sitting cross-legged in the void. Chen Fan opened his eyes. Below is the mountain behind the garden. The difference from the past is that now there is no sound of Gongzi and Jade playing in the garden. Xiaobai, Gongzi, and the others have all gone to the ancient god realm. Chu Xian and Yi Hao also went to the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. After Chen Fan had that dream in the Yonggwa Kyoto shopping mall, everyone seemed to be filled with energy. Everyone wants to become stronger. Even if he cannot become stronger, he must kill countless void demons to make Chen Fan stronger. This thought lingers in everyone's mind, including the Empress Yi Hongyan. The 4 realms, including the ancient god realm, have completely turned into battlefields. Weak void demons will be killed without mercy. The powerful void demon, trapped, purified, and adopted as a master beast. The area explored by Blue Star's strong men is centered on the entry and exit point of the beast control space, and is expanding outward in all directions. Void energy, 52 trillion. Host, Chen Fan. Level, demigod realm 5th heaven. Void divine power, 18,963 cards plus. Psychic power, 53 WE plus. Xinxiao progress 1%. Power of faith, 150.9 billion plus. Void pollution degree, 35/800. Chen Fan looked at the system panel silently. 11 months have passed, and everyone in Blue Star has become demonized. Not only the human race, but all the beasts were also demonized and then purified. Under the control of Li Mu and Han Jiangxue, the monsters in the wilderness and various secret realms were also demonized in an orderly manner, and then purified one by one. Demonization of humans and beasts. Progress 100%. However, there are countless Blue Star monsters and countless secret restricted areas. There is uncontrollability, and the progress cannot be calculated. But no matter what, with the demonization of all the people of Blue Star, the power of faith has also risen to a very terrifying level. Moreover, this is despite the fact that Chen Fan continues to create the demigod state. There are 20 more demigods in Blue Star today than there were 11 months ago. Blind Man, Li Mu and the others have reached the peak of the demigod realm early. In comparison, Chen Fan was the slowest to break through, because he is not in a hurry. The breakthroughs made by Li Mu and others will lift all boats when the tide rises, which can greatly increase the energy of the void. It only takes less than 3 to 5 minutes for a demigod to clear out a Blue Star restricted area. It only takes 7 or 8 minutes for a peak demigod to clear a crack in the ancient god realm. Every time Li Mu and the others make a move, the increase in void energy is stronger than hundreds of 8th and 9th level players. Today, The void energy has reached a terrifying level of 52 trillion. Although the power of faith is far inferior to void energy. Void energy can also be directly transformed into the power of faith. Chen Fan looked at the system panel silently. From the holy realm to the demigod realm. And then from the demigod realm to the peak of the demigod realm. The system has never been upgraded. Although the system has not been upgraded. The limit of void pollution has become 800. Very strange. Yuan Songhai and Yi Wushuang maintained that posture for several months after the void pollution level reached 100. But the void pollution level of 100 never increased. Why is the limit of void pollution now 800? Unable to think of an answer. Chen Fan frowned. He has never figured out the system upgrade rules. As if it were random. But the previous system upgrades were only a few seconds after his breakthrough. I wonder if the system will be upgraded after breaking through from the demigod realm to the legendary god realm. Chen Fan is looking forward to the system upgrade. After having many dreams, Chen Fan put the dream fragments together. Although Chen Fan hadn't completely clarified his thoughts. He also guessed a rough idea. This system was actually built by him himself. The demon king Chen Fan gathered the power of many ancestor gods and heaven to create an embryo of the void system. After the heavenly girl refined the heaven-breaking demon sword. Chen Fan used the heaven-breaking demon sword to open the void and enter the void. Chen Fan didn't dream about what happened after entering the void. He only dreamed of fighting to the last man. But combined with reasoning from other dreams, he knew that he should have entered the void to deduce the power of the void. The power of the void is incredible. Even the power of heaven cannot completely check and balance it. Whether it is the dark divine power of the demon clan, the holy power of the angel god clan, or the power of the celestial demon clan, the celestial dragon clan, or the ancient demon clan, they are all suppressed by the power of the void. That feeling. It's like divine power suppressing mortal star power. No matter how strong the star power is, how can it compete with divine power? But it can only be said to be a feeling. But it is not actually the case. According to the meaning of the goddess, the void and this universe are actually like darkness and light. Whether the darkness is stronger or the light is stronger, there is no conclusion. The power of the void suppresses all kinds of divine power in the divine world. Just because the gods do not have the power to be familiar with and adapt to the void. After all, the power of the void is also a kind of divine power. Perhaps it is a higher level of dark power. Therefore, after Chen Fan got the sky-breaking demon sword, he used it to enter the void. Only by entering the void can we deduce the void and evolve the void. Finally, there is this void system. The only thing that surprised Chen Fan was that every upgrade of the void system seemed to become more perfect. But why upgrade? Who is driving the system upgrade? Can the current system still be upgraded? Chen Fan had an indescribable impulse in his heart. He really wanted to enter the void and explore it. But this idea is too risky. Back then, when he was still at the level of the ancestral god, he entered the void with a complete sky-breaking demonic sword, and was hunted down to the point where he had no way to go to the sky or to the earth. He is only in the demigod realm now. And the sky-breaking demon sword in his hand is just a projection clone. Entering the void under such circumstances may lead to death. Chen Fan sighed. I have endured this for such a long time. The current power of faith should be enough to help about 10 people break through to the divine realm. But Yi Hongyan and Blind Man prevented Chen Fan from helping everyone break through. They think. First, even if everyone in Blue Star has been demonized, the power of faith is still extremely precious. And the daily growth is limited and takes a long time to accumulate. Secondly, Blue Star centaurs have been swept away. The Nightmare Garden has been completely destroyed. And the Zerg have been crushed by the powerful demigods. There is no longer a big threat. And there is no need to create the God realm at this time. Third, everyone should regard themselves as tool people. Because helping Chen Fan collect the power of faith and void energy, and then helping Chen Fan break through, is more important than anyone else's breakthrough. Fourth, the next step is to resolve the affairs of the Tanny realm. Reconcile the hatred between the demon clan and the human race. And then implement the Devil's Blood plan in the Tanny realm. Fifth, no matter whether it is the demon clan or the human clan, no one else's breakthroughs can match the breakthroughs of Chen Fan and Chu Xian. Everyone's goal should be to help Chen Fan and Chu Xian break through to a higher level. After these points were stated, even the demon king of the sixth heaven, who most wanted to break through to the divine realm, finally nodded in approval. Although everyone in the demigod realm wants to reach the divine realm, they all want to stand on the top of the mountain and look at the scenery. But helping the demigod realm to break through to the divine realm is far inferior to leaving the power of faith and void energy to Chen Fan and Chu Xian. Chen Fan is still controlling beasts, and is still helping the 9th level realm to break through to the Holy Realm, and is also helping the Holy Realm to break through further. That is because the Tool Man needs to become stronger and then harvest more void energy, unless the power of faith is enough. The blind men even think that there is no need for them to break through to the divine realm for those in the demigod realm. Helping them break through to the divine realm is, in a sense, just a waste of the power of faith. Although these words were a bit unpleasant to hear, both Li Mu and the demon king of the 6th heaven and others still nodded with a wry smile. Chen Fan recalled those words in his mind, and a feeling of warmth rose in his heart. He has felt boundless loneliness. But in fact, he has never fought alone. Not back then. Not now either. Chen Fan took a deep breath, and his body suddenly rose rapidly, continuously rising. Only in the demigod realm can one truly transcend the planet and survive in the universe. The endless strong wind swept across. Even in the holy realm, it would be difficult to survive in such conditions for too long. Chen Fan looked down and saw the aqua-blue planet below. Immediately, he began to use void energy to increase the progress of Sacred Bridge. To reach the pinnacle of the demigod realm, one needs to use the heavenly palace as the foundation, build a divine bridge, cross the galaxy, and reach the ultimate realm of the heaven. Only when the divine bridge is successfully built can you cross the galaxy and enter the realm of true God. 5%, 16%, 29%, 50%, 100%, without using a single bit of power of faith, and only consuming more than 2 billion void energy. The progress of Xin Xiao reached 100%. Chen Fan clearly saw that within his body, a divine bridge connected the previously built heavenly palace across the galaxy. At the moment when all the sacred bridges appeared, in the void, endless energy gathered towards him. The divine power of the void began to rise crazily. Boom! The endless storm, centered on Chen Fan, swept in all directions. All the meteorites within hundreds of thousands of miles were shattered into ashes. Divine realm. Chen Fan looked at the storm sweeping around him with his heart still. When the void divine body is activated, he is already a god. The so-called divine realm, for him, is just that his strength becomes stronger and his statistics are higher. For the void divine body, there is not much change. If you want to raise the void divine body to a higher level, you still need to use void energy alone. Void energy 50 trillion. Host, Chen Fan. Level, first level of the world of freedom. Void divine power, 45,763 cards plus. Spiritual sense, 30 WE plus. Power of faith, 150.9 billion plus. Void pollution degree, 55/800. The system panel has seen a little change. Spiritual power becomes divine consciousness. The void pollution degree has become 55. Is it because the void system was used to break through, so the void pollution degree has also increased? The level became first level of the free world, the realm of freedom. Chen Fan, who had just broken through to the divine realm, burst into laughter. Everyone wants to achieve the divine realm. After the breakthrough, the lowest level of the divine realm was actually called the mortal realm, the realm of freedom. Interesting. Suddenly, Shiyoko in the beast-controlling space shouted, "Leader, something happened! Xiaobai and Gongzi are in pain. Many strange and powerful demons appeared in the cracks. They want to attack Xiaobai and the others. Blind Lao and the others are a little unable to resist. Now it's Henry Chu and the others who take action to stop those demons." What? Chen Fan was stunned. He had just broken through to the divine realm. Why did Xiaobai and the others behave strangely? Can't even resist the blind grandpa who is in the demigod realm? Chen Fan had no time to return to Blue Star and directly entered the beast-controlling space. Standing in the beast-control space, Chen Fan glanced at the 4 realms. Xiaobai, Gongzi, and the side demon are all scattered in the 4 realms. At this time, Xiaobai and Gongzi were surrounded by a somewhat out-of-control void divine power. They have already become void gods. But this is the first time that I can't control my own power. And around Xiaobai and Gongzi, strange and powerful void demons appeared. These demons are different from the bone dragons and other demons in the past. Each one of them is actually made of flesh and blood, and is as big as a mountain. And its power is overwhelming. Void demon! Chen Fan's eyes turned cold. He had seen these strange void demons in his dreams before. No wonder the blind man and the others can't resist the demigod state. Are they all god-level void demons? If it weren't for the ancient god realm and other 4 realms, which were suppressed by powerful divine weapons such as the sky-breaking demon sword and the Tantian divine pillar, Perhaps these god-level void demons would have killed the blind man and the others in the blink of an eye. Court death! Jin Fan snorted angrily. And the void chains penetrated the portals of the 4 realms, including the ancient god realm, heading towards those void demons. When he was only at the holy level, the void chain was able to suppress the 6th heavenly demon king in the demigod level. Now that Jin Fan had broken through to the divine realm, with just a thought, countless void chains penetrated the bodies of those void demons in the divine realm. The void chain appeared. The powerful men from the ancient god realm and other 4 realms immediately cheered. I saw chains flying out one after another, like a string of grasshoppers, connecting the bodies of the void demons together. The powerful void demon that forced the demon king of the 6th heaven and his companions to retreat steadily had no power to fight back. Swallow! The void chain shook slightly and swallowed up the power of those god-level void demons. Jin Fan looked around with cold eyes. It won't come out sooner or later. As soon as he breaks through to the divine realm, the void demons from the divine realm will come out. Jin Fan's eyes quickly fell on Xiao Bai. Name of the beast, Bai Zhe. Xiao Bai. Combat power level, demigod realm 5th heaven. Racial level, high myth. Beast control state, pain. Requirements for breaking through to the divine realm, the first method. The power of 5 billion faith. The second method is the power of a god-level void demon. The third method, racial level evolution route 3. The third, hidden mutation evolution route. Ragdoll cat purple electric cat king purple electric thunder tiger bays. What? Jin Fan was surprised and happy. Xiao Bai came back once 3 days ago, but he was in the 5th level of the holy realm. Why did he suddenly become the 5th level of the demigod realm? Is it because he broke through to the divine realm? Jin Fan glanced at the beast control space. At this time, the beast control space was hundreds of times larger than before, and it was like one world. The Beast Master and the Beast Master are soul partners. The power of the Beast Master's feedback can make the Beast Master become stronger. The soul power of the Beast Master can also help the beast become stronger. Jin Fan quickly glanced at Gongzi, Little Skull and the others. Without exception, they all became the 5th level of the demigod realm. There is only one step away from the realm of gods. If I had known it earlier, I should have signed more contracts with Beast Masters during this period. Jin Fan was a little annoyed. As soon as he broke through to the divine realm, he directly pulled Xiao Bai and the others to the position closest to the divine realm. You know, helping others break through from the holy realm to the demigod realm requires a huge amount of faith. Jin Fan didn't hesitate anymore, and chains of voids flew out one after another, penetrating through the bodies of Xiao Bai and Gongzi. Xiao Bai! Gongzi! Jade! Jin Fan's voice sounded in the 4 realms at the same time. Be patient. Sit down cross-legged, and guide the power I send to you. Xiao Bai and the others gritted their teeth and sat down. The power of those god-level void demons strung together by void chains was immediately transmitted to Xiao Bai and Gongzi through Jin Fan as a medium. The cripple swallowed hard and said, What on earth happened? Why did Xiao Bai's aura suddenly increase many times? Why do such powerful void demons appear in those cracks we have cleaned? Li Mu and the others were also making constant guesses. The blind man said quietly, It should be Xiao Fan who has broken through to the divine realm. Everyone. Ah! The blind man said. Xiao Fan broke through to the divine realm, which affected Xiao Bai and Gongzi. Xiao Bai and Gongzi should be at the peak of the demigod realm now. Li Fengxing scratched his head and said, If I had known this earlier, wouldn't it be better for us to be Brother Fan's Beast Masters? Everyone. Time passed little by little. No more god-level demons crawled out of the nearby cracks. The power of those strings of god-level demons was being devoured by Xiao Bai and Gongzi. 10 minutes later, Xiao Bai shouted softly, and his body was shaken. Boom! The strong men in the demigod realm, who were guarding the surroundings, were so frightened that they all ran out with a gasp. In the air, several void chains quickly turned to form a barrier, surrounding Xiao Bai and controlling the storm sweeping outward. Xiao Bai stood up and laughed. Brother, I have also broken through to the divine realm. Xiao Bai lowered his head. Why should I call you brother? Xiao Bai's face was a little red. Yi Hongyan flew over and rubbed Xiao Bai's head. Xiao Bai is so awesome. Then, Gongzi, Little Skull, Jadeite, Little Black, and Orange Cat. Ha 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 ha! The Orange Cat laughed wildly. You old guys, have you finally admitted that your talents are not as great as mine? I have also broken through to the divine realm. God realm. Ha 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 ha! The lame man shook his head with a dark face. A civet cat is as fierce as a tiger when it is in power. Xiao He turned into a naked boy and walked out of the ruins. Why should I become a human? I don't like humans. Gongzi was furious. Xiao Hei, put on your clothes. Xiao Hei sneered. I'm a bird. Why should I wear clothes? I didn't know who was flying around with bare buttocks. Jade, who was also without clothes, was enveloped by a halo cast by Yi Hongyan. Everyone looked at Jade with only one head exposed and were stunned for a moment. Is Jade a female? Xiao Hei sneered. Nonsense. Of course Jade is female. As soon as he finished speaking, Gongzi rushed over, held down Xiaohui's head, and beat him violently. Chapter 342 The Seventh Level of the Void Divine Body. Chen Fan's group of beast masters took the lead in breaking through to the divine realm. Li Mu, the sixth heaven demon king, and others were so jealous that their eyes turned green. Obviously before this, Xiao Bai and the others were much weaker than them. Suddenly he rushed to the demigod realm. Then, a group of god-level void demons rushed out of the cracks and became nutrients for Xiao Bai and the others, helping them break through to the god level. Why didn't such a good thing happen to me? Yi Hao expressed everyone's thoughts. Sudden, the demon king of the sixth heaven took a step forward and said, Xiao Bai and the others have already broken through to the divine realm. But it seems that the power in those void demons hasn't been exhausted yet. Right. Li Mu shouted. Give it to me! Give it to me! The lame man also shouted. What are you arguing about? Do you know how to respect the elderly? Wisteria Shinichi glanced at everyone with a bit of resentment and didn't dare to say a word. Compared with these people, he is a weak group. Chen Fan didn't speak, and just started to scan the attribute panels of a group of demigod-level experts. On the attribute panel, there are 3 options for breaking through from the demigod realm to the divine realm. The first type requires many kinds of materials, and there are many names of materials that Chen Fan has never heard of before. It is estimated that they are in the 4 realms such as the ancient god world, and it will take a lot of time to find them. The second method is to use the power of faith to connect the broken divine bridge, which consumes a huge amount of faith. But the current power of faith is enough. The third method is to use the power of the void demons in the divine realm. But the remaining power of these void demons in the divine realm can only help the 2 people break through to the divine realm. Shut up! Everyone! Stop arguing! The blind man said. I have told you that with Xiaofan here, it will only be a matter of time before everyone breaks through to the divine realm. Why are you so anxious? Everyone was silent. But the anticipation in a pair of eyes is still burning like fire. Chen Fan said. The remaining power can also help the 2 of them break through to the divine realm. How about this? Xiao Bai and I have already broken through to the divine realm, and it's time to go to the Tanny realm. Blind Grandpa and the others must also go back. A clone at the peak of the demigod realm, coupled with the original self at the peak of the demigod realm, plus a little power of faith, can easily break through to the divine realm. Now, of these 2 places, one is for Brother Pastor Li, and the other is for the demon king of the 6th heaven. What do you think? Li Mu raised his hand. No problem. Everyone looked at Li Mu. This guy is as thick-skinned as a city wall. If others get an advantage, they must remain silent at this time. But he is still pretending. Han Jiangxue and Zhang Jiang both nodded. Whatever decision you make, we will support you. The lame man blinked. If you don't tell me, I really forgot that I am just a clone. The clone at the peak of the demigod realm returns to the Tianyu realm and joins the original self at the peak of the demigod realm. Perhaps it is really possible to break through to the divine realm without consuming too much power of faith. The blind man also nodded and said, It is indeed okay to give a quota to the demon king of the 6th heaven. As for the demon clan, she will still need to coordinate when the time comes. The strength of the great heavenly demon king and the heavenly demon emperor are even stronger than those of us who are close to longevity. Only existences at the divine level can suppress them. At this time, Li Fengxing said, Xiao Bai and the others have lured out the god-level void demons before they can break through. If Xiao Bai and the others are used as bait, can we lure out a few more god-level void demons? The whole place was silent. Quite annoying. A group of people are fighting here for 2 places. But I didn't expect such a thing. Wisteria Shinichi and others' eyes suddenly became extremely hot. Chen Fan nodded and said, You can give it a try. Xiao Bai, you move far away now and go around the cracks. I am now taking Brother Pastor Li and the Demon King of the 6th heaven to the other side to break through. Let's see if we can catch some big fish. Zitong was so happy that she followed Xiao Bai directly. Zhang Jiang held him back. Don't seek death. A god-level void demon can kill you with one slap as soon as it rushes out. If Yi Hao and the others hadn't had magic weapons in their hands to block the way just now, we would have suffered heavy casualties. Wisteria Shinichi was startled and immediately turned back. The lame man who originally wanted to follow him also walked back silently. Several god-level demons appeared before, and a group of peak demigods tried their best to block one or two. If it weren't for Yi Hongyan and Chu Xian, who had the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and the five-colored sacred stone in their hands, they might have suffered heavy casualties by now. Although the peak of the demigod realm is already the limit of Blue Star, it is still weak when encountering the existence of the god realm. Chen Fan was sitting in the beast control space, and his whole body had turned into a tentacle monster. Chains of voids extended from the beast controlling space to the ancient god realm and other four realms. Two of the void chains continued to extend, taking Li Mu and the demon king of the sixth heaven away. Behind, there are several chains, pulling a string of god-level void demons like grasshoppers. On the other side, Xiaobai, Gongzi, Little Skeleton and others are all surrounded by a chain. As long as Xiaobai and the others can lure the fish out, the chain will instantly string together the fish, like grasshoppers. When he first opened the void chain, Chen Fan always thought that it should be a unique trick to deal with the void demon. Unexpectedly, he underestimated the void chain. The void chain is powerful, but not just an attack. After the void chain penetrated the void demon's body, it could easily swallow up the void demon's power. In a sense, this void chain is even far stronger than Chu Xian's Heaven Sacrifice Monument. Back then, Chu Xian's Heaven Sacrifice Monument was able to swallow even the power of the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss. But it made Chen Fan and Yi Hao envious, jealous, and hateful for a long time. But with the weird and mysterious void chains, the void demon has simply become an energy source. No wonder in the dream, he tried his best and rushed into the void to study the void regardless of everything. No wonder Chu Xian and the others gave their lives and strength. Void system. This is a system completely built for the void. Treat billions of creatures as beasts to control. Feed on all void demons. It also incorporates the power of heaven. How crazy. How domineering. Block void corrosion. Suppress the void demon. Twist the void. Turn the world upside down. While Chen Fan was paying attention to the movements in the four realms, he channeled the power of those void demons in the divine realm to Li Mu and the demon king of the sixth heaven. Really, Li Fengxing always hits the point. Just as Li Mu and the demon king of the sixth heaven began to absorb divine power and prepare to break through, vast and surging demonic energy emerged from the crack in the distance, and Xiaobai and the others who ran to the other side, exuding the power of the divine realm unscrupulously, also began to lure big fish out of the cracks. Lots of big fish! Zaitingzhen danced with joy. There are so many big fish! Everyone looked at Wisteria Shinichi speechlessly. Then he is a shark. Do you really think you caught a big fish? Believe it or not, that big fish can blow you to pieces just by blowing a bubble. But it's really exciting. What are you fighting for? Even if they don't use Chen Fan's power of faith, using this method of fishing, everyone can quickly break through to the divine realm. It's unimaginable. Chen Fan actually has such a method. I don't think even Blind Old Man and the others had ever seen such a god-level existence. In the end, they all turned into big fish. And you can kill them as much as you want. In the crowd, a group of demigods were extremely excited. Only the lame ones looked a little solemn. The lame man looked at the blind man and said, "Damn it! Where did these god-level void demons come from? We can't sense their breath at all." "Nonsense!" the blind man said. "If we could sense their breath, they would not be at the level of gods." Deaf said, "These god-level void demons should have fallen into dormancy after being suppressed, and then were awakened by Xiaobai's god-level breath." A mute voice sounded in everyone's mind. "I was too careless before. We thought we had wiped out all the void demons nearby. Unexpectedly, there are actually god-level void demons in these cracks." The blind men wiped away cold sweat at the same time. The originally excited Wisteria Shinichi and others also felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured into them. And they felt as if they were having a chill. Everyone was a little scared. Fortunately, Chen Fan responded quickly. Fortunately, Yi Hongyan and the others had the five-colored sacred stone and the heaven-bearing axe in their hands. Otherwise, if a god-level void demon randomly rushes out, everyone will be wiped out. Originally, everyone thought that the ancient god realm and other four realms were scary enough. But they didn't expect it. Many strong people have fear in their hearts. This has nothing to do with being bold or timid. After all, existence at the divine level is really too terrifying. Even if this group of demigods faced each other, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Not to mention those holy realms and ninth-level realms. The blind man said, "We need to change our strategy. His voice rang in everyone's minds. Build a base based on God's level existences like Xiaobai and the others. Every base must have a divine being in charge. Close the scope so that all bases are connected to each other and can take care of each other, the deaf man said. First call back those people who have pushed out to the surroundings. Too dangerous. Although it takes a god-level aura to lure those big fish out. But no one is sure whether a few god-level void demons will emerge from the cracks without the god level. The risk is too great. Back then, the demon king of the sixth heaven, who was at the peak of the semi-god realm, made the entire blue star uneasy and frightened. There are cracks all over the four realms including the ancient god realm. From every crack, there is a possibility of god-level void demons rushing out. Is this him? Just thinking about it makes people collapse. Just when everyone was frightened, huge void demons exuding a terrifying aura were pierced by void chains. Grasshoppers. More and more. The scene is extremely scary, but also extremely exciting. However, Chen Fan in the beast-controlling space did not dare to be careless at all. While he controlled the void chains to seal the void demons, he used void energy to continuously transform into void divine power, improving his own strength. After killing these dozens of god-level void demons, the void energy increased by nearly 900 billion. Strange. The six-eyed abyss lord killed at the beginning should be much more powerful than these god-level void demons. Why didn't he gain much void energy when he killed the six-eyed abyss lord? Chen Fan suspected that it was because the system at that time had not yet been upgraded, and could not collect the void energy of the six-eyed abyss lord. Killing a god-level void demon now can increase the void energy much more than tens of thousands of holy-level demons. Now, you can consider opening the sixth level of the void divine body. Thinking of the sixth floor, the corners of Chen Fan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This system does not respect martial ethics. 10 months ago, after he returned to Tang Kingdom from Yam Kingdom, he was ready to open the sixth level of the void divine body. As a result, I opened the sixth floor at one click and almost cursed my mother with anger. The sixth level of the void divine body requires the consumption of a full 10 trillion void energy. You don't talk about martial arts. And you don't play your cards according to the routine at all. When the fifth level of Virtual Soul was turned on, it only consumed 6400 W of system energy. Even if it is doubled or 10 times. It is not an exaggeration. Did not expect? This made Chen Fan very angry. The void energy that had been stored for several months was not enough to open the sixth level of the void divine body. Is this sixth level 100 times stronger than the fifth level? Fine. A group of demigods and saints killed in the ancient god world and other four realms until the sky was dark and the earth was dark. Killing for 11 months. The current void energy is enough to open the sixth level. It was also the first time that Chen Fan felt that this system was a bit unreliable. Each previous level doubles as you move to the next level. Suddenly doubled so many times. I always feel that the system is opening up a lot because the void energy figures on the books are relatively large. Chen Fan took a deep breath and looked at the system panel. The sixth level of the void divine body. Awakening void particles. Chen Fan knew nothing about what the power of the void was. But to consume a full 10 trillion void energy seems to be a big deal. Turn on! As the sixth level opened, Chen Fan's head was in a trance. Countless characters appeared in his mind. Sections of enlightenment lingered in his mind. The void particles of the void divine body are the same as human cells. Mortal humans have 60 trillion cells. But the void particles of the void divine body are 100 times that number. Once the void particles are opened, each particle can grow into a separate void god body in the future. When the sixth level of the void divine body was opened, Chen Fan felt countless void particles in his body. Very strange feeling. It's said to be particles, but it feels more like an embryo. Every void particle seems to be breathing. He can feel the vast power surging within it, and can also call upon the power within it. He had just broken through to the divine realm. And because of the awakening of these void particles, he suddenly felt that his power had increased countless times. Really. The divine power of the void on the system panel has undergone unimaginable changes. Although the realm is still the freedom of mortal realm, the divine power of the void is more than 100 million times stronger. It turns out, looking at the numbers behind the void divine body, Chen Fan was in a daze. Where does this power come from? Opening the sixth level of the void divine body is the awakening of these void particles. But where does the power of void particles come from? Just now, he didn't feel the influx of star power between heaven and earth. It's void energy! A flash of lightning seemed to light up in Chen Fan's mind. At this moment, he finally understood why opening the sixth level required 10 trillions of void energy. The void energy has probably been completely transformed into void divine power and stored in void particles. Chen Fan's mood fluctuated and his breathing became heavy. The void energy accumulated for so long actually turned into the real void power and remained in himself. Just now, he actually felt pain in his body. Chen Fan let out a breath of turbid air. The sudden surge of power actually made him calm down. He needs strength so much. We have just entered the realm of gods. And this is only the beginning. The levels of gods and demons are truly unimaginable. And the level of the void even surpasses gods and demons. Chen Fan looked at the 7th level of the void divine body on the system panel. On the 7th level of the void divine body, the void particles grow and condense into clones. It takes 40 trillion void energy to consume. This time, Chen Fan did not scold the system for not respecting martial ethics. No matter how much void energy is consumed, the power will still be with him after all. In the final analysis, it is just a transformation. Before transformation, no matter how huge the number of void energy is, it is still empty. Only after transformation can it finally become a power that he can fully control. 40 trillion. Turn on! The 7th level of the void divine body is opened. And only 9 trillion void energy is left. Chen Fan closed his eyes. Watching, the void particles begin to turn into seeds. Then take root and sprout. Constantly changing. This is evolving the void. Every void particle is growing into a void divine body and transforming into Chen Fan. Chen Fan watched all this silently. It was only a short while. But it made him feel like a world has changed. It seems like billions of years have passed. The numbers of the void divine power on the system panel are constantly changing and growing. After a while, the growth in numbers finally slowed down. Sudden, Chen Fan felt that a barrier within his body seemed to have been broken through. No! We're about to break through! Chen Fan was startled. And the void chain clattered, sending Chiyoko in the beast controlling space into the ancient god realm. Next moment, boom! In the beast controlling space, there is thunder. Countless purple thunders spread all over the beast controlling space. Storms are sweeping in all directions. It actually broke through directly. Chen Fan looked at the system panel. This breakthrough is not a breakthrough from the first heaven of the free mortal realm to the second heaven. Rather, it breaks through from the free world to a new realm. Wishful land! Chen Fan laughed dumbly. This breakthrough came so strangely. But speaking of it, it seems reasonable. The 6th level of the void divine body consumed 10 trillion system energy. And his void divine power increased by an unknown number of times. With almost no pause, he opened the 7th level of the void divine body, consuming a full 40 trillion void energy. It is indeed normal for such terrifying and majestic power to rush from the realm of freedom to the realm of wishful thinking. The only depressing thing is, he had not even truly figured out the power of the free mortal realm before he became the wishful realm. Now I only feel that the power is vast and boundless. But I am a little confused. There is still a long way to go. The void energy still feels like it's not enough. This is the 7th level of the void divine body. And sometimes, they have to help Chu Xian and Yi how to improve their void divine body. If we can find a group of void demons at the god level, we may be able to increase the void energy faster. Chen Fan silently felt the changes in his body. The 6th level of the void divine body has been exaggerated to the extreme. And even Chen Fan himself finds it unbelievable. Unexpectedly, the 7th floor was even more exaggerated and terrifying than the 6th floor. Each void divine power is growing rapidly. All the void energy seemed to be transformed into void divine power and merged into these particles. But even so, it's still far from enough. His original void divine power also quickly gathered towards each particle like a flood. Under the irrigation of the divine power of the void, each void particle began to transform from seeds into embryos, and then quickly took shape and turned into human form. Clone. Endless clones. Although the void divine power consumes a huge amount and is poured into these clones, the clones are still Chen Fan's power. Chen Fan didn't feel weak at all, but felt that his strength was growing. However, compared to Chen Fan's true self, the power of these clones seems to be very weak. It is only because of their large number that Chen Fan is stronger. The power of a mere clone seems to be unable to reach the holy realm of the mortal world. But such a huge number. Can the clone use void chain and void confinement? Chen Fan's expression moved slightly. His body flashed with light, and 4 Chen Fans walked out. The 4 Chen Fans entered the 4 realms including the ancient god realm respectively. The clone swept towards Wisteria Shinichi and others. You can see everyone's properties panel. Immediately, Chen Fan thought. Void chains were released from every clone. However, The clone's void chain is also far inferior to the original body's void chain. It seems that the strength of the void chain is based on the power of the clone. If the chains of void released by countless clones are the same as the original one, then something is wrong. However, this still made Chen Fan overjoyed. When the divine void body was first activated, Chen Fan guessed that after the high-level divine void body was activated, true immortality would be achieved. Moreover, when facing the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss in the 5th restricted area, he indeed showed that the powerful body of the void divine body could be shattered, and he could recover immediately. But now that the 7th level has been opened, Chen Fan understands that there is still a huge gap between the immortality he imagined back then and now. Countless clones. Countless void gods. This is the true immortality. The only depressing thing now is that the power of the clone is still too weak. It still needs time to grow, and a lot of void energy. It also requires a lot of void power. On the one hand, all the powerful men in the 4 realms, including the ancient god realm, still need to kill like crazy to obtain void energy. On the other hand, we are preparing to go to Tanny realm and implement the Devil's Blood project. In Tanny realm, the power of faith and the energy of the void are equally important. The combination of these two forces will ultimately allow him to grow rapidly. Chen Fan's void chains continue to spread outward. There are already more than 40 void demons at the god level. More than 40 god-level demons were strung together in a series, which was strange and shocking. Chen Fan's void chain moved, bringing Yi Hong in, seating Shinichi and others with him. Wisteria, Shinichi, and Kata started dancing. Yi Hao kept jumping. "Where are we? Brother Fan, where are we? You are still far behind," Chen Fan said. "But your void divine body is much more powerful than Blind Grandpa and the others. Even if they break through to the divine realm now, you can catch up quickly." Yi Hao drooped his head, looking very depressed. "Don't believe me." When Chen Fan saw this, the void chains directly pulled Chu Xian, Yi Hao, and others into the beast control space. As soon as everyone entered the beast controlling space, clones began to appear one after another on Chen Fan. Yi Hao, Chu Xian, and others were stunned when they saw Chen Fan appearing one after another. It is very easy for a god-level existence to condense several clones. But isn't it a bit ridiculous that Chen Fan has so many clones? Suddenly, Henry Chu's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Have you opened the void divine body to a higher level?" Chen Fan smiled and said, "Not bad. But you have to wait a little longer. When the void energy increases for a while, I will help you upgrade to the 7th level. What is the divine realm? The void divine body is the most important thing. When our void divine body develops to its extreme, we can hope to turn things around. After helping Blind Grandpa and the others break through to the divine realm, we will prepare to go to Tanny realm." Chapter 343 Monsters ask for a contract, and Star Warriors open up a space for controlling beasts. Chen Fan, Yi Hao, and Chu Xian are going back to the Demon City. In the beast control space, Feng Xiaoxiao said something. For some time now, they have been fighting in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. After reaching the limit or being injured, he will return to the magic city, or serve as a supervisor in the beast control space. Chen Fan, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky in the back garden of the magic city, opened the vortex portal in the beast controlling space with a thought. Then, several void chains took out Chu Xian and the others. "What's wrong?" Chen Fan opened his eyes. After using the power of the god realm void demon to help Li Mu, Yi Hongyan, and the others break through to the god realm, the ancient god realm and other 4 realms suddenly became quiet again. A group of gods were milling around inside, but no more big fish were caught. Those void demons don't seem to be fools. Chu Xian took a step forward and said, "All the void characters on my Heaven Sacrifice Steel have been taken back by the Heaven Sacrifice Steel." "What?" Chen Fan's expression moved slightly. He understood what Henry Chu said, but it's still a little strange. Yi Hao also said, "The same goes for mine. The Tantian Divine Pillar took away all the void characters on my axe. I feel that the power of my axe has decreased a lot. This is simply unreasonable." Chen Fan looked at Shen Hongxiu and others. Shen Hongxiu and Shen Tao all nodded. Fang Qingqing, who didn't have any magic weapons in her hands, felt a little embarrassed and pursed her lips. Chen Fan stretched out his hand, and the Heaven Sacrifice tablet in Chu Xian's hand immediately fell into his hands. He felt it. The tens of thousands of void characters originally carved on the Heaven Sacrifice monument with the sky-breaking devil sword are still there. But only the form is left, and there is no spirit anymore. The power on the void character has been taken away by the Heaven Sacrifice monument of the ancient demon realm. "The void characters are still there," Chen Fan said. I can sense the power of the void character. It is indeed much weaker. But if the void character is still there, the power will definitely be restored. Enrichu said. These mysterious void characters themselves possess unimaginable power. Now that the power is taken away, can the power be restored? I can't explain clearly, but I have this feeling. Qinfan said. Void characters do not exist in any realm we know, including the vast divine realm in dreams. This is probably a power created after the evolution of the void. You can't feel it, but after my void divine body reaches the 7th level, I can already feel the changes in these characters. At this moment, the power of every void character is increasing. Shen Hongxiu was surprised. But I didn't feel any change in the surrounding star power? It's not star power. Qinfan shook his head and said, these void characters are probably absorbing the power of the void plane. So don't worry. Wait for a while, and it will definitely recover. Yi Hao glanced at the heaven-bearing axe in his hand with a little annoyance, and said, I took away the power without saying a word. I was fighting a demon from the 4th level of the Holy Realm just now. I was about to kill it. But in the end, suddenly my power was gone, causing me to be chased by the demon for more than 3,000 miles. Bai Ru shook his head and said, let you spend more time cultivating the void divine body. You will rely on an axe all day long. Uncle Master has already helped you open the void divine body to the 4th level. Why are you still so useless? Because we haven't reached the 5th level yet, Yi Hao retorted. If he reaches the 5th level of virtual soul, I'm afraid he will be a bird. Everyone was speechless. Yi Hao added, Brother Fan, when you use the sky-breaking demon sword to inscribe void characters on our divine weapons, with each additional void character, our divine weapons became much more powerful. How about you help us carve more void characters? Stop dreaming, Qinfan said. There are only 90,000 void characters in total. I have engraved all 90,000 void characters on your magic weapon. Where can I find other void characters now? Chu Xian suddenly said. It has been more than half a year since you helped us engrave 90,000 void characters on the divine weapons. Before, we had never seen such divine weapons such as the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. An abnormality. In the past few days, you happen to have helped Blind Grandpa and the others break through to the divine realm and killed a large number of void demons at the divine realm. In the end, these were extracted from the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and the Heaven-Bearing Divine Pillar. Isn't it a bit of a coincidence? Everyone's expressions changed. Now, they all know that the ancient god realm and other 4 realms suppress unimaginably powerful beings. Somewhere among them, there may even be a master of the void plane. Could this sudden change be related to the suppressed powerful void demons? Everyone's heart suddenly sank. With the help of Qinfan, their cultivation realm has advanced rapidly. Even Li Mu and the others, less than a year after returning to the Tang Kingdom from the Yang Kingdom, have now easily broken through to the divine realm. This is simply unimaginable for ordinary people. However, thinking of the void demons, who were suppressed in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms, thinking of the vast divine world that may no longer exist, whether it is Chu Xian, the others, or Qinfan, they still feel the pressure is a bit unbearable. Without Qinfan's void system, even if Chu Xian and the others activated the void divine body, they would still need thousands and thousands of years as units to cultivate the void divine body alone. Perhaps even in tens of thousands of years, Qinfan might not be able to reach the 7th level he is currently at. But now, it's measured in years. In 1 year, the void energy or power of faith that Qinfan acquired was enough to help one person reach the 7th level of the void divine body. But it's still too slow. If there were no changes in the 4 realms including the ancient god realm, 1 or 2 years is nothing. But if something unusual happens, no one can predict whether there will be a being that even Qinfan can't contend with. Okay, don't think too much. Seeing the ugly expressions on everyone's face, Qinfan consoled him. The sacred weapons such as the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and the Heaven-Bearing Divine Pillar suppress the unpredictable existence. If they really find that their suppression power is insufficient, they will definitely give a warning. Now we just copy the void characters and extract the power from the void characters. This means that everything is still within control. Everyone's faces became a little better. Qinfan's eyes fell on Fang Qingqing again. Everyone has obtained their own magic weapons. Only Fang Qingqing's heavenly demon staff is still in the hands of the human emperor of Tianyu realm. But after such a long time, Fang Qingqing never complained or urged Qinfan once. Every time, she just stood in the back, quietly listening to everyone's discussion, and occasionally said a few words of her own opinion. If it were Shen Hongxiu, She would probably say it in Chen Fan's ears 800 times a day. Chen Fan said, "Ching Ching, get ready. In 10 days, we will go to Tanny realm." Fong Qingqing's eyes lit up, and she nodded. "Yes." At this time, an alarm suddenly sounded over the magical city. What happened? Yi Hao and others looked as usual and didn't care much. The threats within the 4 realms, including the ancient god realm, are the real threats. As for Blue Star, the centaurs have been completely destroyed. The Nightmare Garden was also completely shattered. The Zerg races in all forbidden secret areas were wiped out. Every major city now has a presence at the holy level station there. What else could go wrong? But the alarm sounded at this time, which really made people a little curious. At this time, the voice of the Lord of the Demon City rang above everyone's heads. The Demon City is surrounded by monsters. Endless monsters. Monsters from various restricted areas and secret realms are also attacking outside. What? Yi Hao laughed. The Lord of the Demon City said, "Not only the Demon City. There are also messages coming from other major cities. The minister and others have ordered that all restricted areas and secret areas be released. If the monsters in the secret realm or restricted area dare to provoke the human race, they will be destroyed directly. But there seems to be something wrong with these monsters sieging the city. All the monsters stopped 10 miles away from the main city and did not dare to cross the Thunder Pond. They are not here to provoke the human race." With a thought in his mind, Chen Fan, along with Chu Xian and Yi Hao, appeared out of thin air on top of the city wall of the southern city of the Demon City. Looking around, it was all dark and filled with monsters, and there was no end as far as the eye could see. The breath of the divine realm spreads in all directions. In an instant, the entire Blue Star was covered. The Lord of the Magic City also flew into the air and stood beside Chen Fan. After sensing Chen Fan's breath, all the monsters were lying on the ground. 5-body cast. At this time, a large bird with wings spread 20 meters long flew up from the group of monsters, then fell to the ground and transformed into a woman in black. The woman in black knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "The Spar Shadows of the Black Feather Clan. Please see Lord Chen Fan." Chen Fan stood condescendingly, looked at the Spar Shadows below, and said lightly, "Get up and speak." "Yes." Shuang stood up, raised his head slightly and said, "Sir, we have no intention of offending. We are here to seek a contract with a human beast master." Signing a contract? The Lord of the Demon City was stunned for a moment. It's not like everyone has never seen a monster come to a beast master to sign a contract. But overwhelming monsters surrounded the main city, seeking to sign a contract. This kind of thing is simply unimaginable. On the city wall, many powerful human beings were surprised and happy. "My lord, that's it." Shuang told everything about the monster siege. It turned out that a few days ago, after Chen Fan helped Li Mu and the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven break through to the Divine Realm, Li Mu had returned to the Demon City. How powerful and terrifying are God's-level beings. Li Mudong had just broken through to the Divine Realm, and thinking of shocking the heroes, he directly released the aura of the Divine Realm, alarming all living beings in the entire Blue Star. Blue Star. God actually appeared. This allows humans, all other races, and all monsters to see a future that they could not even imagine before. Immediately afterwards, news that Chen Fan broke through to the Divine Realm, then directly pulled Xiaobai, Gongzi and the others to the Demigod Realm, and finally helped Xiaobai and the others break through to the Divine Realm, spread throughout the world, including Monster Group. Many monster groups have caused a sensation. The Beast Master broke through to the Divine Realm, and without doing anything, he directly brought all his Beast Masters to the peak of the Demigod Realm. He also directly helped his Beast Master to break through to the Divine Realm. At this moment, countless monsters fell into madness. Beastmasters and Beastmasters sign a contract to help each other and grow together. This is knowledge that all humans and many monsters know. After all, it has been more than 2,000 years since Blue Star's first Beastmaster. Even the monsters in the secret realm can receive various messages from the human race. When Chen Fan entered the secret realm, he signed a contract with the Green Crystal Demon Fox. Although the Green Crystal Demon Fox had never left the secret realm, he also knew about Beast Masters and Beast Master spaces. But no one can tell how much help the Beast Master's beast control space will have in controlling beasts. And many monsters prefer to be free and unrestrained. Therefore, before Chen Fan became world famous, if a Beast Master encountered a monster in the wilderness and ran to the monster to ask if he could sign a contract, he would most likely become the monster's food. Of course, there are actually quite a few monsters who take the initiative to find human beast masters and sign contracts with them. But that number is just a drop in the bucket compared to the total number of monsters. The birth of Chen Fan changed everything. Before this, no one knew whether there were gods or not, whether they were humans or monsters, or whether anyone could cultivate to the realm of gods. No one knows that the Beast Master can be so helpful to the Beast Master. Chen Fan broke through to the divine realm and directly activated his beast control, allowing his beast control to break through to the peak of the demigod realm. It's unimaginable. Li Mu broke through to the divine realm, and Li Mu's beast controlling mind also became the divine realm. Zhang Jiang broke through to the divine realm, and Zhang Jiang's beast Qinglin also became a divine realm. Although Wen Qin and Qinglin broke through to the divine realm with the help of Chen Fan. But others don't know that. Monsters don't even know. In any case, from the fact that Chen Fan led Xiaobai and the others to break through, it seems that the Beast Master has unimaginable benefits for the growth of Beast Masters. It was this incident that changed the views of all monsters. On the other hand, after the entire population was demonized, Li Mu, Shinichi Ziding and others began to urge the strong men who had been cultivated by Chen Fan to become tool men. They let those strong men enter various restricted areas and secret realms, massacre the monster groups, and frightened each monster group so much that everyone was in danger. I think back then, there were countless restricted areas and secret realms in Blue Star. The monsters that rushed out of the restricted areas and secret realms once forced the human race to a desperate situation. Later, the human race began to build the main city. But even with the main city, the human race is still at a disadvantage when facing the endless monsters. In the original Donghai city, it was just the Nightmare Court who had manipulated the city behind. Fire ants and killer bees besieged the city and almost destroyed the entire main city. It's different now. Nowadays, not only the gods have appeared in the human race, but there are also many demigods. And existences at the level of the Holy Realm are popping up like mushrooms after a rain. Just 1 year and 10 years have passed, and the world has been turned upside down. Now if the human race kills them, no matter how many monsters there are, there will only be death. Whether it's a restricted area or a secret realm, there are only a few restricted areas where there are monsters at the holy level. In most of the restricted areas or secret realms, there are almost no monsters comparable to the powerful humans of the 9th level. How can they compete with the humans? A saint realm can kill almost all the monsters in restricted areas and secret realms near a main city in 10 days and a half. The monster group was completely panicked. After awakening, all monsters have become wise and know how to think independently. There is an essential difference between monsters and those demons wrapped in endless negative emotions. No matter how ferocious and violent the monster is, it still knows how to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. Now opportunities are coming. And threats are coming too. Under the organization of some powerful monsters, the monster group finally took this action. They don't want to be enemies with the human race. They are not here to provoke or threaten the human race. They just want to sign a contract with the human race, coexist peacefully with the human race, and grow together. After listening to Shuang's words, the Lord of the Magic City looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded slightly. It's feasible. Roar! Countless monsters immediately looked up to the sky and roared. Extremely excited, the Lord of the Demon City gave a bitter smile and said through mental power, "But if all monsters really coexist peacefully with the human race, then our people will have no way to kill monsters and increase the energy of the void." "It doesn't matter," Chen Fan said. "There are countless void demons in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms, and they can't be killed all. All monsters have become beast masters. This has only advantages and no disadvantages for us. When the time comes, the target of demonizing the entire population will be transferred to the monsters. Then let the beast masters and beast masters I have trained enter the 4 realms including the ancient god realm." "Understood." The Lord of the Demon City nodded. Today, even if the ancient god realm and other 4 realms are made public, there will be no problem. Let alone Blue Star. Even if you had Tanny realm, is there anyone who can compete with Chen Fan? The void demon at the level of gods and demons was killed by a chain without even spitting out a breath of flame. To increase the energy of the void, just let those beast masters and beast masters kill the void demons. The Lord of the Magic City said loudly. "The human race is willing to sign a contract with the monster clan. Please spread this information and spread it to all the major cities in the Blue Star countries immediately." Roar! Countless monsters looked up to the sky and roared again. In the main city of Magic City, many beastmasters also raised their arms and cheered. Only those star warriors couldn't be happy because it had nothing to do with them. and they couldn't sign contracts to control beasts at all. Qin Fan's perception has reached an unimaginable level at this time. The negative emotions of some people in the main city of the Demon City were clearly sensed by Qin Fan in an instant. Star Warrior. Qin Fan pondered for a moment, then opened the portal to the beast control space, and the void chain sent a clone in. His clone entered the ancient god realm, entered the virtual soul state, and instantly moved to the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. The Demon King of the Sixth Heaven, who was sweeping away a group of void demons, pushed out with the palm of his hand. The wind from his palm was like a huge wave, instantly crushing all the demons in front of him into flying ash. What's the matter? On the sixth day, the Demon King floated in the air and turned around. Qin Fan said, "How did the Nightmare Court help the Star Warriors sign contracts with demons?" The Demon King of the Sixth Heaven raised his lips slightly and said, "Use the power of faith in the statue. Only a small amount of faith is needed to help the Star Warriors open up a space for beast control. In fact, after the beast control space is opened up, there is no difference between Star Warriors and ordinary beast control masters. They can also sign up ordinary monsters, not limited to demons. It's just that in order to absorb the power of faith, we use the blood of demons to transform the Star Warriors and beast masters who enter the Nightmare Court into demons." Qin Fan nodded. "Tell me the specific method." On the sixth day, the Demon King's eyes flashed, and he had passed on the specific operation steps to Qin Fan through his mental power. Qin Fan's body swayed, and he immediately returned to the Demon City's true form. After accepting the message from the clone, Qin Fan grinned. Immediately, his voice resounded over the Magic City. "All Star Warriors, please pay attention. Starting from today, I will personally take action to help Star Warriors open the beast control space. But in order to avoid riots, please be patient. The Lord's Mansion of the Demon City will select the venue based on the registration information and arrange for everyone to open the beast control space in batches. Please ask the person in charge of the City Lord's Mansion to spread the information. Not just the Magic City, not just the Tang Kingdom. The Star Warriors from the entire Blue Star can be sent to the Magic City in batches." The entire Demon City was quiet for a moment. The next moment, the Magic City was also boiling. Countless Star Warriors raised their arms and roared. "Star Warriors can open the beast control space. Lord Qin Fan said that he can help Star Warriors open the beast control space. With so many monsters out there looking for contracts, we can finally sign contracts with the beast masters. We are no longer the bottom Star Warriors. We can also become beast masters." Shop number 9. Uncle Qian, who had already broken through to the 9th level with the help of Qin Fan, burst into tears. And Lin Xiao, the boss of store number 9, was also stunned at this moment. When Lin Xiao was in Donghai City, he opened a beast breeding shop and cheated people. The main reason was because he was only a Star Warrior and could not sign a contract to control beasts. Today, Lin Xiao is working conscientiously at the number 9 store in the Magic City, putting all his heart and soul into running the number 9 store. Even though he was familiar with Qin Fan and had a very good relationship, Lin Xiao still never thought that he would have such a day. Qin Fan actually broke through to the Divine Realm and could help Star Warriors open up a space for beast control. What does this mean for the Star Warriors? From now on, Star Warriors will no longer have to be inferior to others. There was joy inside and outside the Magic City. And this news is sweeping across the entire Blue Star at an extremely fast speed. All countries, all major cities. People were ecstatic, singing and dancing. Ever since the Demon King became an ally on the 6th day, the good news in this world has really come one after another. The whole world seems to have been changed. Human beings no longer have to worry about leaving the main city as before. Now countless monsters are seeking contracts from human beast masters. And Star Warriors can also open up space to control beasts. There was rejoicing all over the world. Shin Hongxiu shrugged helplessly, looked at Fang Qingqing and said, "I'm afraid your time to go to Tanny Realm will be postponed again." "It doesn't matter," Fang Qingqing said. "My going to Tanny Realm is not important. I am also very happy to see those monster tribes and Star Warriors rejoicing. Only, I'm afraid Qin Fan is tired again." Chapter 344 Heading to Tanny Realm. Sudden changes occurred. Tang Dynasty. Magic City. The huge square was packed with people. Although there were many people, it was not noisy. All around, there were even some ordinary beast masters maintaining order. There are not even many people in the 7th level, let alone the 8th or 9th level. But everyone was quiet. Every Star Warrior's eyes had flames of excitement rising. But no one dared to make any noise. More than 5,000 Star Warriors entered the square. Just like morning exercises at school. The cue is neat. In the void directly in front of him, Chen Fan sat cross-legged and closed his eyes tightly. Sudden, a ray of light fell. Every Star Warrior has countless stars floating around him. Success! The beast control space is opened. I've turned it on too. Is this the power of God? I thought it would take a while. Just a few seconds? All the Star Warriors who had opened the beast control space could no longer suppress the shock and joy in their hearts, and began to discuss in low voices. In the air, a strong man from the Demon City Lord's mansion waved his hand gently. Okay, everyone, please leave in an orderly manner from the exit. The next batch of Star Warriors are ready to enter. A group of Star Warriors who had activated the beast control space all bowed deeply to Chen Fan, then lined up and walked towards the exit. These people are of different ages. Some are 16 or 17 years old. Some are 60 or 70 years old. But everyone seemed to be reborn. Radiant. Chen Fan in the air still had his eyes tightly closed. The original desire to help Star Warriors open the beast-controlling space was purely a whim. But Chen Fan still didn't expect that the harvest would be so huge. With his help, all the Star Warriors who opened the beast-controlling space have generated more power of faith than before. Before this, because all of these people had already experienced the process of demonization and purification. They were already generating the power of faith, and were then absorbed by the pillar of faith. But after Chen Fan had been busy for more than 20 days, he was shocked to find that the power of faith generated by these Star Warriors, who opened the beast control space with his help, was increasing exponentially. Originally, those purified Star Warriors only produced 10 to 15 points of power of faith a day. But after opening the beast control space with the help of Chen Fan, the power of faith they generated reached 30 to 60 points. Besides, Chen Fan also discovered that the Star Warriors who opened the beast-controlling space with his help were cultivated by him, and finally produced void energy after killing monsters. Before these Star Warriors opened the beast control space, even if they use his blood for purification, it still does not count as nurturing. But after opening the beast control space, all these Star Warriors killed monsters. But void energy began to appear. This made Chen Fan a little ecstatic. Helping Star Warriors to open the beast control space is easy. It just requires a little bit of faith. This is much simpler than helping ordinary Beastmasters break through. Helping the Beastmaster to break through, Chen Fan couldn't do what he did now. Killing 3,000 people in a few seconds. Star Warriors from all over the world were sent here in batches, and then sent away in batches. High speed, and outside major cities around the world. The scenes are even crazier than inside the magic capital. Countless monsters are waiting to sign contracts with Beastmasters. Beastmasters in major cities around the world are looking for monsters that match them. Monsters are also looking for a suitable Beastmaster. From ancient times to the present, monsters and humans have never been so harmonious and friendly. In the end, many of these things even happened. The number of beasts contracted by some Beastmasters has reached the upper limit. And in the end, the monsters followed the Beastmasters back home. Not signed, but like a pet. However, while they were ecstatic, the heads of state around the world were also suffering from headaches that made them want to hit the wall. The reason is very simple. If a Beastmaster signs a contract to control the beasts, at least you must be able to raise the beasts. A random 6th level person signed a contract with 4 or 5 beasts, and brought 2 unsigned beasts with him. Are you sure you can afford it? How much resources would those 6 or 7 beasts consume? There is no way. The whole world is now starting to share resources, allowing Beastmasters and Beastmasters to register and distribute information according to the level of the Beastmasters. A group of leaders are also a little worried, fearing that these beasts will starve and cause a scene. Fortunately, there are now many powerful people above the 8th level in various countries around the world, who have been sent to the Ancient God Realm and other 4 realms in batches. Although the Ancient God Realm and other 4 realms are too scary, the resources within them far exceed those of Blue Star. It's just an Ancient God Realm, but it's many times bigger than Blue Star. Any spiritual fruit inside may be thousands of years old, and the endless void demons have become a tool for producing crystal nuclei. It is these resources sent from the Ancient God Realm and other 4 realms that have eased the resource tension in countries around the world. The entire Blue Star has undergone earth-shaking changes. In the past, ordinary people did not dare to leave the main city. After leaving the main city, I didn't dare to go far. Now the threat of monsters has been reduced to a minimum. Countries around the world have begun building high-speed rail. In the past, there was no high-speed rail in this world. There is a subway within the main city, but it is absolutely impossible for the subway to leave the main city. Everything. Everyone has the name Chen Fan deeply engraved in their minds. Although Blue Star already has many gods, under the control of Li Mu and Han Jiangxue, the other gods have deliberately reduced their presence. All the aura was focused on Chen Fan. Although Chen Fan didn't like this approach. But no way. He needs to gather the power of faith. Although all purified people, monsters, or beasts will have the power of faith. But the power of faith generated is also more or less. With his help, the Star Warriors who opened the beast-controlling space saw their power of faith skyrocket. And that was it. Chen Fan has become the only god in Blue Star. Sudden. A figure flashed in the sky. Li Mu, Blind Man, and others appeared in front of Chen Fan. This is the last batch, Li Mu said. After solving this batch, you can go to Tanny Realm. The Blind Man said faintly. At first, we tried every means to get you to open the sealed passage. But you refused to die. But now you are more anxious than us. Li Mu laughed and said. Because Tanny Realm is more than 10 times larger than Blue Star. Moreover, the emergence of the secret realm in the restricted area of Tanny Realm is tens of thousands of years earlier than Blue Star. There are so many leaks waiting for Xiaofan to cut them. The Blind Man stumbled, almost falling, and immediately started laughing and scolding. It's a shame you can say such a thing. Li Mu shrugged and said. What does that matter? We are also leaks. And we are willing leaks. If only. This world can always be like it is now. With humans and monsters coexisting peacefully. Without worries. Without war. Without threats. Whether I'm making leaks or being a tool maker, I'm always willing to do it. Everyone around was startled slightly. And their eyes became serious again. Chen Fan did not speak, but silently helped the last batch of Star Warriors below to open the beast control space. And then opened his eyes. Let's go! Chen Fan opened his eyes. The void chains were released. And Gongzi, Xiaobai and the others, as well as Yi Hao and Shen Taoao, who were playing around the demon city, were all pulled into the air by the void chains. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned for a moment when they looked at the scene in front of them. Gongzi forgot about it. Holding a big chicken leg with one hand and still gnawing on it. Jade holds a roast suckling pig. Xiao Hei was wearing a pair of shorts and was shirtless. He still didn't like to wear clothes. Orange cat bare ass. Everyone's eyes were focused on the orange cat. Han Jiangxue raised his eyebrows and kicked the orange cat away. The orange cat that flew back had already put on clothes. The lame man said speechlessly. What's going on with you? After all, you are also the previous leader of the demon sect. So what a shame, Xiao Hei said. He is holding a demon in the club. Bang! Han Jiangxue kicked the orange cat away again. The orange cat was so angry that he rushed back and shouted. Hey, don't be too arrogant. Now that everyone is in the divine realm, can't I go and relax? A group of people rolled their eyes. Suddenly, the orange cat's eyes fell on Yi Hao. Yi Hao, who was originally the most active person among the group, now had his head drooped, looking as if he was hopeless. Orange cat pushed Yi Hao lightly and said, She kicked me, but she didn't kick you. How are you doing? Yi Hao rolled his eyelids and said nothing. After Chen Fan sent Xiaobai, Gongzi and the others back to the beast-controlling space, he frowned and said, What did you do when you ran back to Donghai City just now? Yi Hao put on a smile that was uglier than crying and said, Brother Fan, I feel a little homesick. Fang Qingqing was stunned. Didn't the Yi family all move to the Magic City? Yi Hao blinked, not knowing how to answer. Shen Hongxiu sneered and said, This guy must be returning to Donghai City and wants to find the succubus in the secret realm of Donghai City. Yi Hao raised his head slightly, wanting to cry, but without tears. Li Mu laughed. You were going to find the succubus in the secret realm of Donghai City, but were you captured by Chen Fan? Yi Hao continued to be silent. That's all he dreamed about. Why does God want to go against him? Yi Hao opened his mouth and said after a while, Brother Fan, why did you suddenly pull me back? Chen Fan said, Get ready to go to Tanny Realm. Yi Hao was surprised. Now? Why so sudden? Can't we go tomorrow and the day after tomorrow? Shen Taoao patted Yi Hao's shoulder lightly and said, Don't be discouraged. Maybe there is a more beautiful succubus in the Qianyu world. Li Fengxing pointed to the outside of the southern city of the Magic City and said, Do you still need to go to the secret realm of Donghai City to find them? Aren't there more than a dozen succubi here? With a flick of the eye, everyone looked towards the outside of the southern city of the Magic City. Really? A dozen sexy succubi are mixing among the monsters, waiting to sign a contract with the Beastmaster. Succubus! Yi Hao yelled like crazy and flew out. But his figure flashed. And inexplicably, He returned to the same place. Yi Hao was stunned for a moment, and looked at his body. There were no void chains, but the light of the multicolored sacred stones lingered around him. Immediately, Yi Hongyan stepped out of the void and said, "It's getting late. Let's go!" "Ah!" Yi Hao scratched his head with both hands, as if he was crazy. "You want me to sign 2 succubi, but I'll sign 10. The words just fell. The power of the 5-colored sacred stone fell and imprisoned him. Yi Hao looked at Chen Fan, feeling extremely wronged and almost crying. Chen Fan couldn't bear it and looked at Yi Hongyan. Yi Hongyan glared at Chen Fan. Immediately said, "Okay, let's go to Tanny Realm. Don't think about the succubus." Yi Hao drooped his head, his eyes dull. At this time, the demon king of the 6th heaven said, "There are indeed succubi in Tanny Realm." "Really?" Yi Hao immediately came to life. The demon king of the 6th heaven said, "But it would be a waste for you, a god-level person, to sign a contract with a succubus. Come to our heavenly demon clan and let you be the heavenly demon king, with all the beauties you want." Yi Hao sneered and said, "Go to your heavenly demon clan? If I go to the heavenly demon clan, I will become the great heavenly demon king. How can I be an ordinary heavenly demon king?" "Okay." The demon king of the 6th heaven nodded and said, "That guy can't beat you anyway. It's okay for you to be the demon king." Yi Hao was dubious. "So good?" The 6th heavenly demon king smiled and said, "In the heavenly demon clan, the strong are respected. You are already in the divine realm, and the axe in your hand is indestructible. If you are willing, who among the demon clan would dare not to obey?" Yi Hao narrowed his eyes. "But I just want to enjoy, not work." Li Mu rolled his eyes. "Let's go! If you keep talking, I can't stand it anymore. It makes me want to become the demon king." Zhang Jiang, Han Jiangxue and others, everyone followed Li Mu. And as soon as the void moved, they appeared at the entrance of a secret realm. "Huh?" Yi Hao was stunned for a moment. "This place is not far from the demon city, isn't it? The passage between Blue Star and Tanny Realm is near the demon city? This is the 9th restricted area of the demon city," Li Mu said. "The main city of the demon city was originally built here just for the 9th restricted area. I am stationed in the magic city to protect this passage." The blind man said nothing. They already knew about the passage. However, the passage was sealed by Chen Fan's father, Chen Han, and they who came from Tanny Realm could not go back at all. And Li Mu pretended to be stupid, so he kept waiting for Chen Fan's key. Below, a clone of Li Mu sits cross-legged. Except for the powerful people in the divine realm above, it is impossible for ordinary people in the holy realm to notice it even if they walk by Li Mu's clone. Together with Li Mu, everyone entered the 9th restricted area. In the 9th restricted area, except for Li Mu's clone, there is no other defensive force. After Chen Fan and others entered the 9th restricted area, they found that this place was a desert, stretching endlessly with yellow sand all over the sky. Everyone moved quickly towards the depths of the desert. In just a few breaths, a huge tornado appeared in everyone's sight. "The space gate is at the center of the tornado." Shen Hongxiu's eyes narrowed slightly. "Such a terrifying tornado contains the power of space, and ordinary holy realms may not be able to approach it." Li Mu nodded. "Go in." Everyone took a step forward and simply entered the center of the tornado. Right in the center of the tornado, a huge circular space door was shining with a faint light. The blind man sighed and said, "I can finally return to Tanny Realm. Thinking about the upcoming changes in Tanny World, I actually get a little excited." No one else spoke. They just looked at the space portal silently. Everyone present is in the divine realm. Everyone can feel the power of martial ancestor Chen Han on the space gate. Speaking of which, martial ancestor Chen Han is at the peak of the demigod realm. The power of the divine realm can easily crush this force. But the power on the space door is something that even those in the divine realm dare not touch easily. Just like the Centaur restricted area in the far north. After the demon king of the western region and the Centaur leader sealed the entrance, if Li Mu, who was in the demigod realm, forcibly opened it, the space passage would probably collapse. If you want to open the seal on this passage normally, you can only use the key left by Chen Han. Everyone looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at Li Mu. Li Mu said, "You have an iron plate on your body. I know you always carry it." Chen Fan took off the iron plate hanging from his neck. The two characters, Chen Fan, are engraved on the iron plate. The blind man and the lame man were a little annoyed. "The key is this little iron plate on Xiao Fan?" Chen Fan said. "I didn't sense any power on this iron plate. The iron plate is just an ordinary iron plate." Li Mu said. But there is a formation engraved on it. And the formation is still missing. Li Mu stretched out his right hand, pointed it like a sword, and lightly stroked the iron sign. The originally plain iron plate suddenly shone with light. A magic circle, with the iron plate as the center, spreads out. You take the iron plate and stand in front of the space door. Li Mu nodded slightly towards Qin Fan. Qin Fan did as he was told. Yi Hao laughed. In addition to the formation fit, does this thing also need to brush your face? After a while, I saw the light on the space door vibrating, connecting with the formation on Qin Fan's iron plate. Dazzling light flashes. The seal on the space door is opened immediately. Opened! Everyone's eyes showed joy. Li Mu breathed a heavy sigh of relief and said, Blue Star has me as a god, which is enough. You go ahead. Leaving Li Mu behind was a decision made after everyone discussed it. The blind man and the lame must definitely go back to Tanny realm. Wisteria Shinichi, Katas and others are still fighting in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms, and they can be regarded as following Qin Fan closely. Qin Fan didn't say much and was the first to step into the space door. Yi Hongyan and Shen Hongxiu followed closely behind. Call! The scene in front of Qin Fan changed, and he was suddenly shocked. In his induction, the seal of the back passage was closing quickly. What happened? With a thought in Qin Fan's mind, chains of voids flew out like lightning, and with a few strokes, they pulled several people over from the blue star on the other side. Yi Hongyan, Shen Hongxiu, Shen Naotao, Yi Hao, Fang Qingqing, Bai Rouge, Li Fingxing, the demon king of the 6th heaven. Only these people. Yi Hongyan frowned slightly. Blind old man, and the others haven't come over yet. On the 6th day, the demon king scratched his head. What's going on? Why did the seal only open for a moment, and then close again immediately? Qin Fan, Bai Rouge said. If I had known this, everyone should have been put into the beast control space first. Demon king of the 6th day. Having said the good things your father has done, our powers in the divine realm still dare not touch this seal easily for fear of destroying this space passage. But your power has far surpassed ours. Can you break it? Open this seal? Qin Fan shook his head and said, My current power indeed far exceeds the power of the seal above. But I haven't learned any restrictions or formations at all. Forcing the seal to break is still risky. Although I don't understand why the seal was only open for a moment, and then restored again. I think that since my father did this, he must have a reason. Let's talk about the seal later. It's urgent. The other side of the passage. The lame man grabbed Li Mu's collar and said, Sir, tell me clearly. Is it your fault? If you don't speak clearly today, I will kill you. Li Mu stared blankly at the space door, frowned and said, Master has never told me such a thing. I kept you on Blue Star before because Blue Star was threatened by the demon king of the 6th heaven. There is no need to keep you here now. Several people in Zhangjiang looked at each other. The plan is not like this. They were originally going to follow Qin Fan to the Tanny realm. Now that I'm staying in Blue Star, I can't go to Tanny realm, nor can I enter the ancient god realm. The blind man said, Be patient, and don't be impatient. Qin Han must have his reasons for doing this. If Xiaofan and the others really encounter something and need to come back, they can use the passage connecting the ancient god realm to the 5th restricted area of the demon city. We don't have to worry. Besides, with his current strength, no one in the Tanny world can threaten him. Everyone nodded, feeling a little discouraged. Chapter 345, The Deadly Battle Between the Nightmare Court and the Demon Cult. Let's split up. Qin Fan said, Go to the Nightmare Garden and talk to those demon kings. I'll go to Qin's house first to find my parents. Han Yan, take Qingqing to the battlefield outside the territory to find the human emperor. The demon king on the 6th day nodded. Okay. Yi Hongyan said, They are no longer children. There is no need for me to take care of them. I will go to Qin's house with you. Fang Qingqing opened her mouth but stopped talking. They are indeed not children anymore. They are all in the divine realm now. Moreover, the void divine body has already reached the 4th level. Because of this, when the 6th heavenly demon king saw Yi Hao always thinking about finding a succubus, he used the beauties of the heavenly demon clan to seduce him, hoping that Yi Hao would go to the heavenly demon clan and become the great heavenly demon king. Don't say that there is no divine realm in Tanny realm. Even if there is a divine realm, so what? Even if Fang Qingqing doesn't have any divine weapons in her hands, her void divine body is already at the 4th level, and she is probably 10 times stronger than the ordinary divine realm in its early stages. Such a group of people can almost walk sideways in the Tanny world. The demon king of the 6th heaven broke through to the divine realm one step ahead of him. but he might have to stay away from Yi Hao or Chu Xian. Axe to reach the sky. Memorial tablet to the sky. Is there any magic weapon in the mortal world that can block a move? Shen Hongxiu frowned and said, Haozi. You? Now Dao. And Fengxing. Go with Qingqing. Shen Dao said with a dark face. Shen Hongxiu. Can you be more mature? Are you bothered by sticking to Brother Fan like a dogskin plaster all day long? What did you say? Shen Hongxiu was furious. Shen Dao said, Let me tell you, Shen Hongxiu. If the relationship lasts for a long time, how can it be in the morning and evening? Distance can produce beauty. You are in front of Brother Fan all day long. If Brother Fan takes it for granted, he may not cherish it. If you leave him for a while, he may miss you day and night, and then miss your kindness, your smile, your white socks, and the smell of you. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, he was kicked out by Chen Fan. However, this guy has the 12 wings of the God King, and after being kicked out, he was not as embarrassed as Yi Hao. The matter between me and Lu Xian has not been resolved yet. Why are you being a relationship guru here? Chen Fan sneered and said, Lu Xian is in the ancient god realm now. Do you want me to call her out and join you? No. 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 Shen Dao waved his hands repeatedly. I was wrong. Brother Fan, why don't I come here by mistake? Lu Xian is Lu Qing's cousin. That is, the girl who chased Shen Dao from the Tang Kingdom to the Yang Kingdom. Okay. That's good then, Shen Hongxiu said. Yi Hongyan and Xiao Fan will go to Chen's house, and the rest of us will go to the battlefield outside the territory together. Bai Ruch snorted and said, Hey, you are getting better and better. Can you still make decisions for others? I'm not going to the battlefield outside the territory. I'm going to be with my uncle. The demon king of the sixth heaven beside him couldn't help but roll his eyes. Yi Hongyan just said that they are not children anymore. How is it different from a child now? Henry Chu said, Then let's do it. The three of you go to the Chen family, and we go to the battlefield outside the territory. This time, Shen Hongxiu seemed to be more generous and open-minded. She shrugged and said, Okay, then don't wait any longer and leave now. Sudden, Chen Fan looked to the right and said, There is someone fighting thousands of miles away. The sixth heavenly demon king narrowed his eyes slightly, sighed and said, It seems to be someone from the Nightmare Garden and the demon sect. The exit is over there. Let's go and take a look. A group of people walked in the air, seemingly strolling in a leisurely manner, but they were as fast as lightning. It's different from the desert over there on Blue Star. The secret passage realm on this side of Tanny realm is lined with mountains and giant trees. Just between these mountains, 5 figures turned into streams of light and were colliding crazily. Sounds like thunder exploding kept sounding. Huge rocks rolled down with a rumble. Dusty sky. Boom! After the 5 figures collided again, they quickly separated backwards. On one side, there are 3 men in black robes. On the other side, there is a man and a woman. At this time, the man and woman were pale, and their breath was weak. Among them, the middle-aged man's left arm had been broken, leaving only half of it. Half of the arm was covered with blood. Hee! A man in black robes sneered and said, This little demon sect doesn't even know whether the leader is alive or dead. Yet it dares to bring trouble to our nightmare court. You really don't know how to live or die. The other 2 men in black robes slowly spread out, surrounding the man and woman from the demon sect in the middle. The 2 strong men from the demon sect looked gloomy and said nothing. Now that the matter has come to this, there is no way out except to fight to the death. So, the man with a broken arm said coldly, Just give it a try and see how many you can take away. Kill 1 and it's enough. Kill 2 and earn 1. Oh! A strong man in the Nightmare Garden laughed and said, Do you want to fight for your life? Do you really want to fight for your life? Or do you want to scare us? It is a pity. In a holy realm battle, such psychological tactics are useless. Your heavenly demon sect can't sustain it much longer. With that said, the man in black robe pointed his finger at the 2 people from the demon sect and said calmly, Kill them! The other 2 people's auras surged, and they were ready to take action. Sudden, several figures, like ghosts, appeared on the field. It was Chen Fan and the 6th Heaven Demon King. The 3 people from the Nightmare Court and the 2 from the Demon Sect were shocked at the same time. With their cultivation in the Holy Realm, they were bullied and approached without noticing anything unusual. There was an eerie silence for a moment. Immediately, the 3 men in black robes showed expressions of ecstasy and knelt down on one knee in the void at the same time. Subordinates, please see the Demon King of the 6th Heaven. The faces of the two powerful men from the heavenly demon sect turned ashen in an instant. The two of them had already suffered a huge loss in dealing with these three people, and could not escape. The demon king of the sixth heaven actually returned to Tanny realm at this time.
Could it be that God wants to destroy our heavenly demon sect?
The man with a broken arm had a red face, and a crazy look in his eyes. On the sixth day, the devil was about to speak.
Die!
The man with a broken arm suddenly pushed the woman beside him away. As if teleporting, moved to a man in black robe, and hugged the man in black robe. The violent aura was released on him.
No!
The powerful man from the heavenly demon sect, who was in a desperate situation, actually chose to die with the enemy at the first opportunity. The critical moment.
Call!
The void chains on Chen Fan's body pierced through like lightning, penetrating the bodies of the two people hugging each other. The two men groaned, and their aura suddenly dropped. The chaotic and violent power of the man with the broken arm was instantly suppressed by the void chain.
Listen to what I have to say,
Chen Fan said in the language of Tanny realm.
I am Chen Fan, the leader of Tianma sect.
With that said, Chen Fan raised his left hand. On the finger of his left hand, the ring belonging to the leader of the demon cult flashed. The field became eerily quiet again. The three men in black robes looked at the demon king of the sixth heaven, and then at Chen Fan. The two powerful men from the heavenly demon sect also looked at the sixth heavenly demon king, and then at Chen Fan. How could the sixth demon king of the nightmare garden appear together with the leader of the demon sect? Where is the old leader of the demon sect?
TSK! TSK! Tisk!
The demon king of the sixth heaven shook his head.
It's been hundreds of years, and you're still fighting life and death. Aren't you tired?
Chen Fan's void chain separated the black-robed man from the man with the broken arm. Then, his void chain moved and he pulled the man with the broken arm in front of him.
The injury is serious.
Chen Fan's palm gently pressed on the left shoulder of the man with the broken arm. The strong man at the holy level subconsciously wanted to resist, but found that his power had been completely sealed and he was completely unable to move. Next moment, a scene that made him and several others present unbelievable appeared. His broken arm actually began to flash with divine light. Under everyone's unbelievable gaze, his broken arm began to grow back at an incredibly fast speed. Just 3 breaths of time, a new arm appeared in front of everyone. The man with the broken arm found that the seal on his body was lifted. He was in a daze for a moment, and grabbed his newly grown arm with his other hand. I really grew a new arm. Moreover, it seems that his power has become stronger. What a terrifying method this is. New leader? Is this the method of the new leader of the demon sect? On the other side, the 3 men in black robes were frightened as they watched Chen Fan display his otherworldly methods, and moved towards the 6th heaven demon king. The demon king on the 6th day said,
Okay, everyone, just relax. From today on, the Nightmare Court, the 4 holy places of Tanny realm, and the demon sect are no longer enemies.
The 3 men in black robes were stunned for a moment. On the 6th day, the demon king slapped the 3 of them to the ground at the same time.
Do you need me to repeat that?
The 3 men in black robes covered their swollen faces and shook their heads. The 2 powerful men from the heavenly demon sect looked at Chen Fan with their mouths slightly open. Chen Fan thought and summoned the orange cat. The summoning circle appeared, and the orange cat sitting on the ground slowly rose up with his chin in his hands.
Are you in Tanny realm?
The orange cat raised his head and glanced around.
Oh, we are still in the secret realm of the passage. Huh? Do you two look familiar?
The 2 powerful men from the demon sect looked at the young man in front of them and blinked. They were sure they had never seen this person before. I remembered, Orange Cat said.
Are you following the leader of the Zwa Protector, named Jiang Qiyun? Are you the commander of the Right Protector, Lu Xianxian?
Jiang Qiyun and Lu Xianxian looked at each other, their eyes full of question marks. This strange boy in front of me actually recognizes them? At this time, Yihao came over and said,
This is the old leader of your heavenly demon sect. He was chased to Blue Star by the 6th heavenly demon king, and was almost beaten to death. Get lost!
The orange cat was furious.
Get lost!
Jiang Qiyun and Lu Xianxian, with a thought in his mind. Chen Fan opened the beast control space, and the void chain directly pulled out the Zwa Protector of the ancient god realm.
Leader, why are you looking for a subordinate?
As soon as Protector Zwa appeared, he bowed slightly. Immediately, he saw Jiang Qiyun and Lu Xianxian, and was stunned for a moment.
Leader, have you arrived at Tanny realm? Qiyun, Xianxian, your breath is confused. You seem a little embarrassed. Lord Protector, Leader,
Jiang Qiyun and Lu Xianxian knelt down on one knee at the same time, crying out in pain. Chen Fan glanced at the orange cat speechlessly and said,
"Look, it's all your fault. What harm have you done to the demon sect?"
The orange cat gritted his teeth and stood up, staring at the three people standing next to the sixth heaven demon king, and said coldly,
"Come here immediately, and let me give you a good beating. The most I can do is cut off your hands and feet."
The three people were shocked and looked at the demon king of the sixth heaven. The demon king on the sixth day said calmly,
"You just broke off Jiang Qiyun's arm, and seriously injured Lu Xianxian. Go over and get a beating. Can't die."
The three of them almost knelt down. What's the situation? Has the demon king surrendered to the enemy on the sixth day? How is this possible? Before the three people could react, as soon as the orange cat stretched out his hand, the three of them lost control of their bodies and were caught.
Bang, bang, bang.
In order to vent his anger on his men, the orange cat used some force and beat the three of them until blood spurted out from their mouths. Both Jiang Qiyun and Jiang Qiyun, who were crying bitterly just now, stopped crying. After almost beating the three people into useless people, the orange cat raised his hand and threw them back to the sixth heaven demon king. The demon king on the sixth day shook his head, stretched out his palms, and divine power instantly poured into the bodies of the three people. The broken limbs of the three people also began to recover quickly. The three of them and Jiang Qiyun on the other side were once again stunned. Although they are only in the holy realm, they know very well, in the demigod realm, it is impossible to have this kind of creation power. Could it be that? But they simply couldn't believe this kind of thing. The heavenly demon tribe and the Tanny realm have been fighting for tens of thousands of years. After all these years, I have never heard of anyone crossing the peak of the demigod realm and reaching that legendary realm. Orange cat, Chen Fan said.
Hong Yan and I are going to the Chen family to find my parents. On the sixth day, the demon king is going to the nightmare court to clean up the mess. Chu Xian and the others accompany Qingqing to the battlefield outside the territory to find the old emperor. Just go back to the demon sect.
Orange cat frowned and whispered,
I am an old leader after all. And now I have returned to Tanny realm. Can you give me some face and stop calling me orange cat?
Jiang Qiyun and Lu Xianxian. Protector's was mouth slightly curled up, and he turned his head.
Okay, orange cat.
Chen Fan nodded.
Don't worry. Orange cat.
Orange cat.
Let Guardians Wu and the others go back. I won't go. I'd rather go to the battlefield outside the territory with Qingqing and the others. Then, scare the Nightmare Garden half to death. Let Old Emperor and the others take a closer look at how powerful this leader is. Right. Where are blind Old Emperor and the others?
Chen Fan said.
There seemed to be something wrong with the seal before I came over. As soon as I came over, the seal was restored. I only had time to pull Xian Chu and the others over.
The orange cat immediately became excited.
The blind man didn't come over?
Everyone looked at the orange cat with disdain. This guy was calling him blind old man just now. But when he saw that he didn't come over, he changed his name to blind man. The orange cat said excitedly,
That's great. It's settled. Henry Chu and the others will go to the battlefield outside the territory. I'm going to beat up the old emperor and the blind man severely. Let them see how powerful our heavenly demon sect is.
Everyone. Chen Fan looked at Henry Chu and Shen Hongxiu.
Watch him, and don't let him mess around.
Shen Hongxiu grinned.
Don't worry. If he dares to mess around, I will tie him up with chaos silk and drag him to the streets.
Orange cat. Chen Fan nodded towards the sixth heaven demon king and others.
Then, let's split up.
Chapter 346. The heavenly demon tribe and the Tanny realm have ceased war. Anyone who disobeys will be beaten to death. Tanny world. On the top of the mountain, several figures fell. It was Chu Xian, Yi Hao, and a group of others.
There is an extraterrestrial battlefield ahead, and I can sense the aura of the human emperor.
Henry Chu said.
Control your breath and don't conflict with the demon-suppressing army.
The demon-suppressing army is a strongman trained by the four holy places of Tanny realm. But they only listen to the orders of the human emperor. The human emperor and his demon-suppressing army have been guarding the battlefield outside the territory for many years, blocking the invasion of the demon world.
Are you worried a little too much?
Yi Hao smiled and said,
A group of gods are still afraid of any conflict with the demon-suppressing army. If he dares to conflict, he will be suppressed directly.
Shen Hongxiu rolled her eyes and said,
You came to the battlefield outside the territory and suppressed the demon-suppressing army. Do you think the Tanny world is not chaotic enough? This way, people from the Nightmare Garden are everywhere, killing batch after batch. Except for the people in the Nightmare Garden. There are demons everywhere. I don't know if the demon king of the sixth heaven has returned to the main altar of the nightmare court. It made me so angry that I destroyed her nightmare garden.
Shin Hongxiu, who is at the divine level and has the chaos ling in his hand, is indeed confident to say this. Even if all the demigods from the four holy lands appeared together, she could easily handle it alone. What about the Garden of Nightmares? Fang Qingqing frowned and said,
Tanny realm is much more chaotic than Blue Star. There are fighting everywhere. The major dynasties are still fighting each other. I heard Grandpa Blind say before that originally the four holy lands could suppress all this. But there are more and more cracks in the sky, and the pressure from the demon-suppressing army on the outer battlefield is very high. The four holy lands now have no time to take care of those dynasties. War.
The orange cat said, dissatisfied.
Isn't it good for a group of powerful gods to directly expose their aura and instantly shock the entire Tanny realm? If you scare them all to the ground, won't that stop them? There are still such a large number of powerful people in the divine realm, and they still have to be cowardly. Is it ridiculous? Are you an idiot?
Shin Hongxiu said.
Qin Fan's mother is in the hands of the Qin family, and his father's life and death are unknown now. If you really spread out the divine aura, what if you scare the Qin family out of their wits and cause trouble in the end? Come on! What should we do? Let's wait until he rescues his parents.
Everyone nodded. Although Tanny realm is many times larger than Blue Star, it is nothing to a powerful person in the divine realm. It only took an hour for everyone to arrive at this extraterrestrial battlefield from the passage between the two realms without flying at full strength. After Qin Fan's affairs are settled, all the powerful gods will reveal their auras, and the Tanny realm will cease. Extraterritorial battlefield. An old man with divine light all over his body sat cross-legged in the void. In front of him, there was a skeleton staff, wrapped in black energy, which was extremely strange.
Oh!
Old man. The old emperor gently wiped his fingers across the skull staff and murmured,
I'm afraid I won't be able to stay with you for much longer.
The skeleton staff's light flashed continuously, as if responding to the old emperor. If a mortal forcibly borrows a demon's weapon, the consequences will be extremely terrible. The old man emperor used his staff to seal the passage from the heavenly demon realm to the Tanny realm. But he himself was also eroded by this strange power, and his lifespan was approaching. But the new emperor has not yet been born, and the old emperor can only support himself hard. Sudden. The staff in the old emperor's hand began to tremble violently. The old emperor was surprised. The human emperor's staff has been with him for so many years, and it has never behaved like this before. The old emperor grabbed the human emperor's staff and stood up. At the same time, his mental power was like a sea, spreading in all directions.
Call!
A figure flashed in the air, and Chu Xian, Fang Qingqing and others appeared in front of the old man Huang.
Who is so bold?
Several loud shouts came from the battlefield outside the territory, and figures rose into the sky and gathered behind the old emperor.
Back off!
The old emperor gave a light drink. Behind him, a group of powerful men wearing battle armor with fierce blood immediately restrained their aura.
Who are these little friends?
The old emperor said with a solemn expression.
I know all the major sects and families in the Tanny world, and I have never seen such extraordinary talents as a few of my friends.
Really a great talent appeared in front of him out of thin air. He didn't know anything about it before. The old emperor was shocked beyond words. Next moment, several shadows appeared around him. It was the blind man and the lame man.
Blind Grandpa!
Fang Qingqing smiled.
It's us!
Blind? The orange cat sighed and said,
Qingqing, when did you become so cute? Those old guys' clones haven't come over yet. They don't know you at all.
Fang Qingqing. The orange cat swaggered forward and said,
Old man, do you still know me?
Yi Hao kicked the orange cat on the butt, causing the orange cat to stumble. The orange cat was furious.
Your uncle. What's wrong with kicking me? Kick my butt?
Yi Hao said.
Hurry up and tell us something.
At this time, the shadow of the blind man in the sky tilted his head and said,
Everyone, are you coming from Blue Star?
The old man Huang and the lame man's expressions moved slightly, and they all secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
The blind man has good eyesight,
said the orange cat.
It's a pity that even if I give you a chance, you won't be able to guess who I am. Ha ha ha.
Yi Hao and others rolled their eyes wildly. The old man's face softened and he said,
This little friend, are we acquaintances in the past? Excuse my old eyesight. I don't remember your breath.
You are? Orange Cat said proudly.
I am the leader of the demon sect. Orange Cat. I am Lei Guanhai, the leader of the demon sect. The orange cat's proof is called Lei Guanhai?
Yi Hao touched his chin. Shen Tao narrowed his eyes slightly and said,
What a rustic name. It's not as nice as Orange Cat.
Li Fengxing nodded.
It's so unpleasant.
Orange Cat. The old man Huang and the blind man were all stunned. Is the young man in front of me Lei Guanhai, the leader of the demon sect? Regardless of appearance or aura, there is absolutely no way this is the same person. Moreover, although the leader of the demon sect is somewhat powerful, he really cannot catch their eyes. But even the old emperor couldn't see through the person in front of him. Under the old man's spiritual power, the orange cat seemed to not exist. How could he be the leader of the heavenly demon sect? Lei Guanhai. With such unfathomable strength? Before Lei Guanhai went to Blue Star, he was still in the middle stage of the Saint Realm. Right? After not seeing each other for hundreds of years, his strength is actually higher than that of a group of top experts in the Qianyu world?
Are you scared? Ha ha ha.
The orange cat laughed proudly and said,
That means Chen Fan won't let us release our breath. Otherwise we will scare you old monsters to death.
Old Emperor. The four blind men.
Looking at your expressions, you seem to be very unlucky. Don't you?
Orange Cat said.
No more pretending. This leader has shown his cards. I am now in the divine realm, far above you.
Old Emperor. The four blind men.
Alas.
Orange Cat continued to pretend to be beautiful under the speechless gazes of Yi Hao and others.
You guys are really too weak. Your clones are now in the divine realm, but your true self is still in the demigod realm.
Old Emperor. The four blind men. The layman's eyes were full of disbelief.
What do you mean? You are already in the divine realm? Our clones, who went to Blue Star, are also already in the divine realm.
The good news comes too fast. It was so fast that the old man Huang, the blind man and others were caught off guard. How many years? The divine realm has never appeared in Qianyu realm. The four blind men tried their best, but they could only cultivate a few parts such as the eyes and legs to the level of gods, and finally gave them to the old man Huang. Why did the divine realm suddenly become so worthless? A large number of them appeared all at once? Blue Star. What happened?
Qingqing, you tell me.
Shen Hongxiu said.
Let the orange cat continue to pretend to be beautiful. I won't be able to explain it for a long time.
Fang Qingqing's face turned slightly red and she said,
Blind Grandpa, what Orange Cat said is right. Your clones have also broken through to the divine realm. Originally you were supposed to come with us this time, but there was a change in the seal of the passage. Just after it was open for a while, it was sealed again. So you were on the Blue Star side and haven't come over.
The blind man was silent for a moment and said,
Children, are you all already in the divine realm? Yes.
Fang Qingqing nodded and said,
All of us broke through to the divine realm with the help of Chen Fan. Chen Fan?
The blind men were stunned for a moment. This name is very unfamiliar to them. Fang Qingqing said,
Chen Fan is our best friend. And he is also the new generation of human emperor that blind grandpa you went to Blue Star to find. His father is Qin Han.
Old man Huang and others' eyes widened immediately. A new generation of emperor? Can you help others break through to the divine realm? Then what kind of cultivation level is Chen Fan himself? The old emperor's eyes turned red. It's been so many years. It has been holding on for so many years. The new generation of human emperor is finally here. Moreover, it comes in the form of a god. All bad luck, all disasters, must come to an end. Sudden, the human emperor's staff in the old man's hand shook violently, broke away from the old man's hand, and flew towards Fang Qingqing. The old man Huang was stunned for a moment. Fang Qingqing stretched out her hand and used the human emperor's staff.
Sky Demon Staff.
Fang Qingqing grabbed the heavenly demon staff and felt the joy of the heavenly demon staff. At this moment, her mind was connected with the heavenly demon staff. Seeing that the old emperor was a little flustered, the orange cat immediately said,
Old man, don't be nervous. The so-called human emperor staff in your hand is actually called the heavenly demon staff. The real owner of the heavenly demon staff is Qingqing. Now it's just a matter of returning it to its original owner.
The old emperor was stunned again. The human emperor's staff that came through the sky and saved the entire Tanny realm. Did it belong to the girl in front of me? At this time, in the void, the huge shadow of the sixth heavenly demon king slowly rose.
The demon king of the sixth heaven.
The old man Huang and the blind man were taken aback. Fang Qingqing and the others came to Tanny realm from Blue Star. Why did the demon king of the sixth heaven also return to Tanny realm?
Old man, don't be nervous.
The demon king of the sixth heaven said,
Now, we are on one side.
The old emperor and the blind men. Orange Cat said,
The demon king of the sixth heaven has also reached the divine realm.
The old man Huang and the blind man were shocked. But the orange cat said,
But don't worry. She is ours now.
The old emperor and the blind men. Then the demon king of the sixth heaven frowned and said,
How are Chen Fan's affairs going? I can't feel his breath.
Shen Hongxiu tilted her head.
It's only been an hour. How could it be so fast? What are you doing with him?
The demon king of the sixth heaven scratched his head and said,
The heavenly feather realm is very chaotic. And the nightmare court is also very chaotic. Several heavenly demon kings are divided into several factions. And the sky is dark, and the earth is dark. I'm thinking about whether to release the aura of the divine realm and directly shock the entire Tanny world. So they can all calm down.
Enrichu said.
We were thinking about this before. But let's wait a little longer until Chen Fan rescues his parents.
The blind man was stunned.
What do you mean? Have Chen Fan's parents, Chen Han, encountered any crisis?
On the sixth day, the demon king snorted coldly and said,
You old monsters are really out of date. The Chen family and the Nightmare Court teamed up to take advantage of my sister's power and captured her to the Tanny realm. You don't know anything about it?
The blind men were shocked.
This is happening.
The demon king on the sixth day snorted again and said,
They used my sister to threaten Chen Han. And now Chen Han may have fallen into their hands. Your 4 holy places are all rubbish.
After being scolded like this by the demon king of the sixth heaven, the blind men were not angry but were shocked. The blind man said in a deep voice,
The Chen family is so messed up.
Arrest the parents of the new generation of emperors. Now that the new generation of human emperor has arrived, it really makes the new emperor angry. Even 100 Chen families cannot afford it. Although the blind men knew their clones, they must be very familiar with Chen Fan. But they don't know Chen Fan. And they don't know what kind of character Chen Fan is. Anyway, when a strong man in the god realm becomes angry, the entire Tanny realm may be filled with bloodshed.
Let's wait a little longer.
As Fang Qingqing spoke, she moved and appeared in front of the old man Huang. In the air, the cripple touched his nose and said faintly,
She seems to be using my moon step.
The corner of the orange cat's mouth curled up slightly.
If it doesn't seem like it, then it's your moon step.
Lame. Then Fang Qingqing said,
Senior, your body has been corroded by the divine power of the heavenly demon staff and is full of holes.
The old emperor sighed.
This is also a helpless move.
Before he finished speaking, Fang Qingqing's palm was already on his shoulder. Unimaginable. Fang Qingqing's palm pressed over. But he didn't even notice it. If the other party attacks, doesn't it mean that he can be killed with just one palm? The old emperor was shocked. Immediately, an indescribable force surged into his body. The meridians and bones that had been corroded by the divine power of the sky demon began to regain their lives in an instant. In appearance, all the old emperor's white hair turned black. Even her appearance is rapidly changing towards a younger age. In the air, the lame man opened his mouth wide.
Is this the legendary divine realm? Such a power of creation. It's really unfathomable and profound. Unimaginable.
The blind man exhaled heavily.
Tanny realm is saved. We have been struggling for tens of thousands of years. And we can finally take a break.
The deaf man and the mute nodded without speaking. After a while, the old emperor turned into a handsome young man. The decadent and withered atmosphere was swept away. Even the eyes, legs, and ears that didn't fit him at all. At this moment, with the help of Fang Qingqing, she is completely integrated with him. At this moment, the old man emperor truly became the strongest person between the demigod realm and the god realm. Although he is in the demigod realm, he still controls divine power. It's only half a step away from entering the legendary divine realm. Child. The old emperor's eyes were filled with tears.
My divine power is majestic and my fortune is endless. Thank you. Senior. You're welcome.
Fang Qingqing said with a slight blush on her face.
My strength is nothing. Chen Fan's methods are extraordinary. I'm still too weak. If Chen Fan were here, he could make you break through to the divine realm with just one thought.
The old emperor and the blind men. Is this kid exaggerating? But I saw the demon king on the sixth day laughing.
These old guys. Their eyes are full of question marks. What Qingqing said is not an exaggeration. Don't talk about the old emperor. The orange cat was beaten to death by my people, and was finally saved by Chen Fan. It only took 2 years to transform from a level 1 little orange cat to a powerful person in the divine realm.
The old emperor was stunned.
Who is the orange cat? The new generation of human emperors helped the level 1 orange cat to become a god in just 2 years?
The cripples also had their eyes widened. This kind of thing is really incredible. The orange cat glared at the sixth heaven demon king angrily. snorted and said,
I am the Orange Cat.
the old emperor and the blind men. The Orange Cat said,
Correction. I was not beaten to death. I was just plotted against me. And finally my body was shattered. And my soul resided in the Orange Cat. I'm not an Orange Cat now.
The old man Huang and the blind man didn't speak for a long time. I remember back then. The blind man said that the new generation of emperor was in Blue Star. And the new hope was in Blue Star. Although they believed it, they did not put their hope in the new generation of emperor. After all, the old emperor is getting old now. And the new generation of emperor still needs time to grow up. This is also the reason why the Four Holy Lands and the Qin family are thinking of letting Qin Han succeed the new generation of emperor. Unexpectedly, this new generation of human emperors is so powerful. At this time, the demon king of the sixth heaven said,
Wait a little longer. After Qin Fan solves the Qin family's affairs, all the gods will reveal their auras and suppress the Tanny realm. Lest those idiots fight and kill all day long.
The Orange Cat said, a little annoyed.
Don't point your fingers there. If you want to listen, listen to Qin Fan. Who are you?
The sixth heavenly demon king looked at the blind man and said,
From today on, the heavenly demon clan and the Tanny realm will cease war. Whether it's the heavenly demon clan or the heavenly feather realm. Whoever disobeys me will be killed by me.
The lame man was furious.
Demon king of the sixth heaven, are you too arrogant?
On the sixth day, the demon king tilted his head and said,
In the divine realm, you are so arrogant.
The lame man was speechless. On the sixth day, the demon king said again,
The words I just said about killing someone were actually your words.
Lame. Fong Qingqing nodded and said,
I can take charge of this. That's what Lame Grandpa said when he was at Blue Star.
The cripple was completely speechless. Then, he looked at the blind man and said,
I am weaker than my clone now. Will my clone revolt and kill me?
The blind man glanced at the lame man speechlessly.
Don't say you know me anymore. You idiot!
The deaf man nodded.
Don't say you know me.
A mute voice sounded in everyone's mind.
Same as above.
The lame man had no choice but to change his target. Looked at the sixth heavenly demon king and said,
You said that anyone who resists will be killed by the heavenly demons who resist? What about the great heavenly demon king who refuses to accept it?
The smile on the face of the sixth heavenly demon king slowly disappeared. And he said calmly,
Whether it is the great heavenly demon king or the heavenly demon emperor, if you don't accept it, you will be beaten to death. I will take action myself.
A few lame people. The demon king on the sixth day sighed and said,
You are all immersed in ecstasy now. I don't want to disturb your mood, but I still want to tell you. The invasion of Tanny realm by the demon tribe is just a small incident in the final analysis. Our real enemy is much more terrifying than all of you imagine. If we don't unite together, both Tanny realm and Blue Star will be dead ends. What?
The old man Huang and the blind man were shocked. The demon king of the sixth heaven, who is at the level of a god, said such words. Chapter 347 Demon Corpse. Colorful Divine Stone. Tanny World. Southern Flame Territory. Qin family. A dozen strong men with auras as deep as the sea gathered together. In the middle of the meeting hall, a man with disheveled hair looked like he was crazy. But his whole body was locked by chains that were flashing with electric light. But he couldn't break free and could only keep roaring like a wild beast. The head of the Qin family looked gloomy. Everyone else also looked ugly. The sixth person. This is the sixth person among the Qin family's strong men in the demigod realm, who was inexplicably transformed into a demon and then fell into madness. What to do? Is that taboo power really untouchable? There are only 12 demigods in the Qin family, except for the 2 ancestors who are at the peak of the demigod realm. The other 10 are all in the early stages of the demigod realm. As a result, after the 6 people entered the forbidden area and absorbed the forbidden power, although they improved greatly, they lost their self-awareness and fell into demonization. If word of this gets out, the 4 Holy Lands will probably send people over immediately to investigate. Naturally, the Qin family will not be afraid of the 4 Holy Lands. The Qin family, an ancient aristocratic family, has been inherited to this day and is almost on an equal footing with the Holy Lands. How can it be possible to be afraid of the 4 Holy Lands? But now the 6 demigods are in madness. The 4 holy places are linked together. If they discover the forbidden area and Qin Han's affairs, the Qin family may not be able to afford it. The head of the Qin family said in a deep voice.
Have the 2 ancestors not returned from the Forbidden Land yet?
A middle-aged man shook his head and said,
Not yet. They still want to persuade Qin Han to draw the power of the Forbidden Land. But Qin Han is like a stone in a cesspit. smelly and hard. And he doesn't listen to the persuasion at all. Humph.
The Chen family snorted coldly and said,
You traitor! My Chen family could obviously become the strongest family in the Qianyu world, surpassing the 4 holy lands. But we were ruined in his hands.
The head of the Chen family is none other than Chen Han's father, Chen Qi. Chen Qi hated his eldest son Chen Han with gnashing of teeth. The Chen family has a profound heritage, and was able to stand on an equal footing with the 4 holy lands many years ago. Later, Chen Han was born and reached the peak of the demigod realm in one fell swoop. The Chen family became even more prestigious. Both the Chen family and the 4 holy lands regard Chen Han as the new generation of human emperor. Unexpectedly, Chen Han actually fell in love with the 4th heavenly demon king of the Nightmare Court. Not only did he let go of the 4th heavenly demon king who was in dire straits, he even betrayed the Chen family and fled to Blue Star with the 4th heavenly demon king. The Chen family's plan to dominate the Qianyu world was ruined. Finally, he used the 4th heaven demon king to threaten Chen Han and captured Chen Han and sealed it. However, Chen Han still refused to become a new generation of human emperor because of his lack of income. Nor is he willing to draw on the power of the Forbidden Land.
What exactly is going on?
Chen Qi looked at the demonized strong man of the Chen family, and his mind was spinning.
Chen Han has always warned us not to touch the power of the Forbidden Area. Did he already know that after absorbing that power, he would become demonized? But my ancestor only took him to the Forbidden Area once.
Chen Qi felt a little tired. 6 demigods fell into madness. This caused an irreparable blow to the Chen family. At this moment, the Chen family should have sought help from the 4 holy lands. But the Chen family has always concealed the matter of the forbidden areas from the 4 holy lands. On the other hand, because he cooperated with the Nightmare Court, he captured the 4th heaven demon king and used it to threaten Chen Han. The Chen family never dared to let the 4 holy lands know about this series of events. The Nightmare Court even used this incident to blackmail the Chen family and ask them to do things for them. This is tantamount to betraying Tianyu realm and betraying the human race. Chen family, there is no turning back now. Damn Chen Han. If he is willing to become the new generation of emperor, all problems will be solved. By then, if he gets the human emperor's staff, he might be able to solve the problem of the Chen family's strong men becoming demonized. Even if it can't be solved, the new generation of human emperors will command the 4 holy places and the demon-suppressing army. What else can others dare to say? Now, we can only wait for news from the 2 ancestors. Just as Chen Qi was making secret calculations, a figure flashed in the meeting hall, and a group of men and women in strange clothes appeared in the hall.
Who is so bold?
In the hall, a group of strong men from the Chen family reacted extremely quickly. With a cheer, they surrounded the group of people. Chen Qi's surprise was no small matter. This meeting hall was built in a secret realm, and formations were deployed on the 3rd and 3rd floors of the entire city. Even the strongest blind men in the 4 holy lands would not be able to just break in like this. Who are these people? I saw the young man leading the group. After scanning the crowd, his eyes fell on the demonized person in the middle.
Void demon?
Next moment,
crash!
Vaguely, Chen Qi and others heard the sound of chains, and suddenly felt severe pain in their bodies. It was as if there was an invisible chain penetrating their chests.
Damn it! I can't move! The star power is sealed. What kind of method is this? These people are not from the 4 holy lands. I have never seen them before. When did our Chen family offend such a powerful person? It's so strong. It's unimaginable.
Including Chen Qi, a group of demigods and saints, without any resistance, were sealed by the chains of the void and flew up. A group of strong men from the Chen family were immediately horrified. The visitors were none other than Chen Fan, Yi Hongyan, Bai Rouge, Xiao Bai and the others. Yi Hongyan tilted her head slightly and said,
This head of the Chen family should be your grandfather.
Chen Qi, everyone in the Chen family. Chen Fan said coldly,
I don't have such a grandpa. For his own selfish gain, he used his biological son as a tool and used his daughter-in-law to threaten his biological son. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be a grandfather, nor does he deserve to be a father. Even not worthy of being a human being. Are you Chen Han's son?
Chen Qi's eyes widened with ecstasy.
My good grandson. We have been waiting for you for many years. Call!
Gongzi rushed out and slapped Chen Qi twice, causing blood to spurt from Chen Qi's mouth. Yi Hongyan and Xiao Bai wanted to speak, but finally opened their mouths and chose silence. Even Xiao He, the meanest talker, didn't say a word at this time. Hitting others is not a big problem, but beating Chen Fan's biological grandfather, Even if Chen Fan has resentment and anger in his heart, blood is thicker than water after all. It's not easy for outsiders to interfere in this kind of thing. Only the toughest temperament would dare to do such a thing. Chen Fan glanced at the group of Chen family members present and said coldly,
"Where is my father?"
Chen Qi endured the severe pain and said,
"My dear grandson, put me down first. Have you already broken through to the legendary divine realm? Ha ha ha, cough cough. Our Chen family finally has a god. From today on, our Chen family is the strongest family in the entire Tanny world. We will be above the 4 holy lands. Even the human emperor doesn't dare to point fingers at us."
"Pa!" Gongzi slapped Chen Qi twice more, abruptly interrupting Chen Qi's next words.
"Don't get me wrong,"
Chen Fan said.
"Although my surname is Chen, I am not from your Chen family."
After arriving at the Chen family, Chen Fan had already captured a group of strong men from the Chen family and extracted their memories. For this family, he has no emotion at all. Only anger. The entire Chen family treats his father, Chen Han, as a tool. These people only want to let his father, Chen Han, take over as the human emperor, and then command the 4 holy lands and dominate the Tanny realm. The Tanny realm was brought into chaos by the Nightmare Court, and all life was in ruins, and was threatened by countless monsters. Not only did these people fail to help the 4 holy lands, they even colluded with the Court of Nightmares to capture Chen Fan's mother and use it to threaten his father, Chen Han, if he wasn't afraid that his father wouldn't be able to accept it after seeing it. Chen Fan couldn't help but destroy the entire Chen family, just like he destroyed Blue Star's Nightmare Garden. At this time, Yi Hongyan frowned, looked at the demonized strong man in the middle of the hall, and said,
"What's wrong with the aura of the 5-colored sacred stone on this person? How can there be void pollution in the Tanny world?"
"What?" Bai Ruch was surprised. With a thought in Chen Fan's mind, the chains of the void were released one by one.
Crash!
The other 5 sealed demonized experts of the Chen family were all dragged into the hall by void chains. Seeing this scene, Chen Qi and a group of Chen family experts were dumbfounded. Under their stunned gazes, Chen Fan gently grabbed the palm of his right hand.
"Purify!"
The 6 crazy Chen family experts, after screaming a few times, all returned to their normal appearance. This, Chen Qi's lips kept trembling.
"What kind of terrifying method is this? Good grandson."
"You?" Chen Fan interrupted him and said,
"What's going on with these demonized people? Where is my father?" "In the forbidden area."
Chen Qi did not hesitate, but said directly,
"That is a secret realm that our Chen family found. In the secret realm, there is a multicolored sacred stone that suppresses a demon corpse. We sense the vast divine power on the demonic corpse. So we never told the 4 holy lands about this. We brought your father back because we wanted him to absorb the power of the demon corpse so that he could break through to the legendary divine realm. Before this, a group of demigods from our Chen family guarded the forbidden area. Unexpectedly, they were demonized just after being exposed to that power, even before they could absorb much of it. Sure enough, he is in the secret realm,"
Yi Hongyan said.
"No wonder we can't sense his aura."
The secret realm and the restricted area are actually passages between 2 realms. Every secret realm or restricted area has a spatial barrier. Chen Fan's current spiritual consciousness can instantly cover the entire Tanny realm. But neither he nor Yi Hongyan could find his father's aura in Tanny realm. It seemed that the Chen family had captured his father and imprisoned him in a forbidden area in the secret realm. Chen Fan casually flicked the void chain and threw Chen Qi out. Then, one of his void chains locked one of the men he purified, and said coldly,
"Lead the way."
Although that man was at the 2nd level of the demigod realm. Facing Chen Fan, his whole body trembled, and he couldn't even speak. The eyes of Chen Fan and the other 3 fell on Chen Han, who was locked up. Anger also appeared in Yi Hongyan's eyes.
"He is resisting void pollution in a dormant posture. Damn it. The Chen family actually trapped him next to this demon corpse and forced him to be contaminated by its power. If it weren't for the colorful divine stone protecting him, he would have been completely contaminated by the void."
Chen Fan stretched out his right hand and gently grabbed the big clock above Chen Han's head. The big clock made a light sound, quickly became smaller, and fell into his hands. Chen Fan pinched it gently with his 5 fingers. The small golden bell instantly turned into gold powder and slipped from between his fingers.
"Our Chen family's strongest magic weapon is gone."
The strong man next to the Chen family was stunned. The Chen family's strongest magic weapon was crushed into powder by Chen Fan. Chen Fan's consciousness covered Chen Han and said softly,
"Dad, I'm here."
Chen Han's eyelashes trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 348. It turns out that Xiaobai helped Chen Fan activate the system. As Chen Han opened his eyes, the darkness seemed to be driven away. Blue Star's martial ancestor, Chen Fan's father. This being who existed in the legend of Blue Star had a slightly tired look in his eyes at this moment. But he was also full of relief.
You came earlier than I expected.
Chen Han stood up slowly and said,
I'm a little worried, and can't wait for you to come over.
As he spoke, he walked up to Chen Fan, rubbed Chen Fan's head, and said,
I've suffered a lot from you these past years.
Chen Fan's eye circles were a little red. During those years on Earth, he thought about countless scenarios of meeting his parents. But I have never thought of this picture. There was a time when he resented his parents in his heart. I hate them for leaving me alone and living alone in this world. At this moment, Chen Fan had thousands of things to say, but he didn't know where to start. Chen Han glanced at Yi Hongyan, and then at Chen Fan, who was standing side by side with Yi Hongyan. The two stood very close, their arms even touching each other. Even a fool can see that their relationship is extraordinary.
You are here too,
Chen Han said.
You have the aura of the five-colored divine stone. The five-colored divine stone told me the story of Empress Dutian. Unexpectedly, the Suzaku I brought from the earth was actually the Empress Dutian.
Yi Hongyan smiled.
Long time no see.
Chen Han looked at Bai Rouge and said,
This girl is...
Bai Rouge lowered his head. His face flushed, and he didn't know how to address Chen Han at all. Seeing this, Yi Hongyan said with a smile,
Your apprentice Zhang Jiang accepted a disciple named Bai Tianyu. Bai Tianyu gave birth to a daughter. She is Bai Rouge.
Bai Rouge almost cried. She was comfortable calling Chen Fan uncle, but in her heart, she was not willing to regard Chen Fan as her uncle, let alone her master.
Has Rouge also broken through to the divine realm?
Chen Han felt Bai Rouge's abyss-like aura, with a look of disbelief on his face. Dad, Chen Fan stretched out his hand.
I will purify it for you first. I'll talk to you in detail about other things later.
Chen Han has not yet been completely demonized, so Chen Fan cannot see that he has an attribute panel. But having been trapped on the edge of the demonic corpse by the Chen family for so long, even with the power of the colorful sacred stones to protect them, it was impossible to completely block the void pollution. Chen Fan thought and activated purification. Black smoke immediately rose from Chen Han's body. It's just that it's different from other people being purified. Chen Han's eyes were extremely calm and did not show any pain. Purify. Chen Han looked at his hands and laughed.
Xiaobai said that hope is in you, but you still need some time to grow up. And sure enough,
noob, Chen Fan, Yi Hongyan, and Bai Rouge couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Did Xiaobai and Chen Fan already meet Chen Han before they came to Blue Star? At this time, the two Chen family ancestors, who were seriously injured by Chen Fan, came over with strange expressions. Yi Hongyan's face darkened. She flicked her sleeves and said,
If you can't take action, then I'll kill them.
The words just fell. Fire flashed in Yi Hongyan's eyes.
Show mercy.
Chen Han was surprised and shouted. The fire in Yi Hongyan's eyes quickly dissipated. She turned her head to look at Chen Han and said,
Because of them, your flesh and blood were separated. Because of them, Xiao Fan's mother's life and death are now unknown. Because of them, you and the entire Tanny world were almost destroyed.
Chen Han sighed and said,
Anyway, I am a member of the Chen family, and I have the blood of the Chen family in my body.
As he spoke, he looked at the two ancestors of the Chen family and said,
You go. From today on, I have nothing to do with the Chen family. I hope you will take care of yourself.
The two ancestors of the Chen family turned red, sighed, and turned to leave. The strong man from the Chen family, who brought Chen Fan, and the others here also lowered his head and followed. The Chen family has left the realm of gods. But the divine realm has nothing to do with the Chen family. It's been a waste of time, and my heart has been hanging for half a lifetime. A moment of joy and sudden sadness. The Chen family made small moves without telling the four holy lands. They went crazy and wanted to absorb the power of the void demon corpse. In the end, it was all in vain. If it weren't for Chen Han's kindness, Yi Hongyan took action in anger. Maybe after today, there will be no more Chen family in Tianyu world. What does it mean to be at the peak of the demigod realm? Without any resistance? He was severely injured by Chen Fan. What can the Chen family do to fight against the realm of gods? The two ancestors of the Chen family were fluttering like kites in the strong wind as they flew toward the exit. At this moment, both of them seemed much older. The strong man from the Chen family, who was following behind, looked back at the direction where Chen Han and others were, and sighed secretly in his heart.
The five-colored sacred stone told me that this void demon escaped from the ancient demon world.
Chin-Han pointed at the huge demonic corpse below the canyon and said,
Although he has been beaten to death, the body of a god has also broken apart, and the remaining soul is sleeping in the colorful sacred stone. God?
Chin Fan and Yi Hongyan looked at each other. The void demon escaped from the ancient demon world, which made them feel a little relieved. The ancient god realm and other 4 realms are currently under control. But if the void demon comes from somewhere else and may have polluted many realms, then there will be big trouble, Chin-Han added.
The power of this 5-colored sacred stone is almost exhausted. Originally there were 2 colorful sacred stones here. I took one and went to Blue Star. Later, after your mother dispersed her power, the 5-colored sacred stone entered her body. The other one is here to suppress the demon corpse and seal the void pollution.
Chin Fan frowned.
Where is my mother now?
Chin-Han said.
She was taken away by the people from the Nightmare Garden. But don't worry. She has a 5-colored sacred stone on her body. The people from the Nightmare Garden can only trap her, but they can't do anything to her. She will be fine.
Chin Fan's tense heart finally relaxed.
We'll deal with your mother's matters later,
Chin-Han said.
You can purify the void pollution now. But is there a way to completely eliminate the demonic corpse below? Okay,
Chin Fan said. Chin-Han's eyes suddenly showed joy. Bai Ruj said,
Uncle Master, you can extract all the power of this demon corpse and use this power to create several more gods.
Master Uncle? Chin-Han glanced at Bai Ruj silently. This seniority is wrong. But at this moment, he was too lazy to pay attention to such things. Chin-Han said,
Extract the power of this demon corpse to create a son in the divine realm. Have you reached such a terrifying situation?
Chin Fan scratched his head in embarrassment and said,
It's still too weak. Between father and son. Don't be humble,
Yi Hongyan said.
There is no need to use the power of the demon corpse to create a divine realm. It's better that you absorb this power directly and break through to a higher level.
Bai Ruj nodded and said,
Not bad. In the realm of gods, they are all tool men. It doesn't matter whether there are more or less. The first important thing is to improve your own strength. Uncle, if you can't swallow this power, then share it with us.
Chin-Han laughed dumbly. How come this kind of disaster, which can cause chaos in the Chanyi world in an instant, is like a child playing house in the eyes of a few of them? My son has really grown to an unimaginable level. Only in this way can Yi Hongyan and Bai Ruj trust him so much and place all their hopes on him.
I see,
Chin Fan nodded and said.
However, although it is a demon corpse, self-awareness has already emerged in this demon corpse. If you want to extract its power, I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort. Self-awareness?
Chin-Han and others were surprised. Chin Fan said,
I will help my dad break through to the divine realm first. Ruj, go outside the secret realm. Contact Henry Chu and the others, and ask them to come here. Then I warn the Nightmare Court that if they dare to touch a hair on my mother's body, I will kill them all, leaving no chicken or dog behind. Okay.
Bai Ruj's body instantly faded and disappeared. Chin Fan looked at Yi Hongyan again and said,
As the 5-colored divine stone, where did this void demon escape from the ancient demon world? Where is the gap?
Yi Hongyan nodded and closed her eyes slightly. After a while, Yi Hongyan opened her eyes and said,
There is also an ice palace in the ancient demon world, and the gap there has been sealed. So don't worry.
It's the ice palace again. There is an ice palace in the ancient god realm, leading to the 5th restricted area of the demon city. That location seems to be the location where the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss escaped. After the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss escaped from the ancient god realm to the 5th forbidden zone, he was suppressed using the 5-colored divine stone, the sky-breaking demon sword, and the Tianlong Palace. Afterwards, they left the stone man in the Tianlong Palace to guard the seal. Chin Fan remembered clearly that when he first saw the attribute panel of the little stone man, although he could not clearly see the strength level of the little stone man, he could still see the name of the little stone man. Although the little stone man is in the divine realm, he is a creation of the ancient gods. Therefore, the person who ordered the little stone man to guard the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord was probably the legendary ancient god. The demon corpse here escaped from the ancient demon world. His father also said just now that a god chased him out. Although he killed the void demon in the end, the god's body also collapsed. The remnant soul of the god is now sleeping in the colorful sacred stone below. So, in fact, do ancient gods exist in the 4 realms including the ancient god realm? Just for some reason, they haven't shown up yet? The demon corpse is outside the secret realm. Bai Ruj laughed loudly and released his restrained breath. The aura of the divine realm, like the rays of the sun, spread rapidly in all directions in an instant. At this moment, countless powerful men from sects and aristocratic families all raised their heads, their eyes widening. Countless demons and monsters also crouched on the ground, trembling after sensing Rouge's aura.
God realm. This must be the aura of a powerful person in the God realm. Our Tanny realm finally has the realm of gods. The end of the demon clan has arrived. That's the location of the Qin family in Nanyan territory. Could it be that someone from the Qin family has broken through to the divine realm? Is Qin Han back? After tens of thousands of years, the divine realm finally appeared in Tanny realm.
Next moment, immediately, waves of the same terrifying aura rose up from the 4 regions of Tanny realm. First of all, it is the base camp of the Heavenly Demon Clan, the location of the Great Yin Dynasty in the Eastern Heaven region, and the aura of the 6th Heavenly Demon King rises into the sky. Immediately afterwards, on the battlefield outside the territory, the auras of Chu Xian and Shin Hongxiu rose up. The entire Tanny world was shocked. For tens of thousands of years, no one has heard of a powerful person in the divine realm. Why did so many people appear in such an instant? Can even powerful gods be mass-produced? Where did these powerful gods come from? One by one, powerful men from sect families flew into the sky and looked at several directions where the aura was coming from. I saw silhouettes slowly appearing in the distant void. No matter how far away you are, no matter where you are in Tanny realm, you can see everything clearly. The Demon King of the 6th Heaven, who was the firstborn with 2 horns in the Great Yin Dynasty of the Eastern Sky Territory, looked at Rouge in the Southern Flame Territory and said,
"Is the matter settled?"
Rouge snorted softly and said,
"My uncle's mother is in the hands of your nightmare court. Please release her quickly. Otherwise, if you offend him, he will kill all of you Demon Clan and leave no one behind."
"What?" The Demon King on the 6th day was startled.
"I didn't feel my sister's breath. Wait a minute. Let me look for it. All the Demon Kings in Tanny realm, get out of here."
At this time, Rouge looked at Chu Xian and others again and said,
"Chu Xian, blind grandpa, all of you come here in the Southern Flame Territory."
Chu Xian, Shin Hongxiu and others looked at the old man Huang and the blind man.
"Ahem."
The blind man coughed slightly and said,
"We old guys may not be that fast."
The old emperor smiled and shook his head and said,
"Just release your breath and let them pick you up. Ching, please spread out and go to the Haotian Temple in the Northern Cold region, the Spirit Flame Cave in the Southern Flame region, the 4 Elephants Holy Land in the Western Wasteland region, and the Pyongyang Mountain in the Eastern Heaven region."
Fang Qingqing nodded and said,
"I'm going to Haotian Temple in the Northern Cold region."
Chu Xian said,
"I'm going to the Spirit Flame Cave in the Southern Flame Territory."
Shin Tao Ao,
"I'm going to the 4 Elephants Holy Land in the Western Wasteland."
Yi Hao,
"I'm going to Pyongyang Mountain in the Eastern Sky Territory."
Then, everyone's eyes fell on Li Fengxing. Li Fengxing raised his head.
What's wrong? What happened?"
Shin Hongxiu was furious and slapped Li Fengxing on the head.
"I came to Tanny realm, and there is no internet. Why are you still playing standalone games there?"
Everyone was speechless for a while. Li Fengxing scratched his head in grievance.
"You are chatting with old man Huang and blind grandpa, and I can't get in a conversation. It's too boring."
Shin Hongxiu grabbed Li Fengxing's collar, lifted it up, and said,
"Use your Tianlong Palace to carry the 2 of us to the Southern Flame Territory to find Shin Fan."
Li Fengxing suddenly beamed.
"Are you going to see Brother Fan? You should have told me earlier."
Southern Flame Territory, the secret realm of Demon Corpse. Qin Han's eyes fell on Xiaobai, who had just come over, and he said with a smile,
"Xiaobai, long time no see."
Xiaobai retreated behind Qin Fan a little shyly. There was no such person as Qin Han in her memory. Qin Han turned around and said,
"Xiaobai told me about void pollution. The 9 heaven-breaking swords that I cultivated were passed on to me by Xiaobai using his last bit of strength. After that, Xiaobai fell into a deep sleep and turned into a ragdoll cat. It's a pity that I can't convince the Qin family. They don't realize the horror of void pollution, and they still try to absorb the power of void."
Rouge. Xiaobai also widened his eyes. The expressions of Qin Fan and Yi Hongyan were quite natural, because they already knew that Xiaobai was originally a princess of the Demon Clan, and later became the weapon spirit of the sky-breaking demon sword when the goddess forged it. Now it seems, after Qin Fan sealed the Lord of the Void in the Void and himself fell, it was Xiaobai who controlled the sky-breaking demon sword to leave the Void. And when Qin Fan was reincarnated later, Xiaobai would probably always be with him. Even the system should have been opened by Xiaobai with help from Qin Fan.
Right?
Qin Fan sighed and rubbed Xiaobai's head. From the time He signed the contract with Xiaobai until now. He has always thought that Xiaobai is carefree. Unexpectedly, Xiaobai also endured so much. Chapter 349 Mother and son meet. Family reunited. A new emperor is born. The Qianyu world is shaken. The four holy places were overjoyed. Countless powerful men from sects and aristocratic families, as well as various hidden powerhouses, all emerged and headed towards the secret realm of the demonic corpse in the southern flame territory, preparing to pay homage to the new emperor. The Nightmare Garden is also in chaos. Originally, the sixth heavenly demon king returned as a god, making the Nightmare Garden extremely happy, thinking that the era of the demon clan had arrived. Unexpectedly, the demon king of the sixth heaven not only did not stand on the side of the demon clan, but instead suppressed the demon clan and wanted to stop the war between the demon clan and the human race. Suddenly, the demon clan was divided into two factions. One of the factions chose to follow the demon king of the sixth heaven. The other group followed the great heavenly demon king and retreated into the secret realm, hiding and waiting for an opportunity. On the sixth day, the demon king was too lazy to pay attention to the other faction. Standing in the divine realm and knowing Chen Fan's methods, she didn't care at all about the people from the other faction of the Nightmare Court. In front of the divine realm, a few peak demigods couldn't make any waves at all, even if the demon king and the others are allowed to break through to the divine realm. So what? These idiots have never seen the horror of Chen Fan. They didn't know that a disaster was coming. Void pollution. Even gods and demons cannot resist it. A bunch of losers who are still entangled in the hatred between races. I really don't know whether to live or die. The secret realm of the demonic corpse in the southern flame region. Chu Xian and Fang Qingqing have already brought the blind man and the lame man with them. Along the way, Henry Chu and the others also told the blind man about Blue Star. The blind man and the others were also stunned when they heard this, and their hearts stirred up huge waves. The blind man looked at the sky at night and knew that the new generation of human emperors would change the world and bring hope. But the new human emperor's methods still shocked these peak beings in the Qianyu world to an extreme degree. In the huge Qianyu world, many powerful people have been trapped at the peak of the demigod realm for tens of thousands of years, with no hope at all. In the end, they can only leave in despair after their lifespan is exhausted. Chen Fan was able to gather the power of faith and easily help him break through to the peak of the demigod realm. Even the legendary gods probably don't have such means. Right? Behind the demon clan, there are also existences at the level of gods and demons. However, even the heavenly demon clan, including the heavenly demon emperor and the great heavenly demon king, have not broken through to the divine realm in the past tens of thousands of years. The blind man and the others were on the road, listening to Henry Chu and the others telling the story of Blue Star. All of them burst into tears. It has been struggling for so many years. Finally, there is hope. There is no need for the old emperor to die. The life and death struggle between the demon clan and the human clan finally stopped. As for void corrosion, the blind man and others realized its horror. But their true form has not yet entered the four realms, including the ancient god realm. Nor has it merged with its clones. Nor has it seen the horror of the void demon. So they can only guess based on their imagination. No. Actually, there's no guesswork anymore. Everyone is now outside the demonic corpse secret realm. As long as you go in, you can see the corpse of the void demon that rushed out from the ancient demon world. But Chen Fan hasn't come out yet. Everyone could only wait outside. The lame man suddenly turned gloomy and was about to leave. When the blind man saw this, he quickly grabbed him and said,
"What are you doing?"
The lame man said coldly,
"Those two old guys from the Chen family concealed the existence of the five-colored sacred stone and the demon corpse, and tried to absorb the power of the void, which almost caused the Tanny world to be destroyed. I'm going to kill them."
Everyone looked at the lame man. The temperaments of the clone and the original are indeed exactly the same. They are all so hot. The blind man shook his head and said,
"Now is not the time to dwell on these things. The Chen family treated Chen Han and his wife like this, and they did it without telling the four holy lands. From today on, the Chen family is completely in decline."
A group of strong men came around and nodded slightly. The powerful men and the four holy lands did not take action to get rid of the Chen family. It was for Chen Han's sake. But even if they are not eliminated, from now on, the Chen family will be completely isolated by all the sect families. Many powerful people felt frightened when they listened to Bai Rouge talking about the demon corpse and the void demon. If it weren't for the colorful divine stone blocking void pollution, if the power of this demonic corpse is allowed to flow out, Qianyu realm may already be filled with void demons. How can people not be angry about this kind of thing? Whether you are hiding in the world or fighting to the death with the devils, you will be contaminated for no reason, and finally become a demon, leading to a point of no return. It's scary to think about it. In order to bring their family to the top, the Qin family actually hid it from everyone and secretly absorbed the power of demons, hoping that the Qin family could reach the divine realm. They all deserve to be killed. People from all major sects and families were filled with righteous indignation. But the blind men stopped the lame men. The four holy lands have no intention of dealing with the Qin family for the time being. People from other sects and aristocratic families did not dare to say anything. Sudden, a young man sitting on the ground sneered and said, "A bunch of cowards." The blind man and others. The little girl transformed into the golden horned green python of the Phantom King rolled her eyes and said,
"This guy's name is Xiao Hei. He has a mean mouth and gets beaten 7 times a day. Don't take him seriously."
Among the crowd, a red-haired young man walked out. He moved and stood in front of Xiao Hei. He grabbed Xiao Hei's collar and lifted Xiao Hei up. "Xiao Hei, Chu Xian and others." Then the red-haired young man said,
"Before I teach you a lesson for your parents, let me tell you that I am Imoiran from the Hautian Palace in the northern cold region."
After saying this, the red-haired young man raised his hand. Before the blind man and others could react, Xiao Hei's eyes flashed.
"Spiritual spike! Ouch!"
Imoiran howled miserably and held his head with both hands. Xiao Hei kicked Imoiran away like a ball.
Brush!
A series of afterimages were left on the field. Xiao Hei had already activated his moon step and rushed to the other side first. Then he kicked Imoiran back with another kick.
Brush!
Xiao Hei stepped forward and rushed back like lightning, kicking Imoiran back. He just started playing football by himself. The people from the Hautian Temple in the northern cold region wanted to stop him, but were stopped by the mute's look. The strong men from all sides were stunned, looking at Imoiran, who was in the demigod state, with no resistance, being kicked by Xiao Hei like a ball.
"Xiao Hei, that's enough."
Bai Ruch was afraid that Xiao Hei would kick Imoiran to death, so he gave a soft drink.
"It's boring."
Xiao Hei trampled Imoiran under his feet. Imoiran, who was in the demigod realm, had his power completely sealed and could not move. At this time, a mute voice rang in everyone's mind.
"Is this little friend also a friend of the new emperor?"
Bai Ruch grinned.
"Grandpa Dom, you don't have to be so polite. The new human emperor is my Uncle Qin Fan. You treat him as your grandson in Blue Star. When he comes out, you have to treat him respectfully."
"I'll call you Grandpa. As for Xiao Hei, he is my uncle's beast master. When I was at Blue Star, I was beaten by you a lot."
"Dom, Xiao Hei." Emma was still stunned after being stepped on by Xiao Hei. "Is this guy the new human emperor's beast? Why didn't anyone remind him? How can you afford to offend this?" The lame man tilted his head and asked,
"What level of cultivation is Xiao Hei now?"
Xiao Hei puffed up his chest and said,
"What other cultivation level could it be? Of course, it is the divine realm."
"A group of powerful men from the Tanny world." Imoiran. "What the hell? The new human emperor's beasts have all reached the divine realm? The cracks in the Blue Star sky only existed more than 2,000 years ago. Compared with Tanny realm, it is tens of thousands of years late. In the eyes of the powerful people in Tanny realm, Blue Star is an uncivilized and barbaric land. That's good. In the tens of thousands of years since Tanny realm, no strong person has broken through to the divine realm. As a result, Blue Star not only produced a large number of gods, but even the beasts became gods." The lame man asked,
"Aren't Xiaofan's other beasts also in the divine realm?" "Nonsense,"
Xiao Hei said.
"Of course they are all in the divine realm.
All the powerful men in the Tanny world. I always feel like this world is unreal." Xiao Hei chuckled and said,
"You have never been to Blue Star, so of course you don't know. There are as many divine realms as dogs in Blue Star now."
Call. Yi Hao appeared behind Xiao Hei, held down Xiao Hei's head, and punched him a few times.
"I'll make you as many gods as dogs. Let you have as many gods as dogs."
Xiao Hei raised his head in annoyance.
"If you didn't have the axe, I would kill you. Do you believe it?"
Yi Hao was furious, and with a little more force on his hand, he punched Xiao Hei directly into the ground. A big pit appeared on the ground, and all the strong men around him flew up. Only Imoiran, who had been kicked by Xiao Hei like a ball, had his power sealed, and Goyalu rolled directly down, falling all over. Call. Xiao Hei rushed out like lightning. The powerful men in Tianyi realm immediately retreated quickly. In the battle between gods and gods, once they are affected by semi-god realms and holy realms, they will either die or be disabled. But Xiao Hei scratched his head and said,
Brother Hao. On the way here, I caught a demon and asked him. He said that there is a secret realm in the Pyamya Mountain, the holy land of the Eastern Sky Territory, and there are many hot succubi.
Really? Yi Hao's eyebrows were dancing.
Fake.
Xiao Hei said.
I'm just kidding you.
As soon as he finished speaking, he had already activated Yuebu and moved out like lightning. Behind, Yi Hao also urged Yubu and chased after him.
Xiao Hei. Stop. I promise not to beat you to death.
Everyone. What the hell is this? A bunch of brats. Are they in the divine realm? In the big pit below, Imoiran climbed out in disgrace. He was beaten so badly by Xiao Hei that no one helped him. No one told him before that Xiao Hei was the new emperor's beast. And no one told him that Xiao Hei was in the divine realm.
Well,
the cost of pretending to be beautiful is too heavy. Fortunately, it is the new emperor's beast. If it had been anyone else, he might have had his head ripped off. By then, it is estimated that even the Holy Land will not be able to avenge him. Imo still lowered his head and walked behind the mute. The mute glared at Imoiran, but said nothing. Suddenly, Imoiran said,
I thought I heard something about succubus just now. There are succubi here in the Southern Flame Territory.
Crack. There was a flash of lightning on the field, and Yi Hao's hand was already on Imoiran's shoulder.
Brother, let me take a step to speak. Bang!
Shen Hongxiu, who could no longer bear it, kicked Yi Hao away. But Yi Hao's hand was holding Imoiran. Imoiran and Yi Hao crashed into a big mountain with a bang. The mountain collapsed, instantly burying the two of them. These children were so terrifying that a group of strong men from the Qiandi realm withdrew their gaze.
Sudden.
At the entrance to the secret realm, a light flashed. Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan, as well as Chen Han and Xiao Bai, appeared in front of everyone. Out. A group of strong men from the Tiandi realm immediately became nervous. Everyone's eyes fell on Chen Fan beside Chen Han.
See His Majesty the Human Emperor.
Except for the blind man and a few others. The rest of the powerful men in the Tiandi realm knelt down on one knee.
Everyone, please get up.
Chen Fan didn't move his hands, and a vast and unparalleled force lifted everyone up. Then, he looked at the blind people and smiled.
Blind Grandpa, you are here.
The blind men laughed. The lame man came over and punched Chen Han in the chest.
You brat. You have raised a good son. But you have made us miserable.
Chen Han apologized and said,
I'm sorry to the seniors. You didn't feel sorry for us.
The blind man waved his hand and said,
On the contrary, you saved Lanqing and Tianyuji. Well, it's because we are useless. You keep everything in your heart, but you don't come to the Holy Land to find us. It's useless to look for you.
Yi Hongyan said coldly.
If he looks for you first, you will either fight with the Qin family, or join forces with the Qin family to covet the power of the void. Once all of you are contaminated by the void, this Qiandi world will be over.
A few blind people. Suddenly, Cripple looked at Chen Han. His eyes changed, and said,
Have you also broken through to the divine realm?
Chen Han nodded, looked at Chen Fan and said,
Son, please help some seniors break through to the divine realm.
Several peak demigods present suddenly became a little nervous. In addition to the blind man and the lame man,
there were 4 peak demigods from sect families present. While waiting outside, they also learned more or less about the new human emperor from the mouths of Chu Xian and others. I know that this new emperor has amazing methods. However, at this moment, this group of demigods were still extremely nervous. Tens of thousands of years? Stuck at the peak of the demigod realm for tens of thousands of years. There is no hope at all. After the blind men gave their eyes and legs to the old man, they were already very old and could not survive for a few more years. Unexpectedly, hope soared at this moment. Why not make people ecstatic?
Good.
Chen Fan nodded slightly. He looked at Chen Han and said,
Dad, I will help Blind Grandpa and his friends build a divine bridge to break through to the divine realm. You first go to the two-realm passage, open the seal, and let the people from Blue Star come over.
Chen Han gently patted Chen Fan on the shoulder.
I'll go over now and pick them up.
At this time, a figure flashed in the sky. On the 6th day, the Demon King and a group of people fell down. A group of powerful men from the Qiandi realm were suddenly taken aback. Although they already know that under the order of the new human emperor, the Demon Clan and the Human Clan have ceased war. But, at this time, Chen Han's eyes had fallen on a woman next to the Demon King of the 6th heaven. The woman looked at Chen Han for a moment, and then her eyes fell on Chen Fan. Chen Fan's nose was a little sore, and he walked out slowly.
Mom, I kept you waiting for a long time.
The figures on the field flashed, and Xiao He appeared in front of Chen Fan.
Boss, it's better to ask clearly first. Don't admit your mistake.
Everyone present shook their bodies suddenly, and almost fell down.
Boom!
Chen Fan slapped him, and Xiao He flew out like a missile. Moe ran, who had just emerged from the pile of rocks, had no time to speak when he was smashed into the mountain by Xiao He with a bang. On the fourth day, the Demon King walked up to Chen Fan, with red eyes, and rubbed Chen Fan's head.
It's your useless parents who have made you suffer.
Behind them, the Demon King of the sixth heaven stretched out his hands, and placed them on their heads with 2 clicks. She brought the 2 people up to Chen Fan and said,
The great heavenly Demon King ran away with his people. One of these 2 people is the first heavenly Demon King, and the other is the third heavenly Demon King. They are also members of the great heavenly Demon King. They arrested your mother, and tried to dig out the 5-colored sacred stone from your mother's body.
Chen Fan's eyes turned cold. When the Demon King saw this on the 4th day, he hurriedly said,
From the standpoint of the Demon Clan, they did nothing wrong. I am possessed by the 5-colored sacred stone, and I have not suffered much. Let them go.
Chen Fan sighed and said,
Death penalty can be avoided, but living crime cannot be avoided.
The words just fell. The Demon King of the 1st day and the Demon King of the 3rd day groaned at the same time and fell to their knees on the ground. With one look, the peak of the demigod realm was abolished, and the eyes of the blind men and women narrowed slightly.
Get out!
Chen Fan said coldly.
Go and send a message to the great heavenly Demon King that the heavenly Demon Clan and the human race cease war. If you dare not listen, I will destroy them.
Chapter 350. All are ants under the divine realm. The demon corpse is outside the secret realm. Bion Peak. As loose as waves. A group of powerful people from Tanny Realm and Blue Star gathered together, and were listening to the blind man talk about void pollution and void demons. The avatars of the blind man and the lame man have come from Blue Star and merged with their original bodies. Li Mu and Zhang Jiang also followed. After these 7 days, the powerful men from the 4 regions of Tanny Realm came from all over the place like pilgrims, almost crowding the top of the mountain. The old emperor did not come. He led the demon-suppressing army and guarded the seals on the battlefield outside the territory. People from the Chen family were not present because they were not qualified at all. Chen Fan and his parents are not here either. They have entered the realm of the angel god king. Tanny Realm is many times larger than Blue Star. Although there are 4 holy lands guarding the 4 regions, there are many sects and families, which is obviously much more complicated than Blue Star. Li Mu, Zhang Jiang and other strong men from Blue Star were completely left aside. The strong men in Tanny Realm don't seem to like Blue Star's people very much. Although the new emperor came from Blue Star, he was Chen Han's son. So people in the Tanny Realm regarded Chen Fan as a person from the Tanny Realm. There were so many powerful people present, including people from the 4 holy lands. Except for a few blind people. No one took Li Mu and the others seriously. Especially people from the 4 holy lands. Each of the 4 holy places has its own inheritance, and it was originally intended to be left to the new emperor. As a result, Chen Han took advantage of the blind man's absence and robbed them secretly, and then gave them to Li Mu and Zhang Jiang respectively. This created the 6 peak saints of Blue Star. How could the people of the 4 holy lands look good now, when they saw Li Mu and the others?
That's just the way it is.
The blind men brought the 4 realms including the ancient god realm, the pollution of the void, the cemetery of gods and demons, and the Devil's Blood Project. One by one, the originally quiet field suddenly became silent. All of this is really scary. If it were told from other people's mouths, no one would believe it. But from what the old man from the Southern Flame Territory Lingyan Cave said, no one dares to question its authenticity.
Void pollution? The demonic corpse of the Chen family that they mentioned before is a source of void pollution? If it is contaminated, it will turn into a void demon and completely fall into madness? I've never heard of this kind of demon. Where did it come from? Blind old man and the others suspect that even the legendary god realm has fallen. And even the gods and demons are dead? Damn Chen Han. He sealed the passage from Tanny Realm to Blue Star because he was worried that Tanny Realm would be contaminated by the void and then spread the void pollution to Blue Star? Shut up. No matter what, Chen Han is the father of the new human emperor. He created the new human emperor. Are you impatient with life? What should we do now? Are we really going to implement the Devil's Blood plan and demonize all the people as the blind old man said? I disagree. We are human beings, and it is simply unreasonable for us to be transformed into demons. Even the gods and demons have fallen. So let's not talk about race. According to what Mr. Blind said, the only safe way now is to transform into a void demon and then be purified by His Majesty the Emperor himself. The demonization of the whole people is only to help His Majesty the human Emperor gather the power of faith. Only by transforming into a void demon can we resist the pollution of the void. We have no choice. Blind Old Man and the others are now void demons. But there is no difference between them and us. I agree.
Countless powerful people were talking about it. The 4 blind men had already expected that these things would cause an uproar. So they didn't pay much attention and allowed everyone to yell. However, looking at this situation, there are more people who oppose it than expected. It is indeed difficult to understand the horror of things like void pollution and the fall of gods and demons without personal experience. Just listen to a blind man telling a story. No matter how terrible the story is, many people can't relate to it. What they are thinking about now is their own interests. The interests of their family. Or the interests of their sect. Tanny realm has been fine for so many years. Who would believe that void pollution will come soon? The Chen family secretly toyed with the demon corpse. After so many years, haven't only 6 people been contaminated and fallen into demonization? The fall of gods and demons is just speculation after all. Who has been to the god realm? Who has seen with his own eyes the fall of gods and demons? As for the ancient god realm and other 4 realms, how different is it from the interfaces connected by cracks in the void of Tanny realm? Every crack is connected to a world. But some, like Blue Star, can be entered through passages. And more of them are just inaccessible. There are also demons in many secret restricted areas. But they have not affected the Tanny world. After tens of thousands of years, the real threat to the Tanny realm is the Tianma clan in the Tianma realm. People talked a lot and gradually divided into 3 factions. One party favored the plan mentioned by the blind man. One group was opposed to the plan the blind man said. There is also a faction that chooses neutrality and does not express any opinions. But the blind men, as well as the powerful men who arrived first and broke through to the divine realm with the help of Chen Fan, all had a hint of sneer on their lips. These guys were in awe of Chen Fan because of his status as the new human emperor. Little did he know that Chen Fan's cultivation strength was enough to easily crush the entire Tanny world. Agree? Be opposed to? Do not misunderstand. These plans are just to be told to you, not to ask for your consent. Under the realm of gods, there are all ants. Under Chen Fan, he is also an ant in the divine realm. Just as the 2 factions were noisy, a whirlpool portal appeared in the void. Chen Fan walked out of the whirlpool portal.
See His Majesty the human emperor.
Countless strong men knelt down on one knee. But a group of old monsters, who thought they were highly qualified, just bowed slightly. Chen Fan looked at the blind man. The blind man nodded slightly. So, Chen Fan said,
I will send you all to the ancient god realm first and transform into void demons. Wait a minute.
An old man with white beard and hair came out and said,
His Majesty, the human emperor, you will never be able to demonize me in the void, or demonize me with the blood of demons. Humans have become demons. So are we still humans? The demon clan has been fighting with us for tens of thousands of years, and we have never surrendered. Now we want everyone to turn into demons. How can this be done?
Behind, a group of people raised their arms and shouted in agreement with the old man. Chen Fan frowned. There are old antiques like this everywhere. Either the thinking is rigid, or the crisis is not realized at all, or it is for the benefit of oneself or one's own clan. There will be a large number of people like this who will oppose any change. Chen Fan smiled slightly and said,
I asked Blind Grandpa to tell you these things, not to ask for your opinions. I'm just informing you. Your Majesty, the human emperor.
You, the old man with white hair and beard, and a group of others. Their expressions changed drastically. He has a high status, and is of the same generation as the blind man. Even the old emperor would not be able to talk to him in this tone. Next moment,
crash!
In the void, the sound of chains sounded. I saw Chen Fan like a tentacle monster, with countless chains coming out of his body, flying towards the old man with white beard and hair, and a group of people like lightning.
Presumptuous!
The old man with white beard and hair was instantly angered, and his aura surged, opening a barrier. Under the stunned gazes of the powerful men in Tanny realm, the chains pierced the shields around those powerful men like piercing soap bubbles, and then penetrated their bodies one by one.
How can it be?
The old man with white beard and hair looked down at the chains on his body, his eyes full of disbelief. After all, he is also at the peak of the demigod realm. Maybe it's a little bit worse than the blind and lame people. But it definitely won't be too different. The peak of the demigod realm is only half a step away from the god realm. Even if the new human emperor is already in the divine realm, the gap won't be so big. Right? In the void, one figure after another was penetrated by the chains of the void, and then flew up without any resistance. The expressions on the faces of other people around him, especially those who chose neutrality, became extremely strange. On the one hand, they did not expect the new human emperor's thunderous methods. On the other hand, they did not expect that the new human emperor would be so powerful. In the crowd, Han Jiangqiu had glanced at the blind man, and said through the sound transmission with his spiritual consciousness,
"The blind man obviously did it on purpose. He didn't tell everyone about Xiufan's methods at all. Nor did he tell these people that all the gods present were in the eye broke through with Xiufan's help."
Li Mu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said through the same spiritual consciousness,
"It's normal. There are so many powerful people in the Tanny world. There will definitely be a lot of thorns. Instead of causing trouble later, it's better to single them out now and beat them to death first. Beating the shit out of them. You will behave yourself from now on,"
Zhang Jian said.
"The effect is quite good. After knowing that my junior brother can create the divine realm, these people's faces will definitely look better."
At this time, Chen Fan said coldly,
"You know nothing about power."
A group of strongmen present were speechless. No matter whether they are in the holy realm or the demigod realm, they are powerless to resist in front of the new human emperor. They really know nothing about the divine realm. Chen Fan said,
"I know that many of you have lived for tens of thousands of years, and your cultivation is astonishing. But you can see now that all it takes for me to kill you is a thought."
Whether it was the group of strong men who were sealed or the other strong men around them, their expressions became very ugly. This new emperor is really rude in what he says. Chen Fan continued,
"I don't want to show you my abilities. I just want to tell you that I killed ancient gods and demons in the 5th restricted area of Blue Star Demon City. But in fact, even now, I have no confidence in facing the ancient gods and demons that were killed back then."
The whole place was in an uproar. Chen Fan said,
"I was able to kill that ancient god and demon because he was trapped in the seal of the ancient god formation. And at the same time, there was a powerful god to help him. If the ancient gods and demons break out of the ground, I can only take you to escape into the ancient god world now."
As he said that, the void chain moved and a group of people were thrown to the ground. The old man with white beard and hair, and the others touched their chests, and were shocked to find that they couldn't find any wounds at all. But just now, the body was obviously penetrated by the chain, and the feeling of being pierced was clear. Chen Fan said,
"If a demon of that level emerges, the Tianyu world will be doomed. No matter whether it is the human race, the demon race, or other races, there is no reason to be spared. The demon blood plan must be implemented immediately. No one can stop it. If any sect family dares to stand in the way, I will destroy the sect family. Which dynasty dares to stand in the way, I will bulldoze the dynasty."
A group of strong men from the Tanny realm looked strange and panicked. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is a joke. What's more, this is the new emperor. The 4 holy lands stand behind him unconditionally. No. With such terrifying strength, why do the 4 holy lands need to come forward? With just one thought, he can destroy all the powerful demigods. Who can resist? Then Chen Fan said again,
"You can choose to become a demon in the void. If I don't want to become a void demon, I will never force it."
"What?" The strong men were stunned for a moment. Chen Fan said,
"But only if he becomes a void demon will I help him break through to the divine realm."
As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. At this time, behind the blind man, an old man stepped forward and released his aura.
Boom!
The aura of the divine realm swept across like ocean waves. A beam of light soared into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the first few people who arrived and broke through to the divine realm with the help of Chen Fan released their divine aura one by one. Waves of divine aura instantly suppressed the entire audience. Even the old emperor, who was far away on the battlefield outside the territory, couldn't help but raise his head.
"Those old guys are starting to pretend to be green. It's really unreasonable. A bunch of old guys have broken through to the divine realm. But you left me, an old man, on a foreign battlefield watching a boring show. God realm? Qi Yufeng from Lingyan Cave is obviously weaker than me. How come he has broken through to the god realm? Muya only broke through to the peak of the demigod realm 3 years ago. How come she has also become a god? Could it be that His Majesty the Human Emperor helped them break through? Didn't a group of gods come to Blue Star before? Even the Demon King of the 6th Heaven became gods. I thought there was some legendary secret treasure in Blue Star, but I didn't expect it.
Countless people opened their eyes wide with disbelief. Qi Yufeng from Lingyan Cave said loudly.
You guessed it right. It was His Majesty the Human Emperor who helped us break through. A few of us are relatively close to here, so we rushed here 7 days ago. His Majesty the Human Emperor helped us break through to the Divine Realm without even moving a finger.
Damn it. This old guy is so flattering. Helped you break through to the Divine Realm without even moving a finger? Is it fun to brag in front of so many old guys? Another person also nodded and said,
You old guys. Until now, you are still thinking about your own territory and the interests of your family and sect. In front of the Divine Realm, those things you think are worse than bullshit. In the face of void pollution, everything is a joke. What we have to do now is to do our best to help His Majesty the Human Emperor break through to a higher level.
Qi Yufeng nodded and said,
Back then, the 4 strongest people in the 4 holy lands gave their eyes, legs and feet to the old emperor. Today, we don't need to do that. We only need to follow His Majesty the Emperor and obey his orders.
As he spoke, Qi Yufeng nodded slightly to someone in the crowd. The man smiled slightly, took a step forward, and opened the summoning circle. A huge bone dragon rose from the summoning circle. That terrifying aura caused a group of demigods to change their expressions and keep retreating. Sudden, someone exclaimed,
Senior you mad Kong. Isn't he a Star Warrior? Why can he summon beasts?
There was silence again for a moment. Immediately, with a bang, the whole place exploded. Only then did a group of strong men react. The moon in the Haotian Palace is full. That is the peak Star Warrior. There is no Beast Master at all. Then Yuman Kong grinned and said,
I am no longer a Star Warrior. His Majesty the Human Emperor helped me open up a beast control space and helped me sign a contract with a god-level void demon. Old boys, look at it clearly. This bone dragon of mine is also in the Divine Realm. I can turn you into ashes with one claw. Ha 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 ha.
Cripple. Qi Yufeng and others couldn't help but roll their eyes. This old ghost. Let's see what he can do. As the bone dragon roared, the whole place fell silent again. The hearts of all the powerful men in Tanny Realm were stirred up by huge waves. Is the new human emperor actually powerful enough to reach this level? Can you create a divine realm at will? Can it also help Star Warriors open up space for beast control? Can he also help the Star Warrior sign a contract with the Divine Realm Void Demon? This is simply unimaginable. The eyes of many strong men began to burn with blazing flames. Whether they are Beast Masters or Star Warriors, their thirst for power exceeds everything else. What family interests and dynasty interests are nothing compared to the realm of gods? Compared to signing a contract with a divine beast? What is it? Those idiots are still mumbling in front of the new emperor. I really don't know whether to live or die.